Many tales of the minstrel are not merely hearsay. They often stem from personal experiences. Eino had always believed his future would be spent amidst enchanting stories, until one day, he received a letter delivered by an owl. Chapter 1. The Divination of Fate. In June, the temperature in London gradually began to rise. Harrow School, situated by the southern banks of the River Thames, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. After a day of lessons, students emerged from the gates amidst a chorus of laughter and camaraderie. Beneath the shade of a nearby tree, Eino observed, "Miss Winnie, based on the results of your divination, it appears unlikely that you will find the anticipated romance before graduation." Casting a glance at the numbers revealed by the dice, he spoke with a note of regret. Upon hearing such news, disappointment clouded the youthful visage of the girl. Is it truly unattainable? Well, regardless, thank you for your divination, Mr. Swinburne. Perhaps she had anticipated such an outcome. Her refined upbringing prevented her from engaging in futile entanglements. After paying £1, she turned and departed. As she walked away, the previously remorseful Eino now exhibited a maturity beyond his years. Youth. With deftness, he pocketed the banknote left by the girl, then bent down to carefully retrieve the fallen dice from the ground. Once he completed these tasks, Eino resumed his position on his small stool, awaiting the arrival of the next client. It is said that the prevailing theme of graduation season in June is one of farewells and melancholy, though this may only apply to the majority. After all, in a vast forest, there are always a few exceptions. At last, it is over. The bell for the next class chimed. Hermione swiftly gathered her belongings and left the classroom without a backward glance. Throughout the entire process, she displayed no signs of nostalgia, in contrast to the sorrowful farewells of others. Graduation felt to her more like liberation, a chance to finally distance herself from those classmates who appeared foolish but were, in reality, devoid of intelligence. Exiting the classroom, Hermione walked along the familiar path, her gaze unwavering, as though nothing around her could disturb her thoughts. In the midst of the clamor and chaos, this scene appeared strikingly unconventional. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not endure for long. The moment Hermione stepped outside the school gates, it was as if she had shed her restraints. Her eyes no longer fixed ahead, but instinctively glanced toward the shade across the way. Indeed, in that familiar spot, she spotted a familiar figure, and a smile unwittingly graced her lips. However, from a distance, she noticed the other person, beaming with joy, engaged in conversation with a robust girl, and that intimate scene caused the smile that had just begun to bloom to vanish like snow under the morning sun. Despite his evident passion for reading, he engages in deceitful antics. The current scene prompted Hermione to bite her lip in displeasure, feeling a sense of indignation. But to fully understand the situation, one must trace back 2 years. That time, a boy who claimed to be a fortune teller frequently appeared outside several primary schools, including Harrow School, every weekend after classes. He would wander between these schools, always lingering just outside the gates, using a die to predict fortunes and thereby earning the meager pocket money of the students. Although many praised the accuracy of his predictions, Hermione remained convinced it was merely luck or statistical probability, despite never having sought a reading herself. However, the thought of relying on a die to foresee the future struck her as profoundly ignorant. Only a true fool would choose to believe such nonsense, merely relying on his handsome appearance to deceive infatuated girls. Yet, despite her disdain, Hermione did not move. Instead, she paused momentarily to observe before departing with a sense of satisfaction. The afternoon sun filtered through the treetops. Eino sat comfortably on his small stool, dappled light casting gentle shadows on his cheek, while his amber-hued eyes sparkled like precious gems in the refracted sunlight. Merely gazing into those eyes could effortlessly dissolve one's worries. Their brightness always hinted at innocence, a sensation akin to that of a newborn, pure and untainted. His short, jet-black hair fell lazily, reflecting a sheen reminiscent of obsidian under the sun's glow. After a while, Eino glanced at the school gate, now gradually closing, sensing that no more customers would arrive. He rose to gather his belongings. His belongings consisted of nothing more than a worn, faded folding stool and a linen tablecloth that had yellowed with age. Ignoring the peculiar stares around him, he casually packed his few items into a canvas bag, slung over his shoulder, and strolled away nonchalantly. With each step, the simple shell wind chime attached to his bag chimed melodiously, producing a crisp, cheerful sound. Half an hour later, Eino returned to his abode, a natural archway by the banks of the Thames, carrying 2 bags of food. It has been 3 months. Calculating the days, the next journey is approaching. Seated beneath the archway, Eino toyed with the die in his hand while quietly calculating the time. To be precise, he was not originally of this world. He was, in fact, a traveler from a faraway eastern land, who, upon awakening, found himself bewilderingly transported to 1990s England. Yet, fortunately, he possessed his own unique advantage. Eino distinctly remembered that on the day he turned 10, he mysteriously entered another world. Since then, he had been able to visit that extraordinary place at regular intervals that IT is deemed extraordinary, for there unfolds an array of diverse legends, fairy tales, and folklore. Eino. This remarkable ability feels akin to that of an unconventional travel agency, or perhaps a life experience center. After all, he perpetually navigates this multifaceted world from the perspective of a mere passerby, devoid of tasks, narratives, or any so-called system. Moreover, the timing of his entries remains perpetually uncertain. At times, there may be intervals of a week or two, while at other moments, months may elapse. The duration of his sojourns varies significantly, ranging from a mere week to an extended half-year. Ultimately, the essence of his journey is guided by serendipity. Even more absurd is the manner in which he enters these fantastical realms. Truth be told, this aspect has often caused him considerable distress. He recalls a particularly peculiar instance when, en route to the restroom, he pushed open the door and instantaneously found himself amidst an expansive, unblemished jungle. Of course, despite the randomness that pervades his experiences, Eino is acutely aware that this marvel grants him the opportunity to lead a rather affluent life in the future. It is essential to acknowledge that all fairy tales, legends, and folklore, although universally recognized as illogical and unreasonable, possess undeniable power. Over the course of 2 years, through countless endeavors and explorations, Eino has managed to discern some basic rules, enabling him to secure certain benefits within the enchanting world. For instance, he frequently utilizes a dice for divination. Indeed, it is precisely because of his capacity to embark on these wondrous journeys that he finds himself frequenting various libraries across London, dedicating his days to self-enrichment. Notably, after his inaugural experience in the fantastical realm, he made the deliberate decision to leave the welfare institution he had called home for a decade. After all, each journey spans several weeks to half a year. Should he undertake multiple visits, remaining undetected would prove exceedingly challenging, especially as a young adolescent. In a phase of rapid physical development, the passage of several months could yield significant changes. If his presence were to be noted by the discerning, a powerless orphan like him would likely face no alternative but to become a subject of dissection. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of playing its tricks. The two worlds exist as entirely independent realms, devoid of intersection. Regardless of how long he dwells in the fantastical realm, time in his original world remains but a fleeting moment. The most tangible outcome is that while he has accumulated years of experience in the enchanting world, he remains, in reality, an 11-year-old boy. That said, Eino harbors no regrets regarding his choice in contrast to the constraints of the welfare institution. He revels in the freedom of his present life. When funds run low, he sets up a stall at a nearby primary school to offer divinations to students. And in his leisure, he frequents bookstores to peruse literature, thus leading a life that is, indeed, quite fulfilling. Chapter 2. The letter delivered by the Owl. London, by the Thames. The gentle waters of the river flowed serenely, a cool breeze wafting through, rustling the leaves on either side and producing a soft whisper, adding an air of tranquility and melody to the summer afternoon. Once again, it was fish and chips. Beside the river, beneath a nearby bridge, the sparse underbrush allowed for the intermittent sounds of complaints to drift through. Eino deftly opened the paper bag, his grumbling about the monotony of the food contrasting with the unceasing motion of his hands as he picked up a golden, crispy piece of fried fish and took a hearty bite. In comparison to the likes of Wellington beef or Cornish pasties, the 1-pound fish offered the most value for sustenance at this juncture. After savoring the last morsel from the bag, he took a satisfying swig from his water bottle, finally resting contentedly against the bridge's pillar. Some resist solitude while others embrace it. However, it is undeniable that solitude embodies strength and resilience. Much like sheep and rabbits, those devoid of survival instincts never dare to taste the essence of loneliness. Under the bridge, Eino gazed at the distant factory belching smoke, lost in quiet reverie. In the annals of 1991 London, the only significant event he could recall was that of the boy with the scar receiving his acceptance letter on Ashford Road. A fragment from the recesses of his mind elicited a self-deprecating chuckle. Eino sometimes pondered that if time travelers were indeed the protagonists, his own achievements would hardly be commendable. Unlike those fictional heroes who ventured into commerce at 3 or engaged in futures trading at 5, he had spent a full decade merely acclimating to this foreign land. As for financial investments or shorting the ruble, such thoughts were beyond reach. A stark reality is that from the moment of birth, an individual's potential and achievements are largely predetermined, without the requisite background to support them. Even a stroke of luck in accruing profits would merely render one a vessel for another's wealth. Eino viewed this with clarity. He understood that those who had never tasted success would likely not fare any better, even with a second chance. The paramount factor determining success is never the so-called opportunity, but rather the source code inscribed before birth. Much like a Steinway piano, if it is absent from one's home at birth, it may never grace one's life. Mediocrity, indeed, holds no inherent flaw. Influenced by the temperate maritime climate, residing in London ensures an escape from the extremes of scorching heat. Even in the height of June, a sweltering 93 degrees Fahrenheit marks its cap. Time passes swiftly, and Eino found himself deep in slumber. Suddenly awakened by a rustling sound, after 11 years in London, he instinctively assessed the situation. It was merely the flutter of common birds such as pigeons, doves, or crows. Consciousness has returned, yet his eyes remain stubbornly shut, as if bound by an unseen force. Lazily, he lifts his arm, gesturing dismissively at the air. Years of wandering have taught him that a mere wave of the hand is sufficient to scare off these timid little creatures. They typically disperse quickly. However, this time, he faced an unexpected defeat. His half-hearted attempt at shooing them away yielded no results. Instead, it seemed to provoke them further, and he could even feel the sharp pecks on his fingers. Their brazen behavior incensed him, and regardless of whether they could comprehend his words, he rose to scold them, exclaiming, "What is it that compels you to seek additional provisions?" Upon opening his eyes to assess the scene before him, his furious reprimand abruptly ceased. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on a movie playing on a phone, plunging everything into an eerie silence. Before him stood a bewildered-looking owl, its feathers a mix of gray and white, affectionately referred to as a fluffy-faced English chicken. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured his attention was the letter bound to its right leg, sealed with a wax stamp. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though someone was playing a prank on him, a classic scenario. Yet, an undercurrent of excitement and trepidation coursed through him. After all, this was London. To ascertain the truth, without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and untied the letter from the owl's leg, reading it with earnestness. "Dear Mr. Swinburne, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with the term commencing on September 1st, 1991. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." The familiar salutation and the well-known name provided him with an answer. In 1991 England, there remained a full 7 years before the sensational wizarding novel would emerge. During this period, J.K. Rowling might have still been on a train in Manchester, encountering the frail, dark-haired boy who would inspire her. Inevitably, he tucked the letter back into his pocket, having largely dismissed the notion of it being a prank. Who would go to the trouble of training an owl merely to amuse a wandering orphan? Moreover, the name inscribed in the letter matched perfectly. He collected his scattered thoughts, though a sense of unease lingered. To his recollection, there had been no magical disturbances over the past decade. Could it be a case of mistaken delivery? Swiftly, he shook his head, rejecting this unreliable thought. Perhaps a Muggle school might misdeliver a notification, but if there were errors in the Hogwarts acceptance letter and its associated documentation, it could spell chaos for the entire British magical community. Meanwhile, as Eino's thoughts drifted, holding the letter in contemplation, the gray and white owl kept surveying its surroundings with its glossy, dark eyes. Perhaps sensing the boy's impoverished circumstances, it refrained from its usual antics of begging for treats. The round face displayed a hint of contemplative humanity, as if pondering whether to catch a few mice to present to the boy as a snack. After all, it was unlikely that a starving wizard receiving a Hogwarts acceptance letter would be a common occurrence. Minutes later, a simple reply vanished into the clouds, accompanied by the adorably bewildered owl. All plans were thrown into disarray, leaving Eino to helplessly rub his temples. To speak candidly, upon seeing the Hogwarts acceptance letter, he felt a surge of excitement, coupled with an indescribable joy at the fulfillment of a childhood dream. However, the fleeting thrill was soon replaced by the realization that it was 1991, and this particular year of enrollment promised a future filled with surprises. First-year dual-faced creatures, second-year basilisk, and third-year dementors. Each year would present its own unique challenges. How wonderful it would be to share the same year as Percy, at the very least. With George or Fred would suffice. Attending school alongside the chosen one was utterly daunting. Eino lamented, feeling somewhat weary. The past few years had required caution, allowing him to navigate through relatively unscathed. Yet, the 3 years following the Triwizard Tournament would not be easily circumvented by mere self-preservation. During the climactic battle, the onslaught of Death Eaters upon Hogwarts could easily ensnare the innocent. At worst, he could take a leave of absence in his 5th year. After much contemplation, this was the only strategy he could devise to temporarily confront the impending tribulations. Chapter 3, Miss Rabbit. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. "I have already dispatched Hagrid to retrieve the child," Dumbledore stated, removing his crescent-shaped glasses to delicately polish the non-existent dust from the lenses. Observing the silent Severus Snape before him, Dumbledore surmised the turmoil within the man's heart, yet some matters could not be resolved through mere goodwill. With this thought, His gaze inadvertently fell upon Snape, specifically directed at the arm concealed beneath the voluminous robes, the dark mark. Dumbledore understood this magic better than anyone. A mark that should have vanished upon Tom's demise had inexplicably lingered for 11 years, now faded but still present. Its existence was irrefutable, perhaps indirectly affirming that Tom had never truly died, or rather, had never completely perished. This year marked Harry's enrollment, signifying that the boy who had survived would inevitably step into the public eye. All past events replayed vividly in Dumbledore's mind. Severus, once Harry begins his studies, I hope you will pay him extra attention, helping him to grow swiftly. Meanwhile, Snape's brow softened involuntarily at the mention of Harry's name. Yet this fleeting softness was but a momentary illusion. Soon, Severus's gaze once again became vacant and indifferent. However, all of this was keenly observed by Dumbledore, whose century-long life experience taught him that, at this moment, words were unnecessary. After a brief silence, Severus, in a rare display of initiative, spoke. I am the head of Slytherin House. Unless he is sorted into Slytherin, I shall only fulfill my duties as the potions master. Of course, that is sufficient. Dumbledore replied with a hearty laugh. Some matters truly require no exhaustive explanation. Mutual understanding is often the most profound. So, is this the sole reason for your summons? Severus's tone remained as tranquil as ever. These are the names of the young witches and wizards who require guidance. This year's first-year students are rather numerous, and Minerva has complained to me more than once about insufficient staff. As he spoke, Dumbledore opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a thick stack of bound parchment. You must complete this task before the school year begins. Phileas and Pomona received the list just yesterday. Severus scoffed lightly as he took the list, yet he accepted it nonetheless. He was acutely aware of the sudden influx of first-year students at Hogwarts. It was merely an attempt by parents to forge deep friendships between their children and the Savior. Those who had once fled in fear were now returning with opportunistic intent. In London, at the Foyles bookshop, a venerable establishment, its significance lies primarily in its extensive collection, which is arguably the most comprehensive in all of London. Statistics once revealed that if all the books in the shop were meticulously arranged, they could stretch an astonishing 48 kilometers. Located at 81 Charing Cross Road, its vast expanse is often heralded as the largest bookstore in the world. The sheer size of the establishment is evident from its address. It employs over 400 staff members on a daily basis. On the second floor, in the folklore section, Eino was engrossed in a 1-inch thick volume of 1001 Nights. Over the past 2 years, he had cultivated the habit of diligent reading. In that fantastical realm, one often encounters parables, fairy tales, and folk stories. Absorbing more literature is invariably beneficial, for sometimes, mere hints of prophetic insight can lead to genuine miracles. As for why he chose a bookstore rather than a library, no respectable library would issue a borrowing card to an orphan of unclear origins, particularly when such a card demands a substantial deposit. After much contemplation, the bookstore emerged as Eino's optimal choice, especially at a colossal establishment like Foyles. No one paid heed to a solitary boy, nor did they care how long he lingered before the shelves. At last, the princess miraculously revived and subsequently wed the prince, embarking on a life filled with bliss. As the tale concluded, Eino rubbed his somewhat sore neck. This was one of the major drawbacks of the bookstore. It lacked comfortable tables and sofas for patrons. Consequently, standing for an hour or two while immersed in a book was quite the norm. 1001 Nights? A book I had long abandoned since the age of 6. I never anticipated your tastes to be so peculiar, Mr. Trickster. A crisp voice resonated from behind, prompting Eino to frown involuntarily. He despised being disturbed while reading. However, the voice's owner appeared to be of similar age, and for the sake of his reputation and future income from divination, he could hardly afford to ignore her. Suppressing his annoyance, Eino turned and politely remarked, I beg to differ. No book should be valued based on the reader's age. He trailed off mid-sentence, scrutinizing the girl before him. 2 years may seem a considerable span, yet it was hardly enough to erase the memories of those he had divined for. As for the brown-haired girl before him, he was certain this was their first encounter, to say nothing of her 2 prominent, pearly white front teeth, which were utterly unforgettable. Since she was not a client, there was no reason for further politeness. With this thought, Eino shifted his tone, offering a sardonic retort. TSK. If memory serves me right, you have never once sought my divination services. Does hastily drawing conclusions not seem rather rash to you, Miss Rabbit? The young lady appeared somewhat flustered, a rosy hue spreading across her fair complexion. Was her delight in critiquing others' appearances truly justified? Such behavior lacked the essence of a gentleman. Yet, before she could fully respond, Eino seized the opportunity to counter her argument. Is casually assigning nicknames to others truly ladylike? Hermione, taken aback by the retort, momentarily fell silent, taking several deep breaths to calm her turbulent emotions. This was the first time she had encountered such a significant setback in a debate with a peer, especially against someone whose arguments were steeped in sound logic. rendering her momentarily speechless. Very well, I apologize regarding the nickname matter. Hermione's mind raced. There was no need to linger on her defeat. After a decisive apology, she continued, "Here is £1. I invite you to divine for me, to see whether my future lies at Winchester College or Wickham Abbey." Agreed. Let us find a quiet spot. I shall divine for you right away. Eino readily accepted without a second thought. Only a fool would decline money offered so readily. Not to mention, the prospect of attending Hogwarts would entail substantial expenses, particularly for acquiring storybooks, as the Hogwarts library would not house any Muggle literature. Chapter 4. The Art of Mind Closure. Half an hour later. In the leisure area on the 5th floor of the Foyle bookstore, the divination dice spun incessantly on the table, akin to a wind-up mechanical top, showing no signs of halting. This defied reason, Eino mused inwardly. Although somewhat astonished, his expression remained inscrutable, while his mind pondered the cause of this anomaly. After a moment of contemplation, another possibility dawned upon him. He discreetly pocketed the dice and cast an irritable glance at the girl beside him. It was important to note that over the past 2 years, he had conducted divinations at least 100 times, thoroughly familiar with the rules governing this dice. The 6-sided die, with numbers ranging from 0 to 100, represented the probabilities of an event's occurrence. 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. The continuous spinning of the die suggested one possibility. The event was neither destined to succeed nor to fail. However, such an outcome was never meant to manifest in divination. Just as an event could never possess a 50-50 probability, for anything inherently leans towards one outcome. It could be 49, 999, but never 50. Returning to the matter at hand, Eino's mind replayed the scene of their initial encounter, recalling how the other had labeled him a fraud. He quickly realized that the individual had not spoken truthfully, likely employing some deceptive divination conditions to disrupt the proceedings, an experience he had encountered before. Once all this clicked into place, he retorted with disdain, "My apologies, this unnamed young lady. Are you certain you have a chance of gaining admission to these 2 schools? Rather than a lesser institution like Smelting Academy? One ought to know that a fool can never enter Cambridge or Oxford." For the sake of civility, Eino refrained from referring to her as Miss Rabbit this time, cleverly mocking her disruptive antics instead. "Miss Granger. I am Hermione Granger. Moreover, I am quite certain that my grades will secure me a place in those 2 schools, not the second-rate institution you mentioned." Hermione grasped the insinuation, her demeanor transforming into that of an agitated feline, radiating aggression. Faced with such a fierce expression, Eino did not even flinch. His thoughts were now captivated by her name. After all, the recognition of Hermione was exceedingly prominent, and it brought to mind the earlier correspondence from the owl. After a moment's hesitation, Eino inquired, "So, your father is a dentist as well?" Upon hearing the word dentist, Hermione paused, momentarily taken aback, and asked with surprise, "Is that what you divined?" "While accurate, I requested a reading concerning my future school." A revelation struck Eino's mind. Same name, same surname, residing in London, and both having a father who was a dentist. He could assert with absolute certainty that the girl before him was none other than Hermione Granger, destined to become the future Minister for Magic and one of the pivotal members of the legendary trio. In that moment, Eino resolved to keep his distance from her, at least for the foreseeable future. At Hogwarts, the proximity to Hermione undoubtedly meant indirectly holding Harry's hand, a notion that might pique Draco's interest. Drawing closer to the savior? Eino harbored no such curiosity. After all, the next 7 years of Harry's life were evident to those who understood. "Miss Granger, the results of the divination have revealed that neither of these 2 schools is destined to be your future abode." Eino succinctly articulated the prophecy's outcome, then picked up a £1 note from the table, preparing to depart. Noticing the confusion in the girl's eyes, he reluctantly added before leaving, "Of course, should you actually enroll in either of those schools, I shall refund you double the amount before the term begins. Rest assured, I shall not flee." With that, Eino exited the lounge without a backward glance. With Miss Know-It-All around, he had no intention of lingering in the bookstore. Instead, he resolved to purchase a few books to prepare for the impending campus life. Meanwhile, Hermione, gazing at the empty chairs, lowered her head in a display of mild grievance. She found herself far from pleased. They had all sought his divination, yet he conversed with them for so long. Why only a few minutes with her? In the foyer of the Foyles bookstore, Eino, under the astonished gaze of the cashier, successfully acquired 3 renowned fairy tale anthologies after paying a substantial sum of £10. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Andersen's Fairy Tales, and 1001 Nights. As he departed the bookstore, the noon hour was fast approaching. Eino quickened his pace, for more significant matters awaited him that afternoon. A letter delivered by Owl had clearly indicated that a Hogwarts professor would visit that very afternoon to assist him in acquiring all the necessary items listed on his acceptance letter. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Upon returning home, Eino immersed himself in his newly purchased books while quietly awaiting the appointed hour. Time ticked away steadily. When the hands of his old pocket watch pointed to the hour, Eno decisively closed the book and lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure materialized before him. As he discerned the identity of the newcomer, a pang of emotion struck him. Unlike others who received the guidance of the responsible Professor McGonagall, he was met with the somber presence of the half-blood prince, clad in a flowing black robe. With greasy hair framing a stern face, the individual was none other than Severus Snape, the current head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. While Eno was momentarily taken aback, Snape approached him with an impassive demeanor. Despite having read the source material and possessing a degree of familiarity with Snape, the reality of being scrutinized by those hollow, soulless eyes elicited a sense of discomfort. Unbeknownst to Eno, as their gazes locked, countless emotions surged within Snape. Innocent, pure, and bright, he discerned far more from those amber-hued orbs than he could have anticipated, as if he had opened a window transcending the river of time. He glimpsed the myriad beauties of the world. Number 19, Spider Alley, an antiquated house, with a small boy clamoring around his mother, eager to hear tales of wizards. In a tranquil park, a frail, dark-haired boy, and a girl with a sweet smile and emerald eyes. Scenes flashed incessantly through Snape's mind. Restrain your clumsy mental occlusion. Snape's voice was icy and piercing. It was evident from his tone that he was struggling to suppress something. I am a professor at Hogwarts. Here only because your name appeared on a list requiring guidance. It seems this list is erroneous. Someone does not require this guidance. No need for guidance? Upon hearing those words, Enoch, disregarding the notion of Snape's mental occlusion, hastily began to explain, Sir, I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. I have been wandering since I was 10. Without the assistance of a school, I truly cannot procure the various items necessary before enrollment on my own. Enoch spoke rapidly. A necessity given that the man before him was Snape, not the responsible Professor McGonagall. Others might have been intimidated. But this half-blood prince was one who could act on his words. If he chose not to care, he truly would not. If that were the case, Enoch would be at a loss. Not to mention the location of Diagon Alley. Merely acquiring the books and wand would be enough to cause considerable distress. Enoch was not well versed in the specifics of expenses in the magical realm, but he could surmise that it was certainly not as simple as the 10 or so pounds he had spent on a few books that morning. After hearing the explanation, Snape did not immediately depart. Instead, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. A wild bridge arch, tattered canvas, second-hand stools. If one were to seek something presentable, perhaps only the nearly new aluminum kettle remained. Fortunately, it was midsummer. Had it been the depths of winter, under such conditions, residing here would likely lead to freezing by the second day. Pack your belongings, and then come with me. Snape believed Enoch's explanation, or rather, he trusted his own judgment. Yet he also felt astonished. This boy before him was proficient in mental occlusion. That was what perplexed him the most, as it was not a mere superficial application of concealing one's thoughts. Snape understood better than anyone that only a master of this magic could lead any observer to see what their subconscious most desired to reveal. Chapter 5. The Wand and the Story of the Elder Mother. Diagon Alley. The cobblestone streets lined with an array of novel shops. A scene beyond description by any novel or film, where magical wonders flourished in splendid variety. Yet Enoch remained oblivious, wholly devoted to following in Snape's wake. Despite his curiosity about everything around him, he was acutely aware that he was not accompanied by the responsible Professor McGonagall, nor the affable Hagrid. Thus, it was paramount to expedite the completion of all matters at hand. After all, he was familiar with the path, and with a couple of months remaining until the start of school, he could easily return later to leisurely explore. Exiting Gringotts, Eno held the small bag containing 20 galleons, which represented the entirety of the financial support bestowed upon new students by Hogwarts. Of course, this assistance was not without strings attached. He had discerned the terms when he signed for the funds. Upon closer inspection, this money could only be deemed an interest-free loan, necessitating repayment within 3 years post-graduation. Nevertheless, this initiative undeniably provided substantial aid to many, a fact that could not be contested. Clutching the funds, Eno turned to Snape and inquired, Professor, what shall we do next? It is you, not us. Snape corrected Eno's grammar with an impassive expression, then continued with a tone of indifference. Take your money and purchase the items on your list. My responsibility is solely to guide you to Diagon Alley and ensure you receive these funds. Watching Snape's indifferent back as he strode away, Eno raised his arm to rub his aching cheek. Maintaining a perpetually harmless smile had left his facial muscles in a state of rigidity. How baffling. Had he somehow offended the ancestral home of this individual? To this day, he remained oblivious to how he had incurred Snape's disfavor. Although possessing dark hair, he certainly did not have emerald green eyes. Though slightly disgruntled, he could do little more than acquiesce. As Snape had just indicated, the professor had fulfilled his obligation to guide him, even if the specifics remained unclear. Yet Eno was aware that Snape was not one to engage in deception over such matters. Before the entrance of Gringotts, a scene of their earlier encounter flashed through Eno's mind once more. A clumsy mention of the Obliviate spell stirred his imagination, just as Snape would not stoop to lies. He too would refrain from uttering meaningless words. He had mentioned the Obliviate spell. In contemplation, Eino instinctively thought of his disguise. To navigate the fantastical realm safely. Masquerading as an innocent and benevolent child was an essential strategy. The fantastical world might defy reason and logic, yet it adhered to a fundamental principle. A tenet upheld by all fairy tales and folklore. That kind-hearted children would invariably find safety. Even when faced with adversity, they would emerge unscathed. For this reason, he had been diligently crafting his facade, compelling himself to appear harmless. Yet this might only be a fraction of the whole. Eino gently shook his head. The known variables were still too few, leaving him momentarily perplexed about the underlying reasons. Never mind. He would seek answers in the library once school commenced. Unable to unravel the mystery now, he chose to set it aside, for there were still numerous matters to attend to. 15 minutes later, Innocent stepped out of the second-hand goods store with an air of charm. Having not only procured a seemingly high-quality used crucible and glass bottles at a discount, but also discreetly inquiring about the location of Ollivander's wand shop. Perhaps fueled by an anticipation for wands nestled within her heart, she traversed the path with remarkable speed. Before long, she arrived at her destination, the only wand-selling establishment in Diagon Alley and indeed the entirety of the British Isles, Ollivander's wand shop. The passage of time had rendered the shop sign somewhat weathered, with the gilded lettering peeling in places. Yet, upon closer inspection, the inscription remained legible. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Innocent stood at the threshold, gazing at a name that had graced countless books and films, her heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. This was the birthplace of stories. With a soft sigh of wonder, she pushed the door open. Upon entering the shop, Innocent was struck by the stark contrast between her expectations and reality. The interior was far from the spaciousness she had envisioned. The usable area was regrettably cramped, with the atmosphere feeling overwhelmingly crowded, narrow, and antiquated. Yet, despite the limited space, the arrangement of the room exuded an air of mystery. Rows of wands were displayed on faded purple cushions, while a multitude of others were crammed into elongated boxes, stacked precariously on old shelves that nearly brushed the ceiling. Thousands of wands lay in serene order, creating an ambience of solemnity, as if this place had been forgotten by time. "Good afternoon. A new face," came a gentle voice from the side as Innocent surveyed her surroundings. The speaker was an elderly figure, with a mane of silver-gray hair cascading messily to shoulder length. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unforgettable brilliance. "Good afternoon, sir," Innocent replied politely, continuing, "If possible, I would like to purchase a wand of my own. Of course, every young wizard who visits here during the summer is in search of their wand." Innocent smiled knowingly at Ollivander's subtle implication of selection rather than purchase. "My dear child, which arm do you prefer to wield your wand with?" Ollivander asked as he rolled up his sleeves and retrieved a measuring tape from the corner. "My right hand, sir." Innocent readily extended her arm for measurement, although she remained puzzled about the purpose of these steps. Seeing her cooperation, Ollivander skillfully unfurled the tape and began to measure, all the while promoting his philosophy on wands. Many believe that wizards choose their wands, but in truth, it is the wand that selects the wizard. This time, Innocent did not remain silent. She eagerly engaged in the conversation, stating, "I wholeheartedly agree. Much like the tale of the elder mother, to some, they are merely trees, but to others, they are benevolent spirits." "The elder mother?" Ollivander paused, his hands stilling as he regarded Innocent with a curious gaze. "It is a muggle fairy tale, sir. The story is vivid and rich in meaning." Upon witnessing the curiosity etched on Ollivander's face, Eino felt no need to withhold and began recounting a tale from Andersen's fairy tales. His 2 years of literary exploration had rendered him well-versed in various narratives and folklore. Set in a distant ancient era, the story unfolded simply. A mischievous little boy, having broken his leg, was reluctant to consume the bitter elderflower potion. Thus embarking on a fantastical journey, the boy first beheld the elderflower in his bowl transforming into a towering tree, from which emerged a woman with emerald skin. In an instant, the boy was whisked away to the heavens by the ever-growing elderflower, gripping a branch tightly to avoid plummeting. Time seemed to lose its meaning until the elderflower ceased its ascent, and he found himself in a picturesque realm, filled with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms. The branch he had clutched had metamorphosed into a beautiful maiden, and the boy found himself enamored by her, captivated by the scent of elderflower that enveloped her. With audacity, he professed his affection, to which the maiden consented, plucking an elderflower to adorn his head, declaring, "Here is your eternal life." The tale was brief. Eino concluded it in less than 15 minutes, while Mr. Ollivander listened intently in silence. However, a dramatic twist awaited at the story's conclusion. In the presence of various small creatures, they were wed, living a tranquil and joyous life, even welcoming a clever child. Yet, one fateful day, When their child again injured his leg and required elderflower for healing, the once little boy recalled everything, including the mother waiting for him at home. Awakening from this reverie, he returned to his former self, the injured boy once more. Gazing at the still warm elderflower potion before him, he did not hesitate this time, lifting the bitter brew to his lips and drinking it down. As Eino uttered the final word of this profound tale, a brief silence enveloped the room before Ollivander erupted into applause, his excitement evident as he exclaimed, "What a splendid story! Indeed, they are all alive. Elderflower, cherry wood, apple wood, grapevines." Chapter 6. I never said I wouldn't pay. In the confines of Ollivander's wand shop, a silver-haired elder appeared to be ensnared in a self-constructed realm, muttering to himself, creating an oddly surreal atmosphere. Observing this scene, Eino felt compelled to remind him, "Sir, if possible, I would still like to obtain my wand at the earliest opportunity." His gaze drifted through the display window to the outside, where individuals were already waiting at the shop's entrance. Perhaps out of basic courtesy, they refrained from barging in. "Oh, my apologies, young one. This is quite all right." Evidently, Ollivander noticed the guests waiting outside and, without any hesitation, promptly resumed the interrupted measuring process. He began by measuring from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to floor, and even took a moment to measure Eino's head circumference. The enchanted measuring tape danced up and down tirelessly. Once everything was prepared, Ollivander turned his gaze to Eino's amber eyes and said tentatively, "Here, try this one." An elder wand with a phoenix feather, measuring 12 inches in length, with commendable flexibility. It exhibited the most lively response while you were narrating your story. "So I believe you shall find a harmonious connection." It was a remarkably beautiful wand, Eino's first impression. Unlike other common elder wands, the protruding knots along this wand were not overly pronounced. Instead, they were arranged in a pleasing manner, resembling white gems embedded within the wand's body from a distance. While he acknowledged the wand's aesthetic appeal, he remained skeptical of Ollivander's introduction, doubting that the latter had not simply concocted this notion after listening to his story. It is crucial to note that although this world possessed magic, it was confined solely to that. The bizarre occurrences woven into fairy tales and folklore likely did not hold true here. That said, Eino cautiously accepted the wand, aware that both phoenix feathers and elder wood were exceptionally rare in the realm of magic. The wand felt exquisite in his hand, smooth and seemingly imbued with a gentle warmth. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. For in that instant, upon grasping the wand, he distinctly observed a vibrant green glow emanating from its tip, which then blossomed into a white, six-petaled elderflower. In contrast to Harry's boisterous and chaotic wand selection, this elder wand in his possession resembled a bashful maiden, delicately and reservedly expressing its essence. "Splendid!" Ollivander exclaimed with palpable excitement. The sudden exclamation startled Eino, and as he regained his composure, the blossoming flower on the wand quietly faded. "I knew you two were a match." It was indeed very pleased while listening to the story. Ollivander continued to expound upon his philosophy, rambling on like a garrulous individual. "Here we go again," Eino thought. Rolling his eyes, he conceded that the wand indeed resonated with him. Holding it felt akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend, imbued with a subtle familiarity. However, if one were to speak of any sense of autonomy or personality, he regrettably felt none. Observing Ollivander's propensity to prattle on, Eino felt compelled to deploy his own clever retort. "Ah, indeed. If it is so pleased, does that imply I may take it home free of charge?" Ollivander paused, momentarily taken aback by this unprecedented assertion in his decades of running the shop. "Ahem, it is not as such. I meant that the bond signifies merely that the wand has found its rightful master, rather than being taken away for free." Seemingly apprehensive of any further astonishing justifications, Ollivander, without allowing Eino a moment to respond, declared, "A mere 7 galleons. Remember, this is the introductory price. Cherish it well." All right. I never said I would withhold payment," Eino replied, bemused by the wary gaze of his counterpart, as he opened his coin pouch. Upon exiting the wand shop, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over him. To possess a genuine wand was a dream once deemed unattainable. Now that this aspiration had materialized, a profound joy enveloped him. Happiness, indeed, can be so simple. With the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes, he understood that true joy does not stem from a life of comfort and abundance, but rather from the enduring presence of hope within one's existence. Just like the 2 years of wandering he had endured, despite lacking a stable abode and enduring the elements, he had consistently believed in seizing the opportunities presented by the magical realm to lead a more extraordinary life. Consequently, the humble underpass and the inexpensive meals became mere embellishments in the tapestry of his existence. Returning to the matter at hand, after purchasing his wand, Eino strolled leisurely along the cobblestone streets, the initial sense of unfamiliarity in Diagon Alley dissipating. After all, he was now a wand-bearer. With this thought in mind, he ambled towards his next destination, the legendary Leaky Cauldron. As for secondhand books, he had no intention of considering them. Studying magic was not akin to reading fairy tales, and missing pages or scribbled notes were of little consequence. Education was paramount for establishing his future, hence it warranted utmost diligence. In fact, upon receiving this financial assistance, he had already devised a plan. While anything could be acquired as inexpensive secondhand items, both wands and books were non-negotiable in their necessity for being new. Upon scrutiny, the 20 galleons afforded by Hogwarts was not an arbitrary sum. It was nearly adequate to procure all necessary items, with the exception of owls. On the southern side of Diagon Alley stood a shop starkly contrasting the wand store, quietly nestled by the street. The pristine sign and expansive entrance were indicative of the thriving business within. Leaky Cauldron, whether by footfall or popularity, consistently ranked among the top 5 establishments in the original narrative. Upon entering, one is invariably captivated by an aura both delicate and profound. The air imbued with a pleasant oak scent, intertwined with the distinctive fragrance of ink emanating from the books. On the entrance shelf, 2 modest magical ornamental plants were displayed, infusing the traditional bookstore with a touch of vitality. The interior was somewhat dim, yet the clear weather allowed the afternoon sun to filter through the antiquated window panes, dancing upon the rows of bookshelves. This scattered sunlight illuminated the volumes arrayed on the shelves, making them discernible. Welcome to Leaky Cauldron. Are you in need of purchasing Hogwarts textbooks? First year? Second year? There are packaged sets of all the required materials over there. Or do you require individual volumes? The textbooks are located here, while other genres of books can be found on the shelves at the back. The bookstore manager is a somewhat greasy and portly middle-aged man, his slightly sunken deep-set eyes indicating that he is not a native of the British Isles. He gestures toward the 2 rows of bookshelves while introducing Eino. Perhaps it is the summer holiday that makes textbooks the best sellers. Thus they are prominently displayed in the center of the store. Very well, sir. I require the complete set of first-year textbooks for Hogwarts. Following the direction of the manager's finger, Eino's gaze sweeps across the foremost shelf. Titles such as A History of Magic, Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, Standard Spells, Levels 1 to 4, Magical Herbs and Fungi, Potions and Elixirs, and Dark Magic, a self-defense guide stand out. Hundreds, if not thousands, of pristine books are meticulously arranged, creating a truly magnificent sight. Chapter 7. The Bloom of Magic. As dusk descends, the first blush of twilight appears on the horizon, marking not so much the birth of night as the demise of day. Amidst this interplay of light and shadow, Eino wanders through Diagon Alley alone. Perhaps due to the summer season, the streets remain bustling with life, even in the evening. A diverse array of passers-by surrounds him. Most are clad in robes and tall pointed hats, while a few in suits, dressed as muggles, seem far from out of place. Flanking the streets are a variety of peculiar buildings and shops: Gringotts, Elop's Owl Emporium, Flourish and Blots, Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor, and the Cauldron Shop of Patchett, among others. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, everything appears both mysterious and enchanting. The once familiar storefronts now manifest vividly before him. Certain experiences and vistas can only be fully appreciated by being present in the moment. Eino stands at the street corner, captivated by the sights unfolding before him. That summer, the dilapidated brick wall on the screen parted in the middle, similarly opening a pathway to wonder for all young wizards. Perhaps it was then that the seeds of magic were quietly sown. It's time to return. Considering the hour, Eino casts one last glance at the bustling street before turning back toward his point of origin. He is acutely aware that, despite being in a time of peace, Diagon Alley thrives. However, for a small wizard wandering alone at night, he is perceived by many as a potential fortune. Regardless of how prosperous a place may appear on the surface, there invariably lurks a corresponding darkness beneath. The connection between Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley seems anything but coincidental. In the London night, a faint mist always rises. By the banks of the Thames, in a secluded archway of a bridge, Eino busies himself preparing dinner for the evening. He first reheats the leftover fish and chips from lunch by the stove, then tosses a few leaves of red tea into an aluminum kettle. Once he has completed his tasks, he leans back against the bridge pillar to relax. He must devise a way to earn some money now. Eino gazed at the pitiful coin before him, a wave of contemplation washing over him. No matter where one finds oneself, it seems that money is perpetually elusive. His recent shopping spree had successfully depleted the 20 galleons bestowed upon him by Hogwarts assistants. Much of what he procured was second-hand, including a cauldron, robes, glass bottles, and even half a bottle of ink. The ink, in particular, reminded him of the stationery vendor's expression upon hearing his request for only half a bottle. Amusingly, when he explained that adding water to the ink would suffice for writing, the vendor's face displayed sheer incredulity. It was a curious thing. Diluting the ink merely lightened its hue, yet it saved him at least 5 nuts. Eino absent-mindedly toyed with a few silver sickles in his hand while pondering ways to earn money. He quickly dismissed the fantastical realm, despite its treasures and gold coins. All fables, fairy tales, and rustic stories told the same tale. The greedy meet their doom. With a stroke of luck, one might find themselves with nothing but an empty basket. With misfortune, they could even lose their life. The fantastical world values character above all, which is why he had long endeavored to mask his true self. Kindness and innocence lead one to smooth sailing, with even small creatures offering assistance. In stark contrast, malevolence and greed might attract misfortune, as one could easily encounter a passerby ready to resolve them with alarming ease. After much reflection, Eino concluded that his only potential for earning lay in storytelling or divination. The mere thought of fortune-telling evoked the image of the figure who had once gifted him the dice. Upon his first entry into the fantastical realm, overwhelmed by insecurity, he had blindly chosen to follow a seemingly benevolent bard. In exchange for the bard's protection, he willingly served as the bard's apprentice for several months. The experience proved immensely rewarding. Not only did he safely traverse nearby towns, but he also honed the essential skill of feigning kindness and innocence necessary for survival in the magical world. After months of companionship, the bard generously presented him with a precious gift upon their farewell, a six-sided die blessed by the goddess of fate, suitable for divination. Yet, beyond the gift of the die, Eino was far more grateful for the teachings imparted to him. Living in this realm, one must remember a crucial truth. Everything you desire actually controls you. When you relinquish all desires, you attain the world. This adage not only serves as a cautionary tale, but has also been Eino's guiding principle over the past 2 years. By firmly holding onto this wisdom, he has evaded countless potential dangers in the fantastical realm. Thank you, Professor Hans, for your invaluable assistance. Reflecting on the slightly enigmatic middle-aged man, Eino felt a deep-seated gratitude. The old aluminum kettle emitted a piercing alarm, pulling Eino back to the present moment. Meanwhile, within the confines of the narrow bridge tunnel, the fragrant aroma of black tea wafted through the air. A few pieces of fried fish accompanied by bread, alongside a pot of boiling black tea, constituted the modest yet delightful dinner for the evening. After the meal, Eino casually opened the bundle from his shopping excursion, rummaging through its contents until he retrieved a thick tome. Elementary Standard Spells by Miranda Goshawk was the book he had chosen after careful deliberation. In contrast to more ostentatious subjects like transfiguration or potions, he firmly believed that spells represented the very essence of magic, serving as its foundational discipline. The other subjects merely embellishments. Moreover, he aspired to swiftly master a couple of simple spells to prepare for the impending journey ahead. As for the secrecy laws and the original text of the trace, Hermione had experimented with every spell before the start of the school year without receiving any warnings from the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps it was only upon entering Hogwarts that the so-called trace would take effect. Returning to the matter at hand, upon opening Elementary Standard Spells, Eino was pleasantly surprised to discover the content remarkably accessible. The first-year curriculum comprised merely 7 spells, aside from the levitation charm, which required some finesse. The others, Alohomora, softening charm, Incendio, and repairing charm, were exceedingly straightforward, allowing one to grasp them with relative ease through methodical practice. Of course, mastering the repairing charm would span from the first year all the way to graduation, with its complexity deepening each year. Within the tunnel, candles flickered gently, casting a soft glow in the confined space. By the meager light, the young boy immersed himself in his reading. 2 hours later, flames roared to life. The incantation echoed, and a flicker of flame erupted from the tip of his elder wand, only to be swiftly extinguished by a gust of wind. Yet, that faint glimmer of fire ignited a thrill within him. This was magic. Eino tenderly caressed the gnarled surface of his elder wand. In the ensuing moments, he could always glimpse the alternating glow of flames through the thick canvas, illuminating the hidden recesses of the tunnel. Chapter 8. Re-entering the fantastical world in South Kensington, London. Hermione was showcasing her new school uniform to her family. A simple black robe paired with a pointed black wizarding hat. Is this frog alive? Unlike the fascination women often have for clothing, Mr. Granger was far more captivated by the animated chocolate frog before him, fixated on it for nearly a quarter of an hour while seated on the sofa. Dad, that's just a chocolate candy. Perhaps it's the magic that grants it temporary mobility, but it's meant to be eaten. Hermione pressed her lips together, casting an expectant glance toward the solitary chocolate frog in her home. Mr. Granger seemed to catch the glimmer of hope in his daughter's eyes and hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, my dear, but you know the damage sweets can inflict on your teeth, especially during your orthodontic treatment. Once cavities form, before Mr. Granger could finish his thought, Hermione instinctively interjected, launching into a rapid-fire explanation. Once cavities form, they are inevitable, only to progress until the tooth completely shatters. The sole remedy is a root canal to eliminate the dental nerve, thoroughly cleanse the pulp, and subsequently fill it with a novel-like cured composite resin. In a huff, Hermione added, I wasn't even thinking of eating it, just looking. With that, she turned her eyes away from the chocolate frog. Perhaps she had initially entertained the notion of tasting it, but upon hearing the mention of orthodontics, she resolutely abandoned the idea. Lately, any conversation regarding teeth inexplicably conjured images of Miss Rabbit in Hermione's mind, which both irritated and embarrassed her. Even if one possesses a modicum of divination talent, it is hardly a justification to comment on a girl's appearance. Perhaps she had received an owl bearing news that validated her previous divination results. Or perhaps she had visited Diagon Alley and witnessed true magic. In any case, Hermione was unaware that her mindset had subtly shifted, and her designation for Eino had transitioned from the charlatan to someone with a bit of skill. No matter how long the night may be, dawn will inevitably arrive. By the banks of the Thames, as the morning sun bathed the narrow archway in light, Eino had already awakened. Yet another splendidly sunny day lay ahead. He rose, drawing back the tattered linen curtain, and after a gratifying stretch, stepped out from his alcove beneath the bridge. Standing at the edge of the bridge, he let the golden rays of sunlight warm his face, a comforting sensation that compelled him to close his eyes and savor the tranquility of the moment. After a simple morning routine, Eino settled onto the grass, lost in thought, his gaze wandering over the shimmering surface of the Thames illuminated by the dawn. Observing the boats gliding by and the scattered pedestrians along the riverbank, he found himself increasingly enamored with this leisurely pace of life. After a peaceful interlude, Eino eventually rose and strolled back to his dwelling, beginning to organize his belongings. Sifting through his possessions, he first stuffed some dried cheese and hardened bread into his canvas bag, followed by a tattered dark gray blanket and the cherished book, Elementary Standard Spells. His actions were driven by a sudden, subtle premonition. After more than 3 months, today felt like the day he would once again enter the wondrous realm. Though he could not pinpoint the exact moment, an inexplicable sense assured him, and this intuition had never steered him wrong before. Time ticked by, moment by moment. By a curious twist of fate, after Eino had finished organizing all his belongings, he suddenly noticed that the light around him had abruptly dimmed. In an instant, perhaps even shorter than that, the bright morning sun had been replaced by the somber hues of dusk, the stark contrast nearly taking his breath away. A sudden chill swept through the air, catching him off guard. Once again, the weather had turned unexpectedly foul, providing no time for preparation. He rummaged through his backpack and draped an old woolen blanket around himself, feeling somewhat better afterward. However, this attire rendered him more akin to a wandering wizard on a journey, lacking only a pointed hat and a wand concealed within his cloak. Autumn had withered the landscape, casting a pall over the day as heavy clouds loomed low in the sky. A solitary figure emerged amidst the dreary, desolate countryside. As Eino took in the cold scenery illuminated by the fading twilight, dilapidated houses, crumbling walls, and dead white trees stood among the sparse surroundings, exuding an ineffable gloom. The eerie silence was only broken by the rustling of leaves as the cold wind swept through the treetops. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to such sights, his curiosity about the perpetual decay of certain wild places having faded with repeated encounters. After all, despite the apparent desolation, there was no immediate danger, provided one remained prudent and avoided unnecessary risks. Half an hour later, just as night began to fall, Eino finally discovered a place to take refuge. The rising smoke in the distance and the faint scent of toasted bread in the air gradually relaxed his tense body. In this fantastical realm, encountering a house or a campfire in the wild did little to ease one's mind, for they could very well belong to a devil or an old witch. However, the sight of curling smoke offered a genuine sense of safety. For an old witch would never bake bread, they concocted vile potions instead. Returning to the matter at hand, Eino followed the direction of the smoke, walking several dozen meters until he finally emerged from the bizarre forest. Before him lay an endless expanse of golden wheat, crisscrossed by narrow paths and a high-mounted water wheel. Continuing forward, he soon arrived at a peaceful village, or perhaps a small town. A row of various houses, thatched, stone, and wooden, lined the streets, accompanied by a bakery, a mill, a blacksmith, and a tailor's shop. As night approached, the town appeared somewhat subdued, lacking the daytime bustle. Upon entering, Eino's somewhat peculiar attire attracted many curious glances. He refrained from approaching the locals for conversation, and, strangely, they did not engage him either. As if caught in a silent contest, minutes passed. Once again, a quaint little town. Upon discerning the scale of his surroundings, Eino swiftly dismissed incidents that transpired in bustling cities or desolate wildernesses. Over the course of 2 years, he gradually unraveled the essence of this fantastical realm. The capital city, where the king resided, flourished with commercial prosperity. Medium-sized towns, small villages, and expanses of wilderness formed disparate, yet interconnected pieces of an expansive mosaic. Sometimes these pieces bore connections, while at other times they stood in stark isolation. In any case, each fragment, each locale, possessed a corresponding tale. The distinction lay in the fact that some narratives had reached their conclusion, while others awaited their inception. Nonetheless, the inhabitants of these fragments continued to lead their lives, untouched by the outside world. With no taverns or inns in sight, Eino found himself pondering how to secure lodging. After a cursory exploration of the town, he reluctantly acknowledged that it resembled a secluded utopia. The town's amenities seemed custom-tailored for its residents, as if the needs of outsiders had never been contemplated. Chapter 9, Old John. The red shoes, the foolish knock, the bread-stomping girl, the lazy spinner, and the three fortunate ones. Each tale flickered to life in his mind. Eino then shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling within. For what he had observed thus far was wholly insufficient to deduce a complete narrative. After all, the stories unfolding in such towns were countless. His immediate task was to swiftly locate temporary accommodation and a suitable entry point into this community. Finding a place to stay was manageable. After 2 years of travel, Eino had amassed a modest sum of coins, ample for a prolonged stay in such a humble locale. However, determining the appropriate entry point required considerable deliberation, beginning with the establishment of his identity, akin to his previous guise as an itinerant bard's apprentice. Once his identity was solidified, the next step involved selecting whom to engage with, ensuring to exclude the mundane. The houses he had encountered on the road, uniform, ordinary, and devoid of distinction, were not contenders. Rather, it was the uniquely shaped or weathered abodes that captured his interest. Furthermore, even if the town's narratives had concluded, there remained latent advantages to be gleaned from these places. In the heart of the town, Old John returned to his dilapidated home after a day's labor repairing shoes. Though the structure was drafty and occasionally leaked during rainstorms, it was nonetheless one of the few possessions he could call his own. "Good day, sir. I apologize for the interruption. If it pleases you, may I seek refuge in your abode for a time? I am willing to pay." After careful consideration, Eino had ultimately chosen this rundown old house, and as the owner appeared, he hurriedly approached to initiate conversation. The sudden voice halted Old John in his tracks. After a moment of hesitation, he uncertainly inquired, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed, sir. I am a wandering minstrel, and as the dusk settles, I find no inn in this small town." With a composed expression and a well-rehearsed discourse, Eino has honed this routine to perfection. Even when faced with someone as formidable as Dumbledore, he possesses the confidence to persuade, let alone someone who merely appears to be an ordinary elder in his 50s. A minstrel, Old John's face bears a hint of nostalgia, as if he is contemplating something profound. "Very well, young one. If you do not mind the drafty dilapidation of this place." "Thank you, kind sir," Eino replied obediently. "No need for such formalities, my boy. I am neither lord nor noble. They simply call me Old John, and you may do the same." "All right, Old John. I hope you will refer to me as Eino. The term young one pertains to a version of myself from 3 years past. Simple jesting often serves to bridge the distance between souls, a notion Eino fully comprehends." "Ha! Splendid." The unfamiliar minstrel Eino, Old John responded with hearty laughter. As night enveloped the small, less than 10 square meter room, a feeble kerosene lamp flickered, casting a glow so dim that it barely illuminated a small area around it. Seated across from one another beside the lamp, Eino and Old John engaged in conversation. Being a minstrel is quite a noble profession. In my youth, I too longed for freedom and the thrill of adventure. After wandering for half a lifetime, I returned only to find that the hometown I once scorned now seems unwilling to embrace me. In the dim light, the deep creases on Old John's face became increasingly pronounced. "But that matters not. At least you have experienced it." Many returned empty-handed, lacking inspiration. Yet most of them harbor no regrets, Eino replied casually. He resonated with Old John's lament, recognizing that in another world, countless individuals leave their homes in pursuit of education, work, and property, only to realize how challenging it is to establish roots in places that do not belong to them. "I now believe you are indeed a minstrel," Old John suddenly stated with seriousness. "Is that so? How delightful." Eino shrugged nonchalantly. "I have a plethora of tales to share. However, the fee must remain uncompromised." "Ha! In this small town, you are destined to return empty-handed." Old John's offhand remarks sparked a glimmer of excitement in Eino. He had meticulously sought a point of connection, which entailed cleverly gathering valuable information. "Is it customary here to listen to stories without compensation?" Eino feigned indifference in his retort. "Not quite." Old John waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "This place was once exceedingly impoverished, and hunger was a frequent plight. Only in recent years has life improved for many. But to expect them to spend money to hear stories is indeed fanciful." Eino's mind raced. From Old John's words, he gleaned a significant insight. The tales that transpired here had likely reached their conclusion. This is not a baseless conjecture, but rather the culmination of his experiences gathered over 2 years of travel. A significant transformation in a place only occurs when the stories that unfold there come to an end. Otherwise, notions of road construction, commerce, and collective prosperity remain mere fantasies in this fantastical realm. It matters little. I shall not linger here for long. As long as I draw breath, the journey shall persist. Be it the path beneath my feet or the one within my heart, both are akin. In a moment of disinterest, Eino remarked, The conclusion of a story heralds the commencement of a mundane existence, which inevitably deprives me of the opportunity to acquire anything of value. Perhaps sensing the shift in Eino's tone, old John offered a comforting response. My young friend, there is no need for such dismay. Although everyone is accustomed to frugality, they will at least part with some idle possessions as recompense for listening to tales. I have told you not to call me my young friend. Eino feigned annoyance. Haha. Very well. Yet you do seem rather youthful. Perhaps it was their initial encounter, or perhaps conversing by the flickering oil lamp was indeed a luxury. Regardless, it was not long before old John, citing fatigue, brought their conversation to a close. In the dead of night, Eino lay upon a straw-strewn bed while the cold wind howled outside. Strangely, this wind seemed almost sentient, deftly bypassing the intact walls and surging in through unseen crevices. This rendered the already chilly room even more frigid. Faced with such an environment, Eino could only tighten the blanket wrapped around him. It must be said that he found the tattered blanket salvaged from a wealthy district's refuse surprisingly effective, despite its appearance. It was indeed genuine cashmere that insulated him from the loss of body heat. Perhaps I shall take some time tomorrow for divination. Nonetheless, the end of the story may prove beneficial, allowing me to delve into a good book. Since the facts have been established, I shall accept them with equanimity. Eino remained ever mindful of one principle. To thrive in this world, one must eschew greed. Consequently, he never clung to the desire for personal gain from the narrative. After all, life is singular. As long as he endures, opportunities will inevitably arise. Chapter 10. To the Depths of Despair. The following morning, amidst a cacophony of clanging and clattering, Eino reluctantly opened his eyes. Upon surveying the surroundings, he identified the source of the noise. Old John was seated outside, busily hammering away at something, producing the rhythmic din that had awakened him. Are you awake? Then rise. Do not emulate those indolent drunkards who slumber until midday. Old John called from outside. Eino astutely noted the man's inexplicable aversion to laziness, as evidenced by a hint of reproach in his tone. Although puzzled, he did not hesitate in his actions. He sprang from his bed, retrieved a towel and toothbrush from his belongings, and commenced his morning ablutions. Old John, is it common for someone to repair shoes this early in the morning? Eino sat quietly to the side, observing the industrious old John with a curious gaze. Upon noticing the tools scattered on the ground, he deduced that old John was indeed a cobbler. As life flourished, fewer individuals opted for shoe repair. Without lifting his head, old John spoke, and after a considerable while, he finally completed his task, letting out a sigh as he remarked, though few seek shoe repairs nowadays. Striking a few more nails cannot be in vain. Who knows if they might be needed in the future, lest anyone wander barefoot in the frigid winter. In response, Eino nodded in empathetic agreement, reflecting, it is lamentable how so many remain oblivious to the suffering that surrounds them, yet they fantasize about becoming heroes who rescue distant souls. This was not mere compliance. It stemmed from his encounters with myriad hardships over the past 2 years. As previously stated, once a tale concludes in a certain place, everything reverts to the ordinary and mundane. Yet, it is often the commonplace that attracts misfortune, for the mundane seldom births miracles. Upon hearing Eino's lament, old John, unusually, chose silence. After a pause, he lifted his gaze to the heavens and declared, Eino, you speak truth. To fantasize about being a hero while failing to save those nearby is truly a grand jest. In that moment, old John deviated from his usual term of endearment and addressed Eino by name. This time, Eino refrained from further comment, having surmised that the story of this small town likely intertwined with old John's life, even if he was not the central figure. Nonetheless, he shared a profound connection with the protagonist. Noticing the melancholic expression on old John's face, Eino recognized that this was not the opportune moment to ponder such matters. Cough, cough, old John. My teacher once imparted a piece of wisdom, which I now pass on to you. Clearing his throat, he awaited old John's attention before continuing. He said, life resembles a small ripple, gradually spreading. Thus, the essence of life is often tinged with a sense of regret. After a brief pause, Eino continued, old John. What I truly wish to convey is that all lives possess light. They are akin to a burning match, fragile, warm, and resplendent. And before that match extinguishes, if it can illuminate others, even if just for a fleeting moment, it should not be deemed a regret. Time seemed to suspend in that instant, stretching indefinitely yet fleetingly. It appears I've been lectured by you, little one, old John remarked, half-jokingly. Despite being referred to as little one again, Eino felt no irritation. He sensed the sorrow within old John gradually dissipating. A few minutes later, old John had organized his tools. All right, I must return to my work. With a stroke of luck, we shall have a bountiful dinner tonight. If you find yourself feeling bored, you could take a stroll up the small hill behind the town. It poses little danger, especially in spring when many children venture there to forage for mushrooms. All right, I understand. Eino nodded and rose to fetch his backpack from his room. In truth, had he heard this valuable information upon his arrival, it would have delighted him for quite some time. But now, the curtain has fallen. And what use is there for expired tickets but to collect them? Atop the small hill behind the town, flames blazed fiercely. The entrance to the Allaho cave stood wide open. It had been restored to its former glory. Eino deliberately chose a secluded spot, ensuring he would not be easily discovered, and began practicing magic according to the beginner's standard spells. As previously mentioned, first-year Hogwarts students are required to master only 7 spells. However, to him, these 7 spells seem more like the rudimentary prefixes of many profound incantations. Much like the 26 letters of the alphabet, mastering them proficiently allows one to combine them into words and compose elegant poetry. A simple illustration from the original text involves the first-year final exam in Charms class, which required a pineapple to dance across a desk. This scenario incorporates the combined applications of the softening charm, the levitation charm, and the locking charm. Similarly, Eino recalled Dumbledore's stylish conjuration of fire. Perhaps it was also a sophisticated application of the fire-making spell. After all, a flickering flame and a roaring blaze are fundamentally the same in their essence. Both summon fire. Upon receiving the owl's letter, he contemplated the path that lay ahead. Yet, regardless of circumstances, one must never be complacent about learning. If one cannot avoid the grind, then one should embrace it wholeheartedly. With a soft sigh, Eino rubbed his sore wrist and lifted his wand to commence a new round of practice. Considering the future events and his own safety, he resolved to quietly practice magic while his peers engaged in quidditch and mischief. Time flowed like water, and several hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. An intense focus can unknowingly usher one into a state akin to flow, where the passage of time becomes imperceptible. It wasn't until the light around him noticeably dimmed that he emerged from this state. To his surprise, he found himself experiencing the fervor of losing track of time. Once he broke free from his concentration, an overwhelming hunger surged through him, akin to a primal urge to pounce upon something and taste its flavor. Without any further ado, he swiftly retrieved the dry cheese he carried in his pack and hastily consumed a few chunks, which momentarily stifled his hunger. After taking a brief respite, Eino was awestruck by the breathtaking scene before him. The sky was ablaze with resplendent twilight hues. The fading sunlight illuminated the clouds at the horizon, rendering the entire sky as if it had been brushed with red paint, a sight so beautiful it was truly breathtaking. In the quaint town nestled at the foot of the mountain, a myriad of houses stood in harmonious array, their chimneys releasing delicate wisps of smoke that gracefully ascended into the heavens. At first glance, it appeared as though clouds from above were gently cascading down to earth. Perched on a hillside, Eino felt as if he were beholding an unparalleled masterpiece. Chapter 11, a month later, beside the town square. Eventually, Ali Baba revealed the secret of the stone gate to his son, who then passed it on to his grandson, and thus, their descendants lived in affluence. The progeny of Ali Baba cherished their good fortune, never indulging in excess, which ensured their prosperity for generations, earning them lasting renown. Eino sat upon his small stool, animatedly recounting tales from 1001 Nights. Surrounding him was a throng of eager children, along with a few elderly folks and adults fortunate enough to have the time to listen. Marvelous Eino, tell us another. They clamored. Yes, another one. I have yet to hear enough today. As the story concluded, before Eino could utter a word, the children eagerly clamored for a new tale. Unfazed by the cacophony of voices around him, Eino maintained a serene silence, embodying the adage that one must not reveal the rabbit until it is caught. The scene lingered in a state of tension for several moments until a basket of freshly baked whole wheat bread was placed upon the ground. Little Eino, please tell us another story. I believe this bread should suffice as payment for the next tale, spoke an elderly woman with a shock of silver hair. Her plump figure adorned in a linen dress that had faded to a pale hue, lending her an amusing appearance. Eino cast a quick glance at the basket, and an instant judgment formed in his mind. He donned a warm smile and replied, "Ah, dear Aisha, this basket of bread could surely cover at least 3 stories." In his commitment to an equitable exchange, even for a few loaves, he refrained from taking undue advantage, subtly nourishing his own avarice. Moreover, valuing an audience capable of compensating for his tales was a fundamental principle for every bard, as their livelihood depended upon it. With Aisha, Eino never resorted to deception, for in their small town, very few could afford to pay for the privilege of a story. Seizing a moment of conversation, he swiftly lifted the basket from the ground, opening it to place each loaf into his satchel, before politely handing the empty basket back to her. Now that payment has been received, let us commence, dear child, Aisha urged as she accepted the basket. Clearing his throat, Eino announced, "Now, I shall share a tale of a tailor, a sprite, treasure, and a princess." Once the crowd quieted, he began, "This story unfolds in a distant land, long, long ago, in stark contrast to the bustling commotion of the central square. On the other side of the town lies a somewhat neglected old street. Beneath a makeshift shelter, a tattered canvas sprawls across the ground, adorned with an array of leather, velvet, and iron nails. Surprisingly, despite the absence of customers, its proprietor remains squatting there, incessantly hammering away at something. The rhythmic clinking of his work resonates from afar, a sound that is impossible to ignore. This is the domain of Old John, the last remaining cobbler in the town. Observant individuals might notice that. Unlike the past when he would merely sit idly at his stall during slow times, these days Old John appears to be perpetually engaged in his craft, laboring alone. For nearly a month, regardless of wind or rain, whether in solitude or company, he has been either hammering nails or tirelessly crafting wooden shoe soles. Day after day, he diligently repeats these thankless tasks, as time slips by unnoticed. At the town's center, after finishing his final tale, Eino observes the crowd gradually dispersing. It is not that they have grown weary of his stories. Rather, life does not permit them to squander an entire day in idle entertainment. Even the youngest children must return home before dinner to assist their parents, who have labored throughout the day. As the crowd thins, Eino rises, stretching luxuriously. He tidies his belongings and picks up his compact stool, concluding another day's work. A month has passed almost imperceptibly. Glancing down at the worn canvas bag, marked with 31 tally marks etched in pencil, he cannot help but reflect on how swiftly time flows. Quietly, he realizes he has spent a full month in this unremarkable town, reaping substantial rewards. In the mornings, he practices magic on the mountains behind the town, while afternoons are spent sharing stories by the fountain, gathering essential provisions for his livelihood. Each day has been remarkably fulfilling. Now, Eino is proficient in casting the 7 basic spells of a first-year student, including the somewhat challenging levitation charm. However, with his magical prowess advancing, his repertoire of stories has dwindled significantly. It is understandable. An entire afternoon cannot be adequately filled with merely 3 or 5 tales. Over time, regardless of how many stories one possesses, the relentless consumption of a month's high-intensity storytelling takes its toll. For instance, today he narrated the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. Yet, due to the brevity of the original story, he found himself compelled to embellish it, introducing scorpions, poisonous creatures, and enigmatic cocoons into the mix. What began as a few hundred words transformed into a desert-themed adventure, akin to a thrilling escapade, extending the tale by several minutes until, at last, he concluded amidst the audience's lingering curiosity. Amidst these daily routines, what perplexes him most is the utter absence of any sensation of time returning. As dusk descends, Eino walks alone along the street, his shadow stretching long and slender behind him. As he strolled along, he occasionally nodded and smiled at the townsfolk, infusing the atmosphere with warmth. Frankly, nothing is more persuasive than time, for it can silently transform everything without notifying anyone. Time has subtly embraced this town, yet he has not truly integrated into its fabric. Loneliness, it seems, resides not upon the mountains, but rather in the streets. It is not found within a solitary individual, but amidst the multitude. Logically, in a place where a story has concluded, there should be no reason to linger. Eino murmured to himself. According to his usual habits, a town where stories had ended might warrant a stay of only a week or 2 before he could return to his original world. Yet, now he had remained for an entire month without any sign of departure, which had begun to induce a faint weariness within him. One step at a time. He sighed lightly. Despite the myriad of uncertainties weighing upon his heart, he felt powerless to change his circumstances. A few moments later, Eino returned to Old John's modest abode, finding him squatting beneath the rudimentary stove, diligently striking flint against kindling, evidently preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. Old John, abandon that toil. Today, we have fresh baked bread. Upon hearing the call, Old John dropped the flint and promptly rose to approach the dining table. The enticing aroma of wheat has reached me from afar, though I was uncertain whether you would invite this old fellow to partake. In response to the jest, Eino retorted without hesitation, "Oh please, as if there were anything I would withhold from you. You always eat the most." After a month of companionship, he and Old John had forged a friendship, often exchanging harmless banter. Dinner consisted of a fragrant mushroom soup adorned with wild greens, 2 boiled eggs, and a basket of whole grain bread. This meal, in terms of its quality, could easily rank among the middle class within the entire town. Chapter 12, The Tale of Old John. As dinner concluded, Eino replenished the oil lamp with sufficient kerosene to illuminate the entire room as best as possible. Speaking of kerosene, he could not help but marvel at the peculiar nature of the town's residents. They seemed willing to exchange stories for nothing but their attention. Yet they would pay for all manner of sundry items, including this small can of kerosene, which also served as a form of compensation. After completing these tasks, Eino settled back into his chair and, in a bid to spark conversation, asked, "Old John, why do you insist on using flint to start the fire? While I appreciate frugality, we can surely afford a couple of packs of matches." As he spoke, he casually retrieved a newly purchased box of matches from his bag. A sizable quantity that, judging by its appearance, would last a considerable time. To be honest, during this period of close companionship, He had developed a genuine sense of compassion for this solitary elder. Perhaps it seemed inconsequential now, but what would it signify in the years to come? Without children, savings, or even the capacity to work, old John found himself at a crossroads. However, with limited abilities, there was little he could do. His only option was to purchase small items like matches, striving to make the elderly gentleman's twilight years a tad more comfortable. As Eino placed the matches on the table, old John stood frozen, an inexplicable sorrow flickering in his eyes. Noticing the unusual state of old John, Eino wisely chose silence, recognizing his inability to assist further. Moreover, no one could ascertain the source of old John's sadness. A careless remark could easily provoke him, leading to unforeseen consequences. Silence enveloped the dilapidated little house, becoming its prevailing theme. After a considerable time, the sorrow in old John's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of resolve. "Thank you for your gift, young Eino. I shall accept the matches." Unlike his usual jovial self, old John's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Hearing this, Eino hesitated to respond immediately, as a long-awaited sense of belonging washed over him after a month apart. It seemed that the reason for his lingering presence was deeply tied to old John. In that moment, he found clarity, recalling a rare phenomenon, the story within a story. Generally, most places revert to tranquility after a tale concludes. Yet, some exceptional locales continue to spawn new narratives, albeit they are exceedingly rare. Returning to the present, Eino, regaining his composure, remarked lightly, "I'm glad you like it. Consider it a parting gift. You know I lack the means to offer you anything of significant value." Parting? Old John paused, but soon grasped the implication, murmuring, "Indeed. A wandering minstrel is destined not to linger in one place for long. Departure is inevitable, a truth I should have acknowledged sooner." "Huh, you are quite right. We shan't remain in one locale for long. Every minstrel is like the wind, a transparent river that flows unceasingly, adapting to the contours of the land." Eino replied with a smile. "Yet, the river's ultimate destination is the vast, boundless sea." Old John adopted the demeanor of a seasoned traveler and advised, "Listen to me, young one. If you encounter the right place and the right people, stay there. Life is never devoid of passion, yet it ultimately seeks tranquility. One cannot wander perpetually." Upon hearing old John's counsel, Eino did not immediately dismiss it. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke, "Perhaps you are correct. The river's end is indeed the sea. Yet the sea, in turn, will give rise to rain, like cool meteors riding soft clouds, once again showering the earth." "Huh. I find myself debating with a minstrel," old John chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, seemingly concluding the topic without further elaboration. However, Eino was reluctant to conclude their conversation just yet. Before departing, he wished to offer some wisdom to the elderly gentleman. For the sorrow that flickered in the old man's eyes was unmistakable. "Old John," he began, "do you know what my greatest passion is?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I adore the sun, for it is perpetually both dawn and dusk. As it descends the horizon, extinguishing its vibrant glow, it simultaneously ignites on another peak, spreading warmth and light anew. Thus, dear old John, every situation possesses duality. Do not allow your entrenched thoughts to ensnare you, preventing you from moving forward in life." After sharing his thoughts, Eino fell silent, recognizing that sometimes brevity is the soul of wit. He had already resolved to pack his belongings at the break of dawn. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes passed, and just as Eino believed their evening discourse was drawing to a close, a soft sigh resonated within the room. He looked up to see old John, seated across the table, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Though his appearance remained unchanged, he now exuded a youthful vitality. Even his silver hair appeared less pallid. At that moment, old John unexpectedly inquired, "These past days, I have listened to your tales. Might you now be interested in hearing a story from me?" Eino remained silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. He tugged at his ear, adopting a posture of eager attentiveness. "Huh, you rascal," old John chuckled, amused by the young man's whimsical gesture. After a brief pause, he began to narrate. "This story does not unfold in a distant land. It takes place right here, in this quaint little town. Once, there was a young man who yearned for the freedom of the outside world. Whenever a wandering minstrel passed through, he would eagerly inquire about life beyond the town's confines. As time wore on, the young man succumbed to reality. He married a woman who, though not conventionally beautiful, was remarkably virtuous. In this, his restless heart found solace." At this juncture, a sense of nostalgic happiness illuminated old John's visage. "Yet, fate has a way of surprising us," he continued, "for his wife became pregnant and tragically departed from this world on the day of childbirth. Gaining a daughter, yet losing a wife, a devastating blow that rekindled the restlessness within him. He longed to escape, to flee to distant lands. Years passed, and he entrusted his 5-year-old daughter to his brother before embarking on a solitary journey away from their small town. As he recounted this, old John grew increasingly animated. Coughing with emotion, his breaths becoming more labored, his eyes reflecting regret and sorrow. After a moment of silence, he resumed. What the young man did not anticipate was that his once diligent brother, following the death of their elderly mother, succumbed to the vice of alcoholism, becoming disheveled and indolent, idling away his days, in pursuit of wealth to indulge in drink. He compelled his young niece to tread barefoot through the frigid winter to sell matches as a means of supplementing their household income. At this juncture in the narrative, Eino discerned a glimmer of tears in old John's eyes. Similarly, a revelation dawned upon him, as his mind was suddenly flooded with the well-known tale of the little match girl. As the story unfolded, he could now ascertain that old John was the very irresponsible father from the tale, the youth who had abandoned his daughter for over 20 years before returning home. Ultimately, old John's narrative came to a close, leaving the room enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of sparks from the burning oil lamp. Time passed languidly. It was then that Eino slowly spoke. Old John, I too possess a story about matches. Would you care to hear it? Chapter 13, The Gift of Old John. Under the bright moonlight, the night in the small town appeared particularly luminous, as silvery beams cascaded upon the tranquil streets, quietly draping the earth in a shroud of serenity. In the old house at the corner, the room resonated with rhythmic sounds, discernibly the intonation of a bard recounting a tale. Inside, Eino animatedly narrated the story of the little match girl. Amidst the cold, long night, the little girl struck her first match, which emitted a warm, radiant light akin to a tiny candle, bringing joy to her spirit. She felt as though she were seated beside a grand iron stove, its polished brass corners and embellishments gleaming. Every match was ignited. The light illuminated her surroundings, and within its glow, she beheld the loving visage of her grandmother, the gentle soul who had long since departed. Grandmother, please take me away. Once the flame extinguishes, all will vanish, the little girl implored as she rushed towards her grandmother. This time, however, the luminous grandmother did not fade away but embraced the little girl, and together they traversed a bridge made of light, arriving at a garden devoid of hunger, cold, and worry. Several minutes later, Ian completed the entire tale of the little match girl. Contrary to his expectations, old John did not shed tears, nor did he exhibit any signs of choking back emotion. Rather, he displayed a sense of release and quiet contentment. Little Eino, he began. Do you recall that day a month ago when we first met? You said, all life possesses light, like a burning match, faint, warm, and resplendent. And before the match extinguishes, if it can illuminate others, it ought not to be deemed a regret. Old John echoed those words with conviction, each syllable ringing with strength. Do you know how much comfort and confidence that statement bestowed upon me? My daughter's life was radiant. She illuminated the lives of others, including that man she referred to as her dear uncle. Following the tragedy, he overcame his addiction to alcohol and began anew in another city. Upon hearing this, Eino decisively interjected, stating, both the Redeemer and the redeemed have experienced a rebirth. The distinction lies in the fact that the life of the Redeemer is indeed resplendent, rather than tinged with regret. You are absolutely right, old John asserted with unwavering conviction. Thus, I too must seek to atone for my mistakes, illuminating the lives of others with the remnants of my existence, striving to be a true Redeemer. Is that why you have been incessantly hammering nails and tirelessly crafting shoe soles during this period? Eino countered. After all, he wasn't blind. Anyone could perceive the transformation in old John during this time. I am merely a cobbler, lacking other skills. However, upon my return, I learned that on the day my daughter passed away, she was barefoot, clad only in the apron left by her grandmother. Despite my resolute determination, the mention of sorrow still cast an unmistakable shadow of grief upon old John's countenance. Thus, I aspire to utilize my modest abilities to provide shoes for those who walk barefoot. Even if in the end, I can aid just one person, I shall find fulfillment. Regardless of how protracted the night may be, the dawn will inevitably break forth. The following morning, Eino awoke with a touch of weariness. He had conversed with old John until the midnight hour, and now he rose early, feeling somewhat drained of energy. Although it wasn't imperative to rise at dawn, the mere thought of potentially returning today dissipated the remnants of his sleepiness. Time to head home, Eino mused. Though it feels as if I have gained nothing from this journey, save for the sharpening of my tongue. As he pondered, he began to prepare for his departure, also reflecting on the treasures acquired during this excursion. To his surprise, he had amassed 3 baskets of toasted bread, several large bags of mushrooms, 2 small flasks of kerosene, dried wild vegetables, and scraps of cloth, a hodgepodge of items. Yet, the true treasures he desired, gold coins, silver coins, or even copper, were conspicuously absent. Gazing at the disheartening collection in the corner, Eino felt no inclination to carry any of it and resolved to leave it all behind for old John, preferring to cleanse his sight of the burden. After breakfast, old John unusually refrained from heading out to work. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Eino, who was diligently organizing his belongings. Are you departing today? Indeed. Today marks my departure, Eino replied with ease, gesturing towards the supplies nearby and advising, "Those items are all for you. Do not refuse them. Carrying them myself would be cumbersome, and the brigands tend to target travelers burdened with heavy packs." Old John instinctively wanted to decline, but upon hearing the reasoning behind Eino's offer, he silently nodded in acknowledgement. "Since it is thus, I shall present you with a token of gratitude. Otherwise, people might say Old John is taking advantage of the young fellow." Eyeing the accumulated supplies, Old John rose and approached a time-worn cabinet in the corner. It was a relic of considerable age, requiring support from several stones to maintain its precarious balance. Old John rummaged through the wooden cabinet, and soon, Eino beheld the token of gratitude that Old John had spoken of. A small linen pouch, jingling melodiously, hinted at its contents, certainly silver coins, as copper could not produce such a crisp and delightful sound. Beside the pouch lay a remarkably ancient matchbox, seemingly used, with faint scorch marks gracing its edges. Nonetheless, Eino exhibited no disdain. Rather, he gingerly accepted the matches from Old John's hands. "Thank you for your thoughtful gift. I truly cherish it. As for this," he said, glancing at the pouch of coins on the table, "I must firmly decline. No one is richer than a wandering minstrel. For although our gold resides within our minds, it remains all the safer there, does it not?" His refusal was resolute, yet a pang of discomfort lingered within him. Who would willingly forsake gold at their fingertips? Yet, in this world, unless under specific circumstances, any act of greed could lead to unforeseen consequences. Without granting Old John a moment to respond, Eino raised the matches and explained, "I have received the most precious gift already. I cannot greedily demand more." His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. In this fantastical realm, many treasures cannot be appraised solely by their outward appearance, much like that unassuming divination die. Moreover, this very matchbox was the key to two unfolding tales, its significance immediately apparent. Meanwhile, Old John, having presented the matches, scrutinized Eino's eyes closely. Within those amber orbs, he discerned no trace of disdain. Instead, he saw only sincerity and joy, clearly delighted by the gift. "Truth be told, I had not intended to bestow it upon you. My initial offering was merely this pouch of gold coins." Old John extended his gnarled hand, awkwardly untying the strings of the pouch, revealing the captivating hue of the coins. Yet, neither Old John nor Eino paid the coins much heed, particularly for Eino, who had encountered treasures far greater. A mere pouch of gold held little sway over his heart. However, the appearance of this pouch illuminated his earlier perplexity: how Old John, lacking any apparent means to earn a living, had managed to thrive in the town for decades. At last, he uncovered the underlying truth. Chapter 14, Farewell and Return. After confirming that Eino was indeed uninterested in the gold, Old John resecured the pouch with its strings. "Thank you for the story you shared last night. It has shifted my perspective," he began. "You may have guessed, this matchbox belonged to my daughter, her only remaining token." Eino noted that, compared to the relief he had witnessed in Old John after shedding his burdens the previous night, the man now appeared reborn, as though redeemed. Even when speaking of his daughter's relic, there was no longer the weight of regret or sorrow that had once clouded his spirit, but who bestowed upon me a generous bundle of new matches. Thus, I wish to keep it for you, allowing the tale of the little match girl to endure upon this land." Old John chuckled heartily, his laughter seemingly piercing through the clouds. Outside the town, a narrow gravel path meandered. Despite its constricted width, only sufficient for a solitary cart, it remained the sole passage to the neighboring city. "Old John, this is far enough." "Truly," Eino gently reassured him. After a month of shared days and nights, he understood the mindset of the elder before him, a visage unmistakably familiar. It echoed the fleeting reunions he had experienced after toiling abroad for an entire year, returning home for a brief celebration during the new year. As the holiday came to an end, the moment of parting would arrive, with the aged grandmother seeing him off. From the house to the door. From the door to the village entrance. Even as the carriage grew distant, she would stand rooted in place, reluctant to bid farewell. "Well then, I shall embark on a new journey, striving to chase the footsteps of spring. And you too must commence your own tale. May I hear whispers of your legend from afar. Farewell, Old John." To stave off the melancholy of departure, Eino uttered his goodbye and walked resolutely along the winding gravel path, without glancing back. Meanwhile, Old John remained silent, standing still, waving his frail arm as if in farewell. After a while, Eino suddenly heard a distant melody wafting from behind. It was Old John's voice, albeit somewhat clumsy in pitch, yet unmistakably reminiscent of a bard's meter. The timbre was rich and resonant. Even at a considerable distance, Eino discerned the verses that conveyed blessings for the wayfaring souls. "By the Thames in London, who would have thought you possessed such a talent?" Eino returned to his original world, intending merely to prepare a simple lunch and then rest a while before venturing out to procure provisions. However, upon opening his pack, he discovered a familiar item concealed within. It was the pouch of gold coins belonging to Old John. This revelation left him both amused and bewildered, despite all calculations. He had not anticipated that old John harbored such a skill. Without the slightest awareness, he had quietly placed the pouch into Eino's belongings. While he felt touched, he was even more relieved that it had gone unnoticed. Had he discovered it in advance, he would never have dared to take it. Yet, in this unintentional manner, it turned out to be the most exquisite solution. Not only had he transcended the fantastical world's regulations by acquiring a sack of gold, but he also remained untouched by greed, achieving a perfect balance. As for old John's future means of sustenance, Eino harbored no concerns whatsoever. As the next protagonist in the town's narrative, it might be said, albeit indiscreetly, that even if the entire town were to perish, old John would navigate through peril unscathed. Thank you for alleviating my immediate plight, old John. Eino gazed at the gold coins before him, silently expressing his gratitude, and carefully tucked the pouch into the lining of his jacket. With this newfound wealth, his singular thought was to dispose of all his second-hand belongings in favor of brand-new items, particularly that tattered, patinaed plain robe. Had it not been for his financial constraints, he would have discarded it without a second thought. He yearned for a new robe, a fresh cauldron, and perhaps even a room at the Leaky Cauldron. As Eino contemplated his expenditures, he also pondered the exchange rates at Gringotts. With a bag brimming with gold coins, it was certain that he could sustain himself until graduation, provided he refrained from extravagant spending. Diagon Alley. Unlike his previous hurried visit, Eino now approached with a leisurely mindset. Yet, he remained acutely aware of his purpose. His first stop was the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. Stepping once more into the opulent marble hall, he observed the multitude of diminutive goblins, each less than 2 feet tall, seated behind an elongated row of counters, diligently weighing coins on brass scales or scrutinizing gems through magnifying glasses. These goblins seemed perpetually busy, as if their tasks were never-ending. I need to exchange some galleons. But first, you must inform me of the exchange rate, Eino stated as he approached the counter and produced a gold coin gifted by old John. The distinctive sound of the gold coin immediately transformed the goblin's previously impatient demeanor into one of servility. Of course, esteemed customer, the exchange rates at Gringotts are always transparent. That is most agreeable. Eino placed the coin on the counter, urging, my time is valuable. I trust you know how to proceed. His tone bore a hint of arrogance. Yet the goblin, unaffected, regarded him with a familiar expression. To the goblin, although the young wizard's attire was excessively modest, his inherent composure and confidence were traits many pure-blooded children lacked. I will weigh and calculate your coin promptly. It shall not take long, the goblin assured, its smile widening. It was well aware that in Gringotts, discerning a customer's identity merely by their appearance was insufficient. With this thought in mind, it began its work. Color, weight, hardness. After a series of meticulous evaluations, the goblin could ascertain with absolute certainty that the coin was pure gold. However, it grappled with the realization that this particular coin appeared to be an antiquity, if it were to be exchanged solely based on the price of gold. Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason, and the goblin cautiously remarked, the purity of this coin is quite remarkable, with a total weight of 12 ounces. Therefore, this coin can be exchanged for 145 galleons. Upon hearing this, Eino swiftly calculated in his mind. Prior to his visit, he had conducted some research. In 1991, the international gold price was $350 per ounce, and the exchange rate of dollars to pounds stood at 195. Over £800 for 145 galleons was indeed a fair price. After deliberating internally, Eino made his decision and promptly retrieved 2 more coins from his pocket, stating, please assist me in exchanging these as well. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual gesture left the fairy across from him somewhat flummoxed. At that moment, the fairy appeared to don a mask of anguish, and after a few moments of internal conflict, she quietly uttered, in truth, this coin might be regarded as an antique, provided you share its history with me. No need for that. It is merely an artifact. You may exchange it based on its gold value, Eino interjected, interrupting the fairy's words. He had contemplated this matter but deemed it foolish to fabricate a history for the sake of a few extra coins. After all, while acquiring a few hundred grams of gold in the magical realm was inconsequential, conjuring an entirely fabricated history that had never been unearthed would surely attract unwarranted attention. Chapter 15, Platform 9 3/4. Emerging from Gringotts with a hefty sum of 500 galleons, Eino could not help but feel a sense of buoyancy. Although the essentials required for his soul could not be purchased with money, wealth often brings a profound sense of gratification. To be candid, since embarking on this fantastical journey, this was the first time he had amassed such a considerable amount of gold, inevitably leading to a surge of joy. It is worth noting that in the past 2 years, his best fortune had merely yielded a meager handful of silver coins within reasonable limits. He yearned to acquire bespoke, high-quality robes, a full bottle of ink, a pet, and more. At that moment, Eino harbored a singular thought, to indulge in shopping with abandon. The secret to experiencing double the joy was to earn money and spend it in equal measure. 2 hours later, outside the leaky cauldron, stood a young man clutching a brown vintage suitcase. The sensation of having money was indeed delightful. Strolling through the streets of London, Eino reminisced about his recent experiences. The exhilarating shopping spree left a lingering sweetness in his memory. After spending nearly 200 galleons, he had not only procured all the items on his school supply list, but also splurged 10 galleons on a long-desired instrument, a magically enchanted accordion that could learn sheet music and play on its own. As a bard, lacking an appropriate instrument would render him less professional, thereby inviting disdain. Of course, the total cost of all these items barely exceeded 50 galleons. The true treasure lay in the vintage leather suitcase he held. This was a no-strings-attached extension suitcase, officially sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic, despite its mere double capacity. It commanded a staggering price of 150 galleons. It seemed that, regardless of location, the value of official paperwork often outweighed that of the items themselves. Eino glanced down at the suitcase in his hand, feeling somewhat foolish for the expense, yet recognizing it as his only viable option. Such spatial equipment was indispensable for a wandering traveler like him, providing convenience for daily use and an added layer of security for his future ventures into the magical realm. As evening fell, Eino returned to the pier beneath the bridge. Were it not for the books he had previously purchased, he would have had little desire to make the trip. After all, aside from a newly purchased aluminum kettle, all that remained in his original residence were generous gifts from the affluent neighborhood. Upon returning to his lodgings and tidying up a few essentials, he made his way back to the broken cauldron just before dusk. The first order of business for Eino upon his return was to request from the proprietor, Tom Abbott, a room for a duration of 2 months. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he had no intention of relocating before the start of the school term. Since he was no longer burdened by financial woes, there was no reason to endure the hardships of living under a bridge. After all, no one was foolish. Time, akin to a wound-up clock, sometimes raced forward and at other times crawled, intertwining urgency with leisure. 2 months slipped by in an instant. On the morning of September 1st, 1991, Eino packed all his possessions into a seamless extension suitcase and took one last look at the room he had inhabited for 2 months. After a silent farewell, he closed the door, descended the stairs to bid farewell to old Tom, and set off for King's Cross Station. He paid the taxi driver £7 and arrived at his destination without incident. King's Cross Station, inaugurated in 1852, serves as a major railway terminus in central London, bustling with a considerable flow of passengers daily. Eino paid no mind to the station's hustle and bustle. His primary concern was locating the entrance to platform 9 3/4. To be candid, as a major transport hub of an international metropolis, it was far more intricate than the simplistic portrayal often seen in films, with just a few glaring columns easily visible to the eye. In reality, King's Cross Station boasts a considerable expanse. After winding through the station for nearly 10 minutes just to find platform 9, he encountered several familiar faces along the way, such as Hermione, who stood beside her parents hesitantly, or a boy with dark circles under his eyes, clutching a pure white snowy owl. However, he chose to ignore them. They were not his companions, and there was no need to attract unnecessary troubles. Eventually, after some twists and turns, he arrived at platform 9. And after witnessing a few young wizards disappear behind a stone pillar, Eino plunged forward without hesitation. Platform 9 3/4, with its medieval architectural style, featured an old steam locomotive whose red and black weathered exterior resonated with a profound sense of history. This feeling was strikingly familiar. The moment he crossed the platform and experienced a sensation of weightlessness, it reminded him of the thrill of entering a fantastical world, marked by that same elusive feeling of suspension. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. A cacophony of sounds instantly buzzed around him. The hissing of the steam engine, his parents' farewell admonitions, the playful banter of young wizards, and the various pets emitting incomprehensible calls all melded into a symphony of chaos. Overwhelmed by the clamor, Eino felt an immediate impulse to turn and flee. Regarding noise, the sudden cacophony is truly difficult to endure, especially when it intrudes abruptly rather than gradually. It is imperative to learn the silencing charm. Who would have imagined that London also experiences the hustle and bustle akin to the Spring Festival market? Without delay, Eino grasped his suitcase and proceeded towards the train. He recalled that this train had compartments, and by entering early and shutting the door, he could secure a semblance of tranquility. Upon boarding, he walked along the aisle, deliberately ignoring the advances of numerous senior girls. He was acutely aware that this was not the Muggle world. A heartbroken Muggle girl would simply wallow in solitude. At Hogwarts, the older girls were always formidable, wielding charms such as the love potion, confusion spell, and even the soul-stealing curse. Most disconcerting were the gazes of these girls, which evoked a sense of fear in Eino. It was not merely infatuation or admiration, but rather the awe and possessiveness one might feel upon encountering a fluffy pet. Faced with such circumstances, he preferred not to linger on the train any longer. He quickly selected a vacant compartment and hurried inside. With a resounding thud, the compartment door swung shut. Perhaps it was the magic at play. Although the door was merely a thin wooden barrier, once closed, it enveloped the small space in profound silence. The confined area invariably provides a sense of security, akin to a child's desire to hide within a cardboard box, except for those afflicted with claustrophobia. Grateful for England and its quaint, traditional customs, Eino exhaled in relief, feeling fortunate to be at Hogwarts. Had he been in France, particularly at Beauxbatons, his pockets would likely be overstuffed with pink notes by now. After all, among the entirety of Europe, it is only in England, renowned for its gentlemen and ladies, that young women exhibit even a modicum of restraint, albeit superficial. Chapter 16, On the Train. Time trickled by second. At 10:30, the aged steam train emitted its final roar before departure. The billowing white mist, rising over 2 meters high, served as a silent reminder, urging the young witches and wizards on the platform to board swiftly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the platform, Mrs. Weasley was engaged in her customary admonitions, with the focus today being on her youngest son, Ron Weasley, who was about to embark on his journey to Hogwarts. Ron, you must study diligently at Hogwarts. Do not emulate George and Fred, causing trouble all day long. Do you understand? Perhaps having heard such lectures too many times, Ron nodded in a perfunctory manner, dutifully responding, "Yes, Mum, I'll steer clear of George and Fred and turn to Percy for guidance. I will consider Percy my role model." "Excellent." Mrs. Weasley nodded approvingly. She was well aware of Ron's insincerity, but as a mother of 7, she had long since learned to see through pretense without addressing it. Compared to George and Fred, at least Ron's current attitude was relatively respectable. September 1st, 1991, at 11 o'clock a.m. The Hogwarts Express set off promptly from platform 9 3/4. Within the compartment, Eino leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside, while feeling the antiquated steam train's engines warming up. An express train? Huh. He truly questioned the confidence in this relic from the last century, wondering if it could even reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open. "There's only one person here. If we chase him away, this will be our territory." Startled, Eino raised his head. He had never intended to monopolize the entire compartment, for on such a seatless train, the principle was usually to sit wherever there was space. However, it was the first time he had encountered someone so brazen as to push the door open and demand another's departure. As the door was fully pushed open, a towering figure entered, exuding an air of arrogance. Despite the physical advantage of his size, Eino refused to concede. Being labeled as someone easy to bully in a strange place was a predicament he wished to avoid. Rather than yielding, he preferred to confront the challenge head-on. Perhaps he would sustain some injuries, but at least it would dissuade others from provoking him in the future. "Chase me away? Your territory? I dare you to try." Eino slammed his wand onto the table, the resounding noise startling the imposing figure across from him. Just as he prepared to take action, another voice echoed from outside. "Goyle, step aside. I've told you countless times to never forget the grace and decorum that come with being pure-blooded." Perhaps genuinely startled, Goyle quickly moved aside with unexpected speed. Eino turned to see the source of the audacity: pale skin, platinum hair, and an overly mature slicked-back hairstyle. Undoubtedly a spoiled aristocrat. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. And who might you be?" Perhaps it was Malfoy's impeccably tailored plain robe or Eino's earlier display of fortitude, but he refrained from launching an immediate attack. "Enos Wynborn," Eino replied calmly. "Wynborn? I don't recall such a surname in England. Are you from another country?" "Perhaps. I have been wandering since birth, yet I have never set foot in my homeland." This statement was a blend of truth and fiction, for he understood Malfoy's underlying inquiry, which was simply to ascertain the lineage of blood, Muggle or pureblood. However, only a fool would hastily define oneself and choose sides. The best strategy was ambiguity, allowing the other party to seek their own conclusions. "Apologies. Yet, I presume you hail from a pureblood family in Germany, and your eyes are rather unique." Malfoy expressed his thoughts candidly, believing that Eino's amber eyes and dark hair likely stemmed from the Germanic lineage. As for the matter of purity, Malfoy's views aligned surprisingly with those of Gringotts goblins. Moreover, in Malfoy's estimation, Muggles could never conceive of such a striking boy as the one before him. "There is no need for apologies. I revel in my current existence, unshackled and free." Malfoy's demeanor prompted Eino to slightly reconsider some of his preconceived notions. "However, I remain indifferent to my origins. A surname cannot bestow upon me any nobility superior to others, for true nobility lies in transcending one's former self." After 2 years as a wandering bard, Eino could effortlessly articulate such sagacious platitudes. "I am now convinced that you and I belong to the same ilk," Malfoy declared, extending his right hand. Concerning this speculation, Eino neither refuted nor affirmed it. Yet, in response to the handshake, a symbol of Malfoy's friendship, he did not emulate the savior's unyielding rejection. After all, One does not strike a smiling face. If you cannot find a suitable compartment, I do not mind your sitting here. But if you are still harboring thoughts of ejecting us. Before Eino could finish, Malfoy interjected. Goyle has never been the sharpest tool in the shed. Do not hold that against him. As he spoke, he seized Goyle by the side and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Goyle, at that moment, played along, standing there with a goofy grin that indeed suggested a lack of intellect. Faced with such a comical scene, Eino could not help but chuckle. And having no intention to truly take offense, he extended another invitation. Do not linger in the doorway. If you board earlier, you might find an empty compartment. At this hour, simply having a place to sit is already fortunate. In response to this invitation, Malfoy was not one to be coy, promptly plopping down beside Eino and beginning to orchestrate the transfer of his luggage by his two lackeys. Half an hour later, the antique steam engine seemed to have completed its warm-up, accelerating suddenly, with the scenery outside transitioning from a stuttering delay to a smooth panorama. After half an hour of conversation, Eino gained some intuitive understanding of Malfoy. At present, the 11-year-old braggart did not seem inherently malevolent. In fact, he appeared less harsh than his companion, Blaise. Similarly, their brief exchange allowed Malfoy to gradually lower his guard, fostering a growing familiarity. And the atmosphere within the compartment became increasingly congenial. Eino, I hear the boy who lived is also on this train. Would you care to join me in seeking him out? Malfoy inquired. I prefer the tranquility of reading to the prospect of meeting a celebrity. Eino decisively declined the invitation, fully aware of the trouble it might incur. Well, compared to Slytherin, you seem more akin to a Ravenclaw bookworm. Malfoy retorted with a smile, before taking Goyle and Blaise and departing the compartment, thoughtfully closing the wooden door behind him. Chapter 17. A small trial of skill. After watching Malfoy and his companions leave, Eino leaned back in his seat to rest, savoring the present tranquility. After all, having risen at 8 in the morning and persevered until now, a brief moment of rest would surely rejuvenate his energy, preparing him for the evening's sorting ceremony. Speaking of the sorting ceremony, Eino immediately dismissed Harry's notion of a subjective and enforced sorting, perhaps due to his prolonged engagement with divination. He now desired to embrace the whims of fate and discover to which house he would be assigned. Equally, he had not forgotten Professor Snape's mention of the brain-blocking spell, and he saw this as an opportune moment to test it, curious whether the sorting hat could still engage in conversation under the influence of such magic. Outside the window, fields rushed by in a blur. As the orderly farmlands gradually faded, they were replaced by dense woodlands, meandering rivers, and verdant hills. Time seemed to slip away under an unseen force, and before he knew it, several hours had passed. Eino opened his drowsy eyes, glancing out of the window to find that darkness had completely enveloped the landscape. Beneath the deep purple sky, mountains and trees melded together, rendering his exact location indistinguishable. His slumber had been intermittent, stretching from noon until dusk. His gaze shifted toward the compartment. Ah, that long face again, Eino thought inwardly. Since their return at noon, Malfoy had been sulking, wearing an expression of discontent. He looked as if he were a person who had longed for a reunion after 3 years of online communication, only to see his hopes dashed. Perhaps at the outset, Malfoy genuinely wished to befriend Harry. Yet he had forgotten that the greatest torment in this world lies in simultaneously harboring admiration and disdain. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and passengers were reminded to leave their luggage on board, as it would be delivered to the school. As Eino pondered this, an announcement resonated through the carriage, and he could visibly see the train slowing. 10 minutes later, the train came to a complete halt. If you do not intend to disembark and risk missing the opening feast, we shall bid you farewell until next year. With that, Eino paid no further heed to the three beside him and made his way toward the door. He shared no deep camaraderie with Malfoy. His inclination to acknowledge him stemmed solely from their shared compartment. Pushing open the compartment door, he found the once empty corridor now brimming with young witches and wizards, all jostling toward the exit. Fortunately, his position in the compartment was toward the rear, sparing him the need to contend with the throng. He simply had to follow the current and move forward gradually. Hogsmeade Station, the terminus of the Hogwarts Express, was an exceedingly cramped and antiquated platform. First years, gather around me. Eino heard a booming voice and turned to see a giant, towering at least 10 feet tall, with a bushy beard. Long time no see. Rubius Hagrid. With a soft sigh, he made his way toward Hagrid. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling crowd, Hagrid held aloft a lantern reminiscent of the Middle Ages, its orange magical flames standing out vividly against the inky night, illuminating his tangled beard and colossal frame with striking clarity. Under Hagrid's guidance, the first-year students advanced cautiously along the steep, narrow path, resembling sturgeon returning to their spawning grounds. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the ground was exceedingly slippery, and they had to watch out for the various vines underfoot, perfectly embodying the notion of stumbling along the way. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only Hagrid's lantern casting a faint glimmer of light at the forefront. He couldn't help but sigh at the bleakness of the environment, pondering why. Despite the abundance of floating jack-o'-lanterns on Halloween, they found themselves enveloped in such darkness here. A touch of illumination would have sufficed. At least a street lamp would have been welcome. In a moment of inspiration, Eino raised his wand, giving it a gentle wave as he murmured, "Flame on." At the tip of his elder wand, a flicker of fire erupted suddenly, expanding rapidly to the size of a fist before hovering steadily above the wand's point. The long hours of magical practice had finally borne fruit. From a distance, it appeared as though a small torch had ignited along the dark path, the rising flames radiating a warm glow that swiftly dispelled the surrounding chill and gloom. He faintly perceived someone calling his name from behind, and instinctively turned to look. But the darkness revealed nothing. Those familiar with survival in the wilderness understand that lighting a torch in the night primarily serves to illuminate others, as the bearer's vision is often restricted by the very light they wield. It could only be Hermione or Hannah, though he could not discern their features. He was aware that the only girls he knew here were the two, Hermione from their earlier divination class, and Hannah, whom he met during his stay at the Leaky Cauldron. Disregarding the envious glances from the surrounding young wizards, Eino continued on, wand raised. Soon, however, he regretted his actions. The innate tendency of people to gravitate towards light drew the other young wizards closer. "Don't crowd in. Yes, I mean you, don't lean on me." After a brief commotion, Eino managed to restore order among the gathering crowd, though a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had a stampede occurred due to his actions, it would surely have warranted a swift journey from Hogwarts to Azkaban. "Quiet down, little ones. Just around this bend, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts." Hagrid's booming voice invigorated everyone, their arduous journey aimed solely at reaching the castle more swiftly. Moments later, they traversed the slick path, arriving at the edge of a dark lake. On the opposite bank of the lake, a majestic and solemn castle looms atop a steep hillside, its spires piercing the night sky, and its gleaming windows twinkle like stars in the darkness. "Remember, each boat must not exceed 4 individuals," Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a line of small boats moored at the shore. In contrast to the hesitance displayed by the others, Eino was the first to board a nearby vessel. His leadership had a profound effect. Witnessing his initiative, the other young wizards eagerly followed suit, albeit amidst a flurry of commotion. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid called out, ensuring no one was left behind before making his way to the last solitary boat. "Set sail." One by one, the small boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake, propelled by an unseen force towards the distant shore. "Did you just use the fire-making spell?" Eino heard the familiar voice once more, finally confirming its owner. "Miss Granger, was my earlier divination accurate? I was inquiring about the magic you just performed." Hermione corrected him. "I know, but I must take responsibility for my divination. After all, I accepted your payment." "You stingy." Hermione bit her lip gently, her irritation palpable. This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Who would have thought that rather than discussing magic, he would fixate on the previous pound for the reading? Chapter 18. Hello, Hogwarts. The boat drifted serenely on the surface of the Black Lake. Eino relished the moment of silence that ensued after Hermione fell quiet. Unlike Malfoy, he had no desire to become overly entangled with someone so central to the unfolding narrative. Yet, fate had other plans. Mere minutes of tranquility were disrupted as the brown-haired girl began to mutter to herself. "I had already forgotten that matter, and besides, our meeting here surely indicates something, does it not?" Though her words were a roundabout form of concession, Eino was reluctant to engage, for he sensed a hint of fierceness in her demeanor. However, Hermione was undeterred, her gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface, and suddenly she declared loudly, "Yes, your divination was remarkably accurate, and the £1 fee is entirely justified. It is what you deserve, Mr. Swinburne." Eino was startled by her unexpected outburst. Simultaneously, he detected a trace of evident grievance and a quiver in her voice. "All right, I did indeed use the fire-making spell," Eino replied. Faced with such a situation, remaining silent felt akin to bullying a young girl. "I knew it. The Lumos spell produces white light. Only the fire-making spell emits orange. But how did you manage to keep it obediently perched upon your wand? During the summer, I attempted this spell as well, but it behaved like, well, a rather uncooperative lighter." Hermione, shedding her earlier despondency, began to articulate her insights on magic with fervor. The initial purpose of the fire-making spell was to provide wizards with a readily accessible flame, and likening it to a lighter is indeed quite apartment. Eino deliberately slowed his speech, having observed that Hermione's hands were instinctively gripping her robes tightly as she spoke, a psychological manifestation of inner tension. It is understandable, after all. An 11-year-old girl in an unfamiliar environment would naturally feel anxious. Reflecting on this, Eino felt a pang of regret for his earlier indifference. At the end of the day, she was merely a girl separated from her parents. "Miss Granger, you must have perused basic standard spells, haven't you?" In the realm of language mastery, no one could rival the bard. Though Eino was merely an apprentice, he adeptly controlled the rhythm of their conversation, gradually helping Hermione to relax as they exchanged a few words. "Call me Hermione. As for basic standard spells, I finished reading it over the summer." As their conversation unfolded, time slipped away unnoticed. The small boat carried them through an ivy-draped archway, leading to a platform resembling a dock. Under Hagrid's guidance, they traversed a pebble-strewn path for several minutes before finally arriving at the castle. Before a colossal oak door, Hagrid raised his massive fist and rapped on the castle's entrance. Thud, thud, thud. The door swung open from within, revealing a tall, slender witch. Some individuals exude an innate sense of humor upon their entrance, while others seem to carry an air of authority. This particular figure, clad in a flowing emerald robe and a pointed witch's hat, said nothing. Her stern countenance alone instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure among the young wizards. The previously lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall was acutely aware of these young wizards. If she did not establish her authority from the outset, who could predict how mischievous they might become? Disciplining them later would be no easy feat. First and foremost, "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced with a grave expression, her wand waving to fully open the towering oak doors, resembling a lion's gaping maw, poised to roar at any moment. This scene rendered the young wizard silent, and Eino even noticed a plump boy nearby who seemed on the verge of tears. It was difficult for him not to commend Professor McGonagall. Her approach had undeniably subdued the new arrivals. "Now, remain silent and follow me." With that, Professor McGonagall turned and strode toward the castle. Behind her, all the young wizards instinctively formed a line, trailing silently in her wake, not daring to glance around. They made their way to a side hall of the Great Hall. The commencement banquet is about to begin. However, before that, it is essential to ascertain your respective houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. There is no hierarchy among the houses. Each possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured many remarkable wizards. Professor McGonagall cast her gaze over the young wizards below, pausing for a few seconds before continuing. "The sorting is a tradition at Hogwarts and is one of the most significant events in your lives, as it will shape your experiences and studies for the next 7 years." Her tone was grave. "Now, you will wait here quietly for a moment, as I prepare for the sorting ceremony. Remember, it is a quiet wait." As Professor McGonagall departed, the young wizards collectively exhaled in relief. The oppressive aura emanating from such a formidable which was not something the average person could easily withstand. Yet, the youthful spirit is often rebellious. A few minutes after Professor McGonagall left the anteroom, the atmosphere returned to its former vitality, with everyone engaging in hushed discussions. Initially tentative in their exchanges, the volume gradually rose as they realized no one was monitoring them, creating a lively cacophony. "Eino, which house do you hope to join?" one asked. "I wish to enter Gryffindor. It is home to this century's most extraordinary wizard, Headmaster Dumbledore. Ravenclaw is also commendable. The books say only the truly intelligent are sorted into Ravenclaw." Upon hearing the familiar voice beside him, Eino couldn't help but rub his forehead in confusion. He could not fathom why Hermione possessed such a loquacious nature, chattering throughout the boat ride, and now seemingly unsatisfied. In the original text, she appeared as a cool and wise girl. "I don't know. I'm indifferent to how they sort us, as long as I don't have to skip grades. I'm fine with anything." Yet, this casual remark seemed to reveal a profound secret to Hermione, causing her eyes to sparkle with intrigue. "Skipping grades? ISNT Hogwarts a 7-year program? Is there even such a thing as skipping? That is a matter for the future. You should focus on the present." He regretted engaging with Hermione, especially now that he understood her tendencies. But the future is also a part of the present. So what exactly is this skipping of grades? Hogwarts history has never documented such an occurrence. Hermione, undeterred, persisted with her inquiries. Just as Eino was preparing to fabricate an excuse to deflect her curiosity, Professor McGonagall returned to the anteroom. Without the need for further words, merely her presence rendered the first years silent as if under a spell. The room fell into an unparalleled tranquility. "Now, everyone form a single line and follow me." Chapter 19, The Unexpected Sorting. The young wizards obediently lined up in silence, following in Professor McGonagall's footsteps as they entered the grand hall. Before them lay a wondrous and opulent banquet hall. Inside, the older students were quietly seated at long tables according to their houses, with countless floating candles illuminating the space magnificently. One must acknowledge that, in the current solemn atmosphere, it is not merely the newcomers who feel a hint of pressure. Even Eino senses a slight weight upon his shoulders. The mere act of being scrutinized by hundreds of eyes from the long table is enough to instill discomfort, even without mentioning the row of professors seated at the head table. Nevertheless, having witnessed grand occasions before, Eino quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Even taking a moment to glance at the fabled enchanted ceiling, it is uncertain whether it is due to his own presence. But he has yet to hear Hermione's imperious introduction of Ron to a brief history of Hogwarts. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall gently placed a high stool in front of all the newcomers, followed by the mysterious entrance of the Sorting Hat. Intrigued by the hat's melodious recitation, Eino found that the Sorting Hat was undoubtedly among the most fascinating aspects of Hogwarts. With a legacy spanning a millennium, possessing wisdom, memory, and even independent thought, such a hat would be considered legendary in any fairy tale or folklore. The hat's ability to speak and even sing left the newcomers in awe, and they finally grasped how the sorting process at Hogwarts truly worked. It is no wonder that the newcomers, regardless of their backgrounds, including the pureblood Malfoy, were oblivious to the intricacies of sorting. The sorting ceremony, wherein older students deceive the newcomers, has practically become a tradition at Hogwarts. As the hat concluded its song and the applause from the audience began to wane, Professor McGonagall, who had been patiently waiting, slowly unfurled the parchment in her hands. Now, I will call your names. Please step forward. Hannah Abbott. As McGonagall's voice faded, a timid blonde girl emerged from the crowd, her pigtails swaying with each step. An old acquaintance, Eino mused inwardly. During his time at the Leaky Cauldron before the school year commenced, he had come to know this spirited and story-loving young witch quite well. Of course, every situation has its pros and cons. In contrast to Hannah's warm and affectionate nature, the pub owner, Tom, appeared somewhat aloof. Eino had noticed more than once that old Tom regarded him with a watchful eye, as if wary of a thief. To return to the matter at hand, as Hannah took her place upon the high stool, it signified the official beginning of the 1991 sorting ceremony. As time passed, the newcomers took turns donning the sorting hat, and due to the alphabetical order of surnames, Eino had the privilege of observing the spectacle as a bystander. The various sorting experiences were not limited to Harry's hat mishap, Malfoy's swift entry into Slytherin, and Ron, Neville the Chosen One, and the explosive genius Seamus, among others. Notably, Hermione also found her way into Gryffindor, as expected. During this time, Eino discovered something quite intriguing that unraveled a long-held mystery. After the sorting ceremony, the collar and sleeve edges of the young witches and wizards would change to reflect the colors of their respective houses. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic for everyone to don identical plain robes and subsequently embroider them with colors themselves. Meanwhile, as Professor McGonagall called out names one by one, the ranks of new students grew increasingly sparse, with those yet to be sorted dwindling to a mere handful. When Byrne heard his name, he approached the main guest seat with an unhurried demeanor, a gentle and obedient smile gracing his cheeks. His elegant posture, paired with his pure and penetrating gaze, undoubtedly garnered him considerable admiration from those enamored by beauty. Following this display, the heads of houses, including Professor McGonagall, wore expressions of satisfaction, as all teachers tend to favor well-behaved students. However, as is often the case, there are exceptions. For instance, the other occupant of the guest seat, Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, who had exhibited complete indifference during the sorting ceremony, now revealed a rare, cold smirk. His expression resembled that of an audience member witnessing a familiar opera. While the others were moved to tears, he remained distinctly perceptive. As the central figure in this scenario, Enos endeavored to conceal his true feelings, curious to see if the sorting hat could still engage in conversation under such circumstances or discern his thoughts. Relax. It's nothing to worry about. Professor McGonagall gently reassured him. Thank you, Professor. Enos shyly responded with a smile. He sat lightly upon the stool, appearing relaxed. Yet internally, he was highly focused. However, in the very next moment, before the sorting hat even grazed the tips of his hair, it had already reached a conclusion. Slytherin. The hat exclaimed hoarsely. Applause erupted at the Slytherin table, with several younger girls clapping fervently, their palms turning red without their awareness. Enos felt a sudden jolt of dread. He was utterly stunned, a multitude of words caught in his throat, but at Professor McGonagall's urging glance, he resignedly made his way to the Slytherin table. To be fair, Slytherin was not as daunting as he had imagined. He had never regarded any house with disdain. Yet the sorting hat's swift decision not only thwarted his plans, but also attracted undue attention. Enos felt an overwhelming desire to disappear. After all, he had just witnessed the sorting ceremony in its entirety. Among all the new students, none had been assigned their house upon mere contact with the hat as he had. Even Draco Malfoy, who was sorted at lightning speed, had to wear the hat for a moment before being placed in Slytherin. As Enos walked with his head bowed towards the Slytherin table, he could almost envision the scene. Dumbledore's knowing gaze, along with the curious expressions of Quirrell and Voldemort. Just contemplating it made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Certainly, it is not to say that the headmaster is particularly malevolent. Eino has never doubted Dumbledore's character. One must remember that this is a world of magic, where no white wizard harbors a dark and malicious spirit. Even Severus Snape, adept at the art of occlumency, possesses a nature inclined towards redemption and protection, rather than cruelty and slaughter. That said, Eino is more concerned about the attention and regard he receives from the headmaster than the disposable Quirrell. If that is the case, The coming years at Hogwarts promise to be extraordinarily splendid. At this moment, Eino simply wishes to sit at the long table, swiftly integrate into Slytherin, and lead a discreet existence for half a semester. He imagines that once Quirrell truly begins to stir up trouble, Dumbledore will be too preoccupied to focus on other matters. Chapter 20. Pansy Parkinson. As Eino walks along, he disregards the peculiar glances cast upon him and settles down at the Slytherin table. I knew it. I knew you would be sorted into Slytherin from the moment we were on the train. As he takes his seat, he hears a murmur beside him. From the tone of voice, he can easily discern who it belongs to. Be quiet. Maintain your decorum, Mr. Malfoy. Eino is in no mood to converse, nor does he wish to engage with the pompous boy. Here we go again. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. Besides, decorum is merely for the eyes of outsiders. Malfoy replies nonchalantly. You truly ought to be quiet now, Eino retorts, simultaneously gesturing with his eyes for Malfoy to glance towards the head table. By this time, the sorting ceremony has concluded. As the headmaster, Dumbledore has risen. Beaming as he surveys the gathered students, his arms spread wide. There seems to be nothing that delights him more than seeing the students united. Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark upon a new academic year. Before the feast begins, allow me a few words. Foolishness. Whimpering. Dregs. Twist. Thank you all. With these words, Dumbledore takes his seat, and the audience responds with enthusiastic applause. Naturally, many students engage in discussions regarding the meanings of the headmaster's peculiar words. Not limited to Ravenclaw, but also murmured among Slytherin and Hufflepuff. What a tiresome diversion. Eino has no interest in these discussions, compared to deciphering riddles. The exquisite array of dishes laid before him is far more appealing. Before him lies a banquet of roasted beef, pork chops, a whole roasted chicken, bacon, fried lamb chops, French fries, boiled potatoes, charcoal grilled crisps, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and various breads. And this is merely the fare at the long table. Further afield, an endless assortment of delicacies awaits. Gluttony and greed are hardly distinguishable. Eino cast a sidelong glance at the table adjacent to him, where a red-haired freshman was voraciously devouring 2 chicken legs, as if he had never known the satisfaction of a full meal. Shaking his head in silent disbelief, he picked up his tray and selected a few delectable items before leisurely indulging in the sumptuous dinner. Do you know that pure-blooded failure? A crisp voice inquired. Are you speaking to me? Eino replied, raising his head with a sense of resignation. Although he had intended to ignore the speaker, the surrounding Slytherin girls had collectively paused their eating in response to the question. Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson, the owner of the voice stated, her jet-black bob framing a pale face with delicate features, albeit marred by slightly gaunt cheeks that lent her an air of harshness. In Oswin, out of courtesy, Eino set down his utensils and turned to face the girl across from him. His impressions of Parkinson were more closely tied to Malfoy, considering that in the original narrative, she had pined for the arrogant Draco for 7 years, only to end up marrying someone else, a fact that evoked a tinge of pity. Nevertheless, he resolved that this was not the moment for idle chatter. Since the banquet commenced, he had felt the weight of some intangible gazes upon him, and now, that sensation was even more pronounced. Yet, he remained steadfast in his decision to ignore them, even as he could discern the general direction of their scrutiny. In Hogwarts, I am acquainted with but a handful of individuals, and you are not among them. Might I enjoy my dinner in peace, Miss Parkinson? Eino responded swiftly, and without waiting for her reply, he resumed his meal, lowering his gaze to tackle the remaining half of his steak. The atmosphere grew somewhat frosty. However, this was merely superficial. Unbeknownst to Eino, his icy retort had sparked a glimmer of intrigue among the Slytherin girls. Time, as it often does, slipped away unnoticed. The banquet gradually approached its conclusion, and as the last young wizard set down his utensils, the enchantment at work restored the 4 long tables to their pristine state, as if the sumptuous feast had merely been a fleeting illusion. Dumbledore rose once more, and the assembled students fell into a respectful silence, their gazes converging on the head table. Now that everyone is satiated, while spirits are still somewhat high, I wish to impart a few reminders regarding the upcoming academic year. He announced, first-year students, take heed. The forbidden forest behind the castle is off-limits to students. I trust you will remember this. And this warning extends to the older students as well. Dumbledore's gaze swept toward the Gryffindor table, where George and Fred exchanged knowing looks, feigning compliance. Our castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind everyone that the use of magic in the corridors during breaks is strictly prohibited, and there are 127 newly added contraband items. Those interested may consult Mr. Filch for further details. In the second week of this term, the Quidditch trials will commence. Those who aspire to join the house team are kindly requested to contact Madam Hooch. After delivering this message in a single breath, Dumbledore paused momentarily. Lastly, I must caution everyone. Those who wish to avoid unexpected misfortunes, suffering, or a tragic demise should refrain from approaching the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the great hall. The first-year students fell silent, genuinely startled, while the upperclassmen were taken aback by the headmaster's unusual behavior. The second and third years might not have felt much, but the sixth and seventh years were particularly intrigued by Dumbledore's abrupt shift in demeanor. As for the fourth-floor corridor, they held no interest. After traversing it hundreds of times over the years, they had certainly ventured there dozens of times. As for the unfair treatment of the unsuspecting, Eino pondered silently. While some might engage in undercover tactics to avoid detection, Dumbledore's approach was quite the opposite, as he boldly cast the bait. It was fortunate that this was directed at Gryffindor. Had it been Ravenclaw, the Eagles might have initially been intimidated, but once they regained their composure, none would fall for it. Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that transformed into lines of text, revealing the lyrics of the school song. Each individual was encouraged to select their preferred melody. Dumbledore declared, "Ready, sing. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts." Eino, trailing behind the Slytherin cohort with a somewhat grim expression, was surrounded by this year's new snakes. Singing, or rather chanting, was a skill perfected by bards, yet they could hardly tolerate discordant voices. However, now, amidst a cacophony of diverse tones, even the somber strains of a funeral march intermingled with the school song, Eino felt an overwhelming urge to cover his ears and flee the scene. Chapter 21. The Ubiquitous Hierarchy. Once everyone had vacated the Great Hall, a tall figure adorned with a prefect badge emerged from the Slytherin ranks. "All new students, gather here. Come closer to me." Adhering to a principle of subtlety, Eino followed the newly arrived little snakes, approaching the prefect at a leisurely pace. Yet, as is often the case, events unfolded unexpectedly. When the Slytherin newcomers formed two lines, he found himself placed at the forefront of the formation. Observing Malfoy, who belonged to the same front row and wore an expression of entitlement, Eino felt utterly speechless. He had initially resolved to remain inconspicuous and avoid drawing attention, but it seemed he had barely escaped the Sorting Hat's clutches before being ensnared yet again by Slytherin's unspoken rules. The situation had already transpired. Although he had been compelled to take a position, he understood that the only course of action was to do nothing and remain quietly present. As for retreating discreetly or boldly inquiring about the reason, that would only serve to attract further attention. It is worth noting that beside Gryffindor, whether in a spirit of rivalry or merely imitation, they, too, have placed the newly arrived savior, Harry, at the forefront of the first-year students. After parting ways with the other houses, the Slytherin first years, under the guidance of their prefect, descended the winding marble stairs along the side of the corridor. As they proceeded, Eino remained acutely aware of his surroundings. The dimly lit basement, with its labyrinthine staircases, was illuminated solely by sporadic torches on the walls. The feeble glow not only failed to provide warmth, but also added an air of foreboding to the atmosphere. He now understood why rumors circulated that the Slytherin common room was once a transformed dungeon. Given the ambience, it seemed more akin to a prison than a mere dungeon. After a few minutes, the leading prefect halted before a stone wall and turned to face the group of first years. "I trust you have all memorized the path you took upon arrival?" he inquired. "The first step to enter the Slytherin common room is to accurately locate this stone wall. And what is the second step, you ask? I mean, how does one open it?" Malfoy feigned composure as he posed the question. Perhaps Malfoy intended to project an image of maturity, but he neglected the fundamental aspect of expression management during conversation. His haughty demeanor suggested that he alone held the privilege to speak among the first years. Eino subtly shifted his stance, feeling inclined to award Malfoy the best straight man prize. Blissfully unaware of being manipulated, the prefect opposite clearly sought to establish authority over the newcomers, lamenting the absence of a response. "Indeed. Excellent. This brings me to my next point." The prefect, feigning interest, glanced at Malfoy before addressing the entire assembly of first years. "The second step to access the common room is to utter the correct password. However, should I discover anyone disclosing the password to outsiders, I would be most pleased to introduce them to the traditional Slytherin penalty for traitors." As he spoke, the prefect's demeanor shifted from congenial to severe, his countenance darkening in the flickering torchlight, casting an ominous shadow over the group. Observing the apprehensive expressions of the first years, he knew his purpose had been achieved. The remainder was merely a matter of compliance. With this thought, the prefect's demeanor softened once again, and he smiled warmly at the group. "Of course, having passed the Sorting Hat's test, you are now all Slytherins. And I trust you will never engage in any act of betrayal. Now, listen closely. The password for the common room this month is glory." With the prefect's words, the stone wall slowly parted, revealing a narrow opening sufficient for one person to pass through. In its entirety, this scene resembled the opening of the Leaky Cauldron's passage to Diagon Alley, fundamentally no different in essence. The first years proceeded in the order they had followed earlier, each passing through the stone wall. Mysterious. This was Eino's initial impression of the Slytherin common room. The entire hall is rectangular, flanked by elongated corridors filled with luxurious seating and velvet-upholstered sofas. However, the most breathtaking feature is the transparent wall at the end of the hall, beyond which lies the Black Lake. Upon closer inspection, one can even discern schools of fish gliding beneath the surface. The Slytherin common room exudes an overall deep green hue, enhanced by the lake's backdrop, imparting an aura of mystery reminiscent of a sunken ship. Once the first-year students acclimate to their surroundings, the prefect begins to allocate dormitory rooms. Perhaps the castle's vastness or the perpetual abundance of rooms in the dungeons allows for such variety. Thus, Slytherin's dormitory assignments range from a modest 2-person arrangement to a maximum of 6. It is evident that Slytherin continually exemplifies a privileged class, a customary rule that has become almost traditional. Eino's Winburn and Draco Malfoy, as expected, are the first to be named, and they find themselves assigned to the same dormitory. Eino's has grown weary of the reactions around him. He is solely curious about how a newcomer like Winburn could be placed ahead of Malfoy in this hierarchy defined by blood status. He is acutely aware of the origins of his surname, which was whimsically extracted by an elderly caretaker from an obscure storybook on his 6th birthday. Half an hour later, after the prefect has completed the room assignments and conveyed a few additional matters, he turns to leave. His departure injects new energy into the gathering of first-year students, who no longer stand awkwardly but instead engage in relaxed conversation. Several students even approach the older students lounging on the sofas, and by merely observing their similar features and nearly identical hair color, it is evident they share familial ties. Eino's has no interest in participating in this familial reunion. He longs to return to his dormitory to quietly reflect on the near farce of the sorting ceremony that just transpired. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes around him, he strides directly toward the newly assigned dormitory. Meanwhile, in his absence, a lively discussion ensues in the common room. Draco, were you and Winburn in the same compartment on the train? What is he like? Pansy suddenly inquires. Her question seems to echo the curiosity of everyone present, and the previously bustling atmosphere quiets significantly. Even some upperclassmen regard Malfoy with eager anticipation, waiting to hear some intriguing revelation. On the other hand, upon noticing the attention directed at him, Malfoy swallows his initial instinct to decline and relishes this moment of being the center of attention. Ahem. Although I do not know Eino's well, I sensed upon our first meeting that we are of the same ilk, true Slytherins. In the ensuing moments, Malfoy endeavored to articulate his insights regarding Eino, along with his myriad conjectures, inferences, and hypotheses. Naturally, after undergoing a certain refinement, these speculations metamorphosed into what one might deem established facts. Chapter 22, The First Divination in the Castle. Achoo! Achoo! Upon entering the dormitory, and before he could locate his bed, Eino was beset by a series of sneezes. He could readily surmise that outside there was undoubtedly a plethora of discussions concerning him. After all, he had outshone Malfoy during the sorting ceremony, captivating the entire Slytherin house. It was hardly surprising that he found himself the subject of speculation. Eino rubbed his sore nose and began to survey the privileged twin room. The emerald green cashmere carpet, 2 independent single beds exuding the scent of pine, and the thick dark green drapes, merely from a side glance. One could discern their substantial thickness of at least 2 centimeters. It was not difficult to imagine the tranquility that enveloped anyone resting within once the drapes were drawn. The bedside lamp, ceiling, bookshelf, desk, and sofa, everything in the dormitory leaned either towards green or cool tones. Well, this was quintessentially Slytherin. After locating the nameplate bearing his surname on one of the beds, Eino flopped down onto the soft mattress, which momentarily allowed him to forget all his troubles. Gryffindor Common Room. The Crimson Lion banner, emblematic of the house, hung suspended in midair. The spacious lounge was neatly furnished with several long tables, accompanied by comfortable sofas and armchairs. A deep brown fireplace graced the left side, while a life-size portrait of a witch adorned the right. If the Slytherin common room evoked a sense of mystery and chill, Gryffindor radiated warmth and brightness. Who would have thought that merely donning a hat would lead to such mischief? I expected to be wrestling with a troll, Ron lamented from his bed, having once again fallen victim to George and Fred's pranks. At that moment, another dormitory mate, Dean Thomas, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "You should consider yourself fortunate. At least you have your brothers at school, 3 of them, no less, unlike us, who might find ourselves bullied at any moment." Though Dean was of mixed heritage, having lost his father early on, he had lived with his mother in the Muggle world, thus understanding the vast difference between having brothers in school and not. His words resonated with Harry, who nodded in agreement. That's true, Dudley never dares to bully classmates with brothers, even if they appear rather frail. Perhaps you make a valid point, Ron replied nonchalantly, not wishing to prolong the discussion, especially as he had not anticipated Harry siding with others. However, ending the conversation did not equate to silence. After a moment of contemplation, Ron initiated a new round of discourse. Did you witness the spectacle today? That dark-haired Slytherin exhibited a sorting speed surpassing even Malfoy's. Observe, the sorting hat seemed utterly dismissive of him. I had always believed Malfoy to be the epitome of malevolence, given that his entire family comprises dark wizards. My grandmother often remarked that a house does not dictate a person's virtue. Rather, it is one's inner self that determines such qualities. Neville, who had remained silent until now, bravely voiced his opinion. What else did your grandmother say? Ron retorted without turning around. She merely offered you comfort, fearing you might be sorted into Hufflepuff and subsequently lose all motivation. Yet, I find Neville's assertion to hold merit. It resembles my prior experience of being assigned to classes in elementary school. I never discerned where the superiority of the excellent class truly lay. Andy consistently played the contrarian. Sensing a shift in the dormitory's atmosphere, Harry hastily interjected. Aren't you all tired? Tomorrow, our first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Shouldn't we at least review the textbook? It was hard to fathom that, having just entered Hogwarts, Harry still entertained the notion of studying the textbook. Come on. Do you really think they'll have us transform dragons right off the bat? At most, maybe an apple or something. As long as we know the correct incantation and wave our wands, we'll be fine, Ron expressed his thoughts again. In contrast, Harry pondered for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. With his ignorance of magic, he was more inclined to trust Ron, who had grown up in the magical realm. You are right, Ron. They could not possibly have us transfigure dragons right away. By the end of his first day at school, Harry had completely abandoned the notion of textbook preparation. In the Slytherin dormitory, Eino could no longer afford to lie down. Any further indulgence would lead to lethargy. With his eyes closed, he murmured words of encouragement to himself, realizing that the bed seemed enchanted, compelling one to remain nestled within its embrace. Its softness rivaled that of the feather-down bedding at the Duke's residence he had visited in the fantastical world. After approximately 10 more minutes, Eino finally broke free from the bed's alluring grasp and sat at his desk. Casting a glance back at the seemingly bewitched bed, he vowed never to touch it again, except for the purpose of genuine slumber. Now, his mind replayed the day's events, starting from his entrance into Platform 9, revisiting every occurrence in reverse. Despite his meticulous contemplation, he could discern no flaw. Since reasoning could not outmatch magic, he resolved to combat magic with magic. Eino unbuttoned his shirt, retrieving an ancient die from the pocket of his lining. This academic year, I shall not encounter danger. This academic year, I shall not encounter danger. After reciting the prophecy thrice in his mind, he decisively cast the die. Clink, clink, clink. The wooden die spun in circles, gliding across the surface of the table and producing a crisp sound. On the tabletop, the die continued to rotate incessantly. After a brief interval, time to sleep. Eino collected the die from the table and, without a backward glance, proceeded toward his bed. His decisiveness stemmed entirely from the outcome of the divination. The die had revealed the rare score of 5, indicating an 80% probability of his safety throughout the academic year. Over the course of 2 years and countless divination practices, he understood that this result approached perfection. As for the legendary numbers 1 and 6, he had never rolled either since acquiring the die. This was, in fact, quite normal, for absolute success and failure are seldom found. Thus, an 80% probability is remarkably rare. After all, the majority of his previous divination results had been merely 3s and 4s, offering only a vague estimation. Returning to the matter at hand, having received a reassuring outcome, Eino reclined on his bed, feeling as though he had shed a heavy burden, enveloping himself in the soft embrace of the blankets. In that moment, he experienced a long-forgotten relaxation, reminiscent of his travels alongside Professor Hans, free from worries and responsibilities. Perhaps it was the release from mental strain or the exhaustion from a day spent jostling on a train. Regardless, it wasn't long before the dark green bed curtains resonated with the sound of steady breathing. Chapter 23. Snape's thoughts unbeknownst to Eino, shortly after his departure. The Slytherin common room descended into an extreme silence. The head boy, who had left earlier, now returned, obediently standing to the side, devoid of his previous bravado. Behind him stood a middle-aged wizard with greasy hair. Professor Snape, Headmaster. The once chattering little snakes now rose to greet him, resembling frightened prey in the presence of a predator. However, Snape paid little heed to their greetings, acknowledging only 1 or 2 students with a slight nod as he passed. With an impassive expression, Snape approached Malfoy, silently scrutinizing him from head to toe. Professor. Malfoy stood up, somewhat awkwardly, a stark contrast to his earlier exuberance. Do you revel in this honor? Snape's gaze swept around the room. And you lot, do you find fulfillment in gathering to gossip? Apologies, Professor. I shall take my leave. I have a paper to complete. At Snape's reprimand, the common room emptied rapidly, with students hastily departing. Even those genuinely engaged in writing papers chose to return to their dormitories. At that moment, only Malfoy remained, fidgeting uncomfortably, unlike the others, who could retreat without consequence. He was the sole student directly addressed by the professor. A few minutes later, In the vast Slytherin common room, only 3 individuals remained. Lucius had sent me a letter, imploring me to look after his exceptionally gifted son. Observing the flustered Malfoy before him, Snape found himself reluctant to utter more words. Yet, owing to the past favor granted by Lucius, he could not choose to turn a blind eye. Do as you wish from now on, but do not let me hear any more gossip behind my back. Understood, Professor. Malfoy nodded rapidly, and with Snape's tacit approval, he hurriedly retreated to his dormitory. With a loud bang, as Malfoy disappeared completely behind the door, only Snape and the male prefect of Slytherin remained. Mund, keep it down for a while. As for your usual antics, you may proceed, but be mindful of your methods. The prefect, Mundi Acreus, hailing from the sacred 28 Acreus family, easily grasped Snape's implications. Keeping it down signified that Slytherin could no longer cause the same ruckus as in previous years, while being cautious of methods and means was nearly an explicit directive to cease their traditional practices. Although he felt a twinge of discontent within, he recognized that circumstances were beyond his control. I understand what to do, Mr. Snape, he called out as his figure gradually receded. After a long pause, Snape raised his arm, scrutinizing it intently for a moment before gently lowering it. The sorting hat ceremony that day had reminded him of someone from his past, a person he had admired during his own school days. At the feast, Snape caught sight once more of those amber eyes. Unlike the purity and clarity perceived by others, he saw only deception. Beneath the surface of the deep azure sea lay countless unknowns and secrets. During his time at Hogwarts, Snape had been fortunate enough to encounter this individual. The same dark hair, the same refined demeanor, the same graceful presence, and even the same gentle smile perpetually gracing his face. As the two figures converged in his mind, Snape felt an inexplicable shiver run through him. This was precisely why he had come to the common room after the banquet had concluded. As the head of Slytherin, Snape was compelled to consider the safety of his students. This year at Hogwarts felt peculiar to him, whether it be the first years, the professors, or the headmaster. Thus, he aimed to preemptively eliminate any potential dangers, including the traditional pranks of the past heads of house. He was willing to forego the House Cup for 6 consecutive years if necessary. On September 2, 1991, a Thursday, in the early morning light, Eino reluctantly opened her eyes at the sound of a call. Thank you, Draco. I am awake now. That's good. We have half an hour until class, so there's still time for breakfast. I've picked up your schedule. It's on the table. After Malfoy finished speaking, he dashed out in haste. With the sound of the door closing, Eino couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Observing Malfoy's flustered demeanor, it was clear that he had rushed to the Great Hall, feigning a casual wait for an encounter with Harry. Such favoritism. It seems I must acquire an alarm clock at the earliest opportunity. Eino glanced at the pocket watch on his bedside, which read 8:30, precisely as Malfoy had indicated, with half an hour remaining before classes commenced. However, he was acutely aware that this half hour would be consumed not only by grooming and dressing, but also by the intellectual duel with the moving staircases. When all was considered, there would be scarcely any time left for breakfast. 10 minutes later, Eino had completed his morning routine and donned a pristine robe, casually picking up the schedule left by Malfoy on the table. To his surprise, the Charms class was not the Transfiguration class. Although this deviated from his expectations, it was entirely reasonable. In cinematic portrayals, the first period typically featured Slytherin and Gryffindor in a Transfiguration class. Yet this was not a mere hour-long film, and the real world was replete with variables. Punctuality was paramount. Upon glancing at the schedule, Eino formulated a plan. He would forego breakfast rather than arrive late to his first Charms lesson. This subject was of utmost importance to him, and making a favorable first impression on Professor Flitwick was crucial, as it would directly influence the possibility of receiving additional guidance later. Being a Slytherin, persuading a Ravenclaw head of house for extra attention was already a formidable challenge. To arrive late on the first day would be disastrous. With that thought, Eino promptly opened his suitcase and retrieved a piece of dried cheese, hastily making his way out. At 8:50 a.m., he breathed a sigh of relief. He had made it just in time, and thankfully, Professor Flitwick had not yet arrived. After a skirmish with the staircases, he finally reached the door of the Charms classroom. Upon entering, he noticed a considerable number of students already present, particularly the blue-embroidered eagles of Ravenclaw, nearly all in attendance. Mr. Swinburne, you shall take a seat in the front row, a voice called from the podium just as Eino was about to locate a preferred spot. I have heard that last night outside the castle, you successfully performed the Incendio charm and allowed it to hover quietly atop your wand, illuminating the surroundings for all. Continued the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who was carefully ascending a specially designed stepladder to reach the lectern. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Flitwick. Eino replied with a smile. My passion for magic compelled me to practice diligently over the summer. While I encourage gifted students to pursue their own studies, I must emphasize the importance of not practicing blindly, Professor Flitwick advised with a look of approval. He then turned to address the class, his tone taking on a more serious note. I hope you all remember this. Do not engage in solitary practice without guidance. I encourage self-directed learning. But I would prefer that you practice magic under my supervision. Chapter 24. The Impatience of the Charms Class. Professor Flitwick has always commanded Eino's admiration, not merely due to the esteemed honor of having been a champion in the Magical Duel Championship. More importantly, Professor Flitwick, as a half-elf, has steadfastly maintained his position as the head of Ravenclaw during the era when Voldemort's pure-blood ideology reigned supreme. Furthermore, he unhesitatingly participated in the climactic battle, remaining a stable presence at Hogwarts even after the deaths of Dumbledore and Snape. This is not merely a testament to his strength and intelligence. Rather, it embodies wisdom, true wisdom that belongs to Ravenclaw. Gazing at the diminutive figure at the podium, another image momentarily flickered in Eino's mind, the equally short third Suchikage, a figure of remarkable prowess and intellect, who, after experiencing the vicissitudes of fortune, peacefully lived to a ripe old age. As the bell rang to commence the class, Professor Flitwick showcased his exceptional teaching abilities. With a silent levitation charm, he summoned textbooks to leap from the drawer, and like a graceful dancer, he hopped to the podium. He then proceeded to elucidate the principles of spellcasting and the standard wand-holding posture in a whimsical and humorous manner. Although the lesson did not entail any actual spell learning, not a single student chose to voice a complaint. After all, who among the wise would disdain a lively, engaging, and relaxed classroom? Especially considering that Professor Flitwick assigned no homework? Time flew by, and the spell class concluded amidst the eager expressions of the young wizards. Eino deliberately lingered while collecting his notes, casting sidelong glances at Professor Flitwick. However, reality proved rather disappointing. The anticipated moment of being called aside for a heartfelt conversation with Professor Flitwick and receiving special attention never materialized. Indeed, one could be rather presumptuous. In the corridor, Eino chuckled at his own naivety. After witnessing numerous tales, one tends to believe that life is replete with miracles, convinced that one will always be regarded with distinction. Around the corner, Draco Malfoy stood conversing with Goyle and Blaise. As their eyes met, Malfoy took the initiative to greet him. "Hey, Eino. I thought Professor Flitwick would keep you longer. Didn't he expect you back so soon?" "Draco, was I that obvious?" Eino replied, feeling somewhat weary. "Haha, you mean just now?" Malfoy laughed triumphantly. "Only those Gryffindor fools would fail to notice. If you ask me, Scarhead is none other than Harry Potter. Once he joins Gryffindor, he'll inevitably become just as foolish. You wouldn't believe what I saw this morning in the Great Hall." Noticing Malfoy's eagerness to ramble on, Eino quickly interjected. "Listen to me, Draco. The flying lesson the day after tomorrow. Why not showcase your skills and give Potter a proper demonstration?" "Yes." Malfoy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You're right. Having grown up in the Muggle world, Scarhead probably can't even ride a broomstick. I shall now compose a letter requesting my father to send the broom for those antiquated relics at Hogwarts fail to showcase my flying prowess." Without awaiting a response from Eino, Malfoy, accompanied by Goyle and Blaise, hastily descended the stairs, clearly in a rush. Observing Malfoy's retreating figure, resplendent in arrogance, Eino chuckled softly and simultaneously engaged in self-reflection. He had discerned the root of his predicament, an excessive eagerness for immediate success. Just consider, if even Malfoy could perceive his intentions, how could the astute head of Ravenclaw be oblivious? Surely, he had left a rather mercenary impression. A miscalculation indeed. Eino sighed, massaging his temples, yet no one could be blamed for the situation at hand. He extracted his pocket watch. It was 10:30. With over an hour remaining until lunch would be served in the Great Hall, given the travel time, he decided against returning to his dormitory to stow away his books, and instead made his way directly to the library. As previously mentioned, his intrigue with Hogwarts extended beyond the Sorting Hat to include the library and the Room of Requirement. Meanwhile, in the castle's dungeons, Snape, having concluded a morning potions class, did not return to his office as per routine. Instead, he lingered alone in the vacant classroom, lost in thought. The catalyst for his distraction lay upon the desk before him, the annual schedule, prominently indicating the first afternoon potions class, featuring first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors. Having already encountered Harry, Snape prepared himself for the scrutiny of those emerald eyes once more. Yet, upon viewing the schedule, he felt a disorienting sense of temporal dislocation. A Slytherin reminiscent of that individual, a Gryffindor with green eyes, and himself. Snape's gaze returned to the schedule, and for a fleeting moment, he yearned to seek Dumbledore's counsel, to share his suspicions regarding Eino's mental shielding. However, he could never fully trust Dumbledore, especially after the myriad of uncertainties surrounding that fateful night in Godric's Hollow. The coincidences were far too abundant, even bordering on excessive, including Sirius S. leak. Perhaps it was best to wait, at least until after the class concluded. In the empty potions classroom, Snape murmured softly, resembling a lifeless puppet issuing its final commands before a program reboot. At the Hogwarts Library, one encounters the most extensive and comprehensive collection of magical tomes in all of Britain, if not Europe. from ordinary instructional texts to profound advanced magic and even dark arts. It is a veritable treasure trove. Upon his inaugural visit to the library, Eino was astounded by the vast array of volumes. In comparison to London Foyle's bookstore, Hogwarts Library stood unparalleled, both in terms of the quantity of its collection and its overall grandeur. The walnut bookshelf, towering over 5 meters, stood in tight rows, creating an endless vista at first glance. Perhaps due to the commencement of the new school year, the library was relatively sparse at this moment. Occasionally, 1 or 2 young wizards could be seen huddled in the corners, diligently scribbling away, undoubtedly catching up on their summer assignments. As he wandered, pausing intermittently, Eino discovered that the vast library felt akin to a solitary fortress, eerily silent. The emptiness was palpable. After aimlessly wandering for a considerable time, he unknowingly arrived at a corridor marked with a warning line. Intrigued by the conspicuous signage, he could not help but peer inside. It is well known that the forbidden section of Hogwarts has been the breeding ground for countless formidable dark wizards, aptly termed a training camp for champions. Just in the past half-century, Voldemort ascended to become the nightmare of all wizards across the British Isles, largely due to the insights gleaned from secrets of advanced dark magic. Tom's achievements owe much to the significance of the forbidden section. Meanwhile, a voice of inquiry emerged from behind Eino. "Child, what book are you seeking?" Chapter 25, The Library. Madame Pants has always harbored a disdain for the start of the school year, as it signifies that her cherished books will once again be ruthlessly rifled through by unruly young wizards. The once serene and solemn library would inevitably descend into chaos. On this very first day of term, she noticed a furtive little wizard stealthily sneaking into the library, feigning nonchalance as he meandered among the shelves, an all too familiar sight for her. As expected, he halted at the entrance to the forbidden section. His curiosity was hardly reassuring. She could not fathom what was so intriguing about that area. Although Madame Pants grumbled internally, she wasted no time in intercepting him as he approached the warning line. "Child, what book are you searching for? The forbidden section lies ahead, and it is off limits to students." To be honest, Madame Pants had intended to reprimand him, but as he turned, the sight of his crystalline, clear eyes compelled her to soften her tone. "Good day, Professor." Eino slightly bowed, fully aware that she was not a professor, yet he maintained a courteous demeanor. "As you can see, I seem to have lost my way. I truly did not intend to venture into the forbidden section. I merely wished to find some books on spells, as I just attended Professor Flitwick's charms class." While speaking, Eino discreetly assessed the librarian before him, Irma Pants, who was, as described in the original text, a slender lady in her 50s. "I am not a professor. You may call me Madame Pants," she replied with a smile. Unlike the boisterous young wizards of the past, this polite and well-mannered boy seemed to awaken her dormant maternal instincts, and her tone was unexpectedly gentle. "Very well, Madame Pants." Eino nodded slightly. "Could you kindly direct me to where the books on spells are located? By Merlin, this place is truly vast." "Of course. The collection of books here is so vast that it is almost beyond imagination." Mrs. Pants spoke with an unusual pride, pausing for a moment to reflect before continuing. "There are countless books on spells, but I recommend you start with the most fundamental texts. Follow me, dear child." A few minutes later, Eino trailed behind Mrs. Pants into another section. This area was entirely dedicated to the subject of spells, yet I sincerely advise against indiscriminate reading. Perhaps in a few years, you may venture to the shelves further back, but not just yet. Just as Mrs. Pants was about to depart, she seemed to recall something suddenly and turned to say, "Oh, by the way, while you are a polite child, I must emphasize that if you tear, crumple, throw, or otherwise damage any book, I shall permanently expel you. Hogwarts has granted me such authority. Rest assured, I will treasure every book as I would a friend." Eino pledged without a moment's hesitation. He understood Mrs. Pants's character well. Although he was uncertain why she was so amicable today, it was wise to cultivate a good relationship with the true authority of the library if he wished to frequent it. Upon hearing his promise, Mrs. Pants nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I apologize for startling you. It is my duty to explain the rules to every first-time visitor to the library." In response, Eino casually remarked, "Of course, a responsible administrator is not only a boon to the library and its books, but also to us, the borrowers." This touch of flattery brought a smile to Mrs. Pants's face. If only all students were as considerate. As Mrs. Pants departed, Eino's thoughts shifted to the books before him. Unlike most, he held little interest in the dark arts of the restricted section. Even the unforgivable curses, when wielded by a young wizard, would at most cause Mad-Eye Moody to bleed from his nose. Similarly, even if the Death Eaters were bound together, they could not withstand the path cleared by Dumbledore's casual incantation of fiendfire. This illustrates that it is not the spell that holds power, but rather the wielder of the spell. Returning to the matter at hand, amidst a dazzling array of titles, Eino prudently selected the second-year edition of Standard Spells. There was no alternative. Safety was paramount. Carefully picking up the book, he proceeded to the adjacent reading area. Upon opening the tome, He discovered that compared to the introductory standard spells, the second-year textbook delved deeper into previously covered incantations while also introducing several practical new spells, such as the expansion charm, the freezing charm, the general counterspell, and the creasing charm. The potions classroom at Hogwarts is located in the dungeon of the castle, making it the closest classroom to the Slytherin common room. After returning from the library, Eino, with his textbook in hand, joined Draco Malfoy and others on their way to class. The students have always held their headmaster's lessons in high regard, arriving at the classroom well in advance and refraining from idle chatter, creating an atmosphere of eerie tranquility. However, this silence was soon shattered as an increasing number of Gryffindors entered the room, their animated conversations gradually filling the air. Honestly, there was no need to arrive this early. Look at the time, Harry. We are a whole 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Ron, enough already. Let us get inside quickly. Have you forgotten about this morning's transfiguration class? Besides, compared to Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape seems rather formidable. Even before the students had settled in, the sounds of their lively discussions reverberated through the relatively quiet basement corridor. Inside the classroom, Draco, who had nearly drifted off to sleep, became instantly alert upon hearing Harry's name, his eyes sparkling with mischief, eager to stir trouble. As time ticked by, Eino sat quietly in the back, keenly observing the stream of young witches and wizards entering the classroom. Harry, Ron, the explosive Seamus, the brave Neville, and the ever-curious Hermione, among others. Interestingly, Hermione appeared to harbor a slight grudge. As she passed Eino, she turned her head aside and raised her chin with an air of haughtiness, resembling a proud swan. Quite inexplicably, she seemed to carry the weight of a grievance. Eino found himself perplexed, as he was certain he had not offended Hermione, especially since they had not exchanged a word since the sorting hat ceremony. At precisely 2 o'clock, a resounding bang echoed as Professor Snape, the potions instructor, strode into the classroom with purpose. His tall, slender figure, clad in a flowing black robe, seemed to command the very air around him, causing the sleeves to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind. The candles affixed to the classroom walls ignited one by one with his every step. When he reached the podium and turned to face the class, all the candle holders flared to life in unison, casting a bright glow throughout the room. Standing calmly at the front, Snape surveyed the students with an icy demeanor, and not a single young wizard dared to meet his gaze. "Excellent," he remarked coolly. "It appears you all understand the significance of punctuality." Chapter 26, Potions Class. After a brief silence, Snape slowly descended from the podium, beginning to circle the desks as he surveyed the class. "I hope you comprehend that your purpose here is to study the intricate and rigorous art of potion making, and not to engage in frivolities. Of course, I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite sensation of a gently simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant wisps of steam. However, should I discover any of you approaching this class with disdain or a penchant for mischief, well..." At this point, Snape deliberately paused, fixing his intense gaze upon Harry. "I almost forgot. Some of you are endowed with a certain level of notoriety. Your names so well known that they have become household words." While it appeared as a compliment, everyone could discern the underlying sarcasm in Snape's voice. Particularly, Snape remained silent, his gaze fixed on Harry, and the target of his scorn was unmistakable. "Potter, tell me what would occur if one were to add powdered daffodil stems to the juice of mugwort?" Harry wore a perplexed expression. "What daffodil stems? What is mugwort?" He regretted heeding Ron's advice, and even more so, abandoning his pre-class preparations. Nonetheless, Harry turned to Ron, seeking assistance from his friend born into a wizarding family, hoping for some hint. However, Ron appeared equally dazed, as if still waking from slumber. "Very well, let us pose another question," Snape said in his unchanging tone, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. "Potter, if I were to ask you to find a piece of dung, where would you search?" Yet, the only response was Harry's innocent gaze. Staring at the captivating emerald hue, Snape persisted. "Tell me, what is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane?" "I'm sorry, Professor. I do not know, but I believe Miss Granger does. Why not inquire of her?" Harry found himself increasingly vexed by the relentless barrage of questions. He could not fathom why this professor insisted on challenging him, when Hermione's hand was nearly raised to the ceiling. "Harry Potter, you shall lose 2 points for speaking back to a professor." Snape's deep voice echoed through the classroom. After deducting the points, Snape still neglected Hermione, who had her arm raised high, and instead turned his attention elsewhere. "Swinburne, Professor, the answer to the first question is the elixir of life. The second question concerns dung found in a goat's stomach, and the final question, the two aconites are indistinguishable and collectively referred to as aconite." Eino answered all the questions in one breath. To be fair, despite his lack of interest in potions and having not reviewed his books, he was not daunted by Snape's infamous trifecta of questions. His fluent responses astonished everyone, including Hermione, who regarded him with a look of quiet appraisal. "I did not request you to answer the previous questions," But in light of your accurate responses, Slytherin earns 5 points, Snape stated with an expression of calm. Now, tell me, what does studying potions signify for you? Or what do you believe is the fundamental purpose of potions? Though it seemed a straightforward query, it was one carefully selected by Snape. For wealth, fame, power, and even immortality could be attained through potions, and he intended to gauge Eino's response to validate certain suspicions. What does it signify? Eino pondered, somewhat taken aback, scarcely believing such a question originated from Snape. Yet, he quickly realized this was fortuitous. If Snape were to delve into the contents of the magical herbs and fungi, that would truly be a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at an answer. Professor, potions are merely a means to me, a method to avert tragedy, to alleviate the suffering of those in pain, and to heal the wounded. Snape's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, as fleeting reflections danced through Eino's mind. He envisioned scenes from the past, a person burned by scalding soup, left without adequate care, solitary in a corner, blowing gently on their wound while silently shedding tears, too afraid to utter even a whimper for fear of drawing the ire of older children. A fragile girl, mercilessly beaten, cast aside on a cold, hard bed for days without care. In the dead of night, she spoke to herself, assuring that her mother would come for her one day, convincing herself that she felt no pain, for her mother disdained weeping children. She believed she must wait for her mother. Yet, a week later, the girl was never seen again. The matron spoke of her grievous injuries, and the whispers of comfort ceased to echo in the night. In the bitter winter, a group of orphans huddled together in thin shirts, seeking warmth. However, the following spring, it became apparent that a few familiar figures had vanished from their midst. One by one, these memories flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. Meanwhile, Snape had silently unleashed the legilimency, while simultaneously employing the utmost focus in his occlumency, striving to maintain clarity while shielding himself from external influences. Perhaps he had not intended for it to escalate so drastically, but the image of those emerald eyes lingered. At that moment, Snape's sole thought was to protect, while also preventing the recurrence of tragedy. As the one directly involved, Eino remained oblivious to Snape's inner turmoil, responding solely from the depths of his heart. Suffering has a tendency to target the ordinary, for the ordinary cannot conjure miracles. Yet, he yearned to be the miracle of the ordinary, as though he had been chosen by fate itself. Thus, the potions classroom fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, Snape remarked, "Excellent, a remarkable answer. Slytherin receives 10 points. His tone bore an unusual lightness, and he no longer appeared tense. After awarding the points, he refrained from questioning anyone else and turned to return to the lectern. This unexpected turn of events left all the young wizards bewildered, and Eino was equally perplexed. Nevertheless, it did not dampen the spirits of the surrounding Slytherins, for this was a rare 10 points. Naturally, where there is joy, there is discontent, as exemplified by Miss Granger, whose lips pursed in indignation, exuding an air of unfairness. To her, it seemed unjust that she alone had raised her hand, yet the professor chose to overlook her. The potions class continued in an orderly fashion, perhaps influenced by Snape's improved mood. In the ensuing moments, Harry became akin to a formidable magnet, absorbing all of Snape's assaults with an intensity that rendered even Neville's mishap of toppling the cauldron merely subject to superficial reprimand. It appeared that Snape was unwilling to squander his precious points on Neville. "Potter, seeing him spill the cauldron, why did you not intervene? Your peers' missteps reflect poorly on you." He sneered. "Gryffindor loses a point." Potter, gazing about the classroom, another point deducted from Gryffindor. "Potter, why is your gaze fixated solely upon the cauldron?" Each deduction, though minor, was laced with profound humiliation. Faced with incessant mockery and frequent point reductions, Harry felt on the brink of madness. It seemed that no matter his actions, they were met with criticism. Daydreaming was deemed careless, while earnestness was chastised for being too rigid. After enduring the class, his hasty packing led to yet another charge of contempt for the classroom, resulting in another point lost. Chapter 27, Eino's Trump Card. Once the potions class concluded, the Gryffindor Lions fled the classroom as if escaping a tempest. "I cannot fathom why Dumbledore would appoint such a person as a professor. Just look at that countenance. Harry, I have no doubt that if it were just the two of you in the classroom, he might even harm you," Ron declared in his usual post-facto manner, analyzing Snape with unwavering certainty. "Enough, Ron." Harry wearily waved his hand. After an hour of relentless bombardment, he longed for a tranquil space to contemplate where he may have inadvertently offended Snape. "It is exceedingly rude to discuss a professor behind their back." Hermione's voice chimed in from behind them. "Excuse me, please." Miss Granger raised her chin and passed between them. Before Hermione could distance herself, Ron, brimming with indignation, remarked, "Look at her haughty demeanor. Even Neville has noticed the old bat is targeting you, targeting Gryffindor, and she still refers to him as Professor. Ron, let us depart. We should seek out Hagrid, in the little hut just outside the castle." Harry was resolute in his desire to escape to a place where he could unwind. "Very well. After all, we have no classes this afternoon, Ron shrugged, acquiescing to Harry's proposal. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of potions class, Eino made his way back to the dormitory. Truth be told, he was increasingly convinced that Malfoy was proving to be an excellent roommate. Not only did he offer morning wake-up calls, but he even made it a point to rouse Eino from his midday slumber. Most importantly, Malfoy was genuinely wild. Often, he would vanish for an entire day, only to return at curfew. This not only afforded Eino the luxury of a private dormitory, but also granted him the freedom to practice magic without restraint. Despite the castle's vastness, finding a tranquil spot for magical practice was indeed a formidable challenge. Should one choose the corridor, one must remain vigilant against the elusive Furk. If one finds oneself in an abandoned classroom, caution must be exercised against the exuberant antics of other young wizards. In essence, finding an undisturbed haven within Hogwarts proves to be a formidable challenge. Perhaps only the fabled room of requirement on the 8th floor truly offers a sanctuary of safety and secrecy. It would be folly to venture into the room of requirement. Eino mused as he surveyed his empty dormitory, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Simultaneously, he felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Malfoy and Harry. In truth, his desire to visit the room of requirement was not absent. Rather, the prevailing circumstances rendered it unfeasible, though it seemed that the excitement of the Sorting Hat had subsided. The present moment was, in fact, of the utmost significance. Dumbledore and the duplicitous Quirrell were anything but benign. Reflecting upon Snape's uncharacteristically probing inquiries today, Eino began to suspect that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. They all seemed to revel in the shadows. It would be wise for them not to provoke me. Contemplating his future predicament, Eino instinctively reached for the secret pocket within his inner lining, where he stowed the most precious treasures he had accumulated over the past 2 years. It is worth noting that even old John's bag of gold coins was merely nestled within a concealed extension box. Fragmented. Upon returning to his dormitory and taking a brief respite, Eino commenced his daily practice of spellcasting. As the incantation rolled off his tongue, a beam of white light erupted from his wand, striking a teacup several meters away. In an instant, the teacup shattered into countless pieces upon the spell's contact. Restored to its former state, the myriad shards of porcelain hung, suspended in midair for a fleeting moment, before being drawn together by an invisible force, culminating in the reappearance of a pristine teacup upon the table. Softening charm, cutting charm, repairing charm, fire-making charm, and even the newly learned freezing charm and expanding charm. For the ensuing time, Eino relentlessly attacked and repaired the teacup, repeating the cycle of assault and restoration. Within a mere half hour, a simple ceramic teacup had endured a kaleidoscope of magical onslaughts. Prior to the commencement of the school year, during the frenzied practice in the fantastical realm, Eino had developed an almost instinctual habit of releasing spells. It resembled the reflexive action of an 18th-century cowboy who, upon grasping a gun, would instinctively pull the trigger. Some seasoned cowboys could even aim without the need for sight, achieving a remarkable connection between thought and action, executing their desires with precision. To some extent, such marksmanship transcended the physical realm, becoming somewhat metaphysical, yet it undeniably existed. Historically, the renowned American gunslinger Bill, in a skirmish in 1864, remarkably wielded 2 revolvers to achieve an astounding feat of eliminating his foes without sustaining a single scratch. Eino was, in essence, emulating the cowboys, mirroring the reflexes of those who once dueled, embodying the principle of sight, hand, and spell in harmonious unity. He is acutely aware that magic does not operate like a turn-based game. His adversaries are certainly not foolish enough to stand idly by and engage in a battle of firepower. In such scenarios, the precision of spells becomes paramount. Even the most formidable curses, like the Killing Curse, are rendered futile if they fail to connect. Naturally, this consideration primarily pertains to single-target spells. Should a conflagration akin to the Great Fire of Paris erupt, engulfing the city in searing flames, notions of accuracy and evasive maneuvers would be utterly in vain. Meanwhile, on the grassy expanse outside the castle, Hagrid, we have come to see you. Harry approached and knocked on the stone cottage's door, soon hearing a cacophony of barking and heavy footsteps emanating from within. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid's towering figure before the 2 friends. Harry, you've arrived. Come in. I have freshly baked rock cakes from this morning. You can take some as a snack when you head back. It's a rare delicacy. Hagrid greeted Harry warmly, while simultaneously using his massive hand to soothe the restless fawn. This was Harry's first visit to Hagrid's abode, and as he stepped inside, he couldn't help but survey the surroundings. The cottage consisted of a single room, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere, with various dried meats and hams hanging near the windows. At the center stood a large hearth, boiling a kettle of red tea, while a patched bed lay against the walls on either side. Make yourself comfortable. There's no need to be formal here, Hagrid declared, placing a plate of rock cakes on the table before taking a seat himself. The wooden chair creaked ominously under Hagrid's weight, causing Harry to feel a pang of anxiety, fearing it might not withstand Hagrid's immense bulk. Once seated, Hagrid belatedly acknowledged Ron's presence and began to mutter softly, "Another redhead. I hope he is a bit more manageable." However, Hagrid's supposed whispers were perfectly audible to Ron, who immediately flushed with embarrassment. Before he could rise, Harry firmly held him back. "Hagrid, Ron is also my friend," Harry interjected, perhaps sensing Harry's discontent. Hagrid scratched his head and explained to Ron, "All right, I apologize. It's just that your twin brothers are notoriously troublesome. They certainly know how to stir up trouble." Chapter 28, The Astute Hagrid. It is often said that when individuals unite against a common foe, their bond strengthens swiftly. It is worth noting that the school year had only just begun, and Ron was still fuming over George and Fred's deception during the sorting ceremony. Hearing Hagrid's criticisms of George and Fred, Ron felt an immediate kinship, eagerly joining in the censure. Harry gazed at the two individuals across from him. The earlier tension had dissipated, and they now resembled long-lost friends engaged in spirited conversation. Although the scene was somewhat peculiar, Harry refrained from interrupting, finding a certain joy in their camaraderie. His circle of friends at Hogwarts was limited, so he felt pleased to see Ron and Hagrid getting along so well. Their conversation flowed for over half an hour, with Ron relishing the exchange until he felt parched and rose to fetch some water, only to discover that the table bore but a solitary plate of rock cakes. "What a memory I have." Upon realizing Ron's intent, Hagrid slapped his forehead and hastily stood up to retrieve the boiling tea from the stove. Seizing the moment while Hagrid was away, Harry discreetly signaled to Ron, "Hey mate, what's with your eyes? They keep blinking." Ron, puzzled, inquired, "Ron, let us pause the topic about your brothers for a moment. I wish to inquire with Hagrid why Snape always seems to target me. I've never provoked him." Halting mid-sentence, Harry fell silent as Hagrid approached with the kettle. Ron, ever astute, offered Harry a reassuring glance, indicating his willingness to assist. After pouring the tea, Hagrid settled back into his wooden chair with a creak. "Hagrid, do you know what we encountered today? It was Snape. You should have seen his menacing demeanor. I wager if there hadn't been others around, he would have harmed Harry, or perhaps even killed him." Ron once again expressed his views on Snape. However, the expected agreement did not materialize. Hagrid, unusually, countered, "Harm Harry? That's impossible. You must be imagining things. It's simply isn't true." Hagrid, "In truth, I feel Snape harbors a deep animosity towards me." Harry seized the opportunity to interject. "Yet, I've never wronged him, you know that. Before coming to Hogwarts, I had never even seen him." In contrast to Ron's exaggerated depiction, Harry appeared far more rational, perhaps influenced by his recent entry into Gryffindor. Hagrid, somewhat conflicted, stroked his thick beard. Under the expectant gazes of Harry and Ron, he felt a certain pressure. "Well, I can only assert that Snape would never harm you. After all, he is a professor at Hogwarts. Even if you do not trust him, you must trust Headmaster Dumbledore." Upon hearing this reasoning, Harry nodded in agreement, and even Ron, unusually, refrained from dissent. "As for Snape targeting you, I would argue that he targets all of Gryffindor, and you just happen to be the most notable among them." Hagrid silently commended his own cleverness for conjuring such an excellent excuse in a short span. Meanwhile, Harry appeared to have a moment of realization, seemingly accepting this rationale. For at least it seemed plausible. Time flowed silently, imperceptibly. 2 days later, on a serene morning, Eino continued to relish the exclusive wake-up service provided by Draco, which further solidified his intention to purchase an alarm clock. "Draco, have you really applied hairspray 3 times? Are you certain this won't damage your hair roots?" Eino leaned against the headboard, observing Malfoy's dazzling routine. He couldn't comprehend why one would rise at 6 for a simple flying lesson, indulging in an elaborate morning ritual. Apologies for using the term makeup. It boggled his mind that a normal boy would feel the need to douse himself in cologne at such an early hour, even spending half an hour in front of the mirror merely to perfect his hairstyle. "Eino, what do you think of this shirt?" Malfoy, disregarding the hairspray issue, inquired about his attire. "It's splendid. You look quite spirited, and the color coordination is excellent," Eino replied insincerely. Truth be told, were it not for the daily wake-up service, he would have liked to express that no one would lift their robes merely to admire his concealed shirt. "That's good. Hurry up with your morning routine. Don't forget about flying class soon. I'll head to the Great Hall first." With that, Malfoy departed the dormitory without a backward glance. A few minutes later, Eino rose from his bed. He was indeed looking forward to the flying lesson, not only due to humanity's inherent yearning for the skies, but also because it pertained to his future survival. Although the magical realm seemed quite safe at present, no one would object to acquiring an additional means of protection, even if it were merely for expediency. "Perhaps I could purchase a magic carpet?" While pondering this, Eino glanced at the suitcase beside his bed. Although it had been expanded with an extension charm, it was still insufficient to accommodate a flying broom. It appeared that England did not sell magic carpets, and summer would soon be bustling with plans. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, in the Great Hall, Malfoy fortuitously encountered the person he had been eager to see. Upon spotting Harry and Ron, He promptly cast aside any semblance of pure-blood decorum and began shouting. Before coming to Hogwarts, I had already mastered the art of flying on a broomstick. Once, my father took me home, and we nearly collided with a Muggle airplane. Had I not dodged in time, that Muggle plane could have been damaged. Malfoy, surrounded by Slytherin first years, regaled them with tales of his legendary exploits. At the Gryffindor table, Ron appeared to sip his milk, yet his ears were perked up in keen interest. Harry, are Muggle airplanes easily damaged? Aren't they quite dangerous up there? When it came to curiosity, Ron was always at the forefront. Malfoy's just boasting. Harry decisively shook his head. Although I've never been on a plane, that massive iron contraption, hundreds of feet tall, would be quite impossible to survive a collision with, even for him and his father. Merlin socks. Hundreds of feet? That's larger than a dragon. Ron was filled with astonishment. He could hardly fathom how a creature vastly larger than a dragon could soar into the heavens, especially one forged from steel. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy noticed Harry casting a glance in their direction, which only heightened his enthusiasm. He regaled his audience with tales of evading Muggle airplanes and racing alongside dragons and thunderbirds, a parade of bizarre and fantastical experiences unfolding one after another. His extravagant embellishments and ornate language captivated even Eino, who had just entered the Great Hall, compelling him to pause and listen. In that moment, Eino thought that if Malfoy were to pursue a career as a bard, he might indeed craft a glorious legend. Chapter 29, Flying Lessons, Verification and Speculation. The commotion in the Great Hall persisted for over half an hour, not because Malfoy had run out of stories, but because it was time for class. At 9 a.m., outside the castle, Madame Hooch appeared on her broomstick, circling the students before landing gracefully on the lawn. Before the lessons commenced, she deemed it necessary to emphasize one crucial point. When we begin flying shortly, you must heed my commands. Of course, if you wish to plummet from several feet in the air and spend the latter half of the semester in a hospital bed, then by all means, do as you please. Like all professors, Madame Hooch made the stakes clear during her first lesson. Come here, all of you. I will demonstrate only once. Madame Hooch stepped forward and began to illustrate the correct flying posture. Just as the students were gearing up to practice the command for their brooms to rise, a voice rang out from the crowd. Professor, I have a question. Eino raised his hand, directing his gaze toward Madame Hooch. His action successfully drew the attention of everyone, particularly Hermione, whose eyes widened with curiosity. Excellent. Ask your questions now. Do not wait until we are airborne to present various issues, Madame Hooch replied, her expression serious as she approached Eino. Very well, child. Now, express your concerns. Professor, I do not understand how brooms can carry us aloft. If it is merely magic, why are there different brands and models that result in varying speeds and performances? I mean, if it is simply magic, shouldn't their velocities be uniform? Eino inquired, articulating a long-held curiosity. He was intrigued by the mechanics of flying brooms. If they were simply vehicles for flight, it would not be surprising and could easily be categorized as wondrous magic. Yet, they resembled machinery with distinct brands and models, even differing in specifications, which was difficult to explain through magic alone. I apologize, child. Your question exceeds my knowledge. However, if you have inquiries regarding flying techniques or safety protocols, do not hesitate to seek me out. Madame Hooch graciously acknowledged her limitations. It was not mentioned that the professor felt embarrassed for being unable to answer the student's question, nor did he concoct a fabricated explanation to placate the student. However, I would suggest that you consider enrolling in an alchemy course during the 6th grade or seek answers independently at the library. Thank you for your invaluable advice, Professor. In the face of the candid Madame Hooch, Eino did not forget the basic courtesy expected of a student. Their amiable exchange, while pleasant for both Madame Hooch and Eino, overlooked the small wizard observing nearby, particularly within Slytherin, where many girls displayed expressions of admiration. After all, being able to perplex a professor with a question is a remarkable feat for a student, even if that professor teaches merely flying lessons. In contrast to Slytherin, the dynamics in Gryffindor were far more complex, encompassing admiration, silence, and disdain. Yet, Miss Granger alone appeared contemplative as she regarded Eino, leaving others unaware of her thoughts. Following this brief interlude, Madame Hooch resumed her instruction. Listen well, when I blow the whistle, you must push off the ground with great force. And remember to grip your brooms tightly. Aim to rise a few feet into the air. At the announcement of their impending flight, the young wizards displayed unmistakable excitement, including Draco Malfoy. However, Eino remained unfazed, perhaps due to his prolonged masquerade as a seer, prompting him to test the inertia of fate. Much like how Hermione refrained from boasting about Hogwarts history during the sorting ceremony, thus avoiding her initial conflict with Ron, this situation was also significant. It directly pertained to whether Harry would be able to join the Quidditch team. Only by becoming a member could the trio cast doubt on Snape during the matches, potentially propelling subsequent developments. For now, he needed to quietly observe and see if Neville would once again lose control of his broom, as depicted in the original narrative. A quarter of an hour later, The inertia of fate manifested itself as anticipated. Help! Help me! Neville's desperate cries echoed through the air. The old broom soared like a wild stallion, instantly reaching heights of several dozen feet. On the ground, the young wizards were thrown into disarray. Yet, Eino remained indifferent, refraining from showcasing his rudimentary magic or attempting to save Neville or earn points. It is crucial to remember that this was Hogwarts. The notion of a student falling to their death in broad daylight was absurd. If Neville were truly in peril, Eino would have turned and walked away without hesitation. After all, love affairs among students were hardly unique to Hogwarts alone. In midair, Neville clung desperately to his broom, struggling against the perilous situation. It now appears that he is situated at least 60 feet above the ground, which translates to approximately 18 meters, roughly the height of 78 stories. Do not underestimate this altitude. Given Neville's rather rotund physique, the likelihood of fatality from a fall is significantly high. However, the unfolding events are steeped in drama. Neville did indeed fall, but remarkably, he only sustained an injury to his arm, after Madame Hooch personally escorted Neville for treatment. The subsequent developments mirrored those of the original narrative. In a fierce competition for Neville's memory ball, Malfoy and Harry engaged in an aerial contest of speed and exhilaration. For the other young wizards, the spectacle of their duel in the sky was a rare delight. Yet, Eino could hardly be bothered to glance upwards. His mind was preoccupied with the earlier incident, pondering that Neville's broom had ultimately spiraled out of control. Was it the inertia of fate, or something else entirely? Simultaneously, it prompted him to speculate whether events that seem predestined are genuinely immutable. If they are, then why have minor occurrences already undergone change? What significance does divination hold? Meanwhile, in the sky, the struggle between Malfoy and Harry intensified. As Malfoy forcefully launched the memory ball, Harry soared like an arrow released from a bow. With all his might, he seized the falling memory ball, mere inches from the castle. Not only did Harry accomplish this daring feat, but he also executed a smooth turn, coming to a steady halt midair. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, Professor McGonagall's shocked and furious expression lurked behind the window. The flying lesson, after all, was hastily concluded. Following a prior teaching mishap, Madame Hooch opted against allowing the young wizards to fly collectively, instead favoring a cumbersome one-on-one instruction. The process proved somewhat convoluted, yet it ultimately equipped everyone with the skills to navigate broom flight. It resembled learning to ride a bicycle. Once equilibrium is achieved, the remainder is left to time. Chapter 30, Malfoy's Retaliation. How can I do this? Scarhead clearly violated the school rules. I must write to my father. In the dormitory, Malfoy vociferously complained. 3 days had elapsed since the last flying lesson, and following an impressive display, Harry was promptly taken away by Professor McGonagall. Just as everyone anticipated Harry would face severe punishment, the plot took a surprising turn. Not only was Harry selected for the Quidditch team under exceptional circumstances, but he also secured the significant position of Seeker. When this news reached Slytherin, Malfoy's defenses crumbled. It is worth noting that just yesterday afternoon, he had been in the common room, speculating with others about the nature of Harry's impending punishment. Now, he found himself thoroughly humiliated, stifling his rage as he returned to the dormitory, unable to contain himself any longer. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, the instigator Neville, the onlooking Gryffindors, and even Harry's owl all became targets of his scorn. After listening to Malfoy's incessant grumbling for over half an hour, Eino could no longer contain himself. Draco, do you know why the emblem of Slytherin is a serpent? Because a serpent, even in failure, does not succumb to despair or complaint. It retreats into the shadows, quietly preparing itself, nurturing strength, resilience, and determination in the face of adversity, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. In the dormitory, the bard's distinctive intonation while recounting tales captivated Malfoy's attention. His gaze was as clear and profound as a placid lake, his form sinuous and graceful, with a tail that danced and fluttered, each movement hinting at the unpredictable and the wisdom of adaptation. Draco, remember you are a true Slytherin. So do not emulate those toads, for they are merely noisy without substance. Eino refrained from direct persuasion, instead employing anthropomorphic metaphors, subtly elevating Malfoy while artfully redirecting his thoughts. Indeed, the effect was immediate. Malfoy seemed to resonate with this approach, first pondering in silence for a considerable time, then suddenly slapping his thigh. You are right. I am Slytherin. I must seek an opportunity to deliver an unforgettable lesson to Scarhead. It was unclear what precisely Malfoy envisioned, but his eyes sparkled with increasing intensity, and an unusual flush crept onto his cheeks. Clearly, you have grasped it. Congratulations, a quintessential Slytherin. However, it is quite late now. If there is nothing more, let us retire for the night. Observing Malfoy cease his complaints, Eino generously offered his praise. Oh, and don't forget to wake me up in the morning. With that, he drew the curtains of his bed, turning his attention away from Malfoy. Time, as it often does, slipped quietly by in these tranquil days. Unbeknownst to him, the first term had already passed 2 full weeks. During this period, Eino had not only become familiar with Hogwarts, but had also found his own rhythm of life. Aside from the linear routine between the classrooms and the library, he spent the remainder of his time either practicing magic in the dormitory or ascending to the astronomy tower, where he would enjoy the sunrise while singing softly to himself. Speaking of singing, one must mention the accompanying instrument. Despite his lofty expectations of magic, he was still astonished by the self-playing accordion. The 10 galleons he had spent on it in Diagon Alley prior to the term proved to be an unexpectedly perfect purchase. Not only did it play automatically, but it could also recognize melodies and store compositions seamlessly. On one occasion, he casually hummed Schubert's Serenade, and the accordion immediately identified the tune, storing it in a notated format. It was akin to a multifunctional recording device, capable of looping playback at any moment. In the Slytherin dormitory, after a day of lessons, Eino quietly leaned back in his chair to rejuvenate. Beside him lay an open copy of Practical Household Magic. Indeed, household magic is not akin to the Muggles Britain's Housewives, which instructs on laundry, cooking, and cleaning. The book published by Silent Publishing holds far greater value than standard spells. In a sense, it could be considered an encyclopedia of enchantments, as it not only catalogs a wide array of spells, but also includes methods and techniques for their execution. Half an hour later, Eino slowly opened his eyes and waved his wand, prompting the accordion to perform a soothing melody. Each day, he indulged in music, reading, and practicing magic. Truth be told, he had begun to relish the privileges of Slytherin. If he had been sorted into Gryffindor, as depicted in the original text regarding the Lion's dormitory, the prospect of practicing magic would have been futile. Even completing assignments in peace would be a luxury. After all, one could hardly expect the boisterous and energetic little lions to behave themselves. Bang! Just as Eino was about to switch the tune, the dormitory door was violently thrust open. I just issued a duel challenge to Scarhead in the Great Hall, and he accepted. It's set for midnight tonight in the trophy room. Upon returning to the dormitory, Malfoy was in a frenzy, recounting his recent escapade, how he had startled Harry into speechlessness, and that Weasley was merely fit to stand by as a mere echo. By the way, will you accompany me tonight? Be my assistant, and let us teach Scarhead and his minions a good lesson. Apologies. I shall not contravene school regulations. Eino replied without a moment's hesitation, resolutely declining. What a jest. If the acceptance letter was the key to the path of magic, then a midnight duel surely marked the commencement of adventure. Heaven knows how many eyes would be secretly watching this duel. After managing to stay under the radar for over a month, he had just begun to recede from the public gaze. Only a fool would leap forth to reclaim the spotlight. Conversely, Malfoy seemed unsurprised by this outcome, displaying no anger at Eino's refusal. Very well, I shall proceed with my plans then. Scarhead is finished. And so is that Weasley. Watching Malfoy sink into a state of self-satisfaction, grinning foolishly, Eino instinctively rose, grasped the accordion nearby, and strode toward the door without a backward glance. In the common room, Mr. Slytherin, are you heading out? Stepping out of the dormitory, Eino heard a bright voice call from behind, prompting him to halt. Good afternoon, Miss Parkinson and Miss Greengrass. Before him stood 2 fellow students from his year, Pansy and Daphne. To be fair, these 2 young ladies could be regarded as prominent figures of their cohort, although the original text provides scant descriptions of the 2 girls. After spending some time together, Eino is acutely aware that they are anything but ordinary. This does not imply that the 2 young ladies are particularly malevolent. Rather, they embody the cunning and elegance characteristic of Slytherin's legacy. So, are you planning to step out for some practice? In the midst of her speech, Pansy's gaze inadvertently drifts toward the accordion nearby. Daphne, seizing the opportunity, playfully inquires, I wonder if we might be fortunate enough to hear you perform a piece. Very well. It would be my honor, Eino replied after a moment of contemplation. Having chosen to maintain a low profile and integrate into Slytherin, he realized that being too unconventional would be unwise. Social interactions, albeit modest, were essential. Sometimes, excessive modesty can paradoxically serve as a form of ostentation. Though I have yet to master the instrument, I can share an intriguing story with you. Eino set down the accordion and found a secluded corner in the common room to sit down. Chapter 31, The Midnight Duel. On that night, as midnight approached, Eino heard a rustling from the dormitory, followed shortly by the sound of a door creaking open. However, in less than 20 minutes, the dormitory door swung open once more. Hearing the commotion, he could only manage a wry smile. Malfoy remained as incorrigible as ever, or perhaps he was simply steadfast in his loyalty. Regardless, it was evident he had gone to alert Filch to prepare for a capture. Eino lay on his bed, quietly sighing. The tales of others bore no significance to him. He was merely a storyteller. On the 4th floor, in the trophy display room, the crystal glass cabinets gleamed under the moonlight, with trophies, shields, medals, and statues reflecting a soft silver metallic sheen. The surroundings were eerily silent. Inside the room, 3 young wizards moved cautiously against the wall. Harry clutched his wand, his eyes fixed intently on the corridor ahead, feeling as though enemies lurked in the shadows. Time ticked by slowly. It was already past midnight. Why hadn't Team Malfoy and the others arrived? Harry asked nervously. Who knows? Perhaps he is frightened, or maybe he overslept. But it's just as well that he hasn't come, considering we have an encumbering presence with us, Ron remarked impatiently. His earlier bravado from the hall now replaced by irritation, and he pointedly directed his ire at Hermione. I've never intended to stir trouble since school began. How many points have you lost? Don't you keep track? Hermione retorted sharply, refusing to coddle Ron. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, she continued, this is a ruse. Haven't you figured that out yet? A duel at midnight? Huh. Only you would believe it, and fervently encourage Harry. Harry listened to the argument behind him, feeling a sense of being duped, especially since it was well past midnight, which intensified his belief that he had fallen into a trap set by Malfoy. Forget it. Let us head back. Malfoy likely won't show up, he said, turning to the two behind him. Let us go? Tomorrow I will make sure Hogwarts knows about Malfoy's cowardice and his spineless behavior, Ron grumbled indignantly. Meanwhile, at the far end of the silent corridor, an unexpected noise startled the trio, causing them to hold their breath. After a moment, a series of disjointed mutterings echoed in the darkness. Where could those little brats be hiding? Don't let me catch you tucked away in a corner. The unmistakable voice, with its distinctive quack-like tone, instantly revealed its owner to the three, Argus Filch, the castle's caretaker. We should quietly slip out while he hasn't noticed, Harry whispered, cautiously retreating. However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud clatter erupted behind them. It was evident that someone had knocked over a trophy, and in the dark, he could hardly afford to investigate who was so careless, for the jarring noise had already alerted Filch from a distance. Found you, disgusting little brats. Run. Don't look back. Hermione tugged at the frightened boys, urging them to flee. Though they had been discovered, Filch had not yet seen their faces. Their only option was to dash forward recklessly, later insisting on their innocence. Hermione's plan was sound, and both Harry and Ron agreed, their heads tucked down as they sprinted. However, if they had dared to glance back, they would have noticed Filch strangely circling in the corridor, failing to catch up with them. Half an hour later, Harry returned to the dormitory, still shaken. He longed to go home, back to the cramped little room beneath his attic. He could not fathom what was wrong with Hogwarts, allowing a beast as large as a car to roam freely in the corridors. Just as Harry was regaining his composure, on the other side of the castle, the door to the three-headed dog's chamber suddenly closed on its own. A brilliant magical aura flickered across the door. The wooden door, which Hermione had easily unlocked moments ago with a spell, now emanated an impenetrable solidity. In the Slytherin dormitory, after a night of restful sleep, Draco awoke to find himself staring at the dejected expression of Malfoy seated in a chair. It was evident, without needing to guess, that Malfoy had risen early to check the hourglass of the houses, discovering that Gryffindor's points had not changed significantly, and thus realizing his plan had failed. It was understandable to feel a bit down. However, being merely a child of around 10 years, his bad mood dissipated as quickly as it arrived. After freshening up that morning, Draco soon forgot his earlier discontent and began discussing the day's lessons. Eino, do you think our defense against the dark arts professor will teach us some formidable spells today? I'm utterly exhausted from the endless transformations of a simple twig and the incessant fiddling with that wretched feather. Upon hearing the mention of the defense against the dark arts class, Eino was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he pragmatically responded, I advise you not to harbor any expectations for the defense against the dark arts class. They cannot possibly teach you any advanced spells in your first year. At best, you might learn a distress signal charm. In his view, the true study of magic should be methodical and gradual. If one were to wield cataclysmic powers right from the start, it would not be magic, it would be myth. Eino swiftly extinguished Malfoy's hopes, and then picked up his defense against the dark arts textbook before pushing open the door to leave the dormitory. Frankly, if it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid facing Quirrell or encountering Voldemort at this juncture, although safeguarded by the brain-blocking charm. The effectiveness of such protection against a once mighty Dark Lord remains uncertain. As Dumbledore once remarked, one should never underestimate the wisdom of a centenarian. In truth, Voldemort's actual age would classify him as a senior citizen even in the Muggle world. Particularly now, with all 7 Horcruxes intact, Eino was even less inclined to gamble on the opponent's intellect and reason. Nonetheless, despite his inner resistance, certain matters could not be evaded. Avoidance was simply not an option. In such a scenario, one could only go with the flow, for any form of evasion merely serves to attract the adversary further. If only he could cast a memory charm, Eino mused silently. If that were the case, he could selectively suppress memories, temporarily forgetting all information pertaining to Quirrell. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the risk of revealing vulnerabilities. On the 6th floor of the castle, in the defense against the dark arts classroom, there remained a quarter of an hour before the lesson commenced, yet the room was already filled with young wizards. After such a long period since their enrollment, today marked the long-awaited occasion for a proper class. Just the name, defense against the dark arts, evokes an inexplicable sense of sophistication. Consequently, both Slytherins and Gryffindors sat quietly in the classroom, each face adorned with an expression of anticipation. Even Harry and Ron, recently victimized by Malfoy, merely exchanged glances of mutual frustration rather than engaging in their usual bickering. Half an hour later, in the defense against the dark arts classroom, Quirrell single-handedly obliterated the centuries-old enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin. He successfully united the two houses, at least on the surface. The pungent aroma of garlic overwhelmed the front-row young wizards, rendering their eyes nearly impossible to open. Coupled with his stammering and monotonous teaching style, the atmosphere lulled everyone into a state of drowsiness, leaving them utterly disinterested in anything else. In the classroom, Eino occupied a nondescript seat in the middle of the back row. At this moment, he resembled his peers, his eyes glazed over, an expression that suggested he could succumb to slumber at any moment. The sole distinction was that while others might genuinely be struggling to endure Quirrell's teaching, he was merely performing. Alas, Quirrell's abilities were so meager that they paled in comparison to the incessant ramblings of Aunt Aisha from the fantastical realm. Time slipped away amidst Quirrell's stammered readings. "Now, you may leave the class. There is no homework." As Quirrell's words echoed through the room, the classroom erupted like a vessel filled with adrenaline, and all the young wizards surged toward the exit. Eino blended into the crowd, following the throng into the hallway. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Throughout the lesson, he had neither fixated on Quirrell's turban nor posed any peculiar inquiries. Once he touched solid ground, he began to reflect. Perhaps he had fallen victim once more to the malaise of the cursed class, becoming somewhat presumptuous. Ironically, he was not Harry. How could he possibly command everyone's attention? Moreover, whether it was Voldemort or Quirrell, their interests lay solely with the Philosopher's Stone, leaving no room for irrelevant matters. Returning to the present, upon exiting the classroom, Eino took a leisurely stroll through the campus corridors, as if he were a tourist pausing at every window to gaze at the distant castle. Perhaps having just emerged from a tense performance, the sudden relaxation made him acutely aware of how precious this carefree campus life was. Wait a moment. A fragmented voice suddenly called out from behind, nearly triggering his fight-or-flight response as his hand instinctively reached for his inner pocket. He quickly realized that in the bustling corridor, he was being overly cautious. "Why are you running so fast? I haven't seen you in the library these past few days. Has something happened?" The voice grew nearer, and Eino discerned that its owner had no connection to Quirrell. Before him stood a brown-haired bundle of concern, her bright eyes sparkling with empathy. Honestly, this scene touched Eno's heart. To speak candidly, aside from his experiences in the fantastical world, Hermione was the first person to show genuine concern for him without any ulterior motive. Throughout his life, whether in the orphanage or while peddling fortunes outside his elementary school, every greeting, inquiry, or flirtation he encountered was driven by purpose. In contrast, Hermione's sincere concern now felt especially precious. "I'm asking you, don't daydream." Hermione waved her delicate hand in front of Eno's eyes. "I'm fine. Nothing has happened. I haven't been to the library these past few days because I've been organizing my previous knowledge. After all, excessive intake can lead one to become a slave to knowledge. Incredibly, I discern the context of Plato, and I find it utterly perplexing how you ended up in Slytherin," Hermione expressed with a tinge of regret. "Ha ha ha. I recall answering a similar query of yours in the antechamber before the sorting hat ceremony." Before Eno could finish, Hermione raised her chin, gazing 45 degrees toward the heavens, and began to mimic Eno's tone from that day. "I don't know. It's all the same to me how they sort us, truly. You know." Your expression back then was rather infuriating. "Is that so? But I genuinely do not care about the sorting." Eno turned to meet Hermione's gaze, speaking earnestly. After a brief moment of eye contact, Hermione succumbed, lowering her head and murmuring softly, "Please speak up. I can hardly hear you." The bustling corridors during the day were filled with countless young wizards, making it nearly impossible for him to catch what Hermione was saying. "It's nothing. I was just wondering if I could consult you for divination in the future. Don't worry, I'll pay, though I may not have enough galleons. I do have some pounds I've saved up." Hermione inquired nonchalantly. Of course, if one were to overlook her tightly clenched fists beneath her robes and her restless feet, one might genuinely believe she was unconcerned. However, Eno remained oblivious to Hermione's subtle gestures, replying casually, "Certainly, and I would be delighted for you to patronize my business. After all, money that comes knocking at the door is hard to refuse." "That is splendid. If I can't find you, I'll write to you at the Ollery," Hermione said, her face beaming with joy. "The Ollery, you say?" To be candid, upon hearing Hermione's response, Eno felt an uncomfortable twinge within. It is worth noting that despite the long-standing rivalries among the four houses at Hogwarts, students do not shun one another simply due to their differing houses. Inter-house romances are quite common, and such relationships are not solely confined to heterosexual pairings. However, when Hermione mentioned the Ollery, he sensed an underlying issue. It had barely been a short while since the start of the term, Yet it seemed Hermione had already been isolated by Gryffindor, to the extent that she couldn't find anyone to relay messages for her. The castle may appear small, yet its actual expanse is not insignificant, compounded by the labyrinthine staircases. In the absence of mobile communication devices, locating someone with precision can be quite challenging. Thus, the tradition of passing messages among students has become a common practice. Even the most adversarial lions and snakes seldom refuse to relay messages for one another. It was precisely for this reason that he surmised Hermione's situation in Gryffindor was rather dire. Astonishingly, not a single first-year lion had informed her of the tradition of message passing between houses. Reflecting on this, Eino felt a pang of compassion and remarked, "There's no need to spend 2 nuts on sending a letter. If you can't find me, simply leave a note for me in the library and entrust it to Madame Pants. Mention my name, and she will assist you." Regarding Madame Pants, from the very first day of the term, he exerted considerable effort to deliberately draw near her. In gaming terms, one might say he nearly maxed out his affinity level. Thus, leaving a note or passing a message was merely a trivial matter. "You actually managed to persuade Madame Pants to assist?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. "It is because I am a diligent student and have never violated school regulations," Eino replied candidly. Indeed, in terms of adhering to the rules, he had not lost a single point since the beginning of the term. Rather, he had gained numerous points sporadically. The topic of rule adherence struck a chord with Hermione. For the remainder of their time, the two traversed the corridors repeatedly until nearly noon, at which point Eino concluded their conversation under the pretext of lunchtime. He found it quite challenging, as Hermione seemed to possess an endless supply of words, akin to a castaway who, after years of solitude, finally encounters another of her kind. Next time, he resolved to arrange their meeting in the library. Eino couldn't help but massage his sore calves. They had been conversing and walking since 10 o'clock that morning, and now, at lunchtime, his legs were weary, while Hermione appeared entirely unfazed, even departing with a lightness in her step that he found perplexing. Chapter 33. The Chance Atop the Astronomical Tower. Hogwarts, Astronomical Tower. In contrast to the joyous laughter resonating within the castle, the astronomical tower remained the most solitary and serene place. On a crisp Saturday morning, Eino rose as usual, completing his morning rituals before ascending to the tower's summit with his accordion in tow. Sitting on the floor, he patiently awaited the dawn. After approximately 15 minutes, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the castle's highest spire, it resembled a golden enchantment, rendering Hogwarts majestic and awe-inspiring in the morning light. As if it were a colossal guardian of this land, the sun rose, its warm rays streaming through every window of the castle, illuminating each corridor. Truth be told, Eino cherished this feeling, relishing the solitude as he sat in his own moment of time. The ethereal and soothing melodies of the accordion filled his ears, prompting reflections on distant memories. A sense of nostalgia intertwined with a hint of melancholy, as thoughts wafted like a freshly brewed cup of black tea, rising in steam before dissipating into the air. The sun was exiled to the west, darkness creeping across the earth, devoid of its former glory. There was no need for sorrow. A melodic ballad resonated atop the tower, accompanied by the accordion's performance, transporting listeners into a mysterious and ancient dreamscape. The songs evoked deep emotions, akin to a gentle breeze whispering past one's ear, delicately caressing the softest parts of the heart. After about 10 minutes had passed, a piece concluded, and Eino waved his wand, prompting the accordion to fall silent. Claps echoed in the stillness. A crisp round of applause echoed behind him, prompting him to turn swiftly. Ah, the power of music. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, delicately wiping away the faint mist that clung to the lenses. "Good morning, Headmaster," Eino greeted, rising to acknowledge him. "Thank you, Mr. Swinburne. It is you who has introduced me to such a magnificent piece, one so beautiful it is intoxicating. May I inquire if it has a name? I beg your pardon for the curiosity of an old man. You may call me Eino," he said, bowing modestly before continuing. "As for the title of the song, I have named it Ancient Dreams. It was meant to be performed on the moor in Cour, but as you can see, I only possess an accordion." Thus far, he had comported himself like a student unexpectedly praised by the headmaster, exhibiting a blend of modesty and a hint of shyness. "A splendid name," Dumbledore commended, before lightly waving his hand. In an instant, 2 high-backed chairs and a small tea table appeared atop the tower, astonishingly adorned with an array of sweets and 2 steaming cups of black tea. "Would you care to converse with me, Eino? You see, I too am an aficionado of music." Faced with such an unexpected invitation, he reluctantly acquiesced. After all, Dumbledore had made his intentions clear, and with tea and confections at the ready, to refuse would be rather impolite. "It would be my honor, Headmaster." Upon receiving his affirmative response, Dumbledore nodded with a smile, approaching the table and gracefully taking a seat. "Eino, would you be interested in performing at the Halloween banquet? I had initially sought out other bands, but it is evident that I now have a far superior option." Halloween. Well, Eino suppressed his inner objections. It is worth noting that the Halloween festivities at Hogwarts in the coming years would be nothing short of extravagant, a veritable spectacle. To complete a dish at the banquet was an achievement in itself, a testament to one's quickness. Of course, had Dumbledore mentioned the Christmas feast, he might have considered it more earnestly, but Halloween? Let those who desire to attend go. I apologize, headmaster, but I still have much to learn. Perhaps in a few years, I may seek your invitation to perform. Although Eino had declined, he did not forget to mention the future, thereby preserving Dumbledore's dignity. Especially given that the headmaster had personally extended the invitation. A touch disappointing. However, I respect your decision, Dumbledore replied, his expression unchanging. It seemed that the rejection was within his expectations. The tower fell into a brief silence. With Dumbledore no longer speaking, Eino relished the tranquility. After all, having hot tea and complimentary sweets delivered to him on a crisp morning was a delightful occurrence. He casually picked up a piece of creamy toffee and let it dissolve in his mouth, the rich, buttery flavor enveloping his palate, far superior to any artificially flavored milk candy he had ever tasted. Life, indeed, should never betray the beauty of good food. In the spirit of frugality, Eino consumed 3 pieces of toffee before finally retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the remnants of sugar from the corner of his mouth. It was not that he had had his fill, but rather that the plate held little more. The table, inherently small, was adorned with red tea and an assortment of candies, each variety predictably scarce. As a guest, having savored a modest portion was already quite generous. To partake further might seem a tad excessive. However, Dumbledore appeared to perceive Eino's thoughts. He extended his hand and gently tapped the table, which visibly expanded to more than double its original size, replenishing the previously enjoyed creamy toffee and introducing several new confections. The Honeyduke's establishment never fails to impress. Ah yes, it is a candy shop located in Hogsmeade, and perhaps when you reach your 3rd year, you might indulge in its delights yourself. Should their offerings maintain such quality, I would undoubtedly visit frequently, Eino remarked, as he seized another unidentifiable sweet and placed it in his mouth. After all, with the headmaster footing the bill, such an opportunity was too precious to forego. It was not mere greed, but rather a rare occasion. Hogwarts, it seems, is somewhat unwelcoming towards students below the 3rd year. Consider it, what reputable full-time boarding school lacks even a small shop? Pure-blood wizards may manage, albeit with some inconvenience, as they can write home to request supplies. It is the muggle-born students who suffer, unable to indulge in even a magical candy during their time at school, let alone other intriguing items. Returning to the matter at hand, atop the astronomy tower, Eino adopted a strategy of consuming more and speaking less, perfectly embodying the image of a bashful student before the headmaster. When Dumbledore posed a question, he responded. When Dumbledore remained silent, so too did he. This exchange could be aptly described as an awkward conversation. The two engaged in this manner for quite some time, until the sun had fully risen on the horizon. I must take my leave now, headmaster, Eino announced, rising to his feet. Thank you for indulging this old man in conversation for so long. I hope we have such opportunities again in the future. You know, sometimes I feel quite lonely on my own. Dumbledore spoke half in jest. Eino offered no response to the headmaster's suggestion, neither acceptance nor rejection. He merely bowed slightly in respect to Dumbledore before turning to grasp the accordion beside him and making his way toward the staircase of the astronomy tower. However, just as Eino was about to depart, Dumbledore's voice rang out behind him. Child, you need not fear, nor hide from anyone. For as long as I draw breath, no one at Hogwarts shall harm you, I assure you. Chapter 34. 2 months later. Time inevitably slips away unnoticed, akin to a silent journey that carries off the clamor of youth, leaving behind the erosion of years. It has been a full 2 months since the beginning of the school term. During this period, the once naive first-year students fully integrated into Hogwarts, gradually transforming from bewilderment to familiarity with the castle's every facet. By this time next year, they might gaze down upon the new students with the perspective of upperclassmen. In November, the temperature at Hogwarts has plummeted below 10 degrees. Should the rain continue, the chill will only intensify. At this moment, not only Slytherin but all 4 house common rooms have ignited their fireplaces, the rising flames dispelling the dampness in the air. Nevertheless, all of this seems trivial to the young wizards within the castle, for with the arrival of November, they will celebrate their first festival of the academic year, Halloween. In the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick stands at the lectern, elucidating the key aspects of the levitation charm. Do not forget the subtle wrist movement we have been practicing, he emphasizes, his small stature and sharp voice tirelessly reiterating, a flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. The importance of precision in spellcasting cannot be overstated. He reminds them of Baruffio, who mispronounced the incantation and found himself on the floor with a summoned bull standing on his chest. In the classroom, Eino listens attentively. Although he has already mastered the levitation charm, he continues to glean valuable practical techniques from the lesson. Moreover, the erudite Professor Flitwick is always able to address all of his inquiries with aplomb. Just then, Eno raises his hand again, and upon receiving permission from the professor, he slowly poses his question. Professor, I wish to inquire, if one were to prepare in advance and then intentionally mispronounce the incantation, would that result in a free bowl for me? Eno articulates a question that has long troubled him, one of significant importance. In the fantastical realm, while starvation is not a concern, who would prefer nibbling on dry cheese when one could enhance their meals with tender beef? A splendid question, Professor Flitwick exclaims, clapping his hands. In theory, yes. However, this pertains to more advanced summoning spells, akin to the fundamental transformation laws you study in Transfiguration. One cannot conjure food from thin air. He emphasizes that magic does not create from nothing. Just like that unexpected bowl, it will not manifest in specific environments, such as the deep sea or desert, where bowls do not exist. Having conveyed this, while other young wizards appear puzzled, Eno comprehends clearly, gaining his own intuitive understanding. Essentially, this resembles the summoning techniques in Naruto, where the summoning contract is contingent upon the surrounding environment. With this prerequisite established, one can utilize magical techniques to summon objects across space into their presence. Time ticks away, second by second. In the charms class, as the number of floating feathers on the table increased, Professor Flitwick's smile remained unwavering. As the lesson drew to a close, more than half of the students had successfully cast the levitation charm, while the remaining few merely required a touch more time. Such exemplary performance prompted Professor Flitwick to waive the homework for this week's charms class, a decision that elicited jubilant cheers from all, allowing everyone to revel in the early delights of Halloween. After class, each face radiated a sense of ease, particularly as the enticing aroma of pumpkins wafted through the castle. The great hall, corridors, and even the moving staircases were adorned with an array of colorful Halloween decorations, fluttering bats, low-hanging clouds, and eerie masks, creating an ambience that was both peculiar and mysterious. As evening fell, the great hall was ablaze with light, where everyone gathered to celebrate the annual Halloween feast. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy, astonished, inquired, Eno, have you lost your manners in your hunger? For he had always known Eno to eat with deliberation, never rushing or competing, unlike the current display of disregard for decorum. Lost my manners? Eno looked up in surprise, and upon seeing Malfoy's hesitant expression, realization dawned upon him. Today's steak and pumpkin pie are absolutely splendid. Draco, trust me, indulge a little. Without awaiting a response, he returned his focus to the food on his plate. Seeing Eno devour his meal with such zeal, Malfoy couldn't help but purse his lips, skeptically picking up a slice of pumpkin pie to taste. Perhaps it was a psychological suggestion or some other reason, but he found the flavor in this pie to be distinctly different from before. Their uncharacteristic dining drew curious glances from their fellow Slytherins. Fortunately, both Eno and Malfoy possessed a reputation that discouraged confrontation, prompting only curiosity rather than the reprimands directed at Goyle by Pansy for his poor table manners earlier. The feast proceeded in an orderly fashion until, unexpectedly, Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, stumbled into the hall. A troll has been released in the dungeons. You ought to be informed, he proclaimed, surprisingly coherent for once. However, as he finished his sentence, he collapsed to the floor with a thud, while Quirrell fell silent. The hall erupted into chaos. The older students remained composed, but the younger witches and wizards below third year were already in a state of panic. Silence. Dumbledore's voice, amplified by magic, resounded over the tumult. Prefects, immediately escort the students back to their dormitories. Without further ado, the Slytherin prefects, including the previously mentioned Mundungus, brandished their wands, their expressions and demeanor suggesting that they regarded the troll as an inconsequential threat. In truth, this is quite normal. Upon careful comparison, the disparity between upper-year wizards and adult wizards is negligible, particularly for those who hold the esteemed position of prefect, a true mark of elitism. There exists no legitimate reason to fear a troll. This brings to mind the Ministry of Magic's perplexing classification of magical creatures. It is bewildering that a foolish troll is categorized alongside unicorns, erumpents, and even phoenixes. Returning to the matter at hand, the young serpents followed their prefect in an orderly fashion, making their way toward the common room. Eno trailed behind the group, fully aware of the events that awaited him that evening, yet he harbored no desire to participate. In the past, he might have considered Hermione's safety. But after his conversation with Dumbledore in the astronomy tower, he had come to a profound understanding of the headmaster's control over Hogwarts. There was no need for fear, no necessity to evade anyone. Were it not for the technological restrictions within the castle, he might have suspected that he was under constant surveillance. How else could one possess such intimate knowledge? Chapter 35, The Halloween Feast. In stark contrast to the chaos of the Great Hall, the other areas of the castle were remarkably serene. In the girls' restroom, Hermione curled up in a corner, utterly perplexed by her perceived transgressions. She had adhered strictly to Hogwarts regulations and the professor's demands, diligently striving to earn points for her house. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Not only her dormitory mates, but the entire Gryffindor first-year cohort seemed to subtly ostracize her. It was akin to what transpired in today's charms class. After merely voicing a few words of fairness, she found herself the target of mockery from Ron and several other boys, who even went so far as to bestow upon her a derogatory nickname. "It's no big deal. I have friends," Hermione murmured softly, her thoughts drifting to a tall, slender boy with dark hair, clear eyes, and a perpetually gentle smile gracing his cheeks. This was meant to be a source of joy, yet for reasons unknown. Tears began to flow like unstrung pearls from the corners of her eyes. After some time spent in silent weeping, Hermione retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket to gently dab her sore nose. She resolved to leave the restroom, for today marked the annual Halloween feast. If possible, she did not wish to miss the first celebration since the school year commenced, especially as it would afford her a distant glimpse of him across the hall. However, fate has a way of playfully intervening. Just as Hermione prepared to depart, a massive shadow loomed at the restroom door, accompanied by an indescribable stench. The 12-foot behemoth was easily recognizable to anyone with functioning eyesight, accentuated by its bald head and somewhat bewildered gaze. A mountain troll. In an instant, Hermione recognized the identity of the creature and instinctively felt an urge to scream. Fortunately, she reacted in time and clamped her hand firmly over her mouth. She hoped her absence would not be a cause for concern in the face of life-threatening danger. Her first thought was of her appointment at the library with Eino the following day. Meanwhile, the troll had already stomped into the washroom, approaching a faucet. With a loud crash, perhaps driven by thirst, it raised its massive wooden club and smashed it against the pipe, causing water to erupt in a torrent. Hermione, hidden in a stall, watched the troll engrossed in drinking. In that fleeting moment, she had already devised her escape route in her mind. The debris scattered across the floor from the earlier smash would serve as her greatest ally. Wingardium Leviosa, Hermione whispered the incantation softly, with a flick and a swish. A rock the size of a fist floated just in front of the faucet. The sound of the stone's descent successfully captured the troll's attention. Observing this behemoth, as described in the books, with an intellect so shockingly low, she realized that a simple strategy would easily lead it astray. Hermione was filled with confidence in her escape plan. The strategy was uncomplicated. She intended to lure the troll away using the scattered stones, ensuring that even if she was discovered, she would have ample time to flee the washroom, as long as she was not trapped in that space. Whether she dashed to the Great Hall or ascended the moving staircase, her safety could be maximally assured. Time passed, and as the stones fell, the troll moved increasingly further away from Hermione. Feeling that the distance was sufficient, she prepared to dash out of the washroom. However, just then, two figures suddenly burst into the entrance of the washroom, creating a tremendous commotion. One of them swiftly shut the door and, as if that were not enough, locked it securely. "Hermione, quickly leave this place. There's a troll in the basement." Hermione, taken aback, found herself in stark contrast to the chaotic initial adventure with the trio. In the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. First-year students sat huddled together in a corner, all ears attentively listening to a story, while several older students, seemingly indifferent, had their ears perked up, engrossed in the tale. Young Simba was banished by his uncle and had no choice but to leave his familiar kingdom, stepping into an unknown territory. Here, he would encounter two of his best friends and mentors, the warthog Pumbaa and the meerkat Timon. Ultimately, Simba defeated his uncle, becoming the new Lion King, and as promised, the rainy season arrived, revitalizing the Lion Pride's territory. As the accordion played its soothing melodies, the well-known tale of the Lion King unfolded gracefully from Eino's lips. With the last note fading away, the story drew to a close. Applause erupted. Malfoy, Pansy, and others were the first to clap, followed by many young wizards who returned to their senses and joined in the applause. "Eino, once more, let us delve into a tale, this time revolving around serpents." The speaker is Malfoy, and at the same time, a golden glistening galleon has appeared upon the table. Inspired by this example, other young wizards also generously contributed. Though the majority offered silver sickles, only Malfoy, Pansy, and Daphne paid in gold galleons. The custom of sharing stories in exchange for payment was inadvertently revealed by Eino in the dormitory, and through Malfoy's enthusiastic trumpet, it has now spread throughout the first-year cohort of Slytherin. Returning to the matter at hand, as Eino gazes upon the table brimming with coins, he is pained to part with them, for he has no captivating tale of serpents to share. Without a splendid story, one ought not to deceive those eager to listen. A bard must ensure that his narrative matches the worth of the coin offered, such is the essence of a true minstrel. In a moment of reverie, the teachings of Professor Hans echo in his mind. Contemplating the wealth before him, Eino decides that at the very least, he must recount a timeless classic to merit such remuneration. However, the story's protagonist must be a serpent, which greatly narrows his options. After an exhaustive search through his thoughts, he manages to conjure up the tale of the white snake, which might barely suffice. Yet the framework requires ample embellishment, for cultural differences loom large. The mere notion of a romance between a human and a serpent would undoubtedly leave these native English children in a haze of confusion. Time is running short today. Perhaps he will save it for another occasion. By Christmas at the latest, he promises to share a story intertwined with magic, serpents, and love. With great anticipation built up, Eino rises slightly and gracefully retreats to the dormitory. In the dormitory, shortly after Eino's return, Malfoy bursts through the door, plopping himself into a chair with his legs crossed. A mischievous glint in his eye as he inquires, "What do you make of the trolls? What is Quirrell up to?" "I don't think much of it. I came to Hogwarts to learn magic, not to serve as an apprentice or..." Eino replies earnestly. Truth be told, he genuinely believes that Hermione should not have been sorted into Gryffindor. She is a bright child, yet she has been led astray by Harry and Ron. Even Malfoy suspects there is something amiss, for Quirrell, regardless of his demeanor, is still a fully grown wizard. How could he possibly be fainted by a troll? And what transpired? The trio, in a state of bemusement, directed their suspicions towards Snape. Indeed, had Quirrell not eventually stepped forward, they would have likely concocted a myriad of scenarios, wildly embellishing Snape's role to fill the logical void that had emerged. Chapter 36, A Fantastical World, A New Journey. Time flows like an invisible river, propelling lives forward. Unbeknownst to many, a full month has slipped by since Halloween. Perhaps it is human nature to grow weary of the old and seek the new. The once sensational troll incident has gradually faded into the annals of time, no longer worthy of being a topic of conversation over tea. In December, Hogwarts finally welcomed its first snowfall. A chilling cold enveloped the entire castle, and this abrupt drop in temperature rendered everyone reluctant to venture outdoors. The once bustling corridors and lively Quidditch pitch now lay desolate and silent. In contrast to the biting cold outside, the young wizards preferred to remain in the warm common room, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry furrowed his brow as he gazed at the wizard's chessboard. This marked his fourth consecutive defeat to Ron. The current game appeared to be heading towards danger, as their king trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Ron seemed unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance as he played, even straining to catch snippets of intriguing gossip. "Look, she's run off again. Parvati said she's dating someone. Apparently, he's a Hufflepuff, though some claim he's a Slytherin. Honestly, I think..." "All right, Ron. Stop gossiping about Hermione," Harry interjected, somewhat exasperated. After the encounter with the troll, the three had forged a solid friendship. Yet, Harry found it perplexing why Ron and Hermione frequently clashed. Although Ron refrained from making outright remarks, he often indulged in private chatter. "I'm not disparaging her," Ron retorted, seemingly indifferent, but he shifted the topic instead. "By the way, do you think Hagrid will freeze in this weather?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, Hermione, having left her dormitory, headed directly to the library on the second floor, weary of her roommates' incessant chatter and gossip. The girls always found something to discuss, even pairing up Eino with Cedric from Hufflepuff and swooning over whom to choose as a boyfriend, as if the two were right in front of them, proposing with flowers. It was utterly ridiculous. As she walked through the corridor, Hermione's frustration grew, akin to an inexplicable flame igniting within her. The distance from the Gryffindor common room to the library was not particularly long, provided one understood the patterns of the moving staircases. Otherwise, one could spend half a day merely circling the same floor. However, this posed no challenge for Hermione, whose exceptional memory had allowed her to decipher all the staircase patterns within the first week of term. In a mere 10 minutes, Hermione found herself in the library's grand hall. She turned slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation, and soon spotted a familiar face in that familiar setting. A smile unconsciously gracing her lips, reminiscent of their encounter at the primary school gate several months prior. "Phew, I thought with the cold, you might not show up," Hermione whispered as she took a seat. "How could I not? Upon receiving the note you left, I shall always honor my commitments." Eino similarly moderated his voice, for one must adhere to the decorum of a library, even though he had succeeded in winning Mrs. Pance's favor. It merely granted him the privilege of engaging in hushed conversations without disturbing others. The speaker may be oblivious, yet the listener is acutely aware. Eino's casual remark might have been interpreted in myriad ways. Regardless, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, enveloped as she was by an unusual atmosphere. Even in her breaths, she seemed to sense an intoxicating aroma, reminiscent of freshly mown grass mingled with the refreshing scent of mint toothpaste. "Hey, don't zone out." Noticing Hermione's sudden lapse into a peculiar state, Eino couldn't help but interject. "What brings you to me? Are you seeking a divination or a tale? Can I come to you for other reasons?" Hermione muttered softly, unable to restrain herself. "Of course you may, but I must inquire first." Seeing that this was not a matter of business, Eino remained unfazed. He had long since abandoned any notion of profit from these endeavors. Now, whether in divination or storytelling, it was the joy of the experience that mattered most. "Eino, do you know of a person named Nicholas?" Nicholas Flamel. As time turned, evening descended upon the Slytherin dormitory. Eino opened his enchanted suitcase, methodically placing the various cheeses, cured meats, and other preserved provisions procured from the kitchen. Following this, he arranged his accordion, cashmere blanket, and several volumes of magical tomes. The impetus for this flurry of activity stemmed from the stirring he felt during his earlier conversation with Hermione in the library. Clearly, after a hiatus of over 5 months, the opportunity to re-enter the fantastical realm had once again presented itself. Although the interval had indeed been lengthy, he could not dwell on it. Informing Hermione of an urgent matter, he hastily departed from the library, embarking on his preparations. After considerable effort, with all his belongings meticulously packed, Eino quietly drew down the thick curtains and settled on the edge of his bed, awaiting the moment. A second, or perhaps even less. In an instant, Eino transitioned from the warmth of the dormitory to the path he had taken when he last departed the town. Glancing back, the small town where he had once resided for a month had vanished, leaving only a veil of mist and an endless haze. Countless experiences had rendered him accustomed to such scenes, not to mention having traversed a significant distance from the town. Even taking a single step out of it made returning to the past seem an impossible endeavor. Upon reflection, is not the journey of life akin to this? There is no way back, only the path of return. To return to the matter at hand, after a brief period of adjustment, Eino rose, adjusted his wand tucked within his sleeve, and grasped his suitcase. Without looking back, he strode down the tranquil path towards the horizon. What lies at the end of the road? Mountains. And beyond the mountains? More mountains. This is no jest, but a matter of fact. For 7 days, Eino traversed this path, enduring the elements of nature each night. Confronted by the unending mountain ranges, he found his resolve for purchasing a magic carpet during the summer holiday fortified, and his thoughts drifted to the master of transformation, Animagus. He did not aspire for hawks or ravens. Even a flying beetle would suffice to spare him from the plight he presently faced. Initially, he could hunt for the bounties of the mountains, slightly improving his meager diet. Yet, since yesterday, his gaze had been met with an expanse of unyielding white snow. Not a single creature could be seen, nor even a trace of green vegetation. All that surrounded him was white, a seeming immersion into a world of ice and snow. The journey continued. Time eluded him, but at long last, Eino beheld a scene that diverged from the monotony. What? Modern civilization? A lamppost stood not far off, resembling a sort of coordinate. This sight evoked a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. However, before he could ponder further, the sound of footsteps, echoing with a rhythmic patter, drew his attention. With the footsteps approaching, Eino instinctively braced himself. After all, the sudden appearance of a lamppost in this desolate wilderness was already quite peculiar, not to mention the abnormal sound of the approaching footsteps. Moments later, upon discerning the figure, Eino swiftly flicked his wrist, and his wand, concealed within his sleeve, materialized in his hand. There was no choice. The entity before him, let's tentatively call it a person, was decidedly unsettling. Standing approximately 3 feet tall, slightly taller than Professor Flitwick, this was not the crux of the matter. The real focus lay in its goat-like head, with a pair of sharp horns protruding prominently, and its lower body bore hooves akin to those of a goat. Even sporting a short tail, this visage was enough to instill a sense of caution. To speak candidly, goats have historically symbolized darkness, evil, lust, and rage in Western lore since the era of ancient Greece. More importantly, Asmodeus, the demon of lust from the 7 deadly sins, is depicted in the guise of a male goat. Returning to the narrative, the moment the wand appeared, the goat man before him seemed startled, letting out a shriek. Bah! A kin of the wicked witch. How terrifying! The goat's frightened voice reverberated through the silent, frozen forest. Before Eino could clarify, the creature swiftly pivoted and, propelled by its sturdy hooves, dashed away like the wind. After some time, he reflected on his folly. The months of comfortable living at Hogwarts had nearly caused him to forget the traditions of the fantastical realm. In all folklore, fairy tales, and fables, wizards have consistently been portrayed as negative figures, embodying a dichotomy of pure evil or absolute good. In contrast, characters such as princes, knights, adventurers, and soldiers often receive a more benevolent portrayal. It could be argued that his persistent identity as a bard places him in a more neutral camp. He neither attracts undue kindness nor frightens the goat man into a panicked flight as he had just done. Upon this realization, he promptly stowed his wand back into his sleeve. He then opened his suitcase, retrieved his accordion, secured the strap, and slung it across his shoulder. There was no need to change his attire, as the unadorned robe was not exclusive to wizards. Having completed these tasks, he resumed his journey along the previously tread path, traversing the dense, shadowy cedar forest, where he trod upon thick layers of snow. The sky was a muted shade of blue-gray, reminiscent of a clear winter morning. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet, the entire forest enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of even a single robin or pine. The stillness was so profound that it felt as if the goat he had encountered moments ago was the sole inhabitant of this desolate realm. This solitude prompted Eino to reflect once more on his own recklessness. I must acquire a magic carpet, learn the ways of the Animagus, and perhaps steal a sword from my hat to masquerade as a knight, he mused, though that may prove challenging. Perhaps I shall ask Tamarfer to procure a replica instead. As he continued along his path, he murmured to himself. The endless expanse of white, coupled with the hushed forest, necessitated some form of discourse to stave off the rigidity of his thoughts. Otherwise, should an unexpected event arise, he might instinctively draw his wand, rendering his fantastical journey futile, requiring only the strength in his legs to navigate. A distant sound, a jingling of bells, finally broke the silence, confirming it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Eino felt a surge of energy, his previously calm demeanor giving way to a gentle smile. The sound drew nearer. At long last, a sleigh drawn by 2 reindeer appeared before him. The reindeer, akin in stature to the Shetland ponies of the Hebrides, boasted fur so white it surpassed even the surrounding snow. Their antlers appeared gilded, shimmering in the sunlight like flames. The harness was crafted from vibrant crimson leather, adorned with colorful bells that jingled melodiously as they moved. At the reins sat a dwarf, approximately 2 feet tall, with a thick beard cascading down to his knees. While all this was rather conventional, fitting snugly within the realm of fairy tales and folklore, it was the guest seated in the sleigh that truly captivated Eino. A tall noblewoman, wielding a pale blue crystal scepter and crowned with gold, possessed a strikingly beautiful face, characterized by her pale skin and vivid lips. A vision of grace from every angle. Yet all of this was marred by an aloof and frosty demeanor, rendering the noblewoman before him somewhat unapproachable. News from the wild wolves had reached him, claiming that a sorcerer had entered this forest. Was it you, little one? A chilling voice resonated, and countless retorts flashed through Eino's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. I beg your pardon, madam, but there appears to be some misunderstanding. As you can see, I am merely a wandering minstrel. With that, Eino patted the accordion slung over his shoulder. A minstrel, you say? Huh. The noblewoman scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance before raising her staff. With a gentle wave, a shard of ice took form, shooting forth like a deadly arrow. Having traveled for over 2 years, this was the first time he encountered such an incident. After all, who initiates a confrontation in a proper tale, especially with such a silent and lethal approach? Despite his internal grievances, Eino did not hesitate in his actions. With a practiced response, he shattered the icy projectile as it collided with a burst of white light, the shattered ice splintering and embedding itself into the towering fir trees around them. The sudden commotion startled the diminutive figure driving the carriage, leaving him paralyzed on the ground. Neither of the 2 present paid heed to this insignificant presence. Thus, a minstrel? The cold voice resonated once more, its tone unchanged. Very well. Even if I were a sorcerer, it would hardly concern you. Confronted by the reality of the situation, he decided against further pretense, boldly retaliating with his wand. Concern me? This land lies under my dominion. Would you say it is of no concern? It seemed to affirm his suspicion. Although her voice remained as frigid as ever, there was a slight softening in her words. With this realization, Eino chose not to press the matter further, though angered by her aggression. He understood that in a fantastical realm, themes of kindness, redemption, and forgiveness prevailed. Clinging to hatred would only bring harm to oneself and others. I apologize, my lady. I have only just arrived and am unaware of the local customs, Eino explained. Refer to me as your majesty, she commanded. In the land of Narnia, all belongs to me. I now order you to board the carriage. Narnia? The White Witch. Upon hearing this name, a vivid array of fantastical images flooded Eino's mind. Narnia. The wardrobe, the fawn, the beaver couple, and the lion Aslan. He was intimately familiar with this epic tale, realizing now why the lamppost had seemed so oddly familiar. The fact that the White Witch still thrived in Narnia remained ensnared in ice undoubtedly indicated that the story had yet to unfold, with even the 4 children, who were to be the protagonists, yet to make their entrance. Chapter 38, Daily Life with the White Witch. Reindeer pulled the sleigh, racing across the boundless expanse of ice. Eino sat beside the queen, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a slight peculiarity. Her skin was astonishingly pale, whether it be her visage, neck, or even her hands, which gleamed like polished porcelain. The scene before him elicited a silent exclamation. No wonder the kind-hearted natives of Narnia referred to her as the Wicked White Witch. One could only imagine the peculiar epithets she might receive were her complexion different. Just as Eino intended to observe further, a frigid voice pierced the air once more. What are you looking at? I am merely wondering how much longer until we arrive, for we have been on this sled for quite some time. Even if caught in the act of peeking, he maintained his composure and concocted a plausible excuse. Address me as your majesty. Very well, esteemed your majesty. I was merely observing the journey. Eino adeptly adjusted his address. After all, he had nothing to lose, and upon reflection, This witch was indeed a bona fide queen. A barely audible sound escaped the witch's nostrils. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the two silver fur skids of the sled were now shimmering with a faint blue light. Wherever they passed, the soft snow instantaneously transformed into a smooth ice surface. Fortunately, the vast, barren expanse held no points of reference. Otherwise, one would undoubtedly notice the sled's speed had escalated beyond measure. They sped along with remarkable swiftness. At last, after traversing an icy river, the sled arrived at a relatively flat terrain. The White Witch's palace loomed majestically upon the icy plains. In comparison to the solemnity of Hogwarts, this frozen castle exuded a sharp, distinct aura. Apart from the main building, it was adorned solely with towering spires, slender towers arranged like an array of lances, steadfastly guarding the surroundings. The sled came to a steady halt before the castle's grand entrance. "Simon, secure it. Then inform them to prepare for the banquet," commanded the White Witch as she alighted from the vehicle and instructed a nearby dwarf. Eino followed closely behind her, adhering to the decorum of the court, maintaining a respectful distance. They proceeded through a narrow corridor until they reached the entrance to the castle hall. During this passage, he observed an eerie phenomenon. The silence was overwhelming. Within this vast castle, not a single living soul was in sight. Every corridor, anteroom, drawbridge, and garden lay blanketed in ice and snow, rendering it a true zone devoid of life. The only sounds were those produced by his heavy boots crunching through the snow. In stark contrast, the White Witch, despite her 12-centimeter crystal heels, made no sound as her feet graced the icy surface. With a thunderous groan, the heavy stone doors of the hall swung open. In the resplendent hall, a myriad of enchanting creatures stood motionless. Stalwart centaur warriors, giants towering over 20 feet, dwarves wielding bows, minotaurs, satyrs, and an array of ferocious beasts filled the space. Yet, each figure remained frozen in a singular pose, just as Eino intended to scrutinize them further. The impatient voice of the White Witch pierced his thoughts. "Pay no mind to those. They are merely former rebels, now mere decorations in my castle." Time meandered on. As the hour of the banquet approached, the White Witch's castle finally brimmed with a semblance of life. A dozen dwarves, clad in uniform attire, entered the hall, bustling about to set the table, lighting the candelabra, serving dishes, and arranging cutlery, before departing as quietly as they had arrived. At the dining table, Eino faced the White Witch. "Speak, then. Why have you come to Narnia? Were it not for our shared affinity for sorcery, you would already be a mere ornamental statue." She demanded bluntly. "Your Majesty, I come without ulterior motives," Eino replied, lifting his gaze and meeting hers with unwavering intensity. "I am but a wandering minstrel, having acquired a modicum of magic solely to defend myself against bandits during my travels." Upon hearing this explanation, the White Witch did not respond immediately. She gazed intently into Eino's eyes for what felt like an eternity, before slightly tilting her head to survey the vast emptiness of the hall. The atmosphere thickened with tension until, at last, she murmured, "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you." A sigh of relief escaped Eino. The weight of her presence was indeed formidable. As the de facto ruler of Narnia and a powerful sorceress, her combined aura was not something most could endure. Even Professor McGonagall, a fellow formidable witch, paled in comparison. In truth, only Dumbledore might stand alongside her in such regard. "Thank you for your trust," Eino said, inclining his head slightly. When one finds themselves beneath a roof, sometimes one must bow their head. This dinner was rather awkward for him, primarily due to the White Witch's every gesture and demeanor adhering meticulously to courtly dining etiquette. Her unwavering poise showed no signs of laxity, despite the hall being occupied by only the two of them. In contrast, while he had once learned some courtly manners from Professor Hans, his efforts appeared clumsy beside her elegance. The disparity between natural grace and poor imitation was stark. However, this discomfort did not linger long. As the White Witch set down her utensils, it signaled the conclusion of the banquet. The dwarves reappeared, and after another flurry of activity, tranquility returned to the hall. "Since you claim to be a minstrel, regale us with a tale," the White Witch commanded. In response to such a reasonable request, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Although he was coerced into this situation, he had at least partaken of a meal, and sharing a story as recompense seemed only fair. Within the spacious confines of the auditorium, Eino chose to recount the tale of the little match girl to the White Witch. This not only fulfilled his promise to old John, but also infused his own experiences into the narrative, rendering the storyline more cohesive. Minutes later, the melancholic strains of an accordion filled the air. When people discovered the little girl the following day, she had succumbed to the cold, freezing to death on a frigid Christmas. A serene smile graced her lips, and her frail body rested against the wall, as if peacefully dreaming. Suddenly, as Eino prepared to express his gratitude, a fierce whirlwind swept through the auditorium, sending furniture tumbling in disarray. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he grasped the accordion and took refuge behind the statue of a giant, narrowly avoiding being toppled by the tempest. Frozen to death? So you blame the winter? Had it not been for her irresponsible father and the wretched uncle, would she have perished? Chapter 39. Humanity discovered in the forest. Frozen to death? So you blame the cold? Had it not been for her negligent father and that contemptible uncle, would she have met her demise? The White Witch sat regally upon her throne, her voice colder than ever, devoid of any trace of emotion. Indeed, under the chilling timbre of her voice, the entire hall and the vast plains surrounding the castle were soon adorned with shimmering snowflakes. Her mere mood could influence the weather. The White Witch, who could encase the entire Narnia in ice with her singular power, revealed a fraction of her might at that moment. Observing this, Eino understood, perhaps during their earlier encounter, that magical duel had indeed been a formidable display of power. As time progressed, the ethereal snowflakes began to converge with the raging winds, heralding the impending formation of a blizzard. In this moment, Eino regretted his choice to narrate a tragic story to the White Witch. He had assumed that, as the antagonist, she would appreciate tales imbued with elements of ice and sorrow. To his astonishment, she reacted so emotionally, allowing such fury to stem from a mere story. The atmosphere became tense, lingering for about 10 seconds. As the blizzard loomed, the White Witch's voice echoed once more throughout the hall. Do not tell me such stories in the future. This time, I shall let it pass. With her words, the tumultuous hall suddenly fell into a tranquil silence. Tap, tap, tap. Eino, concealed behind the statue, listened to the crisp sound of high heels striking the floor, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had he known, he would have recounted a love story between a prince and a princess. With a soft sigh, he rose and began searching for his suitcase amidst the chaos wrought by the tempest. A few minutes later, as the White Witch departed entirely, the dwarf squadron arrived punctually at the scene, equipped with an array of cleaning utensils, brooms, iron buckets, and mops. Observing their seamless execution of the cleanup, it was evident that the dwarves had prepared well in advance, seemingly well acquainted with their queen's temperament. Paying no further heed to the industrious dwarves, Eino grasped his suitcase and sauntered towards the exit of the hall. Outside the hall, a respectful dwarf obstructed his path. Dear guest, where might you be heading? Just as Eino stepped out, he was halted by a dwarf, whom he recognized as the former coachman of the White Witch, named Simon or something akin, indeed, a semi-acquaintance. Having attended his majesty's banquet, it is only natural that I depart, Eino replied, crouching slightly to meet the dwarf's gaze. Oh no, you may have misunderstood. Without the queen's consent in Narnia, you cannot go anywhere. If you are weary, I can escort you to your guest room for some rest. The dwarf stated with utmost politeness, uttering rather firm words. Listen closely. This is not much different from a veiled form of imprisonment, all while maintaining a veneer of courtesy. And what if I insist on leaving? Eino replied calmly. However, before the dwarf could respond, Eino quickly shifted his tone. Just kidding. This splendid palace is too beautiful for me to leave without fully appreciating it. Please, lead me to my guest room. Upon uttering these words, Eino felt the frigid air surrounding him gradually return to normal. Despite a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he could only accept the dwarf's proposition with a smile. The castle's guest room was modest, yet adequately furnished with tables and chairs. Once assured of solitude, Eino reached into the inner pocket of his coat, hesitated momentarily, and then retrieved an antiquated die. The day's events had unfolded with such abruptness, from frightening the satyr near the lamppost to encountering the White Witch, leaving him no time for contemplation. Now, in the stillness, he reflected that perhaps he had erred from the very beginning. Had he not brandished his wand to scare away the satyr, he might now be enjoying the hospitality of the beaver couple in their burrow. It always seems to be this way. A life of ease is indeed a slow poison. Unlike the quaint villages of yore, Eino was acutely aware that in the epic narratives of Narnia, the likelihood of encountering danger escalated exponentially. While the chapter with the White Witch retained a fairy tale essence, it still witnessed large-scale warfare. Even if the forces of justice suffered minimal casualties in the end. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to the die in his hand. In Narnia, I shall not encounter danger. In Narnia, I shall not encounter danger, he whispered softly, the words echoing within the room. A tranquil life often leads individuals to overlook the passage of time, yet it exists in stark reality, and when one regains awareness, they find that an extensive duration has slipped away in a haze. On a clear morning, the castle garden, once a place of blooming beauty, now lay shrouded beneath a blanket of ice and snow, with naught but a solitary ice-blue rose to be seen. In the midst of this desolation sat Eino, facing a White Witch adorned in a flowing gown and crowned with gold. At that moment, the prince awakened, recognizing his true bride. Come, let me take you home, he said, grasping the maiden's hand and leading her into the carriage. The carriage sped away like the wind towards the castle, its bright windows glimmering in the distance. As the tale approached its denouement, the accordion nearby gracefully played a soft, enchanting melody. At that instant, the song and the music intertwined beautifully. As if one were standing on the shores of a midsummer night, gently caressed by the distant sea breeze while listening to the ocean's serenade. However, the existence of all things beautiful seemed destined for destruction. Not far away, a colossal shadow charged toward the garden, scattering snowflakes in its wake. Upon noticing this, Eino ceased his playing, standing silently to the side. The shadow approached with alarming speed, soon revealing itself to be a gigantic wolf, its body the size of a calf. With fearsome fangs that instilled dread, the great wolf crouched before the garden, panting heavily, its massive head bowed in a display of utmost respect. Great Queen of Narnia, my subordinates have discovered traces of humans in the forest. With the departure of the White Witch, the garden returned to its former tranquility. The story was finally about to commence. Eino lifted his gaze to the slate blue sky, realizing that he had unwittingly dwelled in this icy castle for over 3 months. During this time, he had not only savored exquisite delicacies, but had also enjoyed remarkable freedom. Whether wandering the castle or practicing magic in solitude, all was tacitly permitted by the White Witch. His only obligation was to weave a single romantic and convoluted tale each day. Indeed, a romantic and convoluted tale. After 2 months of interaction, Eino had come to understand the White Witch's temperament. She was undoubtedly an artistic soul. In essence, she favored love stories that concluded perfectly yet unfolded through myriad trials. This posed no challenge for him. As a competent bard, the art of story adaptation was second nature. All he needed to do was to alter the names of protagonists from tales like Romeo and Juliet or Liang Shanbois and Zhu Yingtai, shift the temporal setting, and embellish the narrative anew. Chapter 40. The story begins. Following the departure of the White Witch and the giant wolf, Eino aimlessly returned to his chamber. He increasingly felt as though he were indulging in a life of ease, confined within the castle, enjoying daily feasts, with his only contribution being the telling of a story each day, all to keep the White Witch entertained. However, the thought of the other person perpetually consumed by various tales, melancholic and capricious, left him genuinely weary. While he could manage small trifles, he now dreaded an ending reminiscent of 1001 Nights, where each night a story would unfold, and when the tales ceased, the king would execute the storyteller. Alone in his chamber, Eino once more picked up practical household magic to delve into its pages. To forge iron, one must possess strength. After all unwillingness and lack of freedom stem from one's own frailty. It is indeed peculiar that many in the magical realm seem indifferent to strength, treating magic merely as a tool for living rather than a means of existence. Take this book, for instance, a veritable treasure, yet gravely underestimated and left to gather dust in libraries, ignored by all. Even among the few readers, they were primarily housewives and homemakers. Despite the lack of esteem for this tome, Eino held no contempt for it. 3 months, a span neither too short nor too long. Within the cycles of 100 days and nights, he had become adept in various arts, from music to culinary skills, from cooking at the stove to managing everyday chores. All forms of magic now came effortlessly to him, vastly improved from 3 months prior. After all, whether chopping vegetables or peeling apples, magic does not recognize a singular purpose. Substituting fruits and vegetables for humans yields the same effect. In a state of concentration, time slipped away unnoticed. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Eino prepared to practice shelling a lobster, he was interrupted by a rapid knock at the door. Rising to answer, he found, as expected, an old acquaintance, the dwarf coachman, Simon. Guest, starting tomorrow, you need not attend the garden at regular hours. All else remains unchanged. Should you require anything else, simply seek me out. The dwarf Simon bore new instructions from the White Witch. This was indeed good news, yet it also served as a cautionary message. After the dwarf departed, Eino approached the window. Outside the castle, an unusual commotion stirred. Under the setting sun's glow, the icy expanse was filled with scattered shadows, wolves, hyenas, and vultures. Clearly, the curtain had risen on Narnia, and the White Witch had no time for leisurely tales. Faced with such an epic narrative, he understood all too well that he could do nothing, not even qualify as a mere observer. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. As a storyteller, unable to witness the unfolding of the story firsthand, was undeniably a great irony. Days slipped by, one after another. Narnia was quietly transforming. The sky, earth, mountains, and rivers subtly shifted. Meanwhile, the creatures gathering on the icy plains outside the castle increased in number. Initially, there were only wild wolves and vultures serving as scouts. But now there have emerged minotaurs wielding massive axes, majestic polar bears, and even cyclopes towering at 20 feet. Without accounting for the continuous influx of reinforcements, the icy plains are now shrouded in an ominous darkness, stretching as far as the eye can see. Judging by the current situation, it seems the White Witch is intent on assembling every army she can command. In stark contrast to the turmoil outside, Eino found himself in a serene sanctuary within his room. Aside from his daily routine of dining in the hall, he devoted the remainder of his time to practicing magic in solitude. Indifferent to the external chaos, neither curious nor inquiring. Nevertheless, this tranquility did not endure for long. On the dawn of the 7th day, the dwarves once again rapped at his door. In the castle garden, Eino encountered the long-absent White Witch, who appeared even more formidable than before, exuding an oppressive aura. "Good day, Your Majesty," Eino greeted softly. Yet, silence was his only reply. The White Witch sat quietly in her chair, her gaze fixed on the solitary flower in the garden, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. After their time apart, the ice-blue rose had become increasingly translucent and radiant. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Eino remained quietly seated beside her, unperturbed by the silence, as he had never feared it. Time seemed to stagnate, the vast garden encasing them in an icy stillness. Eventually, the White Witch broke the silence. Her voice as cold as ever. "Spring is approaching in Narnia, the snow is melting, and the rivers are awakening." Eino refrained from impulsively engaging in conversation, choosing to maintain his silence. Indeed, in moments such as these, one ought to speak less. Silence serves as the most eloquent response. After a brief pause, the White Witch continued, "For centuries, you are the first to reside in the castle and remain unscathed." Upon hearing this, Eino felt an overwhelming urge to flee. After all, the hall was filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of living stone statues, no jesting matter. Who could predict whether she might suddenly declare, "You cannot disrupt tradition"? As he calculated his escape route in his mind, the subsequent words of the White Witch allowed him to exhale, his trepidation finally alleviated. "Do you know why? Because you are the only one who neither opposes nor flatters me, which I find quite intriguing. Naturally, you have not disappointed me. The tales you later shared were indeed captivating and splendid. Thank you for your praise and recognition, Your Majesty," Eino replied softly. The art of language lies in knowing when to remain silent and when to respond. Although the stories were remarkable, I must convey that there is no need for you to alter the original narrative to appease me. A tragedy is fated to remain a tragedy, even if forcibly twisted. It yields nothing but awkwardness. At this point, the White Witch turned her gaze skyward, silently contemplating, "Is it out of fear? If that is the case, you need not trouble yourself. Had I truly wished to harm you, I would have acted long ago." The White Witch spoke, her tone measured yet resonant, as if imbued with an inherent authority that brooked no dissent. "Moreover, your half-hearted tricks afford you no chance of resistance, a truth you are acutely aware of. Even if fate were to favor you, bestowing upon you a modicum of divination, it would prove insufficient." On the other side, Eino found himself momentarily at a loss, grappling with this unexpected confrontation. He contemplated offering a compliment, yet the moment he met her calm and indifferent gaze, all his fabrications dissipated into nothingness. Her cerulean eyes, deep as the cosmos, seemed to instill a profound fear of deceit in anyone who dared to gaze into them. Despite 3 months of acquaintance, at this moment, the White Witch felt strikingly unfamiliar to him. She was not the naive, artistic young woman he had imagined, but rather a sagacious observer, quietly appreciating the performances of those around her, fully aware, yet unspoken. "Your wisdom is truly commendable, Your Majesty," Eino exclaimed sincerely. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that the White Witch was merely the antagonist of a fairy tale, rather than a traditional villain. A rare laugh erupted from the White Witch, her melodious laughter echoing through the castle gardens, curiously delightful. After a brief interlude, her laughter gradually subsided. "Let us depart. Leave this place. Leave the castle. You may go wherever you wish." Chapter 41. The dwarf's candor. Did the White Witch truly grant him his freedom so easily? Eino was taken aback, even doubting the reliability of his own ears. He had anticipated that her revelation would bind him to her cause, yet she seemed to release him with such nonchalance. He stood momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed. However, the White Witch appeared to possess an uncanny ability to read hearts. "Who do you think you are? The Supreme Codex? I can freeze Narnia for a century, and it is not reliant on mere minions." The once relaxed atmosphere of the garden suddenly turned frigid. "My apologies, Your Majesty. I merely begone. Pack your belongings at once, and take your accordion with you. I shall arrange for a vulture to carry you away." Faced with the White Witch's ire, Eino felt a pang of trepidation. He recognized he should not have hesitated. Just as a dragon never deceives a swallow, there was truly no need for it. With this realization, he refrained from uttering another word, offering a slight bow before quietly retreating. In the castle tower, the dwarf Simon produced a horn from his belongings, inhaled deeply, and blew into it. Buzz. As the low sound of the horn resonated, a dark silhouette appeared on the distant horizon after several minutes. The shadow moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to the tower. Following a gust of wind, a colossal vulture, standing over 3 meters tall, came into view. This is a genuine raptor. It is noteworthy that the ratio of a bird's height to its wingspan typically falls between 2.25, which implies that this vulture boasts a wingspan of at least 7 meters, effortlessly capable of carrying a person aloft. Eino was quite pleased with the vulture before him, as it pertained to the safety of the journey ahead. He had contemplated departing by land, but upon beholding the dark, endless army outside the castle, he quickly dismissed the notion. It was not out of fear of being obstructed or encountering trouble. After all, no one dared to defy the White Witch's orders. However, to extricate himself from the heart of the story as swiftly as possible, riding the vulture emerged as the optimal choice in the absence of other flying contrivances. Furthermore, in the absence of the requisite strength, it is prudent not to seek out unnecessary tumult. This has always been his guiding principle. He understood well what was to transpire. War was inevitable, and the death of the White Witch would herald the spring of Narnia, in a conflict involving thousands upon thousands. Merely joining the fray was tantamount to courting death. Though his thoughts swirled, reality crystallized in an instant as the vulture steadied itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Eino approached, suitcase in hand. "Please, wait a moment," spoke the previously silent dwarf. Though such words were not typically for a servant to convey, old Simon knew his time was limited and thus set aside his reservations. Upon hearing this, Eino halted, turned, and crouched to meet the dwarf's gaze. "I am grateful for your care over these past 3 months. I have yet to express my thanks, so feel free to speak your mind." The dwarf stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest and bowing deeply. "Thank you. Thank you for your efforts during this time. The queen has not been so joyful in ages. Although her happiness may not be readily apparent, old Simon has been by her side long enough to discern it." Having spoken, the dwarf raised his head, his thick beard obscuring his features. For the first time, Eino observed the dwarf at such proximity. Typically, he had not paid him much heed due to the disparity in height. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted some distinctions. The dwarf before him had striking blue eyes, adorned with delicate lavender patterns within the pupils, setting him apart from the gray-eyed dwarves within the castle. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such musings. In response to the dwarf's gratitude, Eino graciously replied, "There is no need for thanks. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. I have been treated lavishly by the queen for 3 months without offering much in return." He spoke candidly, for the truth was undeniable. He had been indulged in sumptuous fare and hospitality during his stay. "Your ability to think this way is truly commendable," replied the dwarf earnestly. The anticipated mutual flattery did not materialize. Perhaps sensing Eino's surprise, the dwarf continued to explain. "They all claim that the queen has frozen Narnia. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Narnia's supreme code repudiates all unrecognized outsiders, denying them even the slightest chance of submission. This was the fate of old Simon's 6 brothers as well." In this moment, the dwarfs no longer resembled the reticent attendants of yore. Instead, they appeared as venerable elders reminiscing about the past. The queen was not always like this, truly. Old Simon understood better than anyone that when one sets foot upon the snow, the queen becomes aware of everything. "You are the last of the unacknowledged outsiders in Narnia. Thus, old Simon, riding on a sled, went to fetch you alongside the queen. For it is only within the castle that you are safe. Only here can you elude the supreme code. But now, that is no longer necessary, for it has no time to concern itself with other matters." The dwarf spoke with an indescribable sense of grandeur and nonchalance. The snow had ceased to fall. The sky above Narnia was no longer the dreary gray of before. In the azure expanse, a grand vulture soared, while the mountains and earth blossomed with renewed vitality as the snow melted away. Eino lay upon the vulture's back, yet he lacked the heart to admire the beauty below. The words of the dwarf before they departed had cast aside his preconceived notions of the original tale, compelling him to re-evaluate this land. Though he knew the White Witch hailed from a realm known as Charn, the original narrative mentioned nothing of her connection to Aslan the Lion or the Supreme Code. Nevertheless, he regarded the dwarf's words with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Emotionally, he found no reason for deceit, yet rational contemplation left room for doubt. Narnia was far too profound, but fortunately, he was merely a transient visitor. Eino sighed inwardly. At this moment, notions of right and wrong, of good and evil, held little significance, for the story unfolding upon this land was nearing its conclusion. After a day's flight, the vulture descended into a tranquil valley. The melting snow heralded the earth's revival, and the valley thrived with life. In such a serene and picturesque environment, Eino found himself reluctant to depart, deciding to linger here and quietly await the end of the tale. It is worth noting that prior to leaving the castle, he had intentionally glanced at the army on the icy plains. The sheer mass of dark figures indicated that the final battle was imminent. It was time to return. Whenever someone returns from a long voyage, they are invariably surrounded by children, for they possess countless stories to share. Eino hummed a cheerful tune as he surveyed the valley, ensuring there were no beasts lurking about. Though he planned to stay for only a few days, he never took safety lightly. Chapter 42, Before the Beginning, the Ancient Magic. The night in Narnia was resplendent with stars. Yet, in the western sky, many stars appeared somewhat dim, save for the largest star that continued to twinkle. On Stone Table Hill, a golden figure lay motionless upon the ancient stone platform, while 2 weeping girls stood vigil beside it. "We must untie the ropes," We cannot leave Aslan here, the young Lucy exclaimed, extending her tender hands to tug at the bindings. They were bound too tightly. We need tools. Susan, as the elder sister, though equally sorrowful, maintained her composure. She quickly discerned that the robust ropes could not be unraveled by mere hands. In the stillness of the night, time slipped away, second by second. The temperature around them grew colder, and even Aslan, who had just moments ago still radiated warmth, now lay completely rigid upon the stone altar. Lucy, we must return, otherwise, Peter and the others will worry. Susan stepped out of her grief. But, there is no but. We must get back to the camp before dawn. Susan firmly grasped her younger sister's hand. The night was beginning to lose its darkness. A faint light of dawn appeared on the far eastern horizon, just as Susan and Lucy were about to leave the valley of the stone table. A tremendous crash echoed behind them, reminiscent of a giant shattering a colossal plate. Startled, they turned to look. The previous altar had split in two, and the sound had emanated from it, yet Aslan's body had vanished without a trace. Oh no, this is terrible, Lucy cried. Who did this? Was it magic? Susan glanced around, her anger rising. Indeed, a booming voice resonated from behind them. But this is a far more profound magic. As the sun rose, the morning light enveloped Aslan, his entire being shimmering with golden radiance. Moreover, his form appeared even more majestic than before. So much so that when the elder Susan rushed to embrace him, she could only reach the softness of his magnificent mane. You are alive, Aslan. Lucy beamed with joy. Yes, my dear, I am alive. Aslan lowered his head gently to nuzzle Lucy. But we saw you. Susan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Here is the truth, Aslan began, gazing at Susan. The white witch wields ancient magic, yet her knowledge extends only to the dawn of time. Had she ventured further into the silence and darkness that existed before the beginning, she would have discovered older magic still. Aslan recounted the tale of his resurrection. While Susan pondered this revelation thoughtfully, the younger Lucy, unable to grasp such profound concepts, eagerly inquired, What now? What shall we do? Now. Aslan shook his mane. Now we shall aid Peter and Edmund. We shall fight for Narnia. But before we proceed, it would be wise for both of you to cover your ears. Though uncertain, Susan and Lucy complied. With a mighty roar, Aslan opened his vast jaws and let forth a thunderous bellow from the mountaintop, as if declaring his triumphant return. Fate appears immutable, and certain events seem irrevocably destined. In the valley, Eino has dwelt in solitude for 6 days. However, by the third day, the meager provisions of dried cheese and ham in his suitcase had been thoroughly depleted. Thus, aside from the magic carpet and animagus, a new endeavor must be undertaken to master the extension spell, lest the suitcase remain woefully inadequate for carrying any substantial items. Would you not agree, little one? The heavens, in their mercy, have allowed him to refer to another as little one. Before Eino stands a wooden maiden, or perhaps a wooden sprite, standing at scarcely a foot tall. She possesses the limbs and features of a human, radiating a luminous green glow, resembling a blend of a sprightly tree guardian and a gnome. This sprite, whom he encountered while hunting in the woods, appears somewhat simple-minded compared to the other wood sprites that comprehend human speech. She does not speak at all, nor does she exhibit even the most rudimentary thoughts. Eino has pondered whether this wooden sprite has accompanied him due to ostracism from her kin, as few would willingly engage with a simpleton. Nevertheless, for these 6 days, he has enjoyed the company of a conversational partner, regardless of her understanding. Returning to the matter at hand, after expressing his daily musings, Eino's gaze fell upon the freshly gathered berries, reminiscent of a cross between pomegranate and figure. Separate the flesh, he declared, and at his command, the magical light deftly struck a small mound of berries nearby. They were then manipulated by an unseen force, shedding their bitter skins to reveal the succulent red flesh within. To be frank, the tart and astringent flavor of these berries did not offer much delight. Yet they constituted his sole source of sustenance. After all, upon hearing a wild hare plead for mercy, he had transformed into a vegetarian, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, the wooden sprite, who had been watching with eager anticipation, approached the berries with dainty steps, bashfully situating herself beside them. She swiftly grasped a berry as large as her own head, not rushing to devour it, but instead sitting contentedly on the ground, grinning foolishly. Such a scene had become commonplace for Eino. After all, it was merely a berry. He had speculated more than once that the sprite's reluctance to depart might be closely tied to his generosity. It is only natural for one to become attached after a few generous offerings. Once satiated, Eino reclined on the grassy expanse of the valley, gazing skyward. This was one of his few forms of leisure. Although the snow of Narnia had dissipated, breathing life back into the valley, it was only the song of the robin that pierced the silence. No other sounds graced the air. Perhaps, as the dwarves suggested, or for some other reason, the small creatures of the valley had remained elusive. The previous wild hare had behaved similarly, as had the band of wood sprites. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind this, he resolved to cease his contemplation, for he would not linger here much longer. Perhaps it is the essence of humanity that prevents one from achieving a state of undistracted thought. As soon as one query is set aside, another inevitably follows in quick succession. His mind wandered, and at that moment, he recalled the snow-laden castle, the white witch in the garden, and even the dwarf old Simon. "Merry Christmas, child!" The sudden voice jolted Eino, causing him to spring upright from the ground. Before him stood yet another reindeer sleigh. Unlike the one belonging to the white witch, this sleigh was considerably larger, drawn by a full 6 reindeer, each adorned with bright red miniature Christmas hats upon their antlers. "Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will," declared a quintessential Santa Claus. This assertion was well-founded, for the figure before him epitomized every narrative description of Santa. From appearance to attire, "I am merely an old man delivering Christmas gifts. Mr. Rabbit informed me that there are still those who have not received their presents, and I consider this a personal failing. Thus, I hastened back here after returning home." Chapter 43, Santa Claus, the Santa of Narnia. Upon his first glance at the old man, Eino immediately recognized his identity. Yet, recollecting the dwarf's parting words, a flicker of unease stirred within him. After all, this Santa Claus was the most enigmatic figure throughout the entire tale. Though his appearances were few, each was perfectly timed at pivotal moments of destiny. Santa was the first to herald the imminent arrival of spring in Narnia, playing a crucial role in the protagonist's growth. In the woods, he bestowed upon Peter the sword and shield of the Lion King, foretelling their imminent use. Indeed, it was not long before this shy youth wielded the sword in his first battle, laying the groundwork for his transformation into a true king. He gifted Susan a bow and arrows, along with a horn that promised assistance whenever blown, a promise that would later be fulfilled. Most astonishing was Lucy's gift, a diamond-etched vial containing the essence of the flame flower's nectar from the Sun Mountains. With but a single drop, it could heal even the gravest of wounds. In the aftermath of the climactic battle, Lucy used it to aid countless injured souls, regardless of their allegiance. Santa's appearances were always so cleverly orchestrated, timely, and impeccably suited to the moment, leaving one with much to ponder. Though his thoughts roamed, in reality, it was but a fleeting instant. Soon enough, Eino resolved not to provoke the old man, regardless of how he might act. Eino would refrain from instigating any interaction with this elderly figure. If he wished to offer gifts, he would graciously accept, and if not, he would not press the matter. After all, he was keen to avoid any complications upon his return. With this thought, he rose to greet him. "Merry Christmas, sir. Indeed, there is no need for you to make the journey. The gifts can be stored and presented to me next year with equal delight." "Next year? I fear I may not find you then." Santa chuckled warmly. "Very well, though the harsh winter has passed, and Narnia now basks in the springtime glow." At this moment, Evo felt an inexplicable chill within. "Ha ha ha, do not overthink it. I have merely come to deliver gifts." However, as he spoke, Santa paused for a moment, glancing around at the surroundings before continuing with a smile. "Though others have prepared gifts for you, they are merely those of others, while what I bestow upon you is the true Christmas gift." With that, Santa retrieved a large red velvet bag from his sleigh, a bag nearly as tall as a man, brimming with unknown treasures. "Oh, you cannot find your gift? No matter, dear child, tell me what you desire, for I have a backlog of gifts that have gone unpresented for a full century." Faced with Santa's inquiry, Evo was inclined to retort that if the sentiment was insincere, perhaps it would be better not to give at all. It felt rather awkward. Could Santa truly misplace a gift? Surely, he jested, despite the myriad of thoughts swirling within. Evo maintained a facade of composure, politely declining. "Sir, I truly wish for nothing. If you cannot find it, then so be it. What about the essence of the sunflower? Coincidentally, I have a small vial of it. Or perhaps books from the primordial era? Heaven knows why no one seems to enjoy reading anymore. These tomes have been languishing at the bottom of my trunk for far too long." Santa rambled on, retrieving gifts as he spoke. In no time, he had placed numerous items upon the ground, including a purple crystal staff akin to that of the White Witch. As Evo gazed at the dazzling array of objects, his heart began to race uncontrollably. My goodness, not a single mundane item among them. If categorized as game equipment, this collection was pure legendary, with naught but vibrant artifacts and perhaps some orange legacies. Indeed, even purple epic items seemed too grand to be displayed openly. Undoubtedly, his greatest intrigue lay with the 3 tomes radiating ice blue, luminous green, and deep black glimmers. Just as Evo prepared to speak, something struck his foot. Instinctively, he looked down to find an ancient 6-sided die lying at his feet. Perhaps it had slipped from his pocket due to neglect or the vigorous motion of rising. Regardless, the divination die had tumbled out. As he bent to retrieve it, the figure of Professor Hans flickered in his mind. "Everything you can conceive is, in fact, controlling you." The bard's melodious voice echoed in his thoughts. After a brief moment of distraction, Evo discreetly picked up the fallen die and carefully placed it back into his pocket. When he raised his gaze again, a gentle smile graced his face. "Since I am afforded a choice, may I request a pair of cashmere socks?" Compared to other things, I find greater solace in keeping my feet warm during winter. Ah, I have merely come to deliver gifts, I proclaimed. Santa Claus seemed to sense something amiss and felt compelled to elucidate. Since you have already received the gift you desired, so be it, as you wish. As he spoke, Santa once again opened his bulging sack and retrieved a pair of cashmere socks adorned with red Christmas trees. The moment Eino received the socks, a decision crystallized within him. He would gift them to Dumbledore this Christmas. Holding the socks in his hand, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Equally, he yearned to inquire of Santa. What enmity, what grievance compelled such a grand jest? This was no mere burial. It was akin to a subterranean oil excavation, delving deeply into the earth. Well, since the gift has been delivered, I must take my leave. Unbeknownst to him, Santa had already tidied the items he had arranged and was now seated upon his sleigh. I must say, you are a fortunate child. I look forward to our paths crossing again. With that, he flicked the reins, and 6 majestic reindeer sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, Santa's figure vanished beyond the valley. Once the figure had completely disappeared, Eino felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure, seemingly uncovering the root of the issue. Once, upon arriving at the White Witch's castle, he had undergone a divination, the results of which were indeed promising. However, it was precisely this favorable outcome that caused him to unwittingly lower his guard, nearly leading him astray moments ago. Upon reflection, Santa's appearance did not pose a threat. Moreover, he had repeatedly asserted his sole purpose was to deliver gifts. The choice of the gift was bestowed upon him, and even if something untoward were to transpire, it would stem solely from his own greed, as the variables of the diviner were perpetually beyond the scope of the prophecy. Ah, little one, I wish to return home, to Hogwarts. The waters are far too deep here. Quirrell is more endearing, more innocent. Eino turned to the wooden sprite, who had been a silent observer throughout, expressing his innermost desire. Chapter 44, the story concludes. The castle of Kelperavel stands majestically atop a towering hill, with sand dunes, scattered rocks, and an endless sea before it. The great hall of the castle is a marvel, featuring an ivory ceiling and walls adorned with peacock feathers. At this moment, amidst the witness of countless souls, Aslan solemnly crowned 4 kings. Supreme King Peter, sovereign of the Lone Islands, ruler of Kelperavel. Governing all of Narnia and the surrounding coastal isles, horned Queen Susan, presiding over the vast plains of Archenland to the north. Just King Edmund, Duke of Lantern Waste, Count of the Western Marshes, governing the western wilderness of Narnia. Brave Queen Lucy, ruler of Cair Paravel. With the coronation ceremony concluded, that evening, a grand banquet was held at Cair Paravel Castle, where all reveled in merriment and danced to celebrate their hard-won victory, the table adorned with gleaming goblets and flowing wine. Meanwhile, the subjects at sea, led by a mermaid, responded to the enchanting melodies from the castle with even more exquisite, sweeter, and heart-stirring songs. Interestingly, amidst this jubilation, none noticed Aslan's quiet departure, save for Susan and Lucy, who kept this observation to themselves. The young Lucy, in particular, silently bid farewell to Aslan as she watched his vanishing silhouette. The sun rose from the eastern horizon, heralding not just the dawn of a new day, but also the advent of a new chapter for the continent, the resplendent and civilized age of kings. Simultaneously, in a northern valley of Narnia, Enoch rinsed his mouth with the stream's water before beginning to organize his belongings. The long-lost thrill surged within him once more, undeniably signaling that Narnia's tale had come to a close, and he would soon embark on his journey home. He rolled up the woolen blanket spread on the ground, tidied the scattered books, and carefully placed them into his suitcase. He chose not to waste the remaining berries, picking a few intact ones to pocket, while leaving the rest as a token of gratitude for the wood sprite's companionship over the past few days. Ah, mealtime, little one, Enoch called out to the valley. However, the wood sprite, who typically appeared promptly for meals, was nowhere to be found, leaving him puzzled. He decided to check the tree where the sprite resided, as a farewell to the last companion. A few minutes later, Enoch stood quietly beside the small tree where the wood sprite had once rested. The sprite had long vanished, replaced by an ice-blue rose, identical to the one he had seen in the White Witch's garden. The flower appeared as though sculpted from azure crystal, translucent and exquisite, resembling a true luxury. The only difference lay in the degree of bloom. The previous garden rose had been full and vibrant, while this one was nearing decay, with several petals drooping perilously from the center. You always see through the endings of my tales, yet you have never questioned whether your life is merely another story. Enoch mused, gazing at the rose as if confiding in a friend. After a long moment, he turned to leave. Upon his return, he held a small handful of snow that had yet to melt in the valley. I am naturally carefree and dislike restraint, yet I must honor your sentiment, though my ability to repay is limited, and this is all I have. As he spoke, he gently laid the snow beneath the rose's stem, as if it still grew in a frozen garden. Perhaps it was the tremor from laying the snow, or some other reason. but 2 petals fortuitously fell onto the back of his hand. The air was cool yet not cold. Eino picked up a petal from the ground, examining it closely in the palm of his hand. Previously, in the garden, he had only dared to view the rose from afar, intimidated by the imposing presence of the White Witch. The thought of holding such a delicate petal was once beyond his imagination. However, to his astonishment, as he cradled 2 petals in his hand, one began to dissolve at a visibly alarming rate. This sudden transformation caught him off guard. After a brief moment of shock, Eino hastily discarded the remaining petal. After all, he had just witnessed 1 petal melt away, merging seamlessly with his palm. Although the White Witch was unlikely to harm him, experiencing such a chilling phenomenon was more than sufficient. Yet, in that moment, he found that what he held was no longer a petal but a sheet of icy blue parchment, akin to a note, inscribed with elegant script that filled the small surface. This is your reward. Leave Narnia, and refrain from attempting your half-hearted tricks that are unworthy of the stage. The message, though brief, was unmistakably familiar in tone and confidence, revealing its source. However, Eino was puzzled about whether the reward referred to the storytelling or the recent gift of snow. Regardless, since he had received the benefits, he no longer dwelled on the reasons behind it. Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty, he expressed earnestly. Unlike his previous reluctance, this time his respect for the White Witch was genuine. Though he remained uncertain of the significance of the other petal, the contents inscribed on the parchment were profoundly moving. They detailed the White Witch's ice and snow magic, albeit limited by the parchment's size. Each spell, though few, was practical, distilled into essence through countless trials. The first was a formidable ice arrow, a spell previously employed casually by the White Witch during her sledding. Similar to an archery incantation, this one conjured arrows of frost that released with greater speed and power, capable of launching multiple arrows simultaneously. As for the subsequent spells, Eino chose to disregard them after a careful examination, for even the spells inscribed on the parchment would be a challenge for him to master after graduation. Meanwhile, the ice blue rose, which had swayed gently beneath the tree, seemed to fulfill its purpose, vanishing without a trace like snow under the sun. This time, truly, farewell, princess. With that, Eino picked up his suitcase and strode away from the valley without looking back. His solitary figure traversed the winding path, the sunlight casting a long, slender shadow behind him, resembling a lamppost carrying a suitcase from a distance. In a manner akin to a wandering minstrel, Eino found himself alone upon unfamiliar shores, bearing witness to the tales that unfolded within this land. Once the stories reached their conclusion, he departed in solitude, leaving behind a realm that appeared unchanged yet was irrevocably transformed. The frigid winter of Narnia had receded, making way for the anticipated arrival of spring. In Chapter 45, titled The Startled Malfoy, within the dormitory of Hogwarts, Eino slowly opened his eyes. After months apart, the familiar yet alien surroundings evoked a sensation akin to having traversed a lifetime within a dream, only to awaken and discover it was but a figment of his imagination. Logically, after his previous journeys, he should have been accustomed to such transitions. Yet, the weariness from this particular voyage weighed heavily upon him, starkly contrasting with the serene storytelling days spent in quaint towns, where time flowed gently. Hogwarts, nonetheless, offered a comforting embrace. Beneath the heavy drapes of his bed, Eino sighed deeply, surrendering to the comforting cocoon of his surroundings. He reclined fully, too fatigued to remove his boots, allowing his feet to dangle in midair as he succumbed to slumber. In deep sleep, one often remains oblivious to the passage of time and equally resentful of any disruptions. Eino slept soundly for a full 2 hours until the dormitory erupted into a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a lively tea gathering. The bed curtains were drawn aside. Must you not be quieter? Is the common room insufficient for your chatter, that you must invade this sanctuary? Eino, roused from his slumber, found himself uncharacteristically irate. Yet, he failed to notice the sudden drop in temperature that enveloped the room, an effect of his rising anger. Despite the warmth of the crackling fireplace that could not dispel the chill, Malfoy and his companions were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mix of surprise and fear, particularly evident on the faces of Crabbe and Goyle. This scene momentarily stirred a sense of regret within Eino for his earlier outburst. He realized his actions were rather ostentatious and contradicted his prior intentions. With this thought, his stern demeanor softened into a familiar smile, and the room's temperature gradually returned to a more comfortable state. Really, could you not lower your voices? I had barely just fallen asleep. My sincerest apologies for disturbing you. I shall take my leave at once. Malfoy stammered, regaining his composure. This seemed to act as a catalyst, prompting Crabbe and Goyle to spring from their chairs as if enchanted, hastily retreating from the dormitory. Draco, it's quite all right. I merely awoke with a touch of grumpiness. Please don't take offense. Eino quickly reassured Malfoy, who had lagged behind. Truth be told, had circumstances allowed, he would prefer not to sour his relationship with Malfoy. For doing so would not only squander a potential human alarm clock, but also complicate his future existence within Slytherin. Without exaggeration or bias, the Malfoy family name undeniably held some influence before the grand confrontation, reaching from the Minister of Magic down to the Dark Wizards of Knockturn Alley. With varying degrees of connection, for such individuals, he genuinely wished to cultivate friendly relations, as their assistance often proved invaluable in achieving one's goals. Meanwhile, perhaps due to the smile that had returned to Eino's face, or for other reasons, Malfoy seemed to regain his composure after a brief pause, shedding his previous restraint and returning to his former self. "Eino, you ought to smile more often," Malfoy remarked earnestly. "Merlin, you have no idea how frightening you looked when you were frowning, akin to Professor Snape, or perhaps even more formidable." After pondering for a moment, Malfoy could only compare Eino to the headmaster. "Do not compare me to Professor Snape," Eino interjected hastily. "By the way, what were you three discussing so passionately?" Listening attentively, Malfoy quickly shifted topics upon sensing Eino's reluctance to delve into previous matters. "I'll let you in on a secret. Scarhead and his entourage, along with that oaf outside the castle, have been secretly raising a dragon. I just summoned them to quietly discuss strategies." Malfoy spoke animatedly, oblivious to the fact that Eino's mind had wandered far away. Nobber had hatched, and Quirrell's life was now in its final countdown. It was hard to fathom. Sometimes Eino felt he might forget these events. After all, for others, the school year had merely spanned a few months, yet for him, it had already been over half a year. However, in truth, his awareness of everything related to Hogwarts had only sharpened with the passage of time. As Malfoy recounted the tale of the dragon, chaos erupted outside the castle on the lawn near Hagrid's hut. Complaints, cries, barking, and even the low whimpers of young dragons created a cacophony of noise. "I say, Hagrid should not have stopped Fong from chasing Malfoy. He would have surely caught him," Ron exclaimed indignantly. Just an hour ago, their secret with Hagrid had been discovered, and Nobber had been seen clearly by Malfoy. Ron could hardly imagine how much worse things could become. He felt as if a stoic Snape could emerge from behind, beside, or from any corner at any moment. Meanwhile, Hermione, upon hearing Ron's words, looked at him incredulously. "Let the dog chase Malfoy? What were you thinking? Do you not realize this could endanger Yaya? It could even implicate Hagrid. And even if we did catch him, what would we do? Kill him? Or imprison him?" Hermione was becoming increasingly frantic. The situation had already unfolded, and instead of seeking solutions, they were merely blaming one another. "Yaya is quite timid. Even if he caught up to Malfoy, it would be of little use. Poor Nobber, so small, is about to be taken away," Hagrid said, wiping away his tears. Listening to Hagrid's lamentations, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort within himself. He had begun to doubt whether it was his and Ron's inadvertent revelation of information in the library that had led to this predicament. "We must devise a plan to thwart Malfoy while there is still time. I will confront him in Slytherin and have a word," Harry declared resolutely, rising from his seat and making his way toward the door. "Mate, you must be out of your mind," Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's sleeve. "You intend to venture into Slytherin? Into the lair of dark wizards? I would rather not lose Norbert, while simultaneously risking the loss of a friend." "Ron speaks wisely." Hagrid ceased his weeping, urging, "Harry, do not go. If it comes to that, I shall seek out Professor Dumbledore. He always possesses a solution." Harry, feeling somewhat defeated, retook his seat, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Amidst the silence, Ron suddenly proclaimed, "I shall contact Charlie. He is in Romania tending to a dragon sanctuary. At worst, we can discreetly send Norbert away before being discovered." However, Hagrid appeared reluctant. "There is no at worst. This is our sole option," Hermione interjected. "What else can we do? Abandon him in the Forbidden Forest?" Half an hour later, after much deliberation, everyone in the small cabin reached a consensus. Harry would stabilize Malfoy while Ron penned a letter to Charlie. Chapter 46. Greetings, Professor Flitwick. Time slips away unobserved. The following morning after returning from Narnia, Eino awoke from a profound slumber to the spirited melodies of an accordion. This timed playback was a method he had devised during his time in the valley, in the last stretch of his stay. Boredom had compelled him to tinker with the accordion, humming tunes and recording sounds. Moreover, relying on Malfoy as a human alarm clock was hardly ideal. Sitting up in bed, Eino casually retrieved his class schedule from the nightstand. Slytherin, first period, charms class. Splendid. Despite being dismissed as trivial tricks by the White Witch, his affection for charms remained undiminished. In truth, upon receiving the magical gifts from the other party, he had recognized the disparity. The two systems were entirely incompatible, akin to speaking different languages. The White Witch's magic leaned more towards high-output, offensive spells, while Hogwarts magic was steeped in whimsy, fairy tales, and transformative enchantments that catered to the imagination. One was born for battle, the other for the joy of life. In all honesty, he preferred Hogwarts magic, for ultimately, it was crafted to enhance the enjoyment of existence. Having perused numerous novels and biographies, he found it perplexing why the protagonists in those tales labored so fervently to reach the peaks of mountains. They climbed one mountain after another, toiling throughout their lives. only to find that even if they miraculously stood atop the summit, what difference did it make? They would merely have missed all the beauty along the way. Much like the tale of the fisherman and the wealthy man, the affluent individual observes the leisurely fisherman basking in the sun by the seaside, unable to restrain himself from urging the fisherman to toil earnestly for greater riches. In response, the fisherman inquires, "What purpose does wealth serve?" The wealthy man proclaims, "Once you amass sufficient wealth, you can acquire numerous boats, rent them out, and then enjoy the luxury of sunbathing at home." To which the fisherman replies, "Am I not already basking in the sun leisurely?" In this narrative, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Rather, both perspectives hold merit. Nevertheless, Eino finds himself inclined towards the fisherman, akin to his affinity for the enchantments of Hogwarts. He refrains from meddling in others' ways of living while resolutely determining his own path. On the 6th floor of the castle, in the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick continues to impart his lessons with his characteristic wit and charm, elucidating the origins of the unlocking charm along with its proper incantation. He consistently strives to enrich his students' knowledge in a manner that is both engaging and enjoyable. Today, as they delve into the newly learned unlocking charm, Professor Flitwick brings forth an enormous padlock, towering even above him, and arranges for the young wizards to practice in pairs. The stakes are high. The losing pair must endure the humiliation of being locked in a corner for the entire class duration. Through this playful approach to learning, time swiftly passes, and the 90-minute lesson concludes amidst laughter. One by one, the students exit the classroom, and Eino, having gathered his belongings, reaches the doorway when he suddenly hears Professor Flitwick's voice calling from behind. "Mr. Swinburne, please wait a moment." Professor Flitwick stands atop his chair, addressing him. "Good day, Professor. How may I assist you?" Eino responds, his hopes for a private lesson long extinguished. To his surprise, after 3 months of anticipation, he finds himself once again summoned by Professor Flitwick. "I merely wish to have a conversation with you, if you have the time." "Of course, it would be my honor." "Professor," Eino replies with enthusiasm. The opportunity to engage in conversation with the professor is one he cannot decline, even if it means skipping his next potions class without hesitation. "Excellent." Professor Flitwick nods. "Since your very first charms lesson, I have observed something remarkable. Your magical prowess far exceeds that of your peers in the same year. Although you are a first-year student, you exhibit the capabilities of a third year. And now, merely a week since our last lesson, your magical energy seems akin to that of a fourth-year student." Professor Flitwick breathes out his observations with ease, yet they weigh heavily upon Eino. He had initially fled the orphanage to escape the rapid maturation of his body. However, fate has its own designs. He may have evaded physical growth, but he cannot escape the burgeoning power of his magic. Sensing his students' inner turmoil, Professor Flitwick chuckles gently. "Everyone ought to possess their own secrets. As a professor, my duty is to educate and guide, not to pry into my students' mysteries." Upon finishing his words, Professor Flitwick raised his gaze towards the doorway and noticed several furtive little heads peeking in from outside the classroom. Having taught at Hogwarts for several decades, he was well aware of what this signified and calmly stated, "Mr. Swinburne, if you are not in a hurry, I would like to invite you to my office, where I have some delightful dancing cupcakes." "Professor, you may call me Eino. It would be my honor to visit your office," Eino responded with a smile, secretly admiring Professor Flitwick's wisdom. As for the curious onlookers at the door, who fancied themselves well hidden, they were oblivious to the fact that their shadows had already betrayed them. When Professor Flitwick suggested going to his office, Eino understood that it was not out of a desire to escape idle gossip. After all, a simple silencing charm would suffice. The professor's intention was to grant him some time to acclimatize or to weave together seemingly plausible tales to avoid an awkward silence later on. If a sudden lull in conversation were to occur, it would be uncomfortable for both parties. "In the office for charms class, do try these. The dancing cupcakes," exclaimed Professor Flitwick, like a child presenting a treasure, as he produced a tray of golden little cakes from his drawer. Accepting the invitation without hesitation, Eino reached for one and took a bite. To his surprise, the taste was not merely delicious. It evoked the long-lost flavors of his homeland. It was far from the insipid broth of the orphanage, but rather a true culinary delight. After a moment, Eino slowly swallowed the cake, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia and longing. "Professor, this is magic." Professor Flitwick beamed. "The cupcakes are baked with magic, far superior to what some might order from the Duke of Honey. What, in your view, is magic?" In response to Professor Flitwick's inquiry, Eino quickly recalled the canonical answer from the original text, echoing a question once posed by Mad-Eye Moody. "Professor, I believe magic is the quality of spellcasting. For instance, my incendio might only ignite the logs in a fireplace, while you, using the same spell, could likely incinerate an entire forest." What an intriguing metaphor. Yet, your incendio is not merely capable of igniting firewood, Professor Flitwick remarked with a playful tone, before shifting to a more serious note. "Magic represents our innermost selves. It is imbued with emotion." Chapter 47, Piercing the Fog. cause and effect. Magic, emotions, the inner self. Eino pondered Professor Flitwick's words with great care. To be honest, he had never contemplated such matters, and he recognized that in this world, there was no concrete concept of magic. It was generally categorized by age. As young wizards matured, their magical capacity grew, and upon reaching adulthood, their magic would reach a state of saturation, neither increasing nor diminishing thereafter. Only a select few can transcend this limitation, allowing their magical power to flourish continuously. At this moment, Professor Flitwick unexpectedly broached the subject, prompting Eino to ponder the role of magical power. One thing he could assert with absolute certainty was that magical power and spells were indeed distinct entities. If one were to draw an analogy, magical power could be likened to an honorary title. Different types of magical power correspond to different titles. A wizard endowed with such a title would cast more potent spells, while one lacking it, despite their ability to cast spells, would see significantly diminished effects. However, a title is merely a title. It is not a consumable resource. Thus, it is absurd to claim that a wizard could exhaust their magical power. After a moment's reflection, Eino slowly raised his head. Professor, I find myself struggling to comprehend this. Although I have encountered records indicating that some spells require the wizard's emotions for their release, this does not necessarily imply that magical power possesses emotions. Indeed, emotions. Professor Flitwick replied with a smile. I am delighted to see that you have developed the habit of reading in the library since your first year. Do you know why we emphasize the qualities of the four houses from the moment young wizards enter Hogwarts? Ravenclaw's wisdom, Gryffindor's bravery, Slytherin's cunning, and Hufflepuff's loyalty. As Eino opened his mouth to respond, Professor Flitwick's voice interjected once more. Yes, I used cunning. The professor bore an expression akin to one who has successfully executed a prank. Did you think I would say ambition? That is a foolish misconception. Although the vast majority of young wizards sorted into Slytherin harbor a deep desire to achieve great things, they all possess clear aspirations for fame, wealth, or even more. At this juncture, Professor Flitwick paused momentarily, as if allowing Eino a moment to reflect. Yet, there exists another type of individual among those sorted into Slytherin, albeit in lamentably small numbers, with whom one may not encounter for years. Nevertheless, they do exist. Within their hearts, they often have a clear aversion to certain things, which is why I used cunning. The desire for wealth is akin to the desire to avoid poverty. These astute young wizards, driven by a strong aversion, are sorted into Slytherin because the sorting hat only discerns emotions. At this point, Professor Flitwick spoke in a nostalgic tone, saying, some yearn for immortality, while others dread death. How ironic. Ambition and cunning are expressed in different ways, but yield identical outcomes. As Professor Flitwick's words hung in the air, Eino felt as though a veil had been lifted, revealing the truth. He understood why he had been placed in Slytherin. It was his fervent desire, a powerful aversion. Deep within his subconscious, he wished to avoid the narrative, to stay away from Harry, to refrain from participating in the impending climactic battle, and above all, to escape being caught in the crossfire. Amidst a throng of bewildered young wizards, there emerged one who displayed an overwhelmingly intense subjective emotion, compounded layer upon layer. Perhaps, in the emotional discernment of the sorting hat, this individual harbored a desire to influence the narrative, to dominate Harry, to seize control of fate, and to steer the course of the future. Such a person, if not destined for Slytherin, would indeed defy all reason. After a considerable pause, Eino expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Professor. I believe I understand now. There's no need for thanks. It is the duty of a professor. Professor Flitwick waved a hand dismissively. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What I wish to convey is that the emotions tied to magic are intrinsically linked to the qualities of the houses. At this juncture, Professor Flitwick sighed. In the past, young wizards often struggled to discover their own qualities, which frequently led them astray. It was not until the four founders established Hogwarts that we invested 7 years in subtly guiding students to shape their qualities and magical emotions. This is a process that requires no further elaboration. Yet, your magical growth has been somewhat unexpected, and I fear the shaping process may not keep pace. Hence, this is why I called you today. As Eino departed the charms classroom, his recent discourse with Professor Flitwick had granted him a renewed understanding of magic, or rather, a fresh perspective on the wizarding community itself. Emotion, it seemed, could indeed be nurtured from a young age. The four houses of Hogwarts bore a resemblance to the Muggle education system in instilling a proper worldview. Professor Flitwick's objective was similarly aligned. To put it plainly, the automatic educational model was lagging behind the growth of magical power, necessitating a manual intervention. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly choose Ravenclaw. Eino mused as he strolled across the castle's lawn. Though Professor Flitwick's concerns may have seemed somewhat excessive, Eino remained grateful for the professor's attentiveness. For it transcended mere academic guidance and reflected genuine care. It was said that dark wizards are but the products of twisted magical emotions, and the age of 10 to 12 is particularly susceptible to mental distortion. Outside the castle, Eino continued along a gravel path, and before long, a dense forest barred his way. Ah, a checkpoint for new students. He felt no inclination towards the forbidden forest, much like those who, during the day, forego exploring the castle in favor of nocturnal escapades. Nevertheless, standing at the edge of the forest and gazing into its profound and mysterious depths evoked a sensation reminiscent of Alice's adventures in Wonderland. If one could overlook the lurking werewolves, trolls, and dark wizards. Suddenly, Eino froze, his expression stiffening. Truly, what one thinks often materializes. Just moments ago, he had been strolling along the forest's edge, and now he found himself entangled in a jungle adventure. Before him stood Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, who seemed equally taken aback by the presence of someone lingering at the threshold of the forbidden forest. The air suddenly fell into a profound silence. In the moment of their gaze locking, both individuals found themselves momentarily caught off guard, plunging the scene into an eerie stalemate. Quirrell felt his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Having already been drained from his earlier confrontation with the adult unicorn, compounded by the curse embedded in its blood, faced with the unexpected appearance of a student, he instinctively reached for his wand. "Fool, what are you thinking in broad daylight? Greet him swiftly and then retreat." A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, restoring his composure, while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread about his recent actions. Had he truly been on the verge of openly attacking a Hogwarts student? It was likely that he would be swiftly sentenced to Azkaban, with no trial, merely a Dementor's kiss. "Good morning, Professor Quirrell." After a brief moment of shock, Eino was the first to shatter the silence, his right hand already tightly gripping his wand. Meanwhile, his left hand had stealthily slipped into his inner pocket. In that fleeting instant, he genuinely sensed Quirrell's intent to strike. "Hello there. Students should not approach the Forbidden Forest. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Chapter 48, Rediscovering Oneself, Wind and Eagle. The feeling of brushing past Voldemort was truly ineffable, but thankfully, it had passed. Quirrell waved his sleeve, leaving not a cloud in the sky. As he gazed at the vanishing figure, Eino couldn't help but exhale in relief. Within the castle, Quirrell weakly ascended the staircase, the haunting voice returning to his mind. Find an opportunity to engage with that student. "But Master, what about your plan?" Quirrell struggled to comprehend. The intricate web he had woven was on the brink of success, so why the sudden shift? "The plan? That is merely a game between me and my dear professor. The reason this game can continue is that I wish to discern what his reliance truly is." "Master." Silence, obeying the command echoing in his mind. Quirrell prudently sealed his lips, fully aware of the consequences of disobedience. Enduring such excruciating pain once was sufficient. Simultaneously, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Eino remained oblivious to Voldemort's fixation upon him. This was hardly surprising. A keen eye like Professor Flitwick's could easily discern such matters, leaving no reason for Voldemort to overlook them. Perhaps this was what they called being lost in the throes of one's own dilemma. In any case, after Quirrell departed, Eino found little desire to linger, opting instead to change direction and continue his stroll along the castle's periphery. As he walked, he realized he had been misled by books and films. He had previously assumed that beyond the Black Lake, only the Forbidden Forest awaited, nothing of significance. Yet upon arriving at Hogwarts, he discovered the expansive grounds were indeed remarkable, filled with intriguing experiences. Whether standing on the long bridge to gaze at the sunset, strolling across the plains to listen to the wilderness, or even indulging in boredom by tossing stones to tease the whomping willow. Is this not far more intriguing than contravening school regulations and stealthily venturing into the Forbidden Forest? Moreover, the castle is not merely the fleeting main building depicted in films. It is surrounded by a myriad of structures that collectively form an immense architectural complex. Among these, the most distinctive is the herbology greenhouse before Eino. Reminiscent of a vast greenhouse plantation, one greenhouse after another stands adjacent to the castle, square and orderly, akin to meticulously arranged plots on a plain. Observing the countless potted plants within the greenhouse, he is inspired by the notion of cultivating 2 pots of greenery in his dormitory. Although Slytherin is already verdant enough, this vibrant green, imbued with life, is entirely different from the ethereal green of mystical magic. Had he been sorted into Hufflepuff, it would not have been so bad. He could cultivate the land and tend to flowers in peace. During the initial weeks of the term, Eino has often heard the Badgers boast about their common room, how it is conveniently close to the kitchen for late-night snacks, and how their dormitory is adorned with various flowers and plants. Even more outrageous is their head of house, Professor Sprout, who, upon discovering the Badgers' desire to nurture plants, readily provides everything from pots and soil to fertilizers, allowing them unrestricted access to the greenhouses. Beside the greenhouse, an array of ceramic pots is haphazardly piled together, remnants purposefully placed there by Professor Sprout for students to use in cultivating their greenery. This exemplifies Hufflepuff's generosity and kindness. For Professor Sprout has always treated everyone equally, never showing favoritism based on house affiliation. should students from other houses wish to nurture a few plants. She offers her unwavering support. Gazing at the myriad of pots before him, Eino instinctively crouches down to begin his selection. Though most pots fall into a similar category, he must at least discern those with cracks or significant damage. It is worth noting that the pots here, while appearing plentiful, are actually the remnants left after several rounds of selection by the badgers. Sifting through the broken remnants to find something useful can, at times, offer a unique kind of pleasure. Thus, he traverses one greenhouse after another. Perhaps to others, the discarded pots piled behind the greenhouses seem devoid of value. Yet he relishes the joy akin to unboxing a mystery gift, embracing it wholeheartedly. Unbeknownst to him, he has wandered past numerous greenhouses. And just as he is about to unveil the next mystery box, he suddenly halts. A faint sound of weeping reaches his ears, a sound he knows all too well. It echoes the cries of a child from the orphanage, burned yet unable to cry out, quietly shedding tears in a corner. In the past, he was powerless, merely a silent observer. But now he must intervene, not only to rectify past regrets, but also after his conversation with Professor Flitwick today. He is determined not to become a true Slytherin. Excessive shrewdness and cunning would only become another form of restraint. The spirited wind swirls around him, embracing the azure wings of the soaring eagle. Awaiting the sage, the crown cradled, he whispered softly. Wisdom bestowed upon him a matured experience, prompting him to deliberate carefully and contemplate thoroughly before undertaking any endeavor. A decade spent in the London orphanage further entrenched this habit. For any misstep there could lead to dire consequences. His subsequent adventures in the fantastical realm transformed him into a true observer, watching the unfolding events around him with a detached gaze. At this moment, Eino finally discerned the depths of his own heart. All along, what he truly yearned for were the winds and the eagles soaring freely in the sky, rather than the cold-blooded viper silently watching from the sidelines. With this clarity, Eino turned towards the source of the weeping sound. With each step he took, he felt his body lighten, as if an invisible hand were lifting the burdens he had long carried. Progressing slowly, he spotted a chubby boy clad in a robe with a Gryffindor red trim in a corner outside the next greenhouse. "Are you all right? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Eino inquired gently as he crouched down. "No, I don't need anything. Thank you," the chubby boy replied, burying his head in his knees. Realizing this might be perceived as impolite, he gradually lifted his head, revealing a glimpse of a green robe's border. "I beg you. Malfoy has promised to let me be today." Observing the pleading expression on the boy's face, a term flickered in Eino's mind: bullying. It was evident that the victim of such behavior was this very chubby boy. Connecting the dots to Malfoy's cowardly temperament, he swiftly identified a certain individual. The only two individuals in the story capable of drawing the Gryffindor sword, humorously dubbed the True Sword Saint, were none other than Neville Longbottom. "I apologize. I mean no harm. I merely seek assistance, as I wish to cultivate some potted plants, but am uncertain about the suitable soil," Eino said softly. Faced with the current situation, he understood that to aid Neville, he must first alleviate the boy's wariness. For the future herbology professor, discussing potted plants was undoubtedly an excellent conversation starter. Chapter 49, A Conversation by the Greenhouse. Before him stood a Slytherin unlike any he had encountered before. Neville recognized him as the person Ron had once spoken of in the dormitory, someone even worse than Malfoy. At the mere thought of Malfoy, Neville instinctively shuddered. Witnessing this, Eino could not help but sigh. He reached into the pocket of his robe and retrieved a berry he had left over from the valley. "Look, I have prepared the seeds. It's this kind of berry," he said, placing the berry in his palm and opening it for Neville to see. Eino refrained from inviting Neville to taste it, not out of stinginess, but because in the magical realm, consuming food from a stranger could be perilously hazardous. If he were to extend such an invitation, it might provoke Neville even further. In this moment, Neville stared blankly at the palm of his hand, where a vibrant green berry caught his eye. After a prolonged silence, he remarked that it resembled a fig. Although he had never seen one before and could not be certain, he spoke softly, feeling that his response was somewhat dismissive, and quickly added, "However, such plants generally prefer cool and moist environments. You might consider digging up some damp soil by the Black Lake." Having expressed his thoughts in a halting manner, he lowered his head like a child who had committed a faux pas. Yet, Eino was not inclined to give up. Instead, he exaggeratedly praised Neville, exclaiming, "Thank you, my friend. This will be a tremendous help. By the way, I am Eino, Inniswinbarn, and as you can see, I am also a Slytherin." Faced with this sudden display of friendliness, Neville remained momentarily speechless. After some time, he finally managed to utter a faint introduction. "I am Neville Longbottom, from Gryffindor." Eino paid little heed to Neville's timid tone. He understood that for a child who had been bullied to the brink of silence, simply speaking was a significant achievement. "May I call you Neville? You know, I have much to learn about planting, and I might seek your guidance on some horticultural matters in the future." "I am not very knowledgeable either," Neville replied quietly. "I truly lack expertise, although I have always tended to my grandmother's garden at home, where the flowers flourish beautifully." I do not possess profound knowledge. After speaking, he cautiously raised his head, fearful of inciting anger with his words. Ha ha ha, that's more than sufficient. It's not as if I am dealing with a rare herb. It is merely a berry plant, Eino said with a smile. Half an hour later, Eino cradled 2 ceramic pots filled with moist soil as he made his way toward the castle. He refrained from further conversation with Neville after their initial interaction. Excessive dialogue might prove counterproductive. Likewise, he did not promise Neville any assurances, such as intervening against Malfoy. The reasoning was simple. If Neville did not change himself, even without Malfoy, others would inevitably emerge. The inherent flaws of human nature compel individuals to subconsciously categorize their peers, seeking to please those who are stronger while simultaneously identifying those who are weaker or easier to bully, deriving amusement from mocking them. This is a characteristic of foolishness that no one can alter. What Eino could do was merely to help Neville rediscover the courage and confidence that lay within him. Nothing more. After all, he could not care for Neville for a lifetime. With these thoughts in mind, Eino stepped through the castle gates. His presence had, to some extent, drawn attention along the way. Just imagine, a handsome, fair-skinned young man, cradling 2 large flower pots. It was undeniably a delightful sight. Of course, the so-called strong reactions of onlookers mattered little. If they wished to observe, they were free to do so, as he had no power over the gaze of others. Yet some upperclassmen scrutinized him with a gaze laden with significance, leaving him feeling rather uneasy. Under such an unusual scrutiny, Eino involuntarily quickened his pace. Pure blood. Upon uttering the correct incantation against the stone wall, before it had fully cracked open, he swiftly slipped into the Slytherin dormitory. Phew. However, before he could catch his breath, a melodious voice sounded behind him. Mr. Sweeney, what are you up to? Planning to cultivate potted plants? In a corner of the common room, Pansy languidly reclined on the sofa, engaging in idle chatter with a few girls she deemed worthy of her friendship. The topics of their conversations mirrored those of the boys, revolving around the latest gossips circulating within the castle and, of course, discussing the boys themselves. Yet, the moment Eino entered the common room, their chatter abruptly ceased, and all eyes brightened, though no further actions ensued. This moment illustrated the pervasive hierarchy within Slytherin, much like in the original narrative. Characters like Malfoy could not possibly be surrounded by only Pansy. In truth, it was indeed only Pansy by his side, not due to the unwillingness of other girls, but rather because the rigid class distinctions had long been ingrained. Unless one were to play the role of a follower, the prospect of romantic pursuits, let alone forming equal friendships, was exceedingly rare. At that moment, within the small circle in the corner, only Pansy rose to approach him. Upon hearing her voice, Eino halted and slowly turned. Good afternoon, Miss Parkinson. Are you planning to cultivate potted plants? Pansy inquired with an expression of curiosity. They cannot receive sunlight in the dormitory, but I happen to possess a book on sunlight spells at home. Perhaps I could lend it to you. Such polite curiosity was likely to endear her to him. Of course, Eino recalled Pansy's haughty demeanor when chastising Goyle. Nevertheless, none of that pertained to him. On the contrary, Pansy had always treated him with remarkable civility. Considering this, Eino resolved to accept her goodwill. If possible, that would be splendid. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Parkinson. Ha ha ha, just wait for my news. I'll get back to you by Christmas at the latest, Pansy responded, her reaction somewhat unexpected. Although she was offering something, it oddly imparted a sense of receiving a favor, which felt rather peculiar. Yet, Eino had no desire to speculate on her true intentions. Perhaps she merely observed his association with Malfoy, thinking she could facilitate connections or extract information. It was hardly a significant matter. Then I shall thank you in advance. I will also prepare a gift for you at Christmas, but I must first return these to the dormitory, Eino remarked, glancing at the 2 pots he held. The implication clear. Go on, plant the seeds. I will write home shortly, and won't keep you waiting long. Gazing at the 2 ceramic flower pots placed upon the table, Eino gradually succumbed to contemplation. The day's experiences felt nothing short of fantastical, from his conversation with Professor Flitwick after the morning's charms lesson, to an unexpected encounter with Quirrell at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, followed by a discovery of Neville near the greenhouse. Events unfolded in rapid succession, leaving him with the impression that the entirety of the past month paled in comparison to the richness of today as happenings. Chapter 50. Ice and Snow Magic. The Legacy of the White Witch. Seated in the dormitory, he pondered in silence for some time. From the inner pocket of his robe, he retrieved the sheepskin parchment left by the White Witch. Having chosen the path of unrestrained freedom, he recognized that it must be accompanied by the confidence to embrace that liberty. As the witch who had encased an entire continent in ice for a century, she undoubtedly stood as his finest mentor. He did not seek to inherit all of her power. Even possessing half of her abilities would suffice to grant him a life of unencumbered freedom in this world. Before his desk, Eino scrutinized the sheepskin parchment, which contained only 3 spells. Yet, each was meticulously detailed, elucidating the incantations, their extended applications, and the corresponding emotions. Yes, emotions. This realization deepened his conviction that the White Witch's magic was not akin to that of a mere sorcerer, but rather belonged to the realm of the warlock. As for the key to unlocking the parchment, or the prerequisite for learning the ice and snow magic, it likely lay in the other petal that had melted away. In the quiet dormitory, the passage of time was nearly imperceptible. An hour later, Eino carefully folded the sheepskin parchment once more and placed it back into his inner pocket. Following a series of deep breaths, he began to gently summon his emotions. His expressions, demeanor, and feelings were all meticulously crafted to echo the essence of the White Witch as he remembered her. Concurrently, the temperature within the dormitory began to drop gradually. While he could not alter the weather with the same ease as the White Witch, the moist soil within the 2 ceramic pots on the table had begun to frost over. Frost shot. In midair, a pale blue ice crystal arrow slowly took shape. After a brief pause, 2 more identical ice arrows coalesced beside the original. As the principal actor in this unfolding drama, Eino felt a surge of elation. Sensing that no further arrows would materialize, he raised his wand, directing the ice arrows towards the vacant wall of the dormitory. With a flourish, 3 ice arrows shot forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they struck the wall with ferocity, yielding no anticipated dazzling effects. The wall bore no trace of damage, save for a scattering of shattered ice shards upon the floor. Yet, despite this modest outcome, Eino found immense satisfaction. Firstly, the speed of the ice arrows was extraordinary, surpassing that of any spell he had previously cast. Secondly, devoid of the overt luminous effects typical of other spells, the nearly transparent pale blue arrows would be difficult to detect even in the daylight, let alone the night. As for the power, this is the main tower of the castle. If it were so easily destroyed, Hogwarts would not have stood resilient in the Scottish Highlands for a millennium. Although he was satisfied in many respects, Eino was acutely aware that this was far from the limit of the ice arrows. The parchment clearly articulated that the White Witch once conjured thousands of ice arrows to form a veritable barrage, annihilating an aerial army composed entirely of griffins. Though it was merely a fleeting mention, and likely recorded only to emphasize the extent of magical prowess, he still felt the allure of this magic. To put it plainly, it entails limitless accumulation. The greater one's power, the more arrows one can conjure. From his recent experimentation, Eino gained a relatively intuitive understanding. With his current magical capacity, perhaps 3 arrows were not the limit, but he could not exceed 7. Therefore, he could only strive to enhance the speed of conjuration and the accuracy of his shots. After all, if he could not achieve a blanket of firepower, he would have to invest effort in precise strikes. In the ensuing hours, Eino delighted in his dormitory, engaging in single shots, triple bursts, and simultaneous rapid fire in a formation. He even entertained the whimsical notion that if he could someday cast without a wand, complemented by a longbow, he could masquerade as an ice archer. While he reveled in his play, it was the dormitory fireplace that suffered. The small flames struggling against the bitter cold, flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment. Likewise, the walls, desk, and even the bed frame in the dormitory were encrusted with frost, some areas adorned with icicles. Yet, Eino seemed oblivious to it all. For years, since arriving in this world, he had been cautious in every endeavor, never experiencing true exhilaration. Today, having cast off his shackles, he was fully aware that his reckless magic usage in the dormitory could lead to discovery and potentially alert the professors, yet he remained unfazed. In this frost-laden environment, Eino not only felt no chill, but rather found the temperature insufficiently low, as if he were inherently adapted to the extreme cold, growing more comfortable as the temperature dropped. 2 hours later, the dormitory door swung open. "My Merlin, help!" Malfoy, having concluded a day of leisurely wandering, was preparing to return to the dormitory for rest. However, the moment he opened the door, he was met by a wave of frigid air. Fortunately, the constitution of wizards surpasses that of muggles. With frost accumulating on his eyebrows and his eyelids frozen, Malfoy uttered a final cry before collapsing to the ground like an ice sculpture. This sudden turn of events alerted Eino to the gravity of the situation. Likewise, as the chill permeated the Slytherin common room, all the young witches and wizards still present became aware of the impending crisis. The potions classroom office. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room felt rather oppressive. 2 lit candlesticks flickered gently in the absence of a breeze, further intensifying the solemnity of the scene. Eino gazed at the impassive Severus Snape, wishing to offer some explanation, yet finding himself at a loss for words. The incident had escalated considerably. Although the extent of Malfoy's injuries remained uncertain, the fact that he had been collectively carried into the hospital wing was undeniable. Eino had intended to assist, only to be restrained by the approaching prefect, which resulted in him receiving a ticket for a day in the potions classroom office. Time passed slowly. "Let this be the end of it," Snape spoke slowly. "In the future, practicing magic within the castle is forbidden. The Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, those are your options." Hearing this, Eino couldn't help but exhale in relief. curious about Snape's sudden change in demeanor, particularly his lack of pursuit for accountability. Yet, the present outcome was the most desirable one. A true lesson learned. Just as he thought matters were concluding, Snape's calm voice echoed in his ears once more. Regarding Malfoy, I shall personally write to Lucius. You need not concern yourself with anything further. Thank you, Professor. Eno expressed his gratitude sincerely. Had it not been for Snape's reminder, he might have forgotten the Malfoy family's considerable influence across the British Isles. Without a figure of significance to back this matter, the summer would hardly be pleasant for him. Chapter 51. The Misfortunes of Malfoy. Upon leaving the potions classroom office and returning to the Slytherin common room, Eno was met with an exceptionally warm welcome. The lounge was awash in green, filled with curious onlookers. It was clear that the news of the incident had spread rapidly. After all, the occurrences within the castle were often limited, and it could be weeks before anything intriguing transpired. Today, however, a first year had been frozen at the dormitory entrance and sent to the hospital wing. And the injured party was none other than the esteemed sole heir of the Malfoy family. Such sensational news was a rarity, and it was no wonder that the younger Slytherins were eager to gather and witness the event. Eno surveyed the multitude of eager faces and the inquisitive eyes that sought answers, stirring within him the urge to narrate tales to children in a public square. Most would have felt intimidated by such a crowd, but for a bard, this was merely a small gathering. He had once performed on the grand stage of the Royal Theatre under the tutelage of Professor Hans, and this assembly was but a fraction of that audience. Looking around, Eno inclined his head slightly toward the crowd. First and foremost, I apologize for the incident that has disrupted your respite. A mistake is a mistake. And he never denied that. Thus, he promptly established the nature of his actions. However, he had not forgotten the behavior of the prefects and older students following Malfoy's mishap. Not only had they drawn their wands, but they also displayed righteous indignation. Had the circumstances been different, those individuals might have resorted to more drastic measures. Yes, he had erred, but he had not fled the scene. Even without a wand in hand, was it truly necessary to make such a grand display? Akin to an Auror confronting a criminal? Who was this performance intended for? Until yesterday, he would have chosen to let matters lie, to navigate through them quietly. Yet today, perhaps having spent the afternoon striving to evoke some semblance of emotion, or perhaps mimicking the White Witch, he simply did not wish to indulge those few individuals any longer. He was profoundly unwilling to do so. Eno turned his gaze toward the upperclassmen who had been present earlier and began to speak slowly. I must say, this entire affair has been a tragedy, for it has caused harm to some. Of course, should anyone remain interested or wish to learn more, they are welcome to find me at any time, be it in the Forbidden Forest, the corridors, or the Quidditch pitch. I shall gladly provide a detailed recounting of the events. With that, he declared, now, I must take my leave. Good night, everyone. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Eno turned and walked directly toward his dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier actions would surely stir significant turmoil within Slytherin. Even if he were aware, he might not care. After all, wearing a mask for too long can lead one to forget to remove it, and it may indeed become part of one's very visage. Upon returning to his dormitory, he surveyed the surroundings, restored to their original state, and surmised that it was the handiwork of the castle's house elves. However, he held little interest in them, primarily because he was not accustomed to the notion of having someone concealed within his quarters. Moreover, the recent betrayal by Dobby had heightened his wariness. Many issues are not unique. The emergence of a single instance can call into question the absolute loyalty and reliability of house elves. For one who harbors secrets, the ability of a servant is secondary. Loyalty and reliability take precedence. Observing the neatness of his bed, Eno leapt gracefully onto the soft mattress. Mrs. Weasley, managing 9 children and a ghoul, seemed hardly burdened, for with household magic, what chores could possibly pose a challenge? Contemplating this, he waved his wand to extinguish the candelabra. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly taxing, and he now desperately required a profound slumber to alleviate his weary spirit. Silence enveloped the dormitory. Yet, across the castle, a breeze was beginning to stir. The phrase Hogwarts harbors no secrets rings undeniably true. Within this closed community of hundreds, information always finds a way to circulate. Tonight, owls were destined for a flurry of activity, soaring through the skies above the castle. Indeed, many long-dormant two-way mirrors would finally find their purpose this evening. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron feigned interest in a newspaper while his upright ears betrayed him. Had Mrs. Weasley been present, she would undoubtedly have been astonished, unable to believe that her youngest son could display such intense focus. Moments later, having seemingly absorbed all the news, Ron discarded the newspaper and hastily made his way toward the dormitory. With a loud bang, he threw open the door. Harry, a momentous piece of news has emerged. Malfoy has been taken down in the dormitory and is now under Madame Pomfrey's care. It is rumored that he may not survive the night. Old Malfoy is beside himself with grief, while the professors deliberate on contacting St. Mungo's hospital. As Ron walked, His booming voice reverberated throughout the dormitory, rousing even the slumbering Neville, who sat up in bed, rubbing his bleary eyes and gazing in bewilderment at the scene before him. "Harry, you must listen to me." Although Ron called out to Harry, his eyes inadvertently wandered towards the other beds, awaiting the gradual unveiling of the curtains by Neville, Seamus, and Andy. In that moment, Ron resembled a venerable academic standing at a podium, ready to deliver a scholarly report. "Ahem, listen to me. Malfoy was attacked just now, and the assailant is the very person I mentioned earlier. What was it, Eino or Ian? In any case, it was him. It is said that when Malfoy was discovered, he was frozen solid, as if turned to ice. While others expressed curiosity, Neville wore a face of guilt, believing that it was his presence that prompted Eino to strike at Malfoy. You cannot imagine how terrifying it was. I don't know what dark magic he was researching in the dormitory, but when the door was opened, countless vengeful spirits and ghosts surged forth, plunging the entire Slytherin common room into an icy winter." Perhaps too engrossed in his own narration, Ron shivered involuntarily at this point, instinctively glancing around. Yet, upon seeing the focused eyes of his peers, the flicker of fear he had felt vanished. You have no idea, the old bat was terrified. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore's timely arrival, the entire Slytherin house might have been wiped out. Ron exuberantly exercised his imagination, and the tale grew increasingly outrageous. While the others were entertained by his story, Harry, at that moment, distilled several useful pieces of information. Firstly, Malfoy was indeed injured, or perhaps hospitalized, which was undoubtedly good news for him, as it meant he need not worry about Hagrid being apprehended for raising a dragon during this time. However, the only uncertainty was the severity of Malfoy's injuries and the duration of his stay in the hospital wing. This detail was crucial, as it directly impacted their plans for sending off Norbert. As for Ron's claims that Malfoy was dead or wouldn't survive the night, Harry dismissed them entirely. After months of interaction, they had become close friends, yet he had gradually discerned Ron's temperament, realizing that out of 10 statements, 8 were often mere exaggerations, with just a couple of truths requiring careful extraction. Chapter 52, A Chance Encounter in the Hospital Wing. In every situation, dualities exist. The emergence of an event invariably brings joy to some while ensuring disappointment for others. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, Malfoy, having received prompt medical attention, now lay in ennui, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was little he could do, for he was wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth left uncovered. After being diagnosed by Madame Pomfrey with extensive frostbite covering his body, Draco realized that recovery would require at least one quiet night of rest. As he lay on the hospital bed, he reflected on the events that had transpired. He had merely opened the door to his dormitory, and upon awakening, found himself inexplicably in the infirmary. What mischief was Eino up to, truly wasting time? At that moment, his thoughts were still consumed by matters concerning Harry and Hagrid's clandestine dragon keeping. Time passed, while a select few reveled in excitement throughout the night. Others enjoyed a restorative slumber. As dawn broke, Eino stirred, sitting up in bed and stretching languidly. After a night of deep sleep, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort. It was time to visit Draco, but what should he bring? Confirming that he had no classes that morning, Eino resolved to pay a visit to the injured Draco. After all, the entire incident had stemmed from him, while Draco had merely been an unfortunate victim caught in the crossfire. However, the pressing dilemma was that he had no idea what to take along. It was customary to bring something when visiting a patient, a tradition ingrained in him. Searching through the dormitory, Eino managed to find only a bag of coins and a few frostbitten, slightly decayed berries. The berries were out of the question. That would be akin to delivering poison rather than offering comfort. As for the coins, they were equally futile. Draco was no Weasley. Bringing him coins would be as meaningless as tossing a bucket of water into the ocean. Sighing at the emptiness of his suitcase, Eino decided to conjure flowers instead. Drawing his wand, he slowly summoned 5 crystalline ice arrows in midair. Just as they were about to take form, the arrows merged, stretched, and reshaped themselves like kneaded clay. A minute later, 5 ice blue lilies materialized in his hand. This was a manifestation of a new ability he had developed after an exhilarating practice session the previous night, allowing him to transform the shape of the ice arrows while maintaining their volume. Moreover, he had noted a crucial development with the frequent use of magic. His mastery over ice and snow was gradually improving. Just as fish are inherently adapted to water, he found that after a brief adjustment period, he could truly align his thoughts with his actions. The 5 lilies before him were the finest testament to this progress. Yet ultimately, this was merely a makeshift solution. Compared to his clumsy transfiguration skills and the withering flora of the Forbidden Forest in winter, this was the only means he could conceive to procure flowers. At the very least, the ice would endure longer in the winter than his transfiguration spells. In the Hogwarts infirmary, Harry and Hermione paced back and forth in the corridor outside the door, seemingly awaiting someone. Moments later, Hermione appeared somewhat impatient as she tossed her voluminous hair and turned to Harry, saying in an inexplicably exasperated tone, "Harry, you must never emulate him." Knowing full well that it is a fire dragon, to tease it like a mere pup and then to suffer a bite is truly deserved. Harry could only nod in resignation. Earlier that day, he had been roused by Ron, who insisted on sharing his joy with Hagrid, eager to inform him about Malfoy's hospitalization. In the end, while the joy was indeed shared, Ron managed to land himself in the hospital wing as well. The absurdity of the situation made Harry sigh. After all, it was Ron's excessive enthusiasm that led to this outcome. In a moment of hubris, he mistook Norbert's head for a toy and even reached out to pat him. Unsurprisingly, Ron was bitten by the fire dragon, and his hand swelled to more than twice its size on the spot. Fortunately, Hagrid intervened in time. Otherwise, Ron's injuries would have been far more severe. After a brief moment of reflection, Harry thought of Malfoy, who was also in the hospital wing, and mused. I never expected this day would come for Malfoy. I heard they share the same dormitory. Slytherin is utterly incomprehensible. However, Harry's casual remark irked Hermione, who retorted, "Do not speak that way. I am certain that Eino had his reasons for teaching Malfoy a lesson. I believe in him." Hermione's impassioned response piqued Harry's curiosity. "Eino? So you know him?" "Indeed. We met in London," Hermione replied without hesitation, adding, "Oh yes. We are quite good friends." "Well then," Harry shrugged calmly, for he thought it was not unusual for Hermione to have friends from other houses, even if one belonged to Slytherin. As time ticked away, both of them grew increasingly impatient. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor, prompting Harry to turn curiously. The hospital wing's corridor was nearly as desolate as the area outside Filch's office. However, this curious glance caused Harry's expression to freeze, as if time itself had come to a halt. Meanwhile, Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, and she dashed forward. At the end of the corridor, Eino was equally taken aback to encounter Harry and Hermione there. But before he could contemplate the coincidence, he saw a brown-haired bundle racing towards him. "Are you all right? They said you attacked Malfoy, but I believe in you. By the way, what brings you here? Do you need my help?" Eino felt a warmth at Hermione's concerned expression. He was touched by the affection from this former divination client and library companion. Although Hermione possesses a rather complicated personality, much like Pansy's arrogance, both exhibit their own flaws. However, their temperaments are directed towards specific individuals, and they have consistently shown courtesy towards him. Upon reflecting on this, Enoch smiled and remarked, "Rest assured, I am quite well. As for Malfoy, that was merely an unfortunate incident. My purpose here is also to visit Malfoy, but what about you?" As he spoke, Enoch's gaze drifted towards Harry, who responded with a strained smile. Meanwhile, Hermione, unfazed by the surrounding circumstances, felt a surge of joy upon hearing it was an accident. "I knew you wouldn't attack anyone. Harry and I are waiting for someone. Another friend of ours has also been unexpectedly injured." With the weight lifted from her mind, Hermione noticed the delicate lily in Enoch's hand. Its pale blue hue was crystalline and elegant, with crisp, graceful leaves that were simply enchanting. Perhaps women are innately drawn to shimmering objects. Hermione's gaze lingered on the lily, captivated by its allure. Such an evident display did not escape Enoch's notice, and he chuckled softly, saying, "Do you fancy it? I shall gift you one, Miss Granger." With that, he deftly produced a frost-formed lily and presented it to Hermione. Chapter 53. The second divination at Hogwarts. Gazing at the icy blue lily before her, Hermione hesitated, an uncommon display of uncertainty washing over her. With her hands resting behind her back, she lowered her head and gently bit her lip, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps attempting to mask her inner apprehension, her foot unconsciously kicking at the toe of her shoe. In any case, she took her time before reaching out to touch the bouquet. Observing this scene, Enoch could not help but find it amusing that Hermione, too, could exhibit such shyness. He took a moment for quiet self-reflection. After confirming once more that the flower was indeed a lily and not a rose, he took her hand without hesitation and placed the flower within it. "Take it. It is made of ice, so I suggest you use the levitation charm to carry it back. If placed outside your window, it may bloom throughout the winter." With that, he declared, "I must go visit Malfoy now. Farewell." Enoch made his way towards the infirmary. As he passed by Harry, he offered a nod of acknowledgement, which was met with another strained smile. In the infirmary, upon seeing Malfoy swaddled like a mummy, Enoch felt a pang of guilt. When Malfoy turned his head at the sound, his face lit up with a radiant smile. Though his features were mostly obscured, the curve of his mouth clearly revealed genuine joy. However, as his gaze shifted, he once again caught sight of the bouquet of icy blue lilies. The smile on Malfoy's face gradually faded, replaced by an involuntary shiver. "I apologize, Draco." Enoch hastily dispelled the enchantment on the lily. At that moment, he suddenly realized the folly of his actions. He had indeed suffered frostbite, yet he had presented an ice flower, which felt like an additional shock. "I'm fine." Upon witnessing the disappearance of the ice flower, Malfoy feigned indifference, yet hesitated before speaking again. "But truly, if you plan to practice magic in the dormitory next time, could you kindly inform me in advance? There won't be a next time." I shall refrain from practicing magic in the dormitory henceforth. And Professor Snape has also spoken to me privately about it, so you need not worry, Eino asserted with conviction. However, upon hearing this assurance, Malfoy visibly relaxed, only to remember something and asked with concern, Professor Snape? He hasn't troubled you, has he? If necessary, I could write to my father. Although Malfoy's cheeks were bandaged, his haughty demeanor remained unrestrained. Yet, despite his arrogance, it was impossible to harbor any animosity towards him. Reflecting on the situation, one could not help but admire the fact that even while confined to a hospital bed due to his own actions, he continued to think of others, showing no concern for his own plight. How could one possibly dislike such a person? Eino felt the same. In that moment, he genuinely accepted Malfoy. Rest assured, Professor Snape did not trouble me. He merely advised me against practicing magic in the dormitory. As time passed, the two engaged in a casual conversation, reminiscent of their previous chats while seated on their respective beds in the dormitory. A quarter of an hour later, Madame Pomfrey entered the ward, claiming it was time to remove the bandages, thus ushering Eino out. Once in the corridor, he encountered Hermione and Harry, though unlike before. Harry now bore an expression of hesitance. Why haven't you left yet? Eino inquired curiously of Hermione, paying no heed to Harry beside her. In consideration of Hermione, he had extended gestures of goodwill twice, yet received only half-hearted responses in return. My apologies. There will be no third time. I'm not Malfoy lying in a hospital bed, nor do I possess any peculiar inclinations. We need to see you about something. Hermione cast an exasperated glance at Harry, then continued, It's him. He wishes to seek your fortune-telling abilities. What do you think? Seeing himself thrust into the spotlight, Harry hesitantly spoke. Hello. I heard from Hermione that you're quite accurate in your fortune-telling, and I was wondering if I might observing Harry stumble over his words as if possessed by quarrel. Eino interrupted with mild exasperation. While I primarily focus on storytelling now, as Hermione was once my client, I must consider her feelings. At this juncture, Eino intentionally paused, while Hermione lifted her neck in pride, embodying a sense of honor. Therefore, Mr. Potter, I can assist you with your fortune-telling, but each session will require a fee of 5 sickles. 5 sickles. The price he arrived at was a result of careful consideration, devoid of any subjective factors such as Harry's wealth. In his days at Muggle Primary School, Eino charged £1 for each divination session, where £5 equated to 1 galleon, making £1 worth 1/20th of a galleon, approximately translating to around 5 sickles. While there may be slight discrepancies, they were negligible, given the magical realm's uniquely peculiar currency system, which oscillated between 17 and 29. Meanwhile, upon receiving a precise response, Harry immediately expressed his intent. Of course, I will pay the fee. Let me settle it right now. With that, Harry began to frantically rummage through his pockets, perhaps truly embodying the adage that haste makes waste. The more anxious he became, the more elusive the sickles were. Ultimately, Harry was left holding a handful of coins, appearing rather pitiful as he stood there. This scene drew a faint smile from Eino. Though he had not witnessed Harry purchasing sweets on the train, he imagined it was not far removed from the current predicament. He then casually picked up a galleon from Harry's pile of money and remarked, I will provide your change. You are short by 12 sickles. However, we now require a quiet place to commence the divination. In the abandoned classroom of the castle, desks and chairs were haphazardly piled in a dark corner. Within this seemingly forgotten room, Eino, Harry, and Hermione sat in a small circle at its center. Mr. Potter, you may share the subject of the divination, Eino said, idly handling the dice. Harry hesitated, stammering momentarily. Observing this, Hermione promptly seized the opportunity, stating without hesitation, Hagrid has secretly raised a dragon, and we wish to divine whether he will face consequences for this. She then glanced at Harry, exasperated, adding, Is there still a need for secrecy? Malfoy has seen the dragon quite clearly. What purpose does it serve to conceal it? You are right. I should not hesitate, Harry acknowledged, slowly nodding. Eino chose to disregard their interaction. Although aware of the answer, he felt compelled to proceed with the divination since he had accepted payment. After silently reciting the query several times, he casually cast the dice from his palm. The dice spun across the table and eventually came to rest, revealing a 5. After observing this number, Eino collected the dice and informed Harry and Hermione. The divination result is in. Regarding Hagrid's secret dragon, he will face no repercussions and will not be punished. Chapter 54. Plans for the Christmas holidays. Hogwarts in December resembled a serene and dreamlike painting. Snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, gently blanketing the ancient castle's walls, while the distant Black Lake had unknowingly been adorned with a delicate layer of thin ice. The precious Whomping Willow seemed to have lost its former vitality, its branches laden with crystalline icicles that reflected enchanting glimmers in the sunlight. Occasionally, a few mischievous snowflakes drift into the corridor, landing softly and producing a faint rustling sound, as if whispering tales of winter to the ancient castle. In the Slytherin common room, Eino, after signing his name on the Christmas holiday leave application, retreated to his dormitory. It had been a full fortnight since the unexpected freezing incident, during which much had transpired, the most sensational being Gryffindor's sudden loss of 150 points overnight, while Slytherin was deducted 50 points as well. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to the ephemeral House Cup. His focus was always on himself, or rather, matters concerning his own existence. Although 2 weeks had elapsed since the freezing event, and Malfoy had clarified the situation upon his return, Eino sensed an unusual scrutiny from the Slytherin populace towards him. While it was not akin to the isolation Hermione experienced, an invisible chasm seemed to have formed between them. Moreover, he observed that, aside from a select few in his years such as Malfoy, Pansy, and Daphne, the remainder of their peers exhibited a palpable sense of estrangement and awkwardness. In such an atmosphere, storytelling seemed a distant possibility. Merely being in the common room felt uncomfortable. Upon returning to his dormitory, Eino set about completing his transfiguration homework while simultaneously planning for his Christmas holiday. Unlike Harry, who had a home to return to, he found himself without one. London itself was his home. This was indeed true. As long as one's basic needs for survival were met, any place could be deemed a home. Furthermore, with several hundred galleons in his pocket, no destination was beyond his reach, provided he steered clear of broomsticks. This sum would suffice for a considerable time. Hogsmeade beckoned, along with the opportunity to inquire about mandrake leaves. As Eino contemplated his transfiguration assignment, he recalled his earlier plans regarding the study of animagus transformation. Perhaps his current abilities were insufficient, but this did not hinder his desire to start early with the leaf. It is essential to know that the prerequisite for learning animagus transformation is to hold a mandrake leaf in one's mouth for an entire month. During this period, one must neither swallow nor remove the leaf. Should it leave the mouth, all prior efforts would be in vain, necessitating a complete restart of the process. The subsequent requirements, such as the full moon nights and sunless dewy mornings, added to the complexity of the undertaking. It was precisely due to this intricate process that certain matters required early attention. In his dormitory, the candelabrum burned quietly, casting a gentle and warm glow. Leaning over his desk, Eino diligently penned the assignments left by his professors for the Christmas holiday. The tip of his quill danced lightly across the parchment, producing a raspy sound and filling the room with a subtle scent of ink. To his left lay a substantial stack of books, encompassing all subjects of his first year at Hogwarts. Since it was a holiday, no external factors should interfere with his studies. In the days leading up to the holiday, it is imperative to complete all assignments in advance. Just as Eino was engrossed in the words of the pages, a sudden knock resounded from outside the dormitory. He gently set down his pen, a flicker of resignation crossing his gaze. At this hour, this rhythm, it was undoubtedly Malfoy returning home after a wild escapade. Despite his repeated assurances to refrain from practicing magic in the dormitory, Malfoy, as if under the influence of a stubborn potion, consistently knocked before entering, remaining obstinate regardless of any persuasion. Moments later, he exclaimed, "I knew you were here. You're either in the library or holed up in your room every day. At this rate, you'll truly be forgotten." Malfoy spoke with a buoyant tone. Whether one is forgotten or not is trivial, as social interactions merely reflect external worth, while solitude reveals true intrinsic value. Eino thought, while tidying the scattered books on his desk, casting a glance at Malfoy. "What about you? What has you in such high spirits today? You seem, well, you appear quite happy." Eino barely restrained the urge to voice his thoughts, for in that moment, Malfoy resembled a joyous puppy, wagging its tail in exuberance. Did you notice? In that instant, Malfoy's radiant smile could no longer be contained. "It's still about that deduction. Our punishment was to patrol the Forbidden Forest at night, but I just spoke with Filch, and he mentioned he would ask Professor McGonagall to assign me to polish the trophies instead. Only Potter and his 2 sidekicks are on night duty. I can't wait to see the astonishment on their faces." Ha ha. As Malfoy prepared to revel in his self-created euphoria, Eino deftly shifted the conversation. "Have you completed your potions assignment? There's a class on the last day before the holiday, and you surely wouldn't want to face Professor Snape's ire alone, would you?" Coughing abruptly, Malfoy's laughter ceased, though he continued to cough reflexively. "Damn it, this is all Potter and his gang's fault. Eino, could you just leave it on the desk? Remember not to copy it all, make several changes. Even if you make mistakes, it's of little consequence." Eino pointed to the neatly stacked sheaves of parchment on his newly organized desk. "I knew it," Malfoy exclaimed. "Thanks, mate." He hurried to the desk, adeptly dipping his quill into the ink, ready to begin transcribing his assignment. Meanwhile, observing Malfoy settle into his work, Eino reclined on his bed, lost in contemplation. The punishment of patrolling the Forbidden Forest was a harbinger of later events, such as the encounter with coral-hunting unicorns. Though he pondered these matters, he had no desire to partake, primarily due to the genuine dangers of the first year. After all, not everyone bore the protective charm of love like Harry. In his view, the perils of the initial year eclipsed those of subsequent years, despite the lurking basilisk in the second year, which, while fearsome, paled in comparison to the initial year's threats. However, the mere thought of his previous conversations with Dumbledore in the tower instilled a sense of reassurance in Eino. It was evident that the headmaster had the capacity to monitor the entire castle at any moment. Under such vigilant oversight, the so-called basilisk was merely a prop, a jest, if you will. Upon reflection, even though Fawkes possessed wisdom rivaling that of a wizard, how could it so astutely time its arrival precisely when Harry was in dire need? Not only blinding the basilisk, but also delivering the sorting hat. Leaning against the headboard, Eino's thoughts drifted, and as drowsiness began to envelop him, the familiar voice of Malfoy echoed through the dormitory. Almost forgetting the matter at hand, he queried, "Are you free during the Christmas holidays? My father would like to invite you to our home. Rest assured, it is not due to that unfortunate incident. I promise it is merely an invitation to visit." It seemed that copying homework was always swifter than completing one's own, as Malfoy was already tidying up the scattered stationery on his desk. "I'm sorry, but I already have plans for the holidays," Eino replied, half closing his eyes. Increasing waves of drowsiness washed over him, inducing a sensation that he could easily succumb to sleep. "Even I have been rejected. Pansy still wants me to inquire. What a fanciful notion," Malfoy muttered. However, upon noticing that Eino had already drifted into slumber, he ceased his complaints and made his way to another bed. Chapter 55, Before Christmas. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The countdown to the first-year Christmas festivities was underway. The entire castle was adorned with magical decorations, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Particularly striking was the colossal Christmas tree in the Great Hall, standing at a towering 20 feet, adorned with an array of colorful magical lanterns and twinkling stars, emanating a soft, warm glow. Beneath the tree lay an abundance of candy boxes, the exquisite wrapping paper from Honeydukes shimmering under the lights. Furthermore, the decorations were not confined to the Great Hall. The walls of the corridors were also embellished with magically crafted snowflakes and Christmas ribbons, gently swaying in midair as if imbued with life. The portraits hanging throughout the castle appeared to be influenced by the festive spirit, each depicted figure radiating joy. After the final potions class concluded, Eino strolled through the corridors, reflecting on the amusing events he had just experienced. To be frank, the highlight of potions class was the ongoing battle of wits between Snape and Harry. More accurately, it was Snape's relentless torment of Harry. It was hard to imagine how an expressionless individual could continuously mock and belittle. That scene was undeniably filled with humor. One could only surmise that old Potter, even in death, could never have anticipated that the misdeeds he committed would ultimately be repaid by his son. Suddenly, Eino halted in his tracks as an unfamiliar corridor materialized before him. He distinctly remembered retracing his steps along a familiar route after class, yet he had unwittingly arrived here. How intriguing. With a soft sigh, he proceeded forward. Although his curiosity was not particularly strong, the scene before him seemed undeniably like a silent invitation. The corridor was not lengthy, measuring roughly 150 meters, and its end was visible at a glance. Within just a few minutes, he had traversed more than half the distance. Yet he discerned that there was nothing remarkable about this place. It was an ordinary corridor, much like others in the castle, with a long marble floor and a few scattered portraits adorning the walls. Even the suits of armor standing nearby exhibited no notable differences. If one were to seek out any distinctions, it might be that the accumulation of dust and cobwebs on the armor and portraits suggested a long neglect. As Eino walked, he remained attentive to his surroundings. Just as he contemplated turning back, a weathered brown wooden door appeared to his left. Upon pushing it open, he discovered a truly abandoned classroom. Unlike other forsaken classrooms in the castle, which were merely unoccupied yet well-preserved, this one was in a state of utter disarray. The furniture piled in the corner was utterly incomplete. Of course, all things embody contradictions and unity, much like a pristine white lotus blooming in a foul and stagnant pond. Within this dilapidated classroom, however, there existed its own form of lotus, a 10-foot-tall, magnificently crafted mirror. Its exterior exuded an ancient and solemn aura, the frame intricately carved from a deep brown, unknown wood, with every line seemingly narrating the tales of time. At the base of the mirror, a relief bore an inscription. Upon seeing this, he could no longer be oblivious to the fact that he stood before the renowned mirror of Ariste, a mirror capable of reflecting the innermost desires of the soul. Likewise, he comprehended why he had inexplicably found himself in this corridor. Everything now made sense. Since he had arrived, he silently acknowledged this and stepped towards the mirror that mirrored desires. Eino stood quietly before the mirror of Ariste. After a moment, a faint glow flickered across its surface, evoking a sense of haziness. However, the image he had anticipated failed to materialize. Instead, the temperature in the abandoned classroom dropped sharply. Subsequently, a layer of frost visibly enveloped the mirror, freezing it entirely. This sudden transformation caught him somewhat off guard. Have I broken it? No, it is not broken. It has merely been frozen. An ancient voice resonated within the abandoned classroom. Good day, headmaster. Upon recognizing the figure, Eino greeted him proactively. Do not be so formal. Perhaps we should not maintain such distance, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Very well, as you wish. Eino shrugged, agreeing with Dumbledore's suggestion. Time had passed, and he no longer cared much for the so-called narrative, deeming it unnecessary to uphold any deliberate distance. The fundamental reason behind all of this lies in Dumbledore's character. Ultimately, this headmaster is not a malevolent individual, of that there is no doubt. Reflecting on this, Eino half-jokingly inquired, so, can it be restored? I mean, I never intended to damage or freeze it, and even if it were truly broken, don't expect me to compensate. I am devoid of funds. Ha ha ha, fret not. No compensation is required. A mere restoration charm will perfectly resolve the issue. Witnessing Eino's shift in demeanor, Dumbledore beamed with joy, akin to a child receiving a coveted Christmas gift. He then gently waved his wand, casting the silent restoration charm. Under the influence of magic, the nearby erased mirror appeared to undergo a temporal reversal, returning to its original state. Though indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting reality is utterly meaningless, there are always surprising individuals. Eino, would you care to hear a story? Upon seeing the suddenly materialized furniture and a generous assortment of sweets, it recalled the past grandeur of the astronomer's tower. However, facing the invitation anew, Eino felt no trace of his former reluctance or pretentiousness, decisively pulling up a chair to sit down. Very well, Professor. Although I often find myself narrating stories to others, few are aware that my true passion lies in listening to them. Dumbledore nodded in profound agreement. Indeed, people often presume to define others, believing they should have certain preferences or aversions, yet they seldom take the initiative to inquire about the individual's own views. Rather than engaging in philosophical debate, I find greater pleasure in listening to tales. With that, Eino popped a caramel toffee into his mouth, relishing the familiar flavor. Meanwhile, Dumbledore casually pulled out a chair, seated himself, and began. In my century-long life, I have encountered numerous individuals, including those gifted in divination and prophecy. Most of these individuals conform to fate in a monotonous manner, yet some exceptionally unique souls break free from this constraint. I still remember the phrase, your subconscious and desires dictate your life, which you label as fate. Willingly becoming a slave to this absurd destiny, Dumbledore spoke with a tone rich in nostalgia. Professor, it is human nature to seek pleasure and avoid pain. The distinction lies in the seer's ability to perceive clearly and make choices accordingly. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Eino resolutely countered. You know, during my months at Hogwarts, I have often strolled the corridors and discovered a rather intriguing portrait that claims to be Sir Cadogan. You are likely familiar with his tale. Thus, I would like to express that we cannot expect everyone to be as valiant as this brave knight, fearlessly plunging into the jaws of the dragon. At this point, Eino paused. He was equally certain that the earlier divination he performed for Harry must have been captured by some hidden surveillance. He had begun to suspect that Dumbledore could monitor the castle in real time, which is why he had deliberately used Sir Cadogan as an example. Ha ha ha, indeed. The portraits have informed me about your divination for Harry, Dumbledore chuckled, winking. His response was akin to mind-reading, coupled with an unexpectedly candid demeanor, leaving one momentarily at a loss for words. Professor, actually, no need for explanations. Just consider it as something I wish to share with you. By the way, this is not some form of mental intrusion, so you need not worry, Dumbledore interjected. Before Eino could process this, he heard Dumbledore's voice, tinged with curiosity. Your magical essence seems quite unique. It appears to be safeguarding you. Any attempt to delve into your thoughts, be it by a wizard or an alchemical tool, would be met with its resistance, as evidenced by the frozen mirror. Unique magical essence? Eino was momentarily taken aback by this assertion. Yet, he soon realized that it indeed aligned with Dumbledore's observations. After all, while the mirror of Erased reflects one's innermost desires, could it not also be construed as a form of invasive scrutiny? Professor, I am utterly perplexed by what you are saying. Faced with such profound inquiries, he found himself compelled to seek clarification. This is entirely normal. The mysteries of magic are beyond anyone's full comprehension, myself included. However, you can take comfort in knowing that while your situation is peculiar, it is harmless, akin to a protective spell. Seemingly recalling something, Dumbledore's tone grew wistful, just as the members of the Dumbledore family always receive the aid of a phoenix in their times of need. Protective magic? Bloodline? Eino murmured, gradually succumbing to contemplation. He began to piece together the reasons behind these phenomena, yet new questions surfaced. Perhaps extreme sensitivity truly equates to capriciousness? Upon further reflection, this notion appeared to resonate with the character of the White Witch. After all, it is not difficult to understand that a person who could become incensed merely by hearing a story might also engage in inexplicable actions. Moreover, a true queen likely conducts herself according to her whims. A sense of relief, confusion, inquiry, and bewilderment intertwined, akin to the wild grasses of the wilderness, indomitable and ceaseless. Yet, Dumbledore seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds. once again accurately discerning Eino's thoughts. Why not set aside the matters that confound you for now, or reserve them for future contemplation? Professor, I do not insist on unraveling every mystery, for many matters lack definitive answers. Midway through his explanation, Eino suddenly froze, realizing that his previous remarks were, perhaps, merely the habitual words of a bard. Yet, upon reflection, it may indeed be the case that some matters in life may forever remain unanswered. Behold, there is no need for me to persuade you. You have convinced yourself. Dumbledore spread his hands, his expression seemingly one of innocence. Ha ha ha, indeed. I have persuaded myself. After coming to this understanding, Eino laughed heartily. If only my accordion were not in the dormitory, it would be the perfect moment for some music. I have one, Dumbledore declared proudly, resembling a child eager to showcase a new toy to another. After leaving the tower last time, I ventured to Diagon Alley to procure a similar one. Yet it has never managed to play that previous melody. As he spoke, Dumbledore tapped the table with his old wand, invoking yet another silent summoning spell. On the other side, Eino beheld the accordion that suddenly materialized in the air, identical in form and shape to his own. The sole distinction was that this accordion was adorned with a delicate pink ribbon at its edges. Soft music began to emanate. The accordion's melody seemed to weave a spell of time, merging the past that transpired here with the present moment. The abandoned classroom, once a mere shell, appeared to awaken, recounting its own tale. The laughter, tears, dreams, and disappointments of the young wizards who once studied here echoed within its walls, while the weathered walls and disordered desks stood as witnesses to their stories. Time appeared to have pressed the pause button. After a moment of silence, Eino spoke. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of philosophy. Socrates, imprisoned in his later years, drank hemlock and uttered his final words before death. I go to die. You go to live. And as for whose path is better, only the gods know. Eino hesitated slightly. Through their previous conversation, he no longer dared to underestimate the wisdom of this centenarian. Similarly, the figure who leaped from the tower without hesitation evoked deep sympathy. Eino, regardless of what you have witnessed, I wish to convey that everything that occurs in the future is meant to happen. Dumbledore seemed to grasp this sentiment, yet did not embrace it. This statement also dissuaded Eino from further attempts at persuasion. After all, the future remains unwritten. Moreover, many matters cannot be altered simply by uttering a few philosophical musings from the sidelines. Ultimately, the true reason for Dumbledore's demise was the yearning for family and the burdens of half a century, leading him to contemplate relinquishment. As a premier white wizard, one of the few in the entire magical realm, how could he not perceive the curse upon the resurrection stone ring? Perhaps familial ties indeed triumphed over reason. In any case, this centenarian embarked upon a different path of adventure. Reflecting on this, Eino sighed lightly. Very well, I respect your choice. I honor the choices of all individuals. Thank you, Eino, Dumbledore replied. Though neither articulated it explicitly, both were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding between them. A moment later, Dumbledore seemed to recall something, leaning slightly forward. I noticed your name on the holiday registration form. I must apologize, but I wish to convey that if you find yourself in need of accommodation in Hogsmeade, or require assistance in any other regard, do not hesitate to write to me. Upon hearing this, Eino's eyes brightened with a sudden realization of a rather uncomplicated yet pressing issue. Professor, is any form of assistance permissible? If so, I do indeed have a matter in which I could use your help. Chapter 57, Hogsmeade. The Christmas holiday arrived as anticipated. After repeatedly declining Christmas invitations from Malfoy, Pansy, Hermione, and Neville, Eino proceeded to Hogsmeade alone, as per his original plan, to spend his inaugural Christmas in the magical world. The path leading from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade was a secluded one, paved with cobblestones. Eino held a suitcase in his left hand and clutched his elder wand in his right, leisurely making his way while casually waving his wand in the air. Where the tip of the wand traced its arc, clusters of pristine snowflakes floated up, lingering momentarily before descending gently to merge with the snow accumulated along the roadside. It was akin to fulfilling a long-held dream, a bubble wand with infinite longevity. Eino gazed at the snowflakes cascading from the tip of his wand, feeling an inner sense of wonder. This delightful snow-dispensing trick was something he had recently discovered, serving as a precursor to the second spell left behind by the White Witch. The act of conjuring snowflakes was not only visually enchanting, but also honed his adaptability to ice and snow, making it a multifaceted endeavor. Consequently, after mastering this spell, he found himself scattering snowflakes wherever he roamed, apart from the classroom and library. Naturally, this behavior irked the castle's caretaker, Filch. However, following intervention from Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore, this conduct was recontextualized as a means to enhance the festive atmosphere of the castle during Christmas, even earning him points. Though the matter was ultimately left unresolved, Eino resignedly observed that as long as he lingered in the corridors, Filch was never far behind, continuously grumbling like a persistent shadow. While Filch ceased his attempts to intervene, he resorted to banging a mop against a metal bucket, creating a jarring sound, and muttering sarcastic remarks that seemed to imply, "Though I hold no authority over you, I shall still find ways to annoy you." Faced with such tiresome and petty antics, retreat was the only viable option. After all, Harry had dared to stand his ground against Snape, while he chose to engage with Filch over trivialities. Such a comparison felt rather demeaning. As time quietly slipped by along the journey, the buildings of Hogsmeade came into view in the distance. Eino felt a profound yearning for this village, entirely composed of wizards. In this haven, one can not only elude the watchful eyes of the Ministry of Magic, but also remain unconcerned about the statute of secrecy. Whether practicing sorcery or engaging in daily life, there is no need for trepidation in Hogsmeade. As he drew nearer, the full splendor of Hogsmeade unfolded before him. A glance revealed streets lined with peculiar, ancient houses, evoking the sensation of traversing time to arrive in a medieval village. The festive atmosphere here rivaled that of Hogwarts, with some details even surpassing the castle's adornments. All the shops in Hogsmeade had donned Christmas decorations early in the morning, adorned with colorful bells, tiny gift boxes, miniature Santa hats, and animated snowmen lining the streets. Though Eino was perpetually curious about why wizards celebrated Christmas, this curiosity did not detract from his enjoyment of the present moment. Immersed in this enchanting and vibrant world, one could easily forget all troubles. On the main street, Eino lifted his gaze to the nearest shop beside him. After a moment's contemplation of his standard robe, he entered without hesitation. The interior of the shop was spacious, meticulously arranged with a variety of fashionable garments. Elegant Attire was a renowned international brand within the wizarding realm, and the selection here far surpassed that of Madame Malkin's in Diagon Alley. From robes to nightwear, and even an array of whimsical socks, everything was displayed on the shelves. "Happy Christmas! Welcome to the Elegant Attire Wizarding Outfitters, Hogsmeade branch," chimed a clear voice in Eino's ear. Turning around, he beheld a slender young woman, her freckled face beaming at him. "Happy Christmas, madam. I wish to purchase 2 everyday robes. Do you have any recommendations?" "Certainly. We have many robes suitable for you," the shop assistant replied with a smile, "but I first need to know your style preferences." "Simple, monochromatic, devoid of any embellishments, preferably in deep gray or brown." Eino articulated his requirements in one breath. "Oh, and 2 pairs of thick cashmere socks, please." Half an hour later, as Eino emerged from Elegant Attire, the Hogwarts standard robe he had worn previously was nowhere to be seen. In its stead was a gray hooded long tunic, reminiscent of a cloak yet tailored with sleeves. The expenditure was justified, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of having been somewhat fleeced. The garment bore no additional enchantments. Perhaps some effort was invested in the choice of fabric and craftsmanship. However, this piece, which a muggle could easily produce, commanded a price of 9 galleons and 12 sickles, an amount sufficient to commission 3 identical garments at Madame Malkin's. Perhaps the wizarding world, too, was not immune to the allure of brand prestige. Though he harbored private doubts within, Eino made no delay in his actions. Upon exiting the robe shop, he began to seek a place to stay. After all, upon arriving in an unfamiliar locale, it is essential to secure a suitable refuge. Hogsmeade truly lives up to its designation as a village. The entire main commercial street, from its entrance to the vicinity of its end, was traversed by Eino in less than a quarter of an hour. This was while he ambled leisurely, taking in the sights. Had he been more determined in his pace, he might have completed the journey even more swiftly. This observation suggests that Hogsmeade is not particularly vast, or perhaps the wizarding population across the British Isles has always remained quite limited. However, one thing he could ascertain was that, regardless of the numbers, it certainly was not a meager 3,000. Even disregarding the students of Hogwarts, the throng in Hogsmeade alone exceeded that count. Although the commercial street was short, there were numerous residential areas nearby, and the illuminated windows indicated that these homes were far from abandoned. As he strolled, the entire main street unfolded before him like a beautiful painting. Before long, he spotted the 3 Broomsticks pub in the distance. Perhaps due to the Christmas holiday, upon entering, he found the establishment already populated with patrons. It was not overly crowded, but the atmosphere was rather lively. "Ah, a fresh face, a charming young lad at that. My dear, first-time guests here are entitled to a complimentary drink, except for alcoholic beverages, of course. I wouldn't want to receive a scolding letter from your mother," said Madame Rosmerta, who had appeared before him seemingly out of nowhere. Eino graciously thanked her for her generosity, expressing his desire to stay for a while until the end of the Christmas holiday, inquiring if there were any available rooms. He smiled as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her. She was a middle-aged woman who perfectly embodied Western beauty, although the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes subtly testified to her advancing years. The charm bestowed by time and the allure cultivated through experience were qualities that many younger women could scarcely possess. Chapter 58. Shopping and Distributing Gifts. The accommodations at the 3 Broomsticks surpassed those of the Leaky Cauldron by a significant margin. The sheer size of a single room could effortlessly outshine Old Tom's establishment. Not to mention, Madame Rosmerta had thoughtfully adorned each room with various Christmas decorations, including a 2-foot-tall miniature Christmas tree at the foot of the bed. In such a warm and tranquil room, Eino felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He rose and stood by the window, gazing at the breathtaking beauty of Hogsmeade as night fell. Colorful magical lanterns danced vibrantly before the shops. This rare spectacle held him in rapt attention for quite some time, akin to how people often long for bustling joy, yet fail to recognize that quietly observing such merriment is also a precious experience. Participation is not paramount. What truly matters is the experience and the sensations it evokes. At this moment, he began to comprehend, to some extent, why the elderly matron at the orphanage always gazed at the children playing with a gentle smile. It was not merely a way to pass the time, but rather a different kind of experience. Uncertain of how long he had stood by the window, he finally turned away as the street lights began to extinguish one by one. Making his way back to his bed, sitting down, he slowly unlatched his suitcase. Unlike the usual doubling of its capacity, this time, upon opening it, he discovered a profound emptiness within. Eino extended one leg into the case, feeling as though he had stepped onto solid stairs, and then began to descend gradually. From the outside, it appeared as though the suitcase was slowly enveloping him. In truth, this was the result of his earlier request for assistance from Dumbledore before the holiday. The extension charm, as an advanced enchantment, even involving the mysteries of space, was not something one could master in a short period, a fact Eino understood well. Furthermore, even if he could manage to use it, he was hesitant to expand his suitcase himself. Safety was one concern, but he also had to guard against being discovered, as the Ministry of Magic explicitly prohibited the unauthorized use of the extension charm. Therefore, the difference between doing it himself and having Dumbledore do it was indeed vast. Dumbledore, it seemed, could easily overlook the suitcase as long as it was not shoved in Fudge's face. Even if placed at his feet, Fudge would likely choose to remain oblivious. After all, the same error could yield different consequences depending on the person committing it. Moments later, Eino found himself within the space of the suitcase. It was not as exaggerated as Newt's, resembling a city, but after Dumbledore's modifications, it boasted nearly 10,000 square feet, approximately the size of 23 basketball courts. Though not exceptionally large, it was ample enough to construct a small house and plant some flowers and fruit trees by the entrance. However, these considerations were not his current priority. His purpose for this visit was solely to retrieve a bedtime reading material, a book about sunlight that Pansy had sent before the holidays. His interest in this book stemmed entirely from the unparalleled significance of sunlight in Western stories and folklore. The themes of light, hope, justice, and courage, sunlight symbolizes so much. As time slipped away quietly through the night, dawn approached, and the first light of morning gently caressed the window frame, softly illuminating the room. Wrapped in the warmth of his bedding, Eino slowly awakened. Opening his eyes, he captured the hazy morning light that filled the room, and the tranquility and beauty of the moment gradually drew him into contemplation. Last night, he had stayed up late to finish the book, which was less than half an inch thick, and he had gained a certain understanding of the sunlight charm. It seemed that this spell was more akin to a variant of the Guardian charm, demanding a high level of emotional precision. The serene beauty of dawn, the midday sun's intensity, and the nostalgia and sorrow of the evening sunset. In summary, this magic is perpetually responsive to the fluctuations of a wizard's emotions, and intriguingly, dark wizards are equally unable to unleash this enchantment. After a brief contemplation, Eino gazed at the dawn light streaming into the room and slowly grasped his wand. Sunshine, return. With the utterance of those words, the tip of his wand flickered like an unstable tungsten filament bulb, shimmering for several moments before gradually illuminating. Perhaps influenced by the surrounding ambience, or perhaps a matter of inherent nature, the wand's tip glowed with a soft morning radiance. It resembled the sun before 8 a.m., bright, gentle, and warm. Even gazing directly at this orb of light was not blinding. After a moment, Eino dispelled the magic, rose from his bed, and with a languid stretch, made his way to the washroom to commence his morning routine. After all, although the magically extended trunk had expanded, it was imperative to furnish it with appropriate items. While he had no intention of purchasing conspicuous large objects, provisions such as candies, snacks, even dried foods, and herbal seeds could be prepared in advance. Half an hour later, Eino hefted his suitcase and departed from the Three Broomsticks. Unlike his leisurely stroll the previous night, today he ventured out with purpose, walking briskly along the broad street. Honeydukes, the scribulous writing implements, the Deverell and Band shops, and the apothecary all beckoned. Indeed, shopping and browsing are entirely distinct pursuits. From the moment he stepped out of the Three Broomsticks to the completion of his various purchases, no more than 2 hours had elapsed. During this time, he acquired a substantial amount of long-lasting candies, along with an array of books, parchment, ink, fruit tree seeds, and a complete bundle of fresh mandrake leaves. As for essential flying apparatus, there was not a single establishment in Hogsmeade that sold flying carpets. nor was there anywhere to procure a broomstick. Save for the joke shop owned by Zonko. They offered a toy broomstick priced at 23 galleons, known as the rampaging broom. When a wizard attempted to ride it, the broom would promptly invert, sending the rider headfirst downwards, complete with wild spins and sudden stops that would eject the rider, perhaps for safety reasons. This broomstick only soared to a meager height of 3 meters. Though he did not acquire the desired items, he did encounter a plethora of curious and entertaining novelties. Similarly, this experience enriched his understanding of the magical world's pranks, were it not for the robust nature of wizards. Any of these gadgets would likely cause serious harm in the Muggle realm. Simultaneously, after completing his shopping, Eino arrived at the final destination of his journey, the Owl Post Office. Christmas gifts were not to be forgotten. Although he was off campus and uncertain of how many gifts he would receive, he certainly had plenty to send out. Malfoy, Dumbledore, Pansy, Hermione, Neville, Eino contemplated as he pushed open the door to the Owl Post Office. Upon pushing open the door, one is immediately met with the sight of hundreds of innocent, wide eyes, evoking a sensation akin to stepping into an enchanting menagerie. The room itself is somewhat confined, as the shelves lining both walls are occupied by a plethora of owls, ranging from the majestic great horned owl to the graceful barn owl, and including the agile little owl and the snowy owl, with a rough estimate of at least 200 owls present. Upon hearing the creak of the door, these owls, in perfect unison, tilted their small heads, curiously scrutinizing the newcomer. Chapter 59, The Daily Life of 3 Brooms. The delightful and amusing sight of so many owls prompted Eino to linger a moment longer. After pausing briefly, he proceeded directly to the counter. "Excuse me, madam. I wish to rent an owl to deliver a package." Behind the counter stood the sole wizard in the entire post office, a gaunt middle-aged witch. "You may select one suitable for your needs. Within England, the fee is 5 sickles per package and 2 sickles for a letter. We are not responsible for lost items." Though her words were a reply, the witch did not once lift her gaze, as if the book in her hands, breaking up with a banshee, held more significance than the entire post office itself. The impatience in her tone starkly contrasted with the amiable demeanor of the shopkeepers in Hogsmeade. Yet, one could understand this disparity. The former represented private enterprises, while the latter belonged to an official organization of the Ministry of Magic, resulting in a notable difference in service attitude. 5 packages within England. With a thud, Eino placed a sickles coin on the counter and turned to select his desired owls. Amidst a chorus of soft hoots, he chose 5 robust owls to serve as his messengers. After packing and securing everything, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his right sleeve. Lowering his gaze, he found a tuft of grayish-white, fluffy feathers. A round head with a pair of adorably naive eyes occasionally peered at his fingers, reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting treats from a parent. Without a second thought, he scooped up the plump owl and hurried back to the counter. "Excuse me, madam, I wish to purchase this owl." It is worth noting the multifaceted functions of the Owl Post, as they not only provide various mailing services, but also sell owls, serving as an added value. It resembles the sale of phones in a public telephone booth. On the other side, upon hearing the inquiry regarding the price of the owl, the middle-aged witch behind the counter finally set aside her novel. The indifference that previously marked her demeanor was replaced with an overwhelming enthusiasm, her freckled face beaming with warmth. "A gray owl. They are exceedingly clever. You need not even feed them, as they can catch small rodents like voles and mice on their own. Moreover, they are incredibly loyal to their owners, and most importantly, they possess no notable deficiencies in flight. The price is 27 galleons and 11 sickles. Additionally, I can offer 2 bags of standard owl feed, and if you add 5 sickles, you may choose either a cage or an owl perch as a complimentary gift." With that, he stepped out of the owl post. Eino gently teased the owl perched on his shoulder with his fingers. "I shall call you little one. I once fed another little creature like you, but alas, it eventually got lost." The response he received was the cool touch of the owl's beak against his cheek. To say the least, this owl, a postal creature, truly possessed a remarkable emotional intelligence. What began as a simple task of delivering parcels had led him to inadvertently acquire an owl, yet he harbored no regrets. Sometimes, a connection defies explanation. After confirming that nothing was amiss, Eino turned and walked towards the 3 broomsticks. He had completed all his planned chores in just one morning. With 2 weeks of holiday ahead, he intended to refrain from wandering about and instead devote his time to reading in his room, preparing for Animagus training. The return journey was always a breeze. He arrived back at the 3 broomsticks without incident, only to be met with playful banter from Madame Rosmerta. Who would have thought? A wealthy young gentleman, taking a morning stroll and returning with an owl. "It seems your pocket money exceeds my expectations. Perhaps I should consider raising the rent." Before Eino could respond, the little creature on his shoulder seemed to sense the mention of owls and raised a claw, waving it gently in the air, resembling a greeting among friends. "Haha, my dear lady, your plans are destined to fail. This little one is the result of 5 years of saving my pocket money. On my way back, I was contemplating whether to pay the rent in a different manner." Eino chuckled, deftly shifting the topic, for he understood the wisdom of keeping one's finances discreet. Through his observations and the current prices within the magical community, he realized that, to some, a few dozen galleons could indeed represent a significant fortune. A cunning child is hardly endearing, Madame Rosmerta remarked with a slight smirk. With her years of experience running a tavern, she grasped the underlying meaning of Eino's words and smoothly inquired, "So, what method do you plan to employ for your rent payment? If you lack funds, I shall have no choice but to evict you, regardless of your youth. Rest assured, you may find yourself paying me instead. Just give me 2 minutes," Eino replied, taking the owl and heading upstairs. A few minutes later, Eino reappeared in the tavern's hall, this time with his accordion, his attire capturing the attention of many. Although typically, the three broomsticks saw few patrons during the midday hours, the situation was markedly different now. The Christmas holiday had drawn numerous wizards to Hogsmeade, including foreign visitors with awkward accents. Under Madame Rosmerta's discreet encouragement, Eino pulled up a chair and settled into a spacious spot on the right side of the bar. The modest patch of open space, which likely served as Mrs. Rosmerta's corridor to the kitchen, had now been appropriated by him. A gentle yet melancholic melody began to rise, resonating within the medieval charm of Hogsmeade. In this fitting atmosphere, Eino chose to sing the ballad Scarborough Fair. As his voice filled the three broomsticks, the bustling tavern gradually fell silent. The ethereal notes reached deep into the soul, mingling with the accordion's raspy timbre, evoking an inescapable sense of sorrow in all who listened. After a moment, as the final note faded away, an eerie stillness enveloped the entire establishment. Eventually, Mrs. Rosmerta, the proprietor, was the first to respond. This was a song that touched the heart. The herbs, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, seemed to symbolize the protagonist's sweet love, strength, loyalty, and courage. Undoubtedly, behind this song lay a tale of tragic romance, did it not? With her inquiry, Eino noticed that the other patrons also wore expressions of curiosity and intrigue. Indeed, your insight is commendable. This song is woven with a poignant love story, he elaborated, using the age-old bardic technique of capturing the audience's attention with song before gradually unfolding the narrative. The tale spoke of a lonely pirate, bereft of kin, who, upon capture and facing the gallows, was granted one final request by the executioner, to sing for the passers-by. He yearned for them to travel to Scarborough Fair, to find his beloved and convey that his time on this earth was drawing to a close. Surveying the room, Eino felt the moment was ripe to recount the story of Scarborough Fair. Set in the medieval era, centuries ago, it had been immortalized by bards and sung through the ages. Chapter 60, The End of the Holiday, Return to Hogwarts. As twilight descended, Eino pushed open the door and returned to his chamber. After a full afternoon of storytelling in the hall below, he felt a slight weariness in his body, yet his spirit brimmed with fulfillment. Truth be told, the title of bard is not a proprietary identity. It was merely fate that led him to cross paths with Hans, another bard, upon his entry into this fantastical realm. To survive safely, he had to masquerade as a bard. Had he encountered a knight instead, perhaps he would now consider himself an apprentice knight or squire. However, as time passed, he grew fond of this vocation. Previously, storytelling and fortune-telling were mere means of subsistence, but they had since transformed into a passion. Throughout it all, you have never been my burden. This is simply a delightful pursuit, Eino mused softly, gazing at the accordion by his bedside. To speak candidly, he had contemplated assuming a different identity, exploring alternative experiences, such as that of a scholar, a diviner, an adventurer, or even a sailor and navigator. However, upon reflecting on his age, he mused, a 12-year-old scholar? A half-hearted adventurer? Such notions appeared rather implausible. As time progressed, a sense of physical fatigue gradually enveloped him. Leaning against the edge of his bed, he reclined in a half-lying posture, which bestowed upon him an extraordinary sense of relaxation. In this state of semi-slumber and bliss, his thoughts began to drift, conjuring memories of the past. He recalled the orphanage, the fantastical worlds of yore, and even experiences from a more distant past. A sense of contradiction arose within him. At times he felt remarkably mature, yet simultaneously quite youthful. Life seemed to have reached an end, yet everything felt as though it was just beginning. This sensation was akin to a convoluted and protracted narrative, seemingly nearing its conclusion. Yet the author had intricately woven foreshadowing for future chapters, an ending that was not truly an ending. Thus, he harbored a subtle contradiction and contemplation within his heart. As if seeking to evade some turmoil, or perhaps in pursuit of answers in dreams, he ultimately succumbed to slumber upon his bed. Time flowed silently, slipping away like water through his fingers. During the 2-week Christmas holiday, Eino passed his days in a soothing and leisurely manner. His daily routine was both simple and fulfilling. After breakfast in the morning, he remained in his room, pondering magic, including transfiguration, sunlight magic, and ice and snow magic. Following his afternoon rest, he chose to descend to the hall to tell stories and sing songs. Notably, In just 2 weeks, he not only garnered a modicum of fame in Hogsmeade, attracting a small wave of loyal listeners, but he also caught the attention of several newspapers and magazines, including the Daily Prophet. One could only wonder if the magical world had been so tranquil in recent years that even the mainstream newspapers of the British Isles would take notice of such trivialities. Of course, this was merely attention. After reading the letter from the Daily Prophet, he tossed it into the fireplace, reducing it to ashes. The correspondents not only requested his personal visit to the editorial office of the Daily Prophet, but also insisted on waiting in line for an interview with an intern. When one considered it, there was little distinction between this and those who self-published their works. Although memories of the holiday flooded his mind, Eino had already prepared his belongings for departure. Upon his arrival in Hogsmeade, he carried a suitcase, and as he prepared to leave, it remained the same suitcase. Of course, this was under the condition that the suitcase remained unopened. As for the owl, that clever little creature had already flown back to Hogwarts ahead of him. Hogwarts, Slytherin common room. After passing through the gap in the wall, Eino finally returned to the familiar confines of the common room. Upon encountering a series of somewhat aloof and reserved gazes, he felt no inclination to linger any longer, promptly turning and making his way to the dormitory. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of an endearing little creature standing on a shelf, alongside a pile of assorted Christmas gifts accumulated by the bedside. Eino, with a resigned sigh, rubbed his forehead and then approached the bed to begin unwrapping the parcels. Although in England there is no pressing custom to reciprocate gifts, those of lesser value, or from acquaintances, are generally overlooked. However, gifts of considerable worth, regardless of the nature of the relationship, typically warrant a return gesture. The process of unwrapping packages and reading accompanying notes continued in a repetitive cycle for nearly half an hour before he finally sorted through the heap of gifts. Despite the tediousness of the task, the thrill of unboxing was a joy few could experience. Among the gifts, aside from the usual chocolates and various candies, he also received several valuable items, such as the third-year standard spellbook from Professor Flitwick, a bottle of Men's perfume from Hermione, and a collection of poems from Professor Dumbledore, titled The Poems of Peter Bean. Yet, when evaluating items based on their customary worth, it was Draco Malfoy who presented him with a 3-inch tall statue of a Quidditch star, crafted entirely from pure gold. Though the statue lacked ostentatious magical effects and could not levitate, its substantial weight of over 2 pounds in gold effectively masked any shortcomings. Perhaps it is an intrinsic affection for gold that humans possess. Eino found himself toying with the statue for a moment. Once all the gifts were neatly arranged, his gaze shifted toward the array of candies and snacks. For reasons unknown, the sight of the treats inexplicably conjured memories of certain upperclassmen's gazes in his mind. Although consuming them was out of the question, discarding them felt equally unthinkable, for these exquisitely packaged confections represented the dreams of many children from the orphanage. Resolving this thought, he decisively rose and walked towards the door. In the common room, after surveying the surroundings, Eino approached a cluster of individuals in the corner. However, as he drew nearer, the previously lively conversation fell into an abrupt silence. Given the situation, he chose to act as if he had not noticed, especially since Malfoy himself had already emerged to explain, which was ultimately futile. "Goyle," Eino called out. Goyle, as if summoned by a professor in class, sprang to his feet. "I'm here, Mr. Swinburne," he exclaimed, his face betraying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Observing Goyle's apprehensive demeanor, Eino felt a twinge of fatigue. "Follow me. I have something for you. Don't be afraid. It's just some Christmas candy." Upon hearing the mention of food, Goyle's previously tearful expression transformed in an instant, embodying a fervent resolve akin to a man determined to feast before his demise. Eino sat quietly in his chair. While the pile of candies had been entirely taken away by Gower, he held no particular ill feelings towards Gower, who was merely a foolish child. Even upon growing up, he would still be an oversized simpleton. In contrast, Brack appeared somewhat different, a young wizard capable of unleashing fierce flames before graduation. It was difficult to believe that his current demeanor was not a form of elaborate disguise. Yet, regardless of the authenticity of this fade, Eino had no intention of intervening, knowing the future mattered little. History was replete with prophets, none of whom oversaw every minutiae of life. Even the former prophet with heterochromia merely steered the ship in broad strokes, allowing flowers to bloom in their splendid beauty and trees to showcase their majestic forms, each unique, each flourishing in its own right, perhaps epitomized the greatest respect for life. Chapter 61, The Gears of Destiny, Quidditch. As the Christmas holiday came to an end, life at Hogwarts resumed its regular rhythm. However, the one notable difference lay in the mindset of the young wizards. It seemed the holiday had been misallocated. Rather than returning with joy and merriment, each face bore an indelible cloud of gloom. One might mistakenly believe that they had encountered some tragic ordeal during the break. In this atmosphere, Hogwarts experienced an unusual sense of unity. All 4 houses, including Slytherin, wore expressions of discontent. Fortunately, This melancholy did not linger for long. It appeared that the professors understood the sentiments of the young wizards, for following the Christmas holiday, the annual Quidditch House Cup was announced. This event, unfolding in the latter half of the academic year and lasting 6 months, would undoubtedly ignite the spirits of all involved. Yes, everyone. Not only the young wizards, but also numerous professors who adored Quidditch, as well as enthusiasts from the nearby Hogsmeade. Yet amidst all this commotion and change, Eino remained indifferent. His thoughts were predominantly consumed by the wonders of Animagus transformation. In the days following the break, with Madame Pance's assistance, he discovered a wealth of literature on transfiguration, particularly the issues of Transfiguration Today archived in the library. Among these treasures was even a paper published over 60 years ago by Dumbledore during his tenure as the Transfiguration professor. This indeed was an immense repository of knowledge. While expressing gratitude to Madame Pance, Eino absorbed this invaluable information like a sponge. Likewise, within these texts, he found a solution to the challenge of holding a mandrake leaf in his mouth for an entire month, which seemed impractical at best. Fortunately, the remedy was remarkably simple. A sticking charm could effortlessly secure the leaf against the roof of his mouth. Although this would somewhat impact his daily life, it remained the only feasible solution. As evening descended, after dining in the auditorium, Eino quietly departed. Along the way, there were no meaningless exchanges or serendipitous encounters. He simply returned to his dormitory. Although somewhat monotonous, he relished this existence, absorbing the knowledge of magic and perusing the echoes of past glories each day. After all, the solitude one experiences is often more a reflection of spiritual and mental desolation and inner barrenness. Upon entering the dormitory, he found Malfoy hunched over the table, giggling to himself while sketching and scribbling. Eino had grown accustomed to Malfoy's sporadic antics. After all, it was not uncommon for him to burst into laughter in the dead of night, and seeing him chuckle alone at the table seemed merely a drizzle. Simultaneously, as Malfoy heard the door creak open, he sprang to his feet. Eino, take a look at this. It's for cheering the team tomorrow, and you'll get to see Scarhead make a fool of himself. Malfoy brandished a 2-foot canvas, magically adorned with the Slytherin crest, its dark green glimmering beautifully from a distance. Quidditch tomorrow? Eino asked, a bit slow on the uptake. Life had been so fulfilling lately that it was only upon seeing the canvas that he recalled tomorrow marked Slytherin's first match against Gryffindor. Merlin, are you a relic from the Middle Ages? I dare say you're the only one in Slytherin who had this reaction. Malfoy's eyes widened, as if encountering Eino for the first time. On the other hand, hearing the mention of Quidditch triggered a forgotten memory in Eino. He turned towards his bedside, opening the box on the shelf, from which he retrieved 10 genuine gold coins. Speaking of Quidditch, I had always intended to reciprocate your gift. The value of those sweets hardly compares to the gold you bestowed upon me. Thus, I unearthed these from my family's vault as a token of my gratitude. As he spoke, Eino casually stacked the coins on the table, as if the weight of gold held no more significance than a box of bubblegum. Though this was an expression devoid of inner greed, to Malfoy, it bore a deeper interpretation, particularly upon hearing the phrase family vault. In contrast to Malfoy's turmoil, Eino, after placing the coins down, turned and pulled out a chair to sit, contemplating his future plans. If all goes as expected, tomorrow would mark Harry's debut, and simultaneously, the trio would finally dispel their previous doubts, affirming that Snape was indeed the culprit behind the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Truth be told, he held little concern for a Philosopher's Stone drained of its magic. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, he had even been fortunate enough to hear tales of Adam's golden apple during his time with Professor Hans. In the realm of magic, the notion of immortality may be elusive, yet in the vibrant world of fantasy, it is effortlessly attainable. In fairy tales and folklore, there exist countless means to attain eternal life, or even to make wishes come true. This represents true immortality, distinct from the mere longevity offered by a Philosopher's Stone. Meanwhile, as Eino contemplated the myriad possibilities of the future, a somewhat hesitant voice broke the silence in the dormitory. Eino, I am giving you the statue. It isn't made of pure gold. Not pure gold, Eino exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze. He had handled the Quidditch statue before, and its weight, density, and luster were indistinguishable from that of gold. To hear now that it was not pure gold was astonishing. Indeed, it is not pure gold, with the secret now revealed. Malfoy spoke with renewed confidence, no longer stammering. The statue is crafted from goblin gold, specifically the material known as galleons. It can only be considered a decorative piece, worth at most a few dozen galleons. Eino felt as if he had encountered the extraordinary. Goblins from Gringotts certainly knew how to play their cards. However, before he could respond, Malfoy's voice cut through again. I cannot accept those coins. They are too valuable. Moreover, my father forbids me from accepting gifts exceeding 50 galleons. He always says that if I want something, I should write to him, and he will buy it for me. All right then, let it be as you wish. Without any coercion, Eino waved his wand. causing 10 coins to levitate before gracefully returning to the box at the head of his bed. He had come to realize that if the statue were truly made of pure gold, its 2-pound weight would be worth far more than mere thousands of galleons. Perhaps Lucius could easily produce such wealth, but it clearly did not align with the customary value of gifts exchanged among children. Speaking of Lucius, another unfinished thought crossed his mind. By the way, Draco, do you know where I can procure a flying carpet? I prefer the comfort of soaring through the skies atop a carpet rather than on a broom. Chapter 62, Another Die. In the early morning, sunlight cascaded upon Hogwarts, illuminating its majestic silhouette with a brilliant glow. After a night of deep slumber, the castle now resembled a giant awakening, radiating boundless vitality. As the castle doors swung open, throngs of young witches and wizards streamed out, engaged in animated conversations, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement and joy. Eino followed the crowd, slowly making his way towards the Quidditch pitch outside the castle. After his conversation with Malfoy the previous night, he had relinquished any hopes of acquiring a flying carpet in England. It seemed that the Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye to the smuggling of dragons, but maintained an unwavering zero-tolerance policy towards flying carpets. According to Malfoy, Aurors would even travel great distances to Africa to apprehend those involved. Regardless of the truth, it was clear that the Ministry held a firm stance on the matter. At the Quidditch pitch, as time passed, the once empty stands became densely packed with eager spectators, their expectant gazes fixed upon the sky. Good morning, everyone. I am Li Qiaodan, the commentator for this match. Today marks the second game of the College Cup for this academic year, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. Undoubtedly, this will be a thrilling and heart-pounding contest. Some individuals seem inherently suited for certain roles, and within just a few sentences, Jordan's melodious voice ignited the enthusiasm of the entire arena. As the players from both teams took to the field, the match formally commenced. It is evident that the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor is palpable. Within less than 10 minutes, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Though not well versed in Quidditch, Eino could sense that something was amiss. Particularly after Gryffindor's chaser, Angelina Johnson, was maliciously fouled, the previously simmering tension reached its zenith. Fred, like a whirlwind, began to retaliate indiscriminately, targeting anyone in a Slytherin jersey who ventured too close. Naturally, George was not far behind. Upon witnessing his brother being besieged, he rushed into the fray without hesitation. Once the chain reaction commenced, it was too late to halt the ensuing chaos. The tumultuous scene in midair was beyond what Madame Hooch's whistle could control. Why resort to a mere game when one could wield a knight's lance for greater satisfaction? Eino murmured as he gazed skyward, observing a full-blown melee where neither side seemed concerned with the quaffle any longer. He also noticed Harry hovering at the periphery, seemingly intimidated by the chaotic spectacle, particularly affecting the newly appointed Seeker from Gryffindor. Nevertheless, this was Hogwarts. Under Professor McGonagall's authoritative intervention, the match was paused for a quarter of an hour, allowing both teams a moment for reflection and composure. Perhaps this was the Vice Principal's formidable presence at work. When the second half commenced, both Slytherin and Gryffindor played with decorum. Even the occasional fouls were tempered and mutually restrained. With order restored on the pitch, Harry found his opportunity to shine. As time ticked away, he eventually seized his moment of glory, dramatically capturing the golden snitch after a harrowing loss of control over his broom. The 150-point bonus catapulted Gryffindor to a resounding victory. The match concluded. However, as an observer of the entire event, Eino felt a sense of discontent. It was not merely because Slytherin had lost, but rather that the day's occurrences starkly deviated from his memories. It seemed that all the events he once recalled had silently transformed. Life must go on. What was meant to occur, and what was not, had already transpired. Returning to the common room, he witnessed the despondent Slytherins and turned towards the library. Though he found the atmosphere of sorrow somewhat unbearable, he understood that in the magical realm, many wizards truly regarded Quidditch as more vital than life itself. Departing from the lounge, he made his way to the library with an ease born of familiarity. However, upon entering, he was promptly intercepted by Madame Pants. Here's your note. I truly cannot comprehend this. Are you treating me like an owl? Though her words were laced with complaint, the smile adorning Madame Pants's face seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken sentiments. You are undoubtedly far more reliable than any owl. Eino jested in response to her self-deprecating humor. Throughout half a semester of interaction, despite the differences in age and status, he had forged a friendship with Madame Pants. Initially burdened by preconceived notions, he gradually discovered that she was not as harsh as she appeared. Perhaps it was the nature of her work or her past experiences that rendered her somewhat neurotic, occasionally bordering on hysteria. Yet, it was undeniable that such personalities often possess a certain innocence. They are indifferent to societal norms and the opinions of others, living at their own unique rhythm. In the midst of their conversation, Madame Pants retrieved a folded note from her pocket, shaped like a diamond. Take this quickly. That Gryffindor girl seems quite anxious today. Eino accepted the note with gratitude. Thank you. I've been rather busy lately, but I will make time to complete the remaining story. If all goes well, the next time we meet, this book will reach its final conclusion. This was the very foundation of their equality as friends, a romantic tale interwoven with themes of marriage, family, lovers, illegitimate children, and love triangles. Initially, to cultivate a rapport with Madame Pants, he had spontaneously crafted a short story, though its content was somewhat difficult to endure. The outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Similarly, when Madame Pants learned that she would soon witness the conclusion, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, moments later, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features as she murmured, "Is it really coming to an end?" Indeed, all stories must conclude. Observing this scene, Eino could easily discern her thoughts. The next installment would have to wait until the next academic year. Revolving around the tale of two sisters who simultaneously fell in love with the same man, who also happened to be their stepfather. Then it is settled, Madame Pants declared with resolute finality, as if daring anyone to oppose her, ready to draw her wand for a duel. Watching her retreating figure, Eino shook his head, amused. He then unfolded the note left by Hermione, which, as expected, contained their agreed meeting time in the library. This seemingly childish act rekindled the joy he once found in passing notes at school. Although many things could be discussed after class, there was an undeniable thrill in writing them down, stealthily passing them during lessons, which brought an inexplicable sense of delight. With this thought, he neatly refolded the note and tucked it into his pocket, then proceeded towards the section dedicated to Transfiguration. In a state of deep concentration, he often lost track of time. As night fell, with merely half an hour remaining before the curfew, Eino Shanshan departed from the library at the urging of Madame Pants. The castle, now cloaked in silence at 9:30, appeared desolate, with scarcely any students to be seen in the empty corridors. Just as he was approaching the entrance to the common room, a soothing and elegant voice graced his ears. "What a fine child you are! Your yearning for knowledge shall surely elevate you above countless mediocrities." Although the voice was unfamiliar, the unmistakable scent of garlic wafting through the air betrayed its source. Without a moment's hesitation, Eino swiftly reached into his lining, and in an instant, a die akin to the one previously used for divination appeared in his hand. The resemblance was merely in its material and hue. Upon closer inspection, this die resembled a rough-hewn prototype. Its shape was that of an irregular polyhedron, devoid of any engraved numbers, adorned instead with chaotic lines and symbols reminiscent of a child's doodles. Chapter 63, Professor Quirrell's Counsel. Feeling the solid texture in his palm, Eino could not help but relax somewhat. His gaze swept the surroundings, and upon noticing the portrait hanging on the wall, his heart steadied further. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell." Turning to face the end of the corridor, he beheld a figure swathed in a headscarf, illuminated by the flickering candlelight on the wall. "Do not be alarmed. As the professor of defense against the dark arts, it is only natural to feel compelled to commend diligent and eager students," came the voice, an unusual tone, as if Quirrell were explaining something to someone or asserting his harmlessness. "Professor, while I am indeed eager to converse with you, the curfew approaches, and I would rather not contravene school regulations." Upon hearing the deliberate modulation of the voice, Eino discerned that the true master, Voldemort, had come, rather than the marionette-like Quirrell. Although he held the second die bestowed by Professor Hans, he was reluctant to engage excessively with Voldemort, wishing instead to preserve this precious die, free from any core conflicts of interest. Indeed, a good student shall never flout the rules, and such diligence shall surely endear them to their professors, Voldemort, inhabiting Quirrell. Articulated in an unusual tone, a good student ought to study earnestly and read widely. But remember to steer clear of the restricted section and refrain from delving into dark magic, for though it wields great power, it can corrupt those with wavering minds. Perhaps sensing the urgency of the curfew or genuinely contemplating its approach, Voldemort, having uttered this warning through Quirrell, turned and departed. Quirrell's silhouette gradually receded until it vanished at the corridor's end. Meanwhile, Eino remained vigilant, undeterred by Quirrell's exit. Despite the knowledge that the likelihood of confrontation within the castle was minimal, he remained unwilling to gamble with his safety. He clutched the dice tightly in his hand. Even as he entered the Slytherin common room, not relaxing his grip until he stepped into the dormitory and closed the door behind him. A black wizard, one who does not delve into dark magic, instead immersing himself in psychology. Eino lay wearily on his bed, silently reflecting on the situation. It seemed that Tom's transformation into the formidable Voldemort was not merely a result of unparalleled power. One might say that such might was merely the foundational prerequisite. The brief exchange they had earlier, though seemingly simple, was laden with implications. He was acutely aware that had it been another young wizard of similar age, they might have been subtly influenced. It was not a matter of profound sorcery. Perhaps even Voldemort himself would not dare to act recklessly within the castle's confines. The conversation they shared was merely a display of psychological manipulation. When admonitions begin with "do not," people often focus solely on the latter part of the warning. much like the divine command to Adam to avoid the apple tree, or the warnings given to young wizards to steer clear of the fourth-floor corridor. Voldemort's earlier instructions encompassed not only dark magic, but also touched upon strength and the vulnerability of the weak-minded. What appeared to be a standard discourse resembled a professor's counsel to a diligent pupil. Yet beneath these 3 layers of suggestion lay the potential to lead an arrogant and gifted young wizard down a path of no return. Alas, how eagerly Eino anticipated the summer break, for it signified the end of encounters with a fully realized Tom. From the following year onward, it was likely that only the obsessive Voldemort would remain. This was not mere fanciful thinking. Today's interaction had sparked within him a few conjectures regarding Horcruxes. It seemed that the destruction of a Horcrux did not merely reduce Voldemort's chances of resurrection. A glimpse into a larger truth, given Voldemort's capabilities displayed earlier. It seemed improbable that he would resort to those inept actions in the future. The knight's experiences also evoked a sense of nostalgia for the long journeys he had once undertaken in the fantastical realm, which had felt tedious and monotonous at the time. Now, he yearned for more such adventures, even feeling an urgent desire to immerse himself in epic tales. After all, the growth of magical ability is invariably linked to time. Not requiring much, 2 or 3 such experiences in a year might suffice to reach the standards of an adult wizard, thus avoiding the passivity he felt today. Having spent considerable time at Hogwarts, Eino felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Even the Voldemort in possession was imbued with an aura of unmatched dominance. It was akin to animals confronting their natural predators. Merely facing such a presence was enough to evoke a sense of dread. Consequently, he had only taken up the dice, refraining from drawing his wand. After all, the facade of bravado, devoid of substance, served no purpose beyond eliciting laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the Gryffindor common room was abuzz with jubilant celebration, as all gathered to commemorate a hard-fought victory. Among them, Harry, the day's principal hero, basked in unprecedented adulation. Unlike before, when he was revered solely for his name, this time Harry's acclaim stemmed from his own endeavors, a source of immense gratification for him. He reveled in the warmth of admiration and the exhilarating thrill of renown. Yet, amidst the laughter and merriment of Gryffindor, no one noticed the absence of an elderly farmer depicted in a pastoral landscape painting hanging in the corner of the common room. Meanwhile, Hermione, seated on the periphery of the room, remained detached from the festivities, her expression marred by concern. The events that transpired on the Quidditch pitch had confirmed her suspicions. Severus Snape was the mastermind behind the sinister plot. The very same individual scheming to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The mere mention of the stone conjured thoughts of Eino. Through a series of note exchanges, Hermione had successfully gleaned information about Nicholas Flamel from Madame Pomfrey, leading her to deduce that the stone was hidden on the 4th floor of the castle. I must inform Eino at once to keep him away from Snape. Had I known sooner, I could have saved some galleons on an owl. With a frown, Hermione brushed aside the unruly strands of hair from her forehead. The thought of the owl reminded her of the note left in the library, and she anxiously pondered whether it had been seen in time or perhaps misplaced by Madame Pomfrey. Burdened by countless worries, she cast one last glance at the lively scene in the common room before standing up in frustration and marching towards the dormitory. This night at Hogwarts seemed destined to be one of sleeplessness for many. In the castle's 8th floor, the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore donned a lavender-patterned nightgown, seated in an armchair while carefully rummaging through a walnut box. Scattered across his expansive desk were various letters, a chaotic array. After some time, he selected a lilac envelope embossed in gold. Upon opening it, he was met with an elaborate cursive that vividly reflected the writer's flamboyance. However, Dumbledore paid little heed to the ostentatious letter, instead turning his gaze towards the forbidden forest shrouded in the night. Chapter 64, Professor Sprout's Clarifications. Time invariably slips away unnoticed. In the Scottish Highlands, May brings temperatures that can soar to 18 degrees Celsius. Hogwarts, it seemed, had awakened from its wintry slumber. Under the caress of the spring breeze and warm sun, the castle's exterior began to flourish with vibrant life. Orchids, daisies, bindweed, and blue clover, among other beautiful plants, quietly thrived on the lawns, exuding a subtle fragrance. The tall willow tree unfurled tender green leaves, creating a striking contrast with the ancient castle, a testament to its vitality and exuberance. Beneath the cerulean sky, the occasional flight of magical creatures graces the air, be it the soaring owls flapping their wings or the leisurely gliding griffins. Their presence bestows an added touch of mystery upon Hogwarts. Sunlight filters through the clouds, casting a shimmering radiance upon the distant Black Lake, its surface sparkling like a mirror that reflects the azure heavens and the silhouette of the castle. Everything is breathtakingly beautiful. In the Slytherin common room, Eino gazes thoughtfully at the 2 potted plants on the shelf. After dutifully watering them, he stands quietly, lost in contemplation. It has been over 3 months since he had faced Voldemort, and during this time, many significant events have transpired. For instance, Quirrell's physical decline has become increasingly evident. And Snape, who suffered an injury 3 days prior, limps about, his voluminous black robes no longer flowing gracefully. However, to Eino, these matters seem trivial. Since experiencing that profound sense of helplessness, he has chosen to lead a reclusive life. Aside from attending classes and dining in the Great Hall, he mostly remains in his dormitory, occasionally venturing to the common room, but never straying far from the crowd. Even his trips to the library are now confined to bustling mornings, where he borrows a week's worth of books in one go. The long evenings spent in the library are a thing of the past. Of course, every situation possesses duality. What appears to be a monastic existence may deprive one of certain experiences and pleasures, yet it simultaneously yields other rewards. Most notably, the long-dormant storytelling salon of Slytherin has resumed. Invited by Malfoy, Eino shares tales and sings songs in the common room during leisure hours, providing a rare diversion. The tranquility of 3 months has allowed his peers to regard him with increasing familiarity. The boys display less awkwardness, while the girls gaze upon him with newfound fervor. Beyond the observable external changes, numerous internal transformations have also taken place. After 3 months of adaptation, Eino has finally acquired a satisfactory leaf of mandrake, fulfilling the prerequisites for becoming an animagus. Now, he merely awaits the night of the full moon to brew the potion, to be consumed on a tempestuous evening. The silence of the dormitory is shattered by Malfoy's voice. "We have half an hour until class. We should be on our way." Eino, pulled from his reverie, turns to see Malfoy fully dressed and holding 2 pairs of pristine dragonhide gloves. "Indeed, let us go," Eino replies with a smile, picking up the ceramic pot from the shelf as he exits the common room alongside Malfoy. Outside the castle, at the herbology greenhouse, a quarter of an hour remains until class begins, and the young witches and wizards congregate in small clusters at the entrance, engaging in animated discussions about their shared interests. An intriguing phenomenon manifests itself in the entrenched nature of the academic system. Even in moments of free discourse, the distinction between Gryffindor and Slytherin remains starkly pronounced, with the greenhouse doors serving as a central axis, partitioning the lion and the serpent into their respective territories. This delicate equilibrium was disrupted by the arrival of Eino. Upon traversing from the castle to the greenhouse, he eschewed any allegiance, instead cradling a terracotta pot and positioning himself directly on the central axis before the grand entrance. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of Gryffindors, Neville, upon catching sight of Eino, felt an urge to approach and extend a greeting. However, the presence of Malfoy nearby instilled a sense of hesitation within him. If one cannot confront their fears, they shall forever be ensnared by them, let alone conquer them. Recalling Eino's earlier counsel, Neville inhaled deeply and resolutely advanced. "Eino, has it not yet sprouted? I suspect the seed may have perished, otherwise. The other pot is thriving so vigorously." As familiar words graced his ears, he turned to find Neville's slightly anxious expression awaiting him. This sight brought joy to Eino, for it affirmed that his previous attempts at encouragement had not been in vain, prompting him to bestow an encouraging glance upon Neville. "I am unsure, which is why I brought it today. Perhaps Professor Sprout can examine it after class." As he spoke, he extended the terracotta pot for Neville's inspection. Since their initial encounter months prior, these potted plants had forged a bond between them. Yet, curiously, despite both pots containing seeds from the same Narnian Valley berry and being nurtured under identical sunlight spells, their growth was markedly disparate. Nevertheless, despite its reluctance to sprout, Eino had never discarded it, harboring an inexplicable sense of attachment. On the other side, upon receiving the pot, Neville meticulously inspected it and pondered aloud. "I believe the issue lies with the seed. Logically, the humidity and temperature are adequate." However, he abruptly halted as Professor Sprout's figure emerged before the greenhouse. "All right, children, I believe it is time for class. Please pause your chatter and follow me to Greenhouse 3. One could only commend the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout's voice, perpetually gentle and nurturing, enveloped her listeners in a comforting embrace. The previously scattered young wizards instinctively organized themselves into 2 orderly lines. Eino took the pot from Neville's hands and silently joined the queue. Greenhouse 3 was a dim and damp place, teeming with the seedlings of Devil's Snare. After thoroughly elucidating the characteristics of the Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout instructed the young wizards to don dragonhide gloves and commence repotting all the Devil's Snare. Indeed, the so-called seedlings were flourishing with vigor. The 2 to 3 meter long vines slithered across the ground like black mambas, undulating with wild abandon. In such a chilling scene, not even the members of Gryffindor, nor even the snake-loving Slytherins, wished to linger for a moment longer. Thus, everyone exerted themselves to complete their tasks, for finishing quickly would allow them to leave class early. This might also explain Professor Sprout's popularity. As long as the young witches and wizards demonstrated capability, early dismissals were not uncommon. Through the collective efforts of the students, this herbology class concluded an extraordinary half-hour ahead of schedule. After the lesson, Eino hesitated to leave, clutching a nearby flower pot. "Child, do you have any further concerns?" Professor Sprout inquired. "Professor, it's my plant. Despite nurturing it for several months, it refuses to sprout." With that, Eino set the flower pot on a nearby table. Professor Sprout approached, and rather than inspecting it physically as Neville had, she drew her wand and gently tapped the soil within the pot. Her demeanor resembled that of a distinguished physician, diagnosing a patient with a pulse check. Time passed in quiet contemplation. "I believe I have discerned the issue," Professor Sprout murmured. "A most peculiar seed. Perhaps it is its circumstances or some other reason. In any case, it lacks not sunlight and warmth, but rather requires cold and frost." With a deliberate pause, she continued, "A flower that blooms in the depths of winter will never sprout in spring. Therefore, you need not attend to it for now. The seed possesses remarkable vitality. This winter, simply place it outside your window." Chapter 65, Hermione's Advice. Professor Sprout's explanation resonated within Eino, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples in his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he recalled a striking ice-blue rose he had once encountered, though the pot contained berries he had collected. One was a wild grass thriving in a valley, the other a flower blooming within the castle. The connection between them seemed implausible. In that moment, Eino felt a sense of confusion, yet he was delighted to learn the correct method of planting. "Thank you for your assistance, Professor Sprout," he exclaimed, to which she smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. Should you have any questions regarding cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Rest assured, I warmly welcome every herbology enthusiast at Hogwarts." The inclusiveness of Hufflepuff was perfectly exemplified in that moment. Having discovered the answer, Eino lifted the flower pot from the table and left the greenhouse with a spring in his step. For Professor Sprout had already begun preparing for the next herbology class. As he walked along the castle's walls, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure just as he was about to turn a corner. Hermione stood alone a short distance away. Her head bowed as she focused intently on kicking the pebbles scattered on the ground. It appeared that someone was being awaited, as the overall demeanor suggested a certain nonchalance. Each stone kicked forth traced a graceful arc through the air before landing softly upon the nearby grass, producing a faint sound. Observing this, Eino strode over. "Miss Granger, what troubles you? With such precious time at hand, why squander it in idle wandering? The end-of-term examinations are less than 5 weeks away." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hermione instantly lifted her head, her face illuminating with a joyful smile. "I've been waiting for you for ages. Moreover, I have already completed my revision. It's you I've hardly seen lately. If it weren't for our classes together, I would have thought you were harmed by that individual." Although spoken in jest, her words carried an undercurrent of genuine concern. No names were mentioned, yet it was evident whom Hermione referred to. Sometimes, what one perceives is not the truth, and what one understands is merely the tip of the iceberg. Before Eino could finish, Hermione seized the conversation, as if an invisible switch had been flipped, and began to recite. "You can never truly understand another person until you have walked a mile in their shoes. When you stand in their shoes, considering their perspective, you will find that traversing their path can be overwhelmingly sorrowful." This excerpt from To Kill a Mockingbird was one she had read. Hermione raised her head with pride, seemingly awaiting praise. After a moment, as if struck by another thought, she persistently advised, "But this time, you must truly be cautious of Snape. I have irrefutable evidence." All right. I will steer clear of Snape," Eino sighed, shaking his head in mild exasperation. At this stage, Hermione was quite obstinate and rigid in her beliefs. Thus, he decided to refrain from further discussion. Quirrell would surely provide Hermione with a valuable lesson. "Eino, trust me. I speak the truth, even if everyone else deceives you. I will not." Hermione slowly raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling with sincerity, betraying a subtle hint of unmasked shyness. "Let me share a truth about a voice." In the face of Hermione's tenacity, he resolved to assist Quirrell in imparting a deeper lesson. "That voice emanates from our innermost selves. It is not Shakespeare, nor does it utter unforgettable lines. Yet, it candidly informs us of what is right and what is wrong, when to depart and when to advance. So, Hermione, trust your inner voice rather than what you see." Eino looked up at the castle, observing the main building from near the greenhouse. The view was drastically different from that seen from the banks of the Black Lake. "Indeed, I believe you, and I shall reflect thoughtfully, listening to the voice within me." Hermione spoke softly, yet her tone conveyed a sense of gravity and earnestness. "That is splendid." Eino withdrew his gaze from the distance. Throughout the 7 tales, he has consistently admired Hermione for her calm wisdom in the face of adversity, her unwavering courage, and her loyalty to friends. Indeed, Hermione possesses many flaws. Yet who among us is without imperfection? The two sat in tranquil silence. After a while, Hermione seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired, "Do you have any plans for the summer? My father mentioned during Christmas that he intends to travel to France this summer, but I am rather hesitant about going." Upon hearing this, Eino was momentarily taken aback. He had originally planned to venture abroad to purchase a flying carpet. Yet his conversation with Malfoy had likely made him realize that such items were unlikely to be found in Europe. The desire to acquire a flying carpet would necessitate a journey to countries like Egypt or Turkey. Although his mind brimmed with thoughts, he had no concrete plans for the summer. With this realization, Eino decided to be candid. I currently have no plans, likely mirroring the Christmas holiday, staying in Hogsmeade. Perhaps I will venture to Diagon Alley, as I intend to buy a flying broomstick. I won't go to France. May I accompany you to select a broomstick? Hermione offered, revealing her innermost thoughts. However, she quickly realized that this may not appear very composed. Unable to retract her words, she lowered her gaze and fell silent. Beneath her thick, chestnut hair, her expression remained concealed from view. On the other side, Eino noticed Hermione's shift in demeanor and surmised the reason, most likely the traditional modesty and shyness of English girls. Nevertheless, he chose not to tease her about it, lest the little lioness become flustered. We'll see about the summer. I shall write to you. If you don't go to France, we can explore Hogsmeade together. Upon hearing this, Hermione's previous quietness transformed into exuberance. Splendid. It's settled then. I also plan to acquire an owl. This year I can exchange 30 galleons at Gringotts. If I save judiciously, I might accumulate enough for next year. As Eino listened to Hermione's declaration, he nearly chuckled. Was she seriously contemplating saving money during her second year? Avoiding famine would be a considerable achievement, considering that amount could barely cover a single best-selling series by a popular author. It was evident that Lockhart had conducted his research. Aside from other essential items, his books would likely consume the entire annual allocation of 30 galleons for Muggle-born students. With this in mind, Eino remarked, I shall exchange some for you. While it may not be substantial, I can manage 50 galleons. He was unconcerned about Hermione's financial situation. With a father who runs a private dental practice, Hermione was not lacking in pounds. Her limitation lay in the exchange rate for galleons. Chapter 66. Winter descends in the Slytherin dormitory. Eino placed the basin back on the shelf before turning to the bored Malfoy beside him. Draco, I have just returned from my journey and witnessed Harry regaling others with tales of his flying prowess. Where? On a chair, as if it were equipped with springs. Malfoy instantly sprang to his feet. I had seen him in the hall moments ago, but now he was nowhere to be found. Eino spoke with an unflinching demeanor about his ignorance regarding the matter. However, Malfoy paid no heed to such trivialities. Upon hearing that Harry was discussing his flying skills, he could hardly contain himself, hastily donning his robes and striding towards the exit. Bang! The door slammed shut. Once Malfoy was dismissed, and Eino confirmed he would not return anytime soon, he settled onto the bed, drawing the curtains around him before gently opening his suitcase. He had made up his mind. Rather than wait until the winter of the following year, he would plant his thoughts in this seamless, extended space. As it was currently empty, the choice of the dormitory was driven entirely by its safety. As the stronghold of Slytherin, it lacked the recklessness of Gryffindor, where girls could freely enter the boys' dormitory. In this subterranean realm of the castle, only the resident wizards of the dormitory and the head of Slytherin could unlock the door. Even the headmaster could not intrude without consent. For these reasons, Eino opted for the dormitory over the room of requirement. Snape would not intrude out of boredom, and as for Malfoy, once he saw the curtains drawn, this pureblood scion would not disturb him. There would be no unwarranted intrusions. Indeed, Malfoy would deliberately minimize any unnecessary noise within the dormitory. With this thought in mind, Eino cradled a ceramic pot and slowly approached the box. Within the seamless extended space lay an expansive plaza, akin to a forgotten realm lost to time, where the only distinguishing feature was a central mound of various candies and dried foods, a stark contrast to the surrounding emptiness. Choosing a spot far from the food, Eino gently crouched down and began to dig a small hole in the soft earth. After pouring the soil from the ceramic pot into the freshly excavated pit, he gradually rose to his feet, gripping his elderberry wand firmly in his right hand. Winter has arrived. The second spell passed down from the White Witch, the very magic that once encased Narnia in a century-long frost. As the incantation resonated, the temperature in the boundless space plummeted, the atmospheric pressure thickened, and cold winds began to swirl around him, while delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. As time passed, these soft flakes grew larger and more densely packed, accompanied by varying sizes of crystalline hail cascading downwards. The snow fell in a dense flurry, weaving a vast white net that shrouded the area, compressing visibility to a mere 3 feet. Beyond that, nothing was discernible. A blizzard had formed. In an instant, the entire seamless extended space, spanning the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts, was enveloped in white, transforming into a true winter wonderland. Before him lay a vast expanse of pure white, with the only exception being a small patch where candies were stored, untouched by the blanket of ice and snow. After a few minutes, the tempest gradually subsided. Though the magic had concluded, delicate flakes continued to drift from the sky, as if the newly reconstructed ecosystem had begun its self-sustaining cycle. Meanwhile, Eino gazed at the scene before him. exhaling a long sigh of relief. For a fleeting moment, he had doubted his ability to conjure this spell. Yet, by a stroke of serendipity, akin to imbibing a potion of fortune, his fleeting doubts and hesitations were swiftly supplanted by an inexplicable confidence and resolve. Perhaps it was due to the frequent snowfalls during the Christmas holiday, or some other reason. In any case, he had miraculously unleashed this magic. Although the ice and snow merely blanketed a mere 10,000 square feet of seamless extension, Eino felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The successful release marked a commendable beginning. As for the spell's potency, he would merely need to patiently await the accumulation of magical energy. The drop in temperature and the covering of snow fundamentally transformed the environment. Simultaneously, the berry seeds he had planted earlier sprouted through the snow-blanketed soil, revealing a striking ice-blue seedling. Standing 2 inches tall, the seedling was crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of meticulously carved ice jade, with each tender leaf exhibiting a unique ice-blue hue. This color was neither the azure of the sky nor the profound depths of the ocean, but rather a cool and ethereal tint, seemingly embodying the purity of ice and snow along with the vitality of flora. At that very moment, as the seedling broke through the earth, Eino felt a curious resonance within himself, akin to another aspect of his being taking root in the soil, growing as a plant would. As this strange sensation deepened, it forged an inexplicable connection between him and this seamless extension of space. This was undoubtedly good news. After all, he would no longer fear the loss of his box during future journeys, and any intruders would be subjected to the purifying embrace of ice and snow under his vigilant watch. In that moment, he began to comprehend why the white, which had planted an ice-blue rose within her frozen castle. Perhaps when Aslan had accompanied Susan and Lucy on their clandestine visit, the white which had observed everything unfold. Yet, the fate that was destined often bore a sense of helplessness, witnessing all yet unable to alter it. After a brief contemplation, Eino crouched down, gently touching the seedling before him with his fingers. The ice-blue seedling swayed lightly, a most wondrous experience, akin to scratching an itch for oneself. Yet, an instinctive feeling whispered to him that the purpose of this seedling extended beyond its present state. However, it was not the time to ponder such matters. Once he confirmed that nothing had been overlooked, Eino slowly stepped out of the box. Meanwhile, within the castle's great hall, Malfoy successfully located Harry Potter amidst the crowd. "You managed to win a Quidditch match by sheer luck, and now you strut about with such arrogance?" Malfoy exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. "And you, red-haired Weasley, your family is so impoverished that you cannot even afford half a broomstick. Are you laboring as a sidekick merely for the chance to soar through the skies on a broom?" Malfoy's disparaging remarks not only provoked Harry and the surrounding Gryffindors, but also struck a severe blow to Ron. "Shut your mouth," Ron retorted, brimming with indignation. "You wretched little brat. I truly wonder where you find the audacity to stand here and speak. The 2 dim-witted brutes you usually rely on are not with you. That is your gravest error." Malfoy paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his earlier exhilaration upon seeing Harry had caused him to overlook his surroundings. As he surveyed the hostile expressions of the nearby Gryffindor wizards, a flicker of regret for his impulsiveness crossed his mind. So what if that's the case? "This is the Great Hall. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Despite having successfully cornered a dozen Gryffindors by himself, Malfoy continued to boast defiantly. Yet, as he stated, this was indeed the Great Hall. As the red began to encircle the green, the Slytherins quickly took note of the situation. The small serpents silently set aside their tasks and began to converge towards Malfoy, forming a counter-encirclement. Chapter 67, The End-of-Year Examinations. Hogwarts, Great Hall. With the Slytherins slowly gathering, the Gryffindors sprang into action, led by George and Fred, who rose first, accompanied by several Quidditch players and upperclassmen. Such an evident scene did not surprise the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. They discreetly retreated to the sidelines, allowing the entire hall to clear, standing at a safe distance. Intrigued by the unfolding events, as the Slytherins continued to amass, Malfoy's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. "Now I shall see who possesses the courage to strike me. Show me your prowess, impoverished Weasley." As if he had struck a chord of innate talent, Malfoy had a knack for inciting a crowd with a single phrase. The Weasley name was no trivial matter. It had dominated Gryffindor for an era. From Bill Weasley onward, for over a decade, they had cultivated significant connections within Gryffindor. Even at this moment, despite their dwindling numbers, there were 4 Weasleys present, the soon-to-be graduates including Charlie, Percy presiding over the upper years, and the twins, with Ron representing the lower years. "Let me show you the prowess of the impoverished," Fred declared. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in Ron's affairs. But since the opponent had targeted not just Ron but the Weasley name, he and George could no longer remain mere spectators. As the tension reached its zenith, the Slytherin crowd abruptly dispersed. Harry Potter, disturbing the peace of the castle in the Great Hall, 10 points from Gryffindor. Severus Snape, clad in his dark robes, regarded Harry with an impassive expression before slowly directing his gaze towards the Gryffindor students. Not a single individual dared to challenge him, including the Weasley twins. Perhaps justified. Snape unceremoniously deducted a full 10 points from Harry. However, with nearly a year of experience under his belt, Harry understood that silence was his only ally at this moment, preventing Snape from seizing the opportunity to impose further penalties. Yet, Potter, failing to greet the professor with courtesy. 1 point from Gryffindor, Snape intoned with a chilling detachment. Upon hearing yet another deduction, an uncontrollable fury surged within Harry, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances in potions class, such deductions could be endured, but today, amidst the throngs of onlookers in the Great Hall, the repeated humiliations from Snape rendered Harry acutely uncomfortable, as if he were a jester subjected to ridicule. Snape, noticing the shift in Harry's demeanor, allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips, eagerly anticipating Harry's forthcoming reaction. What are you all doing here? Do you wish to provoke further trouble before the holiday? Professor McGonagall's voice resonated throughout the hall, prompting Harry to release his tightly clenched fists. Severus, I trust you are mediating the discord among the students, are you not? Snape, called out directly, chose to remain silent, and turned away from Professor McGonagall. And you? Are you all gathered here to gawk? What more do you want? Do you feel overwhelmed by the amount of homework? McGonagall surveyed the assembly, sternly admonishing everyone, whether Slytherin or Gryffindor. Thus, a potential upheaval was effortlessly quelled by Professor McGonagall. As the crowd began to disperse, Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve. Don't fret. The old bat won't relish his triumph for long. He probably remains unaware that we are fully aware of his schemes. Ron's words provided Harry with considerable solace, as he realized he would no longer have to endure Snape's sour visage next year, and potions would no longer haunt his dreams. You're right, Ron. We must remain vigilant during this time. I just noticed he no longer limps when he walks. The leg that was bitten by a thestral must have healed. And I'm concerned that he might. Harry's thoughts trailed off, recalling the consequences of his previous indiscretion in revealing too much. Rest assured, as long as we keep a close watch on the old bat, that matter will undoubtedly be safe, Ron asserted earnestly, then shifted the topic to criticize. I wonder if Dumbledore is truly losing his faculties, as he seems oblivious to such an obvious situation. However, this time, Harry did not concur. Instead, he diverted the conversation. Professor Dumbledore must be exceedingly busy. We should be on our way. We have classes to attend this afternoon. Time slips away quietly amidst the chaos of our lives. As June approaches, the scenery outside the castle becomes increasingly enchanting. Yet, this beauty is merely superficial, for June heralds the arrival of final examinations. A daunting prospect that all young wizards dread. In the corridors, students hurry along, their faces etched with anxiety and concentration. The library doors remain almost perpetually closed. Through the windows, one can glimpse figures engrossed in their studies, struggling amidst the vast ocean of books and notes, desperately attempting to absorb every last morsel of knowledge. Occasionally, laughter echoes through the castle, but these sounds are swiftly drowned out by the surrounding silence. Even the mischievous twins, George and Fred, who are typically full of antics, have momentarily subdued their exuberance, deeply immersed in their revision. One cannot help but admire the lineage of the Weasley family. Bill, Charlie, and Percy are exemplary. And while George and Fred indulge in their playful antics, they have never faltered academically. Days later, the examination season arrives as anticipated, with a deluge of theoretical papers overwhelming everyone. Besides theory, certain subjects also require practical examinations. For instance, Professor Flitwick instructs the young wizards to enter the classroom one by one, assessing their ability to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall challenges them to transform a mouse into a snuff box, with more exquisite boxes earning higher marks. After the transfiguration exam, Eino does not depart as usual, but chooses to wait at the classroom door. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall exit, he hastens forward. The examination has concluded. Do you require anything else, Mr. Swinburne? Professor McGonagall inquires. Professor, I have recently encountered some confusion regarding transfiguration and would like to consult you. Eino replies politely, inclining his head slightly. His intention to wait before the holiday is solely to seek mastery of a Nimigus transformation over the summer break. This pinnacle of transfiguration is immensely practical, serving as an excellent means of swift travel, self-preservation, or concealment. Upon hearing the request for guidance, Professor McGonagall shows no hesitation or reluctance. Very well then. Follow me to my office. Chapter 68. A commendation from Professor McGonagall. Eino closely follows Professor McGonagall's lead as he steps into the Transfiguration office located on the 6th floor of the castle for the first time. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by a row of towering bookshelves against the walls, neatly lined with a variety of tomes, ranging from ancient parchment scrolls to pristine hardcovers, rivaling even a small library in scale. In the center of the room stands a large, dark red wooden desk, piled high with neatly bound examination papers. presumably from various grades' final assessments. Please, take a seat. Do not be shy. Professor McGonagall gestures to a high-backed chair behind the desk and takes her own seat. Mr. Sweeney, your performance has been exceptional. I have observed your gradual progress, from initial awkwardness to your current proficiency. It brings me great joy to see your earnest dedication to the study of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's praise left Eino somewhat abashed, as he was acutely aware that he had scarcely paid attention to transfiguration, exerting less effort than he did in Charms class. Were it not for the necessity of mastering animagus transformation, he surmised that his grades might barely scrape by as satisfactory. Yet, this was clearly not the time to dwell on scores. After a moment of contemplation, Eino expressed his innermost thoughts. Thank you for your commendation, Professor. I have come to you because I have been troubled by a persistent question regarding transfiguration, and I wish not to carry this query into the summer. I hope you can understand. Of course, that is my duty. Now, please articulate your question, McGonagall replied calmly. It is this. Although I can adeptly employ transfiguration and even conjure some rather intricate forms, their existence is fleeting, some lasting not even a quarter of an hour before reverting to their original state. At this point, Eino's expression bore a hint of distress. His transfiguration skills seemed inferior, particularly when compared to Goyle, whose distorted apples could persist for over 3 hours. You do not believe in transfiguration. McGonagall mused for a moment and pinpointed the issue. You have consistently been unwilling to trust in it. You merely exert magical force to alter the shape of an object. When you concentrate, the object undergoes a transformation. However, as soon as you divert your attention, it promptly returns to its original form. Upon hearing McGonagall's incisive explanation, Eino experienced a sense of clarity, as if the fog had lifted. It appeared he had never truly believed in or accepted transfiguration, subconsciously deeming its flamboyant transformations as mere illusions. Indeed, Professor, though I wish to deny it, I have never really believed in transfiguration. I have always been puzzled as to why it can change form. I have consulted numerous texts without finding any relevant answers. Eino spoke candidly, as he sought knowledge and understanding without any reservations. Principle? Essence? It has been many years since a young wizard has posed such a question. McGonagall's tone held a hint of nostalgia. I shall now explain the principle and essence of transfiguration. Why can it change form? The answer is singular. It is unwavering belief. As she spoke, McGonagall drew her wand and tapped a teapot on the table, which instantaneously transformed into a vibrant owl. The silvery gray owl stood quietly on the table, preening its feathers, its eyes bright and alert, seemingly ready to convey messages from afar. Do you see? I believe it is an owl, rather than a teapot that has become an owl. Thus, until my death or the dispelling of the magic, it shall forever remain an owl, whether delivering letters or parcels. It is no different from a true owl. At this moment, Professor McGonagall exuded an aura of formidable confidence, both in her tone and demeanor. Although a compelling evidence lay before them, Eino found it hard to accept, or rather, to comprehend. This evidence might be invaluable to a young wizard with an immature mind. Yet for someone who possesses maturity and innate wisdom, complete acceptance is indeed a challenge. It is akin to profound truths that many know and understand, yet few truly implement in their lives. Perhaps sensing Eino's bewilderment, Professor McGonagall softened her tone and calmly stated, I regret to inform you that I cannot fathom your thoughts. But magic is precisely this way. No one can fully articulate the mysteries of magic. This owl has delivered it to you. I shall not lift the enchantment. And I hope it brings you some confidence. Professor, may I interpret this as the necessity to find my own reason, regardless of its validity? As long as I believe in it? Eino inquired, still unwilling to concede. After all, if he failed this hurdle, not only would he struggle with becoming an animagus, but even ordinary transfiguration might remain elusive. It appears you have formulated an idea. If you do not mind sharing, I would be eager to hear it, Professor McGonagall replied, reclining slightly in her chair, as if the recent examinations had rendered her somewhat fatigued. Of course, Professor, this is precisely what I wish to articulate, for I am uncertain of its feasibility. Seizing the moment, Eino was resolved to express his thoughts regardless of her inquiry. He recalled a philosopher from the East who once remarked that upon seeing his own finger, he beheld the world and all its entities. He posited that upon death, one transforms into soil, which nurtures plants, consumed by animals, and ultimately by humans. Within this cycle, his finger had witnessed everything. Thus, he believed a fish leaping from the water could become a bird, and withered grass could turn into a cicada of autumn. All things are not singular or immutable. Having shared his innermost reflections, he sat quietly beside her. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall fell into a brief contemplation. The spacious transfiguration classroom fell into silence. Even the owl stood motionless to one side, no longer preening its feathers. Time passed quietly. After a moment, Professor McGonagall straightened, her expression turning earnest. Mr. SlowBurn, you need not complete your summer assignment for transfiguration. Instead, I would like you to compose a paper based on your earlier perspective and submit it to me upon the commencement of the new term. It holds the potential to earn the Best Newcomer Award from today's Transfiguration. Truly honored. Eino smiled, yet added, but Professor, you have yet to inform me whether it is feasible. Indeed, it is feasible, as long as you believe. Professor McGonagall's expression revealed some surprise, yet she continued to expound. All papers and books, regardless of their nature, share a singular purpose, to instill belief within you. Your previous perspective may lead many meticulous individuals to choose belief, and likewise, it allows them to reassess the art of transfiguration. This is the fundamental reason it holds the promise of accolades. Half an hour later, Eino emerged from the office cradling a grand white owl. This journey not only liberated him from his narrow understanding of transfiguration, but also gifted him a limited edition owl. Truly a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the vividly animated owl before him, he realized that this was likely Professor McGonagall's subtle commendation for diligent students. Of course, had the circumstances been different, the reward might not have been an owl, but rather a parental consent evaluation letter. Chapter 69, The Returning Train. The train glided through the dawn's early light, the window framing swiftly passing fields and hills. Inside the compartment, Eino quietly observed the scenery outside. Once, he had boarded this very train with eager anticipation, journeying towards the fairy tale realm of Hogwarts. Now, a school year had swiftly elapsed, and he found himself once again aboard the same train, departing. While everything seemed unchanged, Eino was acutely aware that many things had undergone profound transformations. Under the inertia of fate, Quirrell, or rather, the remnant of Voldemort, was ultimately vanquished by the magic of love, and Gryffindor had managed to turn the tide despite a significant deficit. Slytherin's 7-year reign was ultimately unfulfilled. However, some trivial matters had also not come to pass. Turning to glance at the train compartment, Draco remained Draco. Yet Goyle and Crabbe had been replaced by Pansy and Daphne. Knock, knock, knock. The compartment door swung open. Children, would you like some sweets? Certainly, madam. We would love some, Eino chimed in before anyone could decline. Although he had an abundance of candies and snacks packed away, purchasing from the trolley was a distinctly different experience than acquiring them from Honeydukes. It was akin to the moon of one's homeland, always appearing fuller than that seen elsewhere. Having spent a galleon, Eino indulged in the array of treats from the trolley. Observing the mound of sweets on the table, Draco hesitated before speaking. Eino, you really don't have to do this. My home is well stocked, and I can provide you with anything you desire. Your home? Pansy immediately seized upon the key point of his statement. Is Mr. Slytherin visiting your house this summer? Though directed at Draco, her gaze was firmly fixed on Eino. Well, yes, I will be visiting Draco's home this summer, Eino replied helplessly. He increasingly felt that Draco had a loose tongue. They had expressly agreed in the dormitory not to mention this matter, yet Draco had brought it up in front of Pansy and Daphne. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Pansy was momentarily speechless, her expression shifting through confusion, shock, suspicion, and disbelief. I'm merely stopping by for 2 days, just 2 days. Afterward, I proceeded to spend my holiday according to my own plans. Eino hastily began to explain. Upon witnessing the change in Pansy's expression, he sensed that something was amiss. Especially with Daphne stifling her laughter nearby, her flirtatious glances flitting between him and Malfoy like a cunning little fox that had pilfered a hen. As these scenes unfolded, Eino felt a prickling unease. After all, they were in England, and if he did not clarify things now, who could predict what rumors would arise upon their return to school? Eino is merely coming to my home for a couple of days, at my father's invitation. What on earth are you two thinking? Malfoy, too late to grasp the situation, realized the gravity of the matter, his cheeks flushed with an unhealthy hue out of anger. He, too, feared the whispers that would surely circulate if this information reached the castle after the term commenced. The scarred one would undoubtedly seize upon it to mock him. Why are you making such a fuss? Did I say anything? Pansy shot back at Malfoy, then turned her gaze towards the ever-amused Daphne. And you, is it that amusing? You've been laughing nonstop since earlier. Despite the forceful retort, Eino sensed that Pansy had inexplicably relaxed. Initially reserved, she now resembled a dam brimming with water. At this moment, although she appeared somewhat domineering, it was more akin to a controlled release, the pressure gradually diminishing. When the opportunity arises, I shall invite you both to my home, perhaps next Christmas or during the summer holidays. In any case, I am contemplating purchasing my own house in Hogsmeade. Eino slowly articulated his plans, aiming to dissipate the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the compartment. Buying a house? Malfoy exclaimed in surprise, turning his head. Leave this to me. I will ask my father to assist you in finding one. If nothing suitable is available, you can build one right next to my home. After all, our family has acquired all the surrounding land. Hearing Malfoy's response, Eino immediately began to ponder how to cleverly decline the offer. The earlier suggestion was acceptable. Seeking Lucius's help would spare him unnecessary troubles. However, the notion of constructing a house adjacent to Malfoy Manor seemed an attempt to ensure sufficient lodging for future Death Eater gatherings. Yet before he could refuse, Pansy interjected. Having regained her composure, Mr. Swinburne, we have idle properties in Hogsmeade, whether shops or residences, that could serve your needs quite well. You need not involve Draco. The Malfoy family has little in Hogsmeade aside from the shops in Diagon Alley. On the other side, as Pansy concluded her remarks, Malfoy surprisingly refrained from retorting, instead turning his head towards the window, seemingly a tacit acceptance. Thank you very much, Miss Parkinson. My budget is rather modest, approximately 10,000 galleons. So I will not consider shops. A small house for living would suffice. After some contemplation, Eino revealed his price range, knowing that 10,000 galleons was the utmost he could manage. After all, a single gold coin from Gringotts can be exchanged for 145 galleons. Although old John generously gifted a full bag, it amounts to no more than 100 coins. And then there's me. Our family has an abundance of house elves. While I cannot give one away freely, I could sell you one. Daphne, seizing the moment, chimed in. Thank you very much, Miss Gringotts. However, I do not intend to make a purchase at this time. Perhaps I shall seek you out when the need arises. Eino politely declined. Although it is a resale, the sentiment remains unblemished. During his time in Slytherin, he had come to learn certain truths, such as the fact that house elves have always been under the control of purebloods, with no chance of external circulation. Even in the event of sales, these transactions are solely absorbed within their own circles. As for the likes of Nocturne Alley and other black markets, should a house elf appear there, it is most likely purchased by dark wizards for experimentation. After all, no one dares to trust an unbound house elf. The train departing for the summer break glided smoothly along the tracks. In a nearby carriage, Hermione gently caressed the soft, velvety feathers of her owl, feeling the warmth and slight tremors beneath her fingertips. In return, the owl seemed to relish this interaction, half closing its eyes and nuzzling against Hermione's palm, expressing its delight. This scene unfolded perfectly before Ron's eyes. He first glanced at Hermione's owl, then turned his gaze to the snowy owl, Hedwig, perched on the shelf. Quietly, Ron reached into his pocket and firmly grasped the sleeping Scabbers. Chapter 70, A New Story. Over 200 kilometers from London, in Wiltshire. As evening fell, after traversing a lush forest, Eino finally arrived at his destination, Malfoy Manor. Upon entering the estate, he was greeted by a sprawling lawn. To his astonishment, the lawn was adorned with the luminescent grass mentioned in A Thousand Magical Herbs. While a small bundle of 2 nuts may seem inexpensive, to fill an entire expansive lawn with such extravagant decor, one could hardly find another family in all of Britain capable of such luxury as the Malfoys. At the end of the lawn stood a grand main building, resplendent in white and exuding a sense of solemnity. The architecture was steeped in the rich style of the Victorian era, with walls and stone pillars intricately etched with exquisite reliefs. Before the main entrance, Eino's gaze unexpectedly met that of the manor's owners, Draco's parents, Lucius and Narcissa. Lucius, a dignified middle-aged man radiating authority tempered with grace, welcomed him with a deep, resonant voice that seemed to imbue each word with a core elegance. Malfoy Manor welcomes you, Mr. Sweeney. Eino responded with a slight bow. Thank you very much for your invitation, Mr. Malfoy and Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa, once the pure-blood maiden of the Black family, now the gracious mistress of the manor, gently spoke. Do come in. Having traveled by train for so long, I imagine you must be utterly fatigued. Yet, Eino keenly discerned that Narcissa's gaze seemed never to waver from her son, Draco. Within those profound eyes resided a sea of maternal affection and longing, the emotions flowing like a gentle stream, warm and subtle. During the banquet, as Eino surveyed the exquisite array of dishes, she marveled once more at the wealth and connections of the Malfoy family. Many items gracing the table appeared to transcend mere monetary value. They required navigating the intricacies of the Magical Creatures Protection Act while evading scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. Throughout the dinner, the Malfoy family adhered to traditional decorum, steering clear of sensitive or contentious topics in their conversations. For instance, in this moment, Narcissa expressed concern for Draco's life at the castle, yet refrained from mentioning his exam results. Observing the heartwarming scene before her, Eino couldn't help but smile slightly. Just imagine, a mother who never inquires about exam scores. How enviable that must be. Across the table, Lucius's voice shattered the previous tranquility. Mr. Slytherin, Draco and Severus have both spoken of you. If you do not mind, I would like you to call me Uncle Lucius. Moreover, I warmly welcome you to reside at the manor during your holidays, at least until your graduation. Upon Lucius's words, the atmosphere in the dining room shifted to a more nuanced tone. The Malfoy, who had been conversing quietly with his mother, ceased his chatter, turning his expectant gaze toward Eino. Of course, Draco and I are indeed friends, and I hope you will call me Eino as well, she replied, nodding gently with a warm smile. However, Uncle Lucius, I sincerely appreciate your invitation, but I would prefer to purchase my own house in Hogsmeade. Draco is aware of this. Very well, I respect your choice, Lucius nodded in understanding. Though Draco felt a tinge of disappointment, He recognized Eino's steadfast nature. Once she made a decision, it was rarely altered. With this thought, he resumed his hushed conversation with his mother, recounting various amusing anecdotes from the castle. After the banquet, only Eino and Lucius remained seated across from each other in the drawing room. Eino, to be candid, I am genuinely pleased that Draco has made a friend like you. Your perfect scores and the admiration from your professors attest to your remarkable prowess. Lucius's eyes glimmered with sincere appreciation. Eino smiled softly, reclining against the plush sofa. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Lucius. I merely seek simplicity in this chaotic and intricate world, and all my endeavors are aimed solely toward that goal. Searching for simplicity, Lucius murmured softly, and this phrase seemed to resonate deeply within him, evoking certain echoes of sentiment. After a brief moment of silence, it was unclear what thoughts crossed Lucius's mind. Nonetheless, his expression grew somewhat serious. Eino, he said earnestly, I sincerely hope you can regard me as an uncle. In your future quest for simplicity, the Malfoy family shall become your most steadfast ally. Holidays always seem to pass more swiftly than ordinary days. On the third day of his stay at Malfoy Manor, Eino bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. He could not help but succumb to the stirring in his heart, compelling him to choose departure. Although each journey and return felt but a fleeting moment, the presence of house elves at Malfoy Manor made any anomaly easily detectable. That morning, after graciously declining the Malfoy family's offer of a carriage for his departure, Eino, carrying his suitcase, hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled along the country lanes of Wiltshire. His spirits were exceptionally high. With Lucius's assistance, he had acquired a broomstick without stepping outside and replenished his suitcase with an abundance of standard potions. This included a rare small vial of Felix Felicis and some illicit polyjuice potion. Importantly, all these potions were crafted by the esteemed potion master Slughorn, ensuring their unparalleled quality. Recalling the polyjuice potion made Eino chuckle. His motivation for purchasing such potions was purely to experience other identities in future tales. However, Lucius seemed to have overthought the matter, presenting him with a large suitcase resembling a tool of mischief. Inside, besides 2 sizable bottles of polyjuice potion, there were 12 samples of hair, complete with photographs, spanning 3 generations, as well as various robes for disguise and 3 inconspicuous aluminum flasks. As he walked along the country path, Eino once again felt the stirring within his heart, and without a second thought, he dove into the dense thicket nearby. Moments later, a young man in his 20s, with dark hair and blue eyes, emerged from the bushes, looking somewhat perplexed at the aluminum flask he held, before cautiously stowing it away in his pocket. This young man was the very manifestation of Eino after consuming the polyjuice potion. Since he had acquired the potion, he too wished to experience a story from the perspective of an adult. Emerging from the thicket, Eino surveyed his surroundings. The vast expanse of grassland stretched before him, reaching towards a horizon beyond sight. To his left lay a dense forest, its towering trees casting deep shadows, their lush foliage creating an enchanting yet shadowy realm. In a fleeting glance, he had noticed 2 peculiar statues standing at the forest's edge, facing each other, forming an archway barely wide enough for 2 to pass through. A soft chuckle escaped him as he turned his back on the statues and continued towards the grassland. As for the forest that appears so enigmatic, let those who wish to venture forth do so. After all, he is not embarking on an adventure with a mission, and there is no need to seek out trouble. It has been said that gazing upon the sea, where sky and ocean merge in a resplendent panorama, is a magnificent experience. Yet at this moment, upon this vast expanse of prairie, Eino finds himself enveloped by a similar sensation. Strolling across the boundless grasslands beneath the setting sun is indeed a rare delight. Chapter 71, The Middle-earth. As dusk descends, a faint golden hue graces the horizon, reminiscent of colors inadvertently spilled from an artist's palette. The endless prairie, bathed in the gentle twilight, appears immeasurably expansive, resembling a green ocean, its undulating waves pulsating with the rhythm of life. The rolling hills in the distance rise and fall, their contours gradually blurring in the afterglow of the sun, akin to the wrinkles of the earth. The grass upon these hills sways gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Though beautiful, prolonged observation may lead to weariness. After wandering along the prairie for about half an hour, Eino could no longer resist opening his suitcase. In the past, he would have accepted walking for days on end with ease. Yet now, with the advent of the flying broomstick, it seems human nature inclines towards laziness. He found himself utterly disinclined to travel by foot. Securing the suitcase on his back, he glanced down at the arrow-shaped logo on the broomstick, and without a second thought, he swung himself onto it. With a gentle push of his legs against the ground, the broomstick shot upward like an arrow, soaring into the sky. Although he did not recognize the brand, the exhilarating speed suggested it was certainly not a cheap item, far surpassing the antiquated models used in flying lessons. In midair, Eino rode the broomstick, flying in a straight line. However, It became evident that the terrain here exceeded his expectations. In the past, he would have encountered a variety of landscapes, even during his journey to Narnia. Despite walking for several days, the scenery in the woods was ever-changing, unlike the monotonous scenery he now faced. Yet, having disregarded the dense forest in favor of the prairie, he could only persist onward with determination. While precision in timing was impossible during flight, the dimming surroundings indicated that time was not too short. Finally, just before darkness enveloped the land, Eino discovered a scene unlike any other. Lush fields of alfalfa blossomed on the ground, meticulously cultivated in a distinct area, clearly a result of deliberate planting. At the intersection of the alfalfa fields and the hills stood a quiet farmhouse. Constructed from stone and wood, the farmhouse, though weathered by time, remained steadfast. Within the confines of the farmhouse's fence, a few cows, sheep, and horses grazed leisurely, occasionally emitting soft sounds that infused the tranquil evening with a touch of life. From the heights above, the entire scene appeared serene and harmonious under the gentle glow of dusk. At last, he had found a place inhabited by others. Eino sighed softly, descending gracefully on his broomstick not far from the farm. As he strolled through the field of alfalfa, it felt as if his senses had been cleansed. The air suffused with a delicate fragrance. After several minutes of walking, the true visage of the farm finally unfolded before him. Gulliver's Travels? The Land of Giants? Eino murmured, simultaneously pondering which tale he had unwittingly entered. The houses in the farm were clearly not meant for ordinary folk, towering at 40 feet. With entrances as spacious as small city gates, even Hagrid would find himself dwarfed here. A glimpse was enough to deduce that the inhabitants of this estate were giants, standing at least 5 meters tall, for anything less would be an affront to the lavish furnishings. As Eino contemplated how to initiate conversation, a distant rumble captured his attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly flicked his forearm, summoning the wand concealed within his sleeve into his grasp. Thanks to extensive practice and adaptability, the entire motion was executed seamlessly in an instant. He then turned to glance behind him, only to be met by a colossal shadow hurtling toward him. The distance of over 100 meters closing in the blink of an eye. Stumbling and faltering under the weight of fear, he felt the urgency of the moment. Without a trace of hesitation, Eino unleashed a trio of spells before bolting toward the farmhouse. In that instant, he regretted having stored his broom in the satchel. Had it been in hand, his predicament would have been far less dire. Yet, the spells he cast merely tempered the giant shadow's momentum slightly. Seizing the brief reprieve, he finally discerned the assailant's form, a massive black bear, over 7 meters in length and standing around 5 meters tall when on all fours. One could only imagine the terror it would evoke if it stood upright. With this realization, Eino fled with renewed vigor in such a beast's presence. Even the mightiest of creatures, be they monstrous or three-headed, would pale in comparison. It was known that a brown bear standing over 2.5 meters could effortlessly shatter a bison's spine with a single swipe. Gazing at the farm now within arm's reach, he no longer dared to hope it would shield him from the bear, but rather yearned for the giants within to emerge and provide even a moment's delay for him to retrieve his broom from the satchel. Frost shot, obstacle enchantment, quick confinement. 20 arrows of solid ice materialized in a semicircular formation around Eino. Then, akin to a semi-automatic rifle, they were released in rapid succession. Yet, the ice arrows merely tickled the bear, bursting into beautiful frost flowers upon its thick fur. Nevertheless, even so, combined with the obstacle and confinement spells, the bear's speed diminished once more. Is anyone there? Open the door. There's a beast outside. Eino called out urgently from the edge of the farm. Please, open the door. The beast is coming for your livestock. Your horses will be its next meal. However, despite his fervent calls, the farmhouse remained eerily silent, as if it harbored no inhabitants at all. With the colossal bear drawing ever closer, he could not afford to dwell on his thoughts. He had no choice but to continue weaving around the farmhouse with his kite. In such dire circumstances, a straight sprint would only hasten his demise. 2 legs could never outrun 4. Time slipped away, minute by minute. He lost track of how long it had been, but darkness had enveloped the sky, and the distant mountains rose shrouded in a faint mist, exuding an unsettling aura. Surrounding the farmhouse, vibrant magical lights flickered incessantly, never ceasing. At last, the great bear seemed to tire, or perhaps was distracted by something else. After emitting a resounding roar, it ambled away towards the dense woods of the opposing mountain range. With a sigh of relief, Eino leaned against the farmhouse railing, panting heavily. At that moment, he felt grateful to be a wizard. As long as he could breathe and maintain his strength, he could continue to unleash magic. Otherwise, in such a protracted struggle, a traditional mage might not have endured as long. Swift and fiercely defensive, the bear's relentless pursuit would be a nightmare for any sorcerer. After resting against the wall for a brief moment, Eino slowly rose and unfastened his carry-on suitcase. He retrieved his flying broomstick and fashioned a rope to secure it around his waist. He resolved that he would not stow the broom away again until this perilous tale reached its conclusion. Chapter 72. The Third Era. Under the night's veil. Eino gazed at the mist-enshrouded mountains in the distance, then surveyed the expansive meadow around him. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to enter the farmhouse before him. The unlocking spell is less effective than Hermione's quick wit, he mused, lamenting the tightly shut door of the farmhouse. Though he expressed this sentiment, he felt no regret. In such a situation, if he had rushed into the farmhouse and failed to secure the door in time, he would have been cornered in the confined space, unable to escape, especially with the bear hot on his heels. Alohomora. The incantation resonated, and the imposing wooden door of the farmhouse swung open. Stepping inside, Eino surveyed his surroundings, noticing that everything, from the utensils to the furniture, including tables, chairs, beds, and wardrobes, appeared to be a magnified version of ordinary items. Curiously, he observed that the beams and pillars were adorned with various crude patterns, resembling totems or spontaneous graffiti, lending an air of mystery to the space. Similarly, against one wall, an array of colossal weapons lay stacked, swords exceeding 3 meters in length, execution axes even taller, and sickles with blades over 1 meter in diameter. Although these weapons bore the marks of age and wear, with rust and deep purple stains, they seemed to testify that they were more than mere ornaments. As time passed, the night outside the farmhouse appeared unusually lively. In the dimly lit room, Eino listened intently to the various low growls of beasts that echoed in his ears, interspersed with chilling cries. This unnerving symphony heightened his vigilance, rendering sleep utterly impossible. He opened his suitcase and consumed an entire vial of a revitalizing potion in one swift gulp. It was undoubtedly a testament to the prowess of a master alchemist. As the bitter liquid coursed through his mouth, the fatigue from the earlier battle and the heaviness of night's slumber vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality. After a brief moment of introspection, a satisfied smile graced Eino's face. In this current state, even if a colossal bear were to attack, he felt confident he could engage in combat for several hours, perhaps even vanquish it mid-air. However, the thought of the unknown narrative quickly quelled his bravado, for he understood that even the slightest alteration could precipitate unpredictable changes in the unfolding story. He felt an overwhelming sense of transformation since entering Hogwarts. Seated upon a grand chair, Eino pondered silently. It seemed that since the commencement of the term, the fantastical world had undergone a significant metamorphosis. The quaint scenes of small villages and towns had vanished, whether it was the previous adventure in Narnia or the unfolding tale at this very moment. The terrain was remarkably expansive, and peril was ever looming. Night stretched interminably, and although he had imbibed the potion, the resultant energy brought its own set of disadvantages, namely, an inability to channel it. Yet, given the circumstances, it was evident that he could not act recklessly. Thus, he remained in his enormous chair, idly scattering snowflakes while awaiting the dawn in silence. As time trickled by, a sudden noise from the entrance jolted Eino from his reverie, prompting him to leap from his chair, wand firmly in hand. "Come forth. I know you are there," he called out. A coarse, gravelly voice responded from beyond the door. It was a matter of fate. One must confront what must be confronted. Relieved to hear a voice that suggested communication rather than an immediate life-or-death confrontation, Eino exhaled softly. Stepping cautiously out of the room, he was met with the sight of a giant standing in the courtyard, towering at around 20 feet. The creature's massive form, adorned with a thick mane of hair, exuded an imposing presence. "I apologize for intruding uninvited," Eino said, bowing slightly. "I was pursued by beasts yesterday and had no choice but to seek refuge here." Upon seeing the figure before him, Eino realized he had stumbled into the giant's abode and felt compelled to justify his uninvited presence. "My name is Bjorn, the last skin changer of Middle-earth. In my beastly form, I find it difficult to control my actions." To Eino's surprise, the giant responded with unexpected kindness, offering his own explanation without pressing the issue of the intrusion. The term skin changer resonated deeply within Eino, as a cascade of familiar words echoed in his mind. As a brilliant gem in the annals of fantasy, he was well acquainted with this lengthy narrative. As the remarkable shapeshifter Bjorn, he possesses a certain understanding of his circumstances, ultimately rendering him a pitiable and tragic figure. His family was ruthlessly slain by orcs, and he himself was shackled in iron chains, treated like a mere pet for their amusement. After a fortunate escape, he took refuge outside the misty mountains, where he has spent years hunting the minions of darkness and solitude. However, it seems that Bjorn harbors a degree of fondness for humanity, unlike the indifference he displays towards dwarves and stories. With this thought in mind, Eino smiled and said, "Bardino, I have heard tales of your exploits, Mr. Bjorn. I bear no ill will. Let us put last night's misunderstanding behind us. You should not be here." Bjorn's hoarse voice echoed once more. The insidious encroachment of evil has rendered the misty mountains unsafe. Meanwhile, Eino found himself deep in contemplation. Although he had confirmed the background of the tale, he he remained ignorant of the current state of Middle-earth, even unaware of the present age. If he unwittingly wandered into Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith amidst a great war, he would truly be in dire straits. However, one thing he could ascertain was that it was certainly not the terrifying Second Age. After all, the living embodiment of Bjorn stood before him, a testament to the passage of time. This brings to light the monumental transformations within Middle-earth. During the First Age, the Age of Melkor, creatures like the dragon Glorung were merely pawns, alongside the active presence of ancient fire demons. In the Second Age, under Sauron's dominion, powerful shapeshifters like Bjorn were reduced to being shackled and displayed as mere curiosities. Yet, in the Third Age, following the downfall of Menor due to the alliance of elves and men, Middle-earth experienced a dramatic decline, akin to entering an age of darkness, where all extraordinary powers swiftly receded. As a result, Bjorn is now able to traverse the misty mountains with ease, guarding this land that has yet to be tainted by evil, capable of vanquishing any orc, warg, or even troll with little effort. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, reality unfolded in a mere instant. After a moment's hesitation, Eino spoke. "Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Bjorn. I shall take a brief respite and then depart." "Suit yourself," Bjorn replied, no longer persuading him, and instead seized a massive hand axe, resuming his labor in the courtyard. The wooden stump, measuring over a meter in diameter, was cleaved by Bjorn as effortlessly as slicing through soft cake, producing uniform logs. In the courtyard, Eino stood quietly to the side, awaiting the completion of Bjorn's work so he could inquire about the map and the current time before determining the course of his journey. Chapter 73. Greetings, Gandalf. At the farmstead, in the courtyard, from dawn to noon, Bjorn either tirelessly chopped wood or fed hay to the livestock contained within the fence, or harvested honey from the beehives at the back of the yard. In essence, it appeared as though there was an endless array of tasks to be completed. Eino exhibited considerable patience, remaining silent as he waited for Bayan to complete his tasks. As the sun ascended to its zenith, and after Bayan finished cleaning the last sheepfold, Eino gradually spoke up. "Mr. Bayan, if it pleases you, I would like to invite you to lunch, to sample the sweets I brought from my homeland, as a token of gratitude for your hospitality last night." "Very well. If you have inquiries, do not hesitate to ask," Bayan replied, briefly lifting his gaze before redirecting it towards the distant mountains. "It seems you shall not be leaving today. Best to set off at dawn tomorrow. Follow the misty mountains eastward, cross the Anduin River, and by evening, you will reach the nearest human settlement." "Huh. Thank you for your guidance indeed. Lunch is essential," Eino replied with a sheepish smile. In that moment, he cast aside any notions of condescension. This skin changer, who had lived since the Second Age, appeared to embody wisdom in proportion to his stature, large in both physique and intellect. Half an hour later, Eino adorned the expansive dining table with heaps of chocolate and a generous assortment of creamy toffees. Considering Bayan's size, these confections had been unwrapped with the aid of household magic, presented in their unadorned form, ready to be grasped and savored. In a similar vein, as the master of the farm, Bayan produced freshly baked whole grain bread, 2 large bowls of honey, and an array of freshly picked fruits. Observing the wooden bowl, the size of a basin, brimming with recently ladled honey, complete with a few floating bees, Eino felt no aversion. Rather, he joyfully dipped the bread into the honey. This pure, natural honey was a rare delight. "Mr. Bayan, have you encountered any dwarves in recent years?" Eino inquired casually while enjoying his bread. "Dwarves? Greedy, stubborn, and miserly," Bayan replied, shaking his head in disapproval. "It has been ages since any dwarves have graced this land, so long that I have nearly forgotten the passage of time." "Is that so?" "To be honest, I too harbor no fondness for dwarves. Were they to relinquish their avarice, perhaps their civilization would shine more brilliantly." Eino expressed his perspective, contemplating that in Middle-earth, if dwarves could indeed cast off their greedy affliction, they might create a truly remarkable civilization. However, due to their insatiable greed, even in the face of countless misfortunes and calamities, they remained unyielding, unchanged. Of course, the protagonist of the tale of Smaug, Thorin Oakenshield, the last king of the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, ultimately overcame the curse of the dragon sickness, yet met his demise in the Battle of 5 Armies. Reflecting on the history of the dwarves evokes a sentiment of neglect, akin to a grandchild unloved by their grandmother or uncle. Be it during the era of the Mines of Moria or later in the Age of the Kings under the Mountain, their fate was invariably fraught with hardship. Eino understood this to some extent, for in the grand order of creation, the eldest, the elves, and the youngest, humanity, invariably received more favor from Eru Il Vader. As for the dwarves, standing as the second in line, their subtle neglect was, regrettably, comprehensible. Minutes later, Bayan finished the last morsel of bread in his hand. The confectionery was delightful, particularly the creamy toffee, which evoked a subtle sense of happiness, as if infused with some magical essence. Upon hearing this, Eino set down his food, somewhat taken aback, and remarked, "Perhaps, yet I have never pondered such things. I merely find its flavor quite pleasing. The ephemeral bliss can, at times, be intoxicating. As he spoke, Bion gradually closed his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them, his gaze deepening. I am uncertain as to why you have come here. But the misty mountains have changed. A dark essence has tainted the forest, and the woodland spirits merely endure and withdraw. If possible, depart at dawn tomorrow. For an entire era, I have not encountered a human sorcerer. Eino seemed to surmise the reason for his preferential treatment. Perceiving a sense of fondness and gratitude in Bion's tone, I will depart, Eino replied calmly. To be candid, I possess no ulterior motives. I am merely passing through. Oh, as you wish, Bion nodded slowly, continuing, after dusk, it would be wise to remain indoors. I acknowledge that you bear some resemblance to the former human sorcerers, yet your strength is still somewhat lacking, at least insufficient to inflict any mortal harm upon me. I shall not venture out today, Eino retorted without hesitation. After lunch, Bion busied himself, seemingly herding cattle and horses to pasture. In his idleness, Eino transformed a stone into a rocking chair woven from vines. Reclining leisurely in the courtyard, he basked in the sun, reclaiming the sleep lost from the previous night's vigil, and succumbed to a delightful slumber. As dusk approached, a gentle breeze wafted through the misty mountains, bringing a refreshing coolness that swept over the courtyard. Eino gradually opened his eyes, having enjoyed a profoundly restful sleep. After all, the moniker of Bion, the Skin Changer, resonated throughout the realms of darkness. Even the pale half-orc leader, a Sorg, leading a small cadre of elite wolf riders, dared not assault this farmstead. Nor could he even muster the audacity to harass it. Upon awakening, Eino surveyed the courtyard but found no trace of Bion. Likely, he had once again transformed into a massive bear to seek vengeance upon the half-orcs in the Misty Mountains. From their midday conversation, it was evident that no dwarves had appeared recently, thereby affirming the timeline. It must have been prior to the events involving the dragon smog, during which time, should one venture into the human realm, a period of relative tranquility could be enjoyed. This realization solidified his decision to set forth at dawn, journeying eastward across the Anduin River to reside in Esgaroth for a while. As for the tale of smog, it would unfold as destined, beginning and concluding in its own time. Before nightfall descended, as Eino was preparing to make a modest dinner, the ground outside the farmhouse reverberated with the same tremor as the previous day's encounter with the giant bear. Instinctively, he grasped his wand, only to tuck it back into his pocket moments later. Bongo was not a werewolf. Although somewhat irritable after his transformation, his fundamental reasons still prevailed. Otherwise, the livestock would have long vanished, leaving the estate barren. As the sound drew nearer, the farmhouse door was suddenly flung open. Phil, quick, Bongo, run. It's coming for your backside. A boy, approximately 5 feet tall, akin to a human of 13 or 14 years, squeezed through the entrance. Following him, as if dumplings were being tossed into boiling water, came 1, 2, 3, 4. Close the door. With that command from one of the dwarves, everyone rallied together to shut the farmhouse door, narrowly avoiding pinching the giant bear's nose in the process. Chapter 74. Gandalf's invitation. There were a full 13 dwarves alongside a tall elder clad in gray robes. With such distinct recognition, Eino immediately understood that these figures were the protagonists from the tale of smog. After a brief moment, the group seemed to regain their composure, simultaneously beginning to assess their surroundings. Hey, that human, your farmhouse is about to be breached by a colossal beast, and you just stood there like a fool? Why didn't you come to help? Remarked a stout dwarf. Bongo, a robust middle-aged dwarf, emerged from the crowd, silencing the complaints of the stout dwarf, and then turned to Eino. We sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused you. Please allow us to stay here for the night. We shall depart at dawn. Your kindness will be remembered by the dwarves, and we will repay you in due time. You should not be addressing me in such a manner. For I too am merely a guest here, Eino replied, spreading his hands innocently. Then who is the master of this place? Inquired the dwarf. As the dwarf spoke, the previously silent elder in gray stepped forward. I believe the rightful master is currently locked out by us. Upon hearing there was no master, the dwarves ceased to ponder the implications of being locked out, resembling students in a classroom devoid of a professor. Disregarding all formalities, they scattered throughout the courtyard, each finding a comfortable spot to rest, lying down or sitting as they pleased. Witnessing this scene, Eino chuckled softly and then turned to enter the house. After sleeping through the afternoon in the courtyard, the meager bread and honey he had consumed were long gone, and now he needed to prepare some dinner. As for the dwarven company, they would continue their journey according to their own fates. Inside the room, Eino first heated the leftover bread from lunch, then retrieved 2 jars of blueberry jam, along with a small portion of dried cheese and sliced ham from his suitcase, and began to eat contentedly. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Dumbledore. The suitcase, much like Newt's, had been modified to function in 2 distinct modes. In its muggle mode, he always kept some simple provisions, making it convenient to access during his travels, thus avoiding any sense of awkwardness. As Eino was enjoying his dinner, a small head suddenly popped into the room. May I trade some food with you? Fresh blueberry jam and smoked ham. These are my favorite delicacies from the Shire. Oh, by the way, I am Bilbo, a hobbit from the Shire. Setting aside the bread in his hands, Eino gazed with interest at the nimble rogue of the adventuring party. He felt a certain fondness for the hobbit before him. After all, resisting the temptation of the One Ring was a feat that had bested nearly everyone else, ensuring at least a degree of character. Very well, Bilbo. But what do you intend to offer in exchange? Eino teased, observing Bilbo's lack of possessions. I have something. Bilbo exclaimed as he lifted his tunic, rummaged a bit, and produced a modestly wrapped yet meticulously sealed parcel. Premium tobacco from the Shire. I've been reluctant to smoke it. You will surely delight in its rich, aromatic flavor. Eino's interest was piqued at the sight of the small package upon the table, recalling fond memories of indulging in such pleasures, even to the extent of never parting with it before sleep or after meals. I accept. Feel free to eat as much as you like. And if it's not enough, just let me know. I have plenty more. He handed Bilbo another unopened jar of jam and proceeded to slice a plate of ham. After completing these tasks, Eino finally set about unwrapping the gift from the Shire. Staring at the familiar hue and reminiscent scent, he hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he opted to reseal it, recognizing that while he appeared to be in his 20s, it was merely the result of a potion's effect. Casting a glance at Bilbo, who was heartily enjoying his meal, Eino reached for the half-eaten bread again. However, it seemed that this meal was destined for misfortune. For just as he had taken a few bites, another figure entered the room. Pardon my intrusion. May we converse, traveler from afar? Gandalf's words landed like a stone upon the tranquil surface of the lake, instantly causing Eino to tense up. To quell his nerves and confirm his suspicions were unfounded, he calmly replied, certainly. It is always a pleasure to share conversation during one's travels. Meanwhile, Bilbo, observing the two engaging in dialogue, politely lifted his food and exited the room. At that moment, an uncanny silence enveloped the space. The dark forces were once again stirring. Gandalf, seated in an adjacent chair, began to speak slowly. They are stirring. Middle-earth shall once again be shrouded in darkness. The dwarves will reclaim the Lonely Mountain, restoring the glory of the once great king beneath the mountain, thus safeguarding the vast territories west of the Misty Mountains. Centered upon the Lonely Mountain, we shall unite with the woodland elves and the men of Laketown to form a bulwark. Countless lives will be spared from disaster and the ravages of war. After several minutes of quietly absorbing Gandalf's discourse, Eino finally spoke. A grand mission indeed. Yet I am but a wandering minstrel. Perhaps I can extol your great deeds in my travels to come. He comprehended Gandalf's underlying meaning, but was reluctant to engage further. Wandering? Gandalf repeated with a smile. Yet the Vala have entrusted me with a message. If you so desire, the gates of Middle-earth shall forever remain open to you. If his earlier words were but ripples on the lake's surface, then now it felt as though a deep-sea bomb had been detonated beneath. Time slipped by, moment by moment. After a significant pause, Eino calmly replied, shall we discuss this tomorrow? I wish to rest now, gray-robed Gandalf. Of course. Gandalf stood up, his mission seemingly accomplished. Though he added, it would be best to be quick, for we are to depart at dawn. Eino leaned back in his chair, releasing a deep sigh. While he understood the depths of Middle-earth, he had not anticipated them to be this profound. The day's events were unlike anything he had encountered before. Even the Christmas figure from Narnia had only engaged in superficial dialogue, whereas Gandalf's words were far more profound. In comparison, the former was akin to a neighborly girl subtly expressing her affection, while the latter resembled a bold, stunning beauty offering a passionate kiss. Forever open doors. Eino murmured Gandalf's words, prompting him to reassess himself and the miracle unfolding within his life. It appeared that he had never fully grasped the nature of his passive acceptance, whether entering the story or departing from it. Gandalf's words today seemed to have flung open another door, revealing yet another possibility. Chapter 75. The adventure begins, the forging of swords by the High Elves. In the vast chamber, Eino sat quietly in his chair, yet his thoughts surged like a tempest-tossed sea, restless and unyielding. In his mind, he revisited the tales of Middle-earth. Spanning from the First Age to the Fourth Age, the Silmarils, Morgoth, Sauron, the Vala, and the Mayor. One by one, he meticulously re-examined every story in detail. After a moment, Eino seemed to reach a conclusion. Aiel Vader must have encountered some dilemma. Otherwise, Morgoth, as the firstborn, would not dare to act with such impunity, let alone Sauron thereafter. This realization likely elucidated why the other Vala and Mayor seldom intervened actively in the affairs of Middle-earth. Arriving at this conclusion was not a mere whim, but rather a deduction based on the entirety of the timeline's power. It was akin to a vast lake with its source in slumber. Within it swam a formidable fish. Seizing the opportunity to leverage the Silmarils, a small spring, in an attempt to forge a new path. After its failure, another smaller fish sought to do the same, using the One Ring, an even smaller spring. The source lay dormant, the extraordinary interrupted. Perhaps this was the very reason why the power of Middle-earth diminished with each generation. Likewise, it might explain why the Vala preferred to endure rather than directly intervene in the world. In the depths of contemplation, Eino realized that the information at hand was insufficient to unravel the so-called truth. Nonetheless, he found himself faced with two distinct paths, either to disregard Gandalf's counsel and proceed eastward to the serene city of Minas Tirith, awaiting the conclusion of the tale, or to embrace Gandalf's suggestion and embark on an adventure to assist the dwarves. The former route promised safety and tranquility, while the latter, though fraught with peril, offered rich rewards. More importantly, it provided him an opportunity to gain deeper insight into his own miraculous nature, should he miss this chance. Who could say how long he would have to wait for another? As the night deepened, amidst the rhythmic snores of dwarves, Eino began to organize his belongings. He carefully packed essential potions, white essence, vitality elixirs, detoxifying dung stones, and even a small vial of fortune tincture within his suitcase, designed for convenience. Likewise, he secured his flying broom with sturdy twine, slinging it across his back like a longbow. Time flowed slowly, listening to the familiar sounds from the courtyard. It was likely that Bjorn's night watch had come to an end. Rising slowly, Eino resolved to bid farewell to Bjorn before embarking on his adventure. However, as he stepped out of his room, he encountered Gandalf waiting at the door, as if he had anticipated this moment for some time. "It seems you have made a choice," Gandalf remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I have come to a decision," Eino replied calmly, "though I can be somewhat aloof at times. Your proposal has stirred my heart. Therefore, I have resolved to partake in this battle, but I must clarify one point. I cannot guarantee the extent of my contribution. You are aware that I am an outsider, and I trust you can see through my facade." There were no promises made, yet an unspoken commitment lingered in the air. Faced with Gandalf, a Maya, he found it difficult to dismiss the invitation, particularly in this realm. "That is sufficient, young sorcerer. Due to certain matters, I must be away for a time, so I hope you will assist the dwarves on this journey through the shadowy forest." As he spoke, Gandalf discreetly assessed Eino's gear, and upon noticing the broom behind him, he chuckled. "While sometimes a strategic retreat is vital, combat is not solely about withdrawal. You may also require another item." He then presented a beautifully crafted longsword. At the moment the sword was drawn, Eino felt a palpable aura of sanctity. The blade, over a meter in length, exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance. In the dimly lit courtyard before dawn, intricate runes adorned the blade, shimmering with a brilliance reminiscent of countless stars coalescing into a singular essence. This sword, a gift from Gandalf, was forged by the High Elves in the Second Age, and its previous owner was none other than Turgon, the renowned king of Gondolin, who had existed in the First Age. Gazing upon the legendary sword before him, one that transcends the sword of Gryffindor, it would be disingenuous to claim indifference. As he grasped the long sword, Eino took a moment to admire its resplendent beauty. Yet he felt compelled to express, "My apologies. I have no need for it. Although I am enamored by it, even tempted to covet it greedily. I am not that vile dragon, and you are in greater need of it than I." Chapter 76, The Battle in the Dark Woods. The Elven Path. A secret road from the bygone era is a seldom trodden path. As Eino surveyed the familiar surroundings, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. This was indeed the very place he had visited upon his arrival in Middle-earth. At that time, the forest had struck him as eerie, prompting his choice of the plains. Yet here he was, 2 days later, returned to his starting point. "Very well, let us release these ponies and allow them to return to their masters," Eino declared as he dismounted, addressing his companions Bilbo and Thorin, for these steeds were indeed a gift from Bjorn. Once the ponies were freed, the dwarves scrutinized the foreboding expanse of the dark woods before them. They understood that traversing the old forest path or detouring around the forest river would consume a considerable amount of time. Thus, to reach the lonely mountain before autumn's end, they were destined to cross this woodland. "Is there truly no alternative route?" Bilbo asked, his face reflecting trepidation as he beheld the sinister woods. "We must arrive at the lonely mountain before Durance Day. Only then can we discover the great door that grants entrance." Thorin looked at Bilbo, his gaze devoid of fear, replaced instead by fervor. As they drew nearer to the lonely mountain, that fervor became increasingly palpable. Thorin's demeanor unnerved Bilbo, causing him to instinctively take a small step back. Observing this, Eino could not suppress a silent smile. Perhaps the dragon's affliction had truly seeped into the very bones of the dwarves. "Before we embark, I would like each of you to hold a piece of antidote stone in your mouths. The darkened woods are tainted with a perplexing toxin in the air." As he spoke, Eino retrieved a substantial piece of the stone from his satchel. Although Gandalf had introduced him prior to their departure, and the group recognized him as a wizard, this peculiar stone still drew the dwarves' curious gazes. "It can counteract poison?" Thorin's eyes reflected skepticism. "As you can see, it serves as an antidote, yet the choice is yours." Eino understood the doubts, having only met them a day prior. Even Bilbo had only been fully accepted by the dwarves at the last moment. After a moment's hesitation, Thorin glanced at the shadowy woods, then resolved to break off a small piece and place it in his mouth. Following Thorin's lead, the remaining dwarves lined up to do likewise. Ugh, this tastes foul, like rotten refuse. It resembles Philly's stinky socks. Have you been secretly sniffing my feet? As he observed the series of chain reactions unfold, Eino could hardly suppress a laugh. However, he overlooked the presence of Thorin beside him. Why aren't you eating? Thorin's gaze sharpened, and his hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. The other dwarves, too, ceased their laughter, their demeanor turning vigilant. Me? Because I possess this, Eino declared, brandishing his wand and lightly tapping it against his head. The household magic spell, often employed in cooking to ward off the pungent odors of onions, peppers, and canned herring, was now his safeguard. Faced with this undeniable reality, Thorin remained silent and turned to stride into the dense forest. The other dwarves, however, offered apologetic smiles in his stead. I apologize on his behalf. My uncle can be quite stubborn, and it can be intimidating, spoke Keely, Thorin's nephew, who was also the archer secretly entangled in a romance with the woodland elf. I do not mind. I merely hope you will reclaim the Lonely Mountain soon. Eino remarked candidly. Having promised Gandalf, he was determined to facilitate Thorin's efforts to reclaim the mountain. After all, this was merely a minor hurdle. Yet, once the mountain was reclaimed, it would no longer concern him, as the extent of his promise was limited to this endeavor. In the shadowy forest, the entrance to the elven path was formed by 2 rows of towering trees leaning against one another, resembling a secret passageway leading to a dark cavern. Although it was Eino's first time entering, he was aware from the tales that they would encounter a dark creature akin to the 8-eyed giant spider. Thus, he had his wand at the ready, prepared for any eventuality. As for the sword meant for combat, it was little more than an ostentatious ornament to him, slung over his back like a broom. As they ventured into the elven path, the surrounding space grew increasingly constricted, winding through the trees, at times allowing passage for only a single person. As the group delved deeper, the light at the entrance gradually faded behind them. The forest around fell into a profound silence, so quiet that they could only hear the sound of their own footsteps, should they pause. They could even perceive the sound of each other's breathing. At some point, a faint mist began to rise within the forest, thickening with each moment, diminishing visibility until they could barely make out the silhouette of the teammate ahead of them. Sunlight returns. A resolute voice resonated in the ears of all the dwarves. Firm and powerful, they then beheld a golden light rising from the forefront of the line, akin to the sun rising in the early morning. The light pierced through the darkness, and within a radius of several dozen meters around the entire group, all the mist dissipated as if confronted by a natural enemy. That was well played. It should have been used sooner. Who was behind me just now, walking without looking? You keep poking me with the sword hilt. With the emergence of sunlight, the dwarven party regained their former vigor, chattering animatedly among themselves. Do not let your guard down. At present, we have scarcely traversed 1/10 of the journey, and what lies ahead remains a mystery to all. Eino raised his wand, simultaneously reminding the dwarves of their duties. Following a brief commotion, the dwarves gradually fell silent, each gripping their weapons, poised in quiet vigilance. Ultimately, each of these dwarves was a skilled warrior, adept in their own right. Time flowed steadily. As they navigated the hushed wilderness, it was unclear how long they had been traveling. Just as fatigue began to weigh upon them, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears from a distance, revitalizing everyone, particularly the youthful Keely and Philly, who dashed towards the source. Halt! That water is tainted by dark magic, Eino called out emphatically, perhaps due to the enhancement of the sunlight spell. He found himself gradually gaining authority within the group. This was most evident as Keely and Philly immediately ceased their advance upon hearing his voice. If you wish to drink, use your own provisions. Should anyone run out, feel free to ask me. I assure you, I have ample water. However, let us refrain from disturbing anything here as much as possible, Eino explained to the dwarves. He speaks wisely. We must hasten to the Lonely Mountain. Everything else is trivial, declared Thorin, who had remained silent until this moment, affirming the matter. He then surveyed the area, noting the weary expressions on his companions' faces. We may rest for a moment. Keely, keep watch. As the last king of Durance line, every word Thorin uttered was strictly obeyed by the dwarves. Chapter 77, Legolas. Just as the dwarves began to unpack their provisions to eat and drink, a voice rang out. Something is nearby. Stand guard. Seizing the moment, Keely swiftly nocked an arrow and released it. The sharp arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in the dense foliage beyond, eliciting a piercing howl from within the forest. Without hesitation, the dwarves abandoned their meals, swiftly drawing their weapons to form a defensive circle, preparing for the impending threat. The inexorable force of fate had led the dwarves to confront an attack by giant spiders in the woods. Following that dreadful scream, numerous spiders, each larger than the dwarves, surged forth from all directions, their massive pincers poised to strike. In a moment of clarity, Eino raised his hand and cast a slicing spell. After all, in this densely vegetated forest, magical attacks proved far more effective than physical ice arrows. In the distance, two of the fastest giant spiders, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, were bisected under the force of inertia. This seemed to sound a rallying call, as within the dwarven circle, Healy and another archer commenced their ranged assault. The battle commenced. Even in the face of the enormous spiders, the dwarves engaged in close combat without a hint of fear, wielding their weapons with remarkable valor. Positioned within the circle, Eino continuously waved his wand, unleashing a barrage of spells akin to an automatic rifle, striking forth with relentless fury. Although the frequency of attacks was rapid, the majority relied primarily on barrier and repulsion spells. After all, the dwarves were perilously close to the giant spiders, and a moment's inattention could easily result in friendly fire. Meanwhile, a giant spider descended from above, targeting the stout dwarf bomber, who wielded dual axes. Just as the creature, brimming with venom, was about to bite him, a flash of crimson light pierced the air. Instantly, the entire arachnid seemed ensnared by invisible ropes, its body rigid as it crashed to the ground with a muffled thud. Regaining his composure, Bomber swung his axe decisively, cleaving the spider in two before engaging in combat with other giant spiders. In such a frenzied rhythm, there was no room for distraction, particularly for the warriors at the forefront. Seizing an opportunity, Eino grasped Bilbo, the little hobbit who had been darting about with his short sword, battling the air since the onset of the skirmish. Do not complicate matters further. Go and apply this potion to their wounds, but take care of yourself as well, he urged, tossing a vial of white essence towards Bilbo. The battle raged on, and the surrounding giant spiders showed no sign of abating. Rather, their numbers seemed to swell exponentially. Gazing at the seemingly endless horde, Eino felt an impulse to ignite the forest. However, it remained merely an impulse, after all. While dealing with the spiders was manageable, setting fire to the shadowy woods would trap them all within. On the battlefield, Bilbo proved himself worthy of the title burglar. The innate agility of hobbits allowed him to deftly navigate through the fray, applying the white essence to the injured dwarves. With the aid of the potion, the combat began to reach a stalemate, as the dwarves managed to fend off the onslaught of the giant spiders. Yet, defeat was merely a matter of time, for the relentless tide of spiders would eventually exhaust both their energy and stamina. Suddenly, amidst the weary struggle, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air, their crisp sounds heralding the swift demise of a significant number of giant spiders. Following this, an entire battalion of woodland elves gracefully descended from the treetops, utilizing the webs left by the spiders. Upon landing, they wasted no time in launching their assault, employing long swords, daggers, bows, and various weapons that flowed seamlessly according to their needs. From a distance, the elves resembled dancers at a grand ball, performing a deadly waltz as they harvested the lives of the spiders. In this moment, Eino witnessed the strength and elegance of the elves of Middle-earth. Though most lacked magical prowess, their fluid swordsmanship was sufficient to exhaust many a sorcerer. Imagine, if you will, their nimble footwork coupled with the rapid succession of strikes, one blade following another, leaving no opportunity for spellcasting. Unless a wizard could preemptively cast a protective spell, becoming ensnared in the rhythm of the elves could prove perilous indeed. If such a skill were to exist, it could very well become the next Gryffindor. Eino gazed eagerly at the elves engaged in combat. Their fighting was undeniably elegant. Each turn and strike landed with a precision akin to divine music, perfectly in sync with the rhythm of the moment. Witnessing the elf's performance, he contemplated how this dexterity could be employed in magical duels, yielding results that would undoubtedly exceed expectations. Legolas, a name in the language of the woodland elves that symbolizes green leaves, also evokes the image of shadowy forests bestowed upon him by the elven king Thranduil. As the prince of the woodland elves, Legolas harbored a profound aversion to the forces of darkness, unlike his father. He never forgot the toll exacted upon his kin by the encroaching shadows, nor the once resplendent capital that had fallen. Many knew only of Dol Guldur, the stronghold of the dark powers occupied by the necromancer. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this grand city had once borne another name, Amon Lank, the capital of the woodland elves. This truth fueled Legolas's loathing for the dark forces, prompting the headstrong prince to disregard his father's counsel and frequently lead the elven guard through the tainted woods, hunting the minions of darkness. Today, however, it seemed he had stumbled upon unexpected fortune. After the elves vanquished the giant spiders, they agilely leapt upon the tree trunks, retrieving their short bows and aiming at a circle of dwarves armed with weapons. "Wizard, lower your staff," Legolas spoke calmly, while the dwarves were utterly disregarded by the elves. "I mean no harm," Eino declared as he extinguished his sunlight spell and discreetly tucked his wand into his sleeve. Surrendering his weapon was out of the question. He had resolved that should the elves demand it, he would immediately escape on his broom, leaving the dwarven company to their fate. Perhaps due to the influence of the sunlight spell, Legolas chose not to press the matter further, instead directing the other elves to disarm the dwarves. A moment later, Legolas approached the group. I understand your intentions are benign, but you must accompany us for a time. As intruders in the forest, I am entitled to judge you. Faced with the relatively amicable woodland elves, Eino nodded in silence. Very well, you are correct, but I hope you will treat the dwarves kindly. They did not enter the forest with malice. He was not particularly averse to being taken by the woodland elves, for in the original narrative, the dwarves were destined to experience such an ordeal. In a sense, the elves were also the dwarves' saviors. Without their intervention against the giant spiders, the little company would have likely faced total annihilation. Chapter 78. The Elven King, Thranduil. Although the elves' disarmament infuriated the dwarves, the circumstances were beyond their control, and under Thorin's reassurances, they could only seethe in silence. However, there was a silver lining, guided by the elves. They encountered no further minions of the dark forces along the way. The Woodland Kingdom. In the year 1050 of the Third Age, the shadow of Sauron descended upon Amon Lake, giving rise to malevolent creatures that began to proliferate within the verdant forests, transforming what was once a lush wilderness into a somber thicket. Subsequently, the Elven King Thranduil led his kin to retreat to the northern banks of the Forest River, completely forsaking the expansive woodlands adjacent to the Misty Mountains. Although this decision has faced considerable criticism throughout Middle-earth, it is undeniable that it significantly diminished the casualties among the woodland elves. Perhaps this represents a true case of survival at the expense of territory. Otherwise, the woodland elves would not have been able to muster a formidable army during the later Battle of the Five Armies. Regrettably, a single misguided war inflicted severe losses upon the woodland elves, depleting the strength they had amassed over millennia. However, now that he had arrived, Eino was determined to avert such a tragedy. He resolved that, as the epicenter of the conflict, he would procure the resplendent necklace of white gems cherished by Thranduil, even if it required thievery. This was not a matter of allegiance, but rather one of aesthetic appreciation. After all, it is human nature to yearn for beauty, in comparison to the graceful and alluring elves, who would care for the scruffy dwarves. Furthermore, unlike other elves, the woodland elves possessed an innate and extraordinary talent for art and music, with most of Middle-earth's melodies and poetry originating from them. They excelled in creativity, cherished music, and possessed melodious voices, often singing wherever they roamed, which endowed the woodland elves with a unique charm within the elven race. For a bard, this was undoubtedly a significant advantage. As he pondered while journeying, under the guidance of Legolas, the group traversed a beautifully crafted stone bridge and arrived at the new capital of the woodland elves. Rather than a city, it resembled a heavily fortified stronghold. As the elves abandoned their former artistic inclinations in favor of constructing their city with solid granite, towering walls and polished surfaces, complemented by the nearby stone bridge, formed a natural tri-layered defense. Yet, this was merely a facade. The true habitation of the elves lay beneath the fortress, where they seemed to have embraced the dwarven penchant for excavation, establishing a vast and intricate underground city. With Prince Legolas leading the way, the group entered the stronghold and navigated through the winding passages until they finally reached the palace of the Woodland Kingdom, Thranduil. He had journeyed from Amon to Middle-earth in the early Second Age, and at just over 6,000 years of age, he could be considered a youthful elven king. Upon arriving at the palace, Eino beheld Thranduil's visage. He bore the same ethereal golden locks as Legolas, but unlike his companion, Thranduil adorned a crown woven from red leaves and berries. This simple crown seemed to narrate the woodland elves' deep reverence for the forest and nature. Amidst the golden locks lies a pair of profound and indifferent eyes, seemingly unconcerned with all that transpires in the world. If Legolas was previously described as handsome, then the elven king Thranduil before me can only be encapsulated by the term beautiful. Beauty is not solely a word reserved for maidens. It aptly describes the essence of a man, a beauty that resonates in harmonious unity with nature. To articulate the beauty of Thranduil is akin to marveling at the exquisite landscapes of the natural world, never appearing out of place. My son informs me that a company of dwarves has arrived from the west, and remarkably, there is even a human wizard among them. Thranduil gazes softly at the assembly within the palace, disregarding the dwarf's fury, but when his gaze sweeps over Einar, a flicker of inquiry and doubt appears in his eyes. Confine these dwarves to the dungeons and allow them a moment of clarity, Thranduil instructed the elven warriors nearby. Although he instantly recognized the heir of the former king under the mountain, he did not deign to regard Thorin directly. After a chaotic flurry, the subterranean palace regained its former tranquility. Observing the elven king from a distance, Einar contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. I trust your majesty is aware of the purpose of our journey. It is for the sake of that ancient legend, the descendant of the dwarves of Durin, Thorin Oakenshield, who comes to reclaim the lonely mountain and restore the glory of the king under the mountain. For an elf who has lived for millennia, any form of artifice is futile. Only sincerity serves as the most effective means of communication. Indeed, Thranduil slowly nodded in acknowledgement. What plans do you have for that malignant dragon that has taken residence? If it can be slain, then slay it. If not, then disperse its treasures. In that moment, Einar articulated his most genuine thoughts. From the very beginning, he had envisioned infiltrating the Lonely Mountain with an invisibility potion, subsequently transferring all the gold into a seamless extension box, thereby addressing the issue at its source. Without the allure of gold, it is likely that the dragon smog would cease to linger. Chapter 79, Divination, the debut of absolute numbers. Kill it. Disperse the treasures? A rare smile graced Thranduil's face, as if he had heard an amusing jest. I presume you have never encountered that dragon, have you? Upon hearing this, Einar realized he may have oversimplified the matter. Indeed, Your Majesty, I have never laid eyes on smog. At that moment, Thranduil spoke in a peculiar tone. The king under the mountain, the Arkenstone symbolizing power, extraordinary forging skills, razor-sharp weapons, various siege engines. At the height of their might, the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain were unmatched across Middle-earth. As he spoke, Thranduil burst into laughter. And what was the outcome? That dragon reduced an entire lineage of 100,000 formidable dwarves to disarray within a matter of days. Do you still dare to suggest that we should slay that great dragon? The endless treasures of the Lonely Mountain have ignited envy among all factions of Middle-earth. Yet why has no one taken action? Upon hearing this, Eino once again confirmed that he had underestimated the situation. From the very beginning, he had been comparing it to the dragons of the magical realm, but it now appeared that the two were of entirely different calibers. Very well, I have been presumptuous. Nevertheless, I still wish to assist the dwarves, for I made a pact with Gandalf to aid them in reclaiming the Lonely Mountain. Eino recounted the events truthfully, as there was no secret worth concealing. Upon hearing Gandalf's name, Mithrandir, SlowBurn also displayed a pensive expression. If it were him, perhaps he would succeed, for he has always possessed keen ears throughout the millennia. Perhaps recalling other matters, SlowBurn rose slowly from his throne. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Youthful human sorcerer, Middle-earth permits the existence of a dragon guarding its treasure, but it does not allow for the emergence of a mad dragon. You may stay here tonight. Tomorrow evening, I shall relax the guards, and you might be able to escort those dwarves out through the river's sewer. Thank you for your generosity, Eino said with a slight bow. In that moment, he felt devoid of any pride, especially the arrogance he had harbored while slaying giant spiders in the forest, which had been thoroughly shattered. Middle-earth was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. In the subterranean palace, Eino was led by another woodland elf into a chamber resembling a guest room. Although located underground, the entire room was suffused with a faint natural fragrance, a blend of floral, herbal, and woody scents that transported one to the heart of a forest. At the center of the room lay a bed woven from slender vines, adorned with soft green leaves and petals. In one corner of the room, there was even a small fountain, where water cascaded gently from a crystal-like stone into a basin below, producing a melodious sound. Sitting upon the vine-crafted bed, Eino chose not to ponder the future. Let the tale unfold according to the threads of fate. Unlike his previous conversation with Gandalf, SlowBurn today imparted a valuable lesson. The notions of escaping dungeons and hunting smog were merely developments in someone else's script. Middle-earth has always been a vast realm, not merely a village or a small town. Yet now, what perplexed him most was the role he, as an outsider, was meant to play and what merit he possessed to warrant a sword gifted by Gandalf the Grey, one of the 5 wizards of Middle-earth. Contemplating this, Eino inhaled deeply, slowly retrieving the divination dice from his inner lining. Silently, he focused on the inquiry he wished to explore, then cast the dice into the air. The dice traced a graceful arc before landing with a soft thud on the ground. 1. Gazing at this unprecedented absolute figure, his spirits plummeted instantly, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse to transform into a loquacious scold and storm outside to unleash a torrent of invectives. However, he comprehended that lamenting now would not alter the course of events. It would only serve to further entangle his mind in distress. Time flowed slowly. In the quietude of the room, only the gentle trickle of a small fountain in the corner broke the silence. It was uncertain how long had passed, but Eino remained motionless, seemingly ensnared in profound contemplation. After a considerable while, he gradually picked up the die from the ground and cast it once more. Moments later, he sighed, "Sleep, sleep," as he tucked the dice away, exclaiming as if he had survived a calamity. Then, he reclined languidly on the wicker bed, embodying a sense of lethargy. In stark contrast to the stillness of the guest chamber, the dwarves confined within the dungeon erupted into fervent debate. Some advocated for exchanging a portion of the treasure from the Lonely Mountain for the aid of the elves. However, this suggestion ignited a tempest among the dwarves, swiftly dividing them into factions, each staunchly defending their stance. As the spiritual leader of the dwarves, Thorin observed the dungeon's walls with an inscrutable expression, his thoughts concealed from all. As the quarrel intensified, Balin, the eldest dwarf aside from Thorin, felt compelled to intervene. "We have time," There remains a full week until the appointed hour. I do not understand the cause of your discord. Our current objective is to escape, not to quarrel over riches. Despite Balin's esteemed standing, the dwarfs, ensnared in the dungeon, appeared particularly irritable, and one retorted immediately, "We are indeed attempting to leverage wealth for our escape. And with that human sorcerer absent and the hobbit vanished, if we continue to hesitate, we risk being outpaced." A new round of disputes ensued. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the dungeon, after several hours of rest on the wicker bed, Eino slowly rose. Unlike the earlier anxiety, he seemed to rediscover a sense of relaxation. Opening a nearby suitcase, he retrieved his long-neglected accordion, this time neglecting even to sip from his pocket's restorative potion. Donning an elegant, tailored robe, he stepped into the corridor, presenting himself in his true form. As he traversed the path, Eino nodded and smiled at every elf he encountered, devoid of any hesitation or restraint. As he ambled casually, the accordion floated behind him, gently weaving a melodious symphony. Before long, he had exited the subterranean palace, arriving at a woodland clearing resembling a plaza. At that moment, many woodland elves had gathered in this spacious area, singing vibrant songs that resonated through the forest with enchanting melodies. Unlike the elves dwelling in the tranquil valleys and the golden forests, who revel in the recitation of heroic epics and legendary tales, the woodland elves find joy in extolling the starlight and the forest itself. There is no rash disturbance. Eino stands quietly at the edge of the woods, listening intently. Why not step forward? A voice calls out, belonging to a girl of similar height. Eino does not underestimate her stature. After all, in terms of age, this youthful elf could very well rival the magical prowess of Nico. Nevertheless, he responds promptly. It suffices to appreciate from here. There is no need to be amidst it all. Clenching my fist yields nothing, yet when I open my hand, I possess everything. As he speaks, Eino extends his palm, his slender fingers dancing gracefully in the air. Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. The girl exclaims joyfully. I am Doris, and I welcome you to the kingdom of the woods. You may call me Eino. Though I wield 2 hands of magic, I am a true bard at heart. Upon hearing this, Doris replies earnestly. Then Eino, please commence your performance. If it pleases me, I shall reward you. I have many delightful treasures. Gazing at the lively girl before him, Eino, without a second thought, waves his wand, and the accordion gently resumes its melodious tune. Chapter 80, The Woodland S Soft Song. The last rays of the setting sun bathe the forest in a golden hue. In a clearing, Eino sits upon the soft grass, his accordion floating serenely in the air behind him. His heart resides upon the sea, innately searching for a home, guided by the wind and accompanied by the waves. His resolve unwavering. As the accordion's melody flows, Eino gradually closes his eyes, yet his voice continues to softly sing, seeking a guide to bestow direction upon life. Unyielding to the storm, even if hope and patience depart from me, as long as I perceive the path, life shall lead me there. This is a foreign folk song, a melody that touches the soul, and this is Eino's first rendition of his adaptation. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the accordion plays its final note and gradually comes to a stop. Although the music ceases, Eino keeps his eyes closed. Time flows relentlessly. Perhaps you are right. This time, the dwarves have indeed been favored, escaping under a tight defense and fleeing through the river channels from their dungeon. A familiar voice resonates once more, and Eino opens his eyes to find the woodland elf king, SlowBurn, has appeared at some point. The rest is up to you. Stay here if you wish, or journey to the lonely mountain. We do not mind adding another melody. With an air of inherent pride, SlowBurn turns resolutely and departs. As he gazed at the retreating figure of the elven king, Eino silently expressed his gratitude. This was indeed a moment of universal delight, affirming the previous divination results. In his elevated spirits, he turned to the side, addressing the elven maiden. Doris, now that my song has concluded, shall I regale you with more captivating tales? The pages of stories fluttered at his fingertips, the words flowing gently before his eyes. The bards, in their artistry, guided the audience into wondrous realms. While time quietly slipped away amidst each enchanting narrative, it whisked away the weariness of the listeners, leaving behind hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. On the 23rd day in the Woodland Kingdom, as dawn broke, Eino, still lounging in his bed, heard Doris's voice outside, tinged with excitement. Eino, hurry up. My brother has sent news. Those dwarves who accompanied you have truly slain the dragon Smog, and it seems the people of Long Lake aided them. I'm getting up. Just a moment, Eino replied, waving his wand to summon his robe from the hanger. Once dressed, he opened the door to find Doris wearing an expression that begged for praise. Her delicate cheeks radiated her unspoken thoughts. Seeing this, Eino could not help but smile. Doris was indeed impressive, having gleaned news from afar. Of course, my brother has been the captain of the Sentinels since he came of age, a full 150 years. The proud girl beamed, and Eino, intrigued, asked, is it truly that long? How old are you this year? This question had lingered in his mind since their first meeting. yet he had found no suitable moment to inquire. Now, seizing the opportunity, he sought to satisfy his curiosity. I am 49 years old, and in a year, I shall come of age, Doris replied without hesitation, as if she had been waiting for the question. However, immediately after stating her age, her demeanor shifted, and she seemed to droop. According to the human solar calendar, I must wait another 20 years to truly mature. 1 elven year equals 20 human years. Upon calculating, Eino was astonished to realize that this elven maiden had already surpassed 980 years in true age. Indeed, time held little significance in the eyes of the elves. Having satisfied his curiosity, his thoughts then shifted to the dwarves. Based on Doris's account, it was clear that the story was nearing its conclusion. The slaying of the dragon Smog heralded the impending climax of the Battle of Five Armies. Doris, I may have to take my leave, Eino said apologetically. Observing the elven maiden, during their time together, he had come to understand her underlying loneliness, which explained her clinginess. Thanks to the elven gift of longevity, it was rare to find peers of her age within the vast woodland kingdom. You're leaving? Doris blinked in surprise, her eyes quickly glossing over with tears. Will you return? I still have so many treasures to share with you. Parting always carries a tinge of melancholy. Observing the young maiden before him, Eino hesitated for a moment. I am sorry, I cannot say for certain, but it is highly probable that I will not return. Ultimately, he resolved to speak the truth. Although Gandalf had once uttered words akin to a welcome, he understood all too well that the realm of Middle-earth was far beyond the purview of a Maya. Setting aside the supreme creator Eru Il Vader, Gandalf himself was under the influence of no less than 15 Vala. On the other hand, as Eino's words lingered in the air, a brief silence enveloped the room. After what felt like an eternity, he declared, Let us go. Depart. Never return. Nor seek my companionship again. I shall not share my secrets with you. In a huff, Doris sprang to her feet and dashed out of the room without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Eino opened his mouth, yet the words remained unspoken. Such matters were indeed beyond remedy. Humans are not mere wood and grass. His 3 years of wandering had acquainted him with too many similar situations, often culminating in farewells. Perhaps there would be a fleeting sorrow, but soon it would dissolve into forgetfulness. Sometimes, a passerby is merely that, a transient presence. On the 33rd day in the woodland realm. Since that conversation 10 days prior, Eino had not caught sight of Doris again. Observing the gathering throngs of elves, he found himself unable to dwell on it further. He could only seize the last moments to undertake what little he could. In the underground palace, he thought of Legolas and presented the entirety of his stock of white essence to the elven prince. After instructing him on its use, he mounted his broom, preparing to journey to the lonely mountain. Having spent time in acquaintance, he no longer feared that Thranduil would act recklessly and foolishly in conflict with the dwarves, as the tales foretold. With no lingering concerns, he aimed to take advantage of the time remaining, hiding atop the city walls to slay a few orcs and witness the renowned battle of the 5 armies unfold in Middle-earth. Wait. Just as Eino settled onto his broom, ready to take flight, an unfamiliar voice reached his ears. It belonged to an adult male elven warrior. This is a gift from my sister. Though I do not condone her actions, as a brother, I can only strive to fulfill her wishes. He presented a bracelet woven from the leaves of a red maple tree. Please convey my thanks to Doris. Additionally, here is half a vial of potion for you. Should you sustain any injuries, sprinkle a little upon them. Eino accepted the bracelet and adorned his wrist with it. With a push from his feet against the ground, he soared into the air like an arrow loosed from its bow, vanishing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. Chapter 81. Return and Coordinates, a Miraculous Transformation. In the year 2941 of the Third Age, autumn in Middle-earth found the lonely mountain, devoid of any malevolent dragon, now resembling a frail elder who, having endured a harsh winter, begins to exhibit a flicker of vitality in the spring of the following year. Of course, this resurgence of life, akin to a fleeting flash of brilliance, emerged only after the passage of countless lives. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze of smoke, as sunlight pierced through thick clouds, casting dappled shadows below. The first to charge forth were the Iron Hills Dwarven Legion, clad in heavy armor, driving war chariots and wielding battle axes and spears. They surged relentlessly towards the half-orc battalion. Though diminutive in stature, at this moment, the dwarves embodied the spirit of towering iron giants. Behind them stood the human coalition from Long Lake Town, their equipment a hodgepodge of varying styles. Yet this seemingly ragtag assembly resolutely formed a steadfast second line of defense. To the south of the battlefield, 3,000 woodland elf archers stood poised, ready for action. As the dwarven forces initiated their charge, the elves simultaneously drew their bows in perfect unison, unleashing a torrent of arrows that fell like rain. With each coordinated volley, the half-orc ranks visibly diminished, as entire formations of 1,000 fell under the relentless assault. This infuriated Azog, the half-orc leader, who, despite considering his kin to be of little value, found it intolerable that a single volley could decimate a whole battalion. Though the half-orcs enjoyed a numerical advantage, they could not withstand such attrition. With the sound of a new command horn echoing, countless wolf riders, composed of dire wolves, surged forth, accompanied by lurking ogres from the rear, charging towards the elves. At that moment, great eagles descended from the misty mountains, formidable agents of man, the leader of the Vala, and descendants of the mayor, their power unrivaled. Without even mentioning the eagle king Thorinder, whose might could rival that of the dragon Smog, these ordinary great eagles, circling the battlefield, could topple dozens of half-orcs with each powerful flap of their wings, their talons effortlessly piercing through the skulls of massive ogres. In a similar vein, the half-orc's nemesis, the shapeshifter Beowulf, transformed into a giant bear, charging single-handedly into the fray of wolf riders. Despite being a solitary force, wherever he went, cries of anguish followed. And within mere minutes, he carved a bloody path through the throngs of wolf riders. Yet, Beowulf felt unsatisfied, pivoting his body and charging back into the fray. Arrows rained down, monstrous beasts clashed, war chariots thundered, and catapults hurled stones. The entire battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, with chaos enveloping all. On the desolate, lonely mountain, beneath an archway on the eastern side, Eino observed the tumultuous battle below, regardless of past or present incarnations. This was his first experience of such a grand scale of cold weapon warfare. In such a scene, individual strength seemed utterly insignificant. Perhaps only the brilliant flames of the Parisian cemetery could find relevance in such a place. Glancing down at the elderberry wand in his hand, he could not help but smile wryly. Without a second thought, he mounted his broom and soared away in the opposite direction, heading southward. Time slipped by unnoticed, until the surrounding scenery began to shift, and once again, the familiar tremor in his heart resurfaced. Eino gradually descended, fully aware that the tale had reached its conclusion, and now was the time to return. However, unlike previous journeys, this time he did not arrive directly back in Wiltshire, but found himself on a tranquil, secluded path. A narrow pathway, paved with green bricks, stretches approximately 3 feet wide and spans several dozen meters. Yet, inexplicably, standing upon this path imbues him with a sense of tranquility surpassing even that found within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, or the comforts of the Slytherin dormitory. This feeling of safety eclipses even the time spent wandering alongside Professor Hans. On either side of the green-bricked path, thick smoke billows, while ahead, 2 divergences beckon. One is shrouded in a gray, nebulous mist, while the other reveals the familiar sights of Wiltshire. However, before he can deliberate, a sudden warmth emanates from his right wrist. The hand-woven bracelet of red maple leaves, gifted by Doris, has vanished, transforming into countless fluttering leaves that drift toward the end of the path. In the blink of an eye, they coalesce into a secluded path lined with red maple leaves, converting the previous fork into a definitive 3-way junction. A remarkable intuition arises within Evo as the red maple leaves evoke knowledge in his mind. This is the route to the kingdom of the woodland elves. Yet, he also comprehends that neither the red maple leaves nor the misty trail will bear fruit at this moment. Presently, only the passage to Wiltshire remains viable. Without a hint of hesitation, Evo grasps his suitcase and strides toward the Wiltshire intersection. Chapter 82, Reflections and 3 Brooms. Wiltshire, situated in the southwestern region of England, boasts the picturesque Cranbourne Chase and the Salisbury Plain. Standing upon the ancient streets of Wiltshire, the scenery is familiar, yet Evo's mood is strikingly different from before. This journey, devoid of tangible gains and yielding not even a single penny, was spent in a state of passivity and tension. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that some concealed treasures have emerged. Merely the addition of a new travel destination stands as the most significant gain. Over the past 3 years, he has been compelled to move forward into the unknown, oblivious to what lay ahead. At times, he pondered whether the path before him led to an abyss, a thought that would necessitate a stubborn advance, as options were non-existent. However, now he possesses the choice of the kingdom of woodland elves, transforming his journey from a passive trek into one of conscious decision-making. Moreover, the most precious resource lacking for a young wizard is time. Although this journey in Middle-earth amounted to a mere 2 months, perhaps influenced by the narrative context, it is undeniable that the emergence of an additional choice could afford him months, even half a year, of time, entirely without cost. Reflecting deeply, the next century within Middle-earth will remain a blank canvas for stories untold. By residing quietly in the kingdom of the woodland elves, even with the simplest of activities, reading or singing, he is confident he could attain the magical prowess of an adult wizard by his 3rd year. Certainly, not to mention the mysteriously alluring cobblestone path, whose miraculous transformation is of paramount importance. Were it not for the constraints of confidentiality, Eino would be eager to experiment. For deep within his soul lies an inexplicable sensation, as if he could step onto that cobblestone path at any moment. The only uncertainty that remains is the flow of time. Should everything unfold ideally, there would be no need for life-saving dice or even stealthy extension boxes. An absolutely secure sanctuary would become his greatest trump card, even in the face of Voldemort, or inciting the ire of the entire wizarding world. At least his personal safety would not be a concern. In a secluded street in Wiltshire, Eino grasped a suitcase in his left hand while drawing his wand with his right, standing quietly at the intersection without casting any spells. He awaited a means of transportation back to London. The night bus was undoubtedly the most cost-effective option, excelling in both speed and price. Wiltshire lies precisely 132 kilometers from London. Should he opt for a Muggle taxi, he would likely deplete his pockets of all their pounds. Even though he had lent the little one to Hermione for 7 years prior, garnering a mere £50 in rental fees, it was far from sufficient to cover the taxi fare. The memory of Hermione meticulously drafting a rental agreement brought a smile to his lips. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A triple-decker bus seemed to materialize from thin air, halting abruptly before Eino. Bold golden letters on the windshield proclaimed the striking title, Night Bus. Whenever one stood at the roadside and raised their wand, the night bus would appear, ready to whisk them away to their desired destination. Of course, we do not venture into the sea. As the doors swung open, a young wizard with prominent ears and a face speckled with blemishes, clad in a purple uniform, recited the contents of a manual with theatrical intonation. Hogsmeade, the 3 broomsticks. Upon stating his destination, Eino proceeded towards the entrance. Very well, the fare is 6 sickles. The conductor at the bus entrance swiftly announced the price, then busied himself with an antiquated ticket machine at his chest. Here is your ticket, and should you wish to pay an additional 3 sickles, you may indulge in a chocolate. For more, and well, the journey is too brief for a toothbrush. By the way, my name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be at your service throughout this journey. Faced with such bundled salesmanship, Eino resolutely shook his head in refusal. I'm afraid I do not require that. Furthermore, I am rather fatigued. May I have a moment to rest? Very well, I wish you a pleasant journey. The conductor shrugged nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to the driver. Onward. Hogsmeade, the 3 broomsticks. Seated on a bed adorned with copper pillars, Eino swiftly bound himself to the bed while the conductor continued his announcements. Even though he was nearly secured in place, the immense inertia generated once the night bus roared to life nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. However, after a brief jolt, he gradually acclimated to this exhilarating speed mode. It must be said that some individuals possess an affinity for reckless driving, perhaps for reasons that are indeed justifiable. The adrenaline rush experienced during such rapid travel brings forth both stimulation and delight, rendering it a form of enjoyment. Leaning against the bed in the night bus, Eino inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air while basking in the unique tranquility and serenity of the English countryside. He resolved that this summer, he would remain in Hogsmeade, not only to indulge in a period of peace, but also to contemplate his future direction. Magic, or rather the kind of magic depicted in the Harry Potter tales, is far from mere tricks, despite many reducing it to mere theatrics. He was acutely aware that the world he inhabited was one that rivaled Narnia and Middle-earth. If one were to view it as a narrative, it would undoubtedly be an epic saga. As time flowed slowly, the night bus, in its law-defying and speedily reckless manner, traversed the distance from Wiltshire to Hogsmeade in less than 10 minutes. Upon disembarking, Eino glanced at the sign of the 3 broomsticks and, without a second thought, pushed the door open. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Madame Rosmerta, he returned to his former room, greeted by the familiar decor that evoked a sense of warmth. Of course, there were also notable changes. For instance, the Christmas tree that once occupied a corner and other decorations had been replaced with summer-themed blue campanulas. Life flowed quietly, like a gentle stream, unhurried yet steadily filling the hourglass of time. Similarly, time meandered softly, akin to a brook caressing the pebbles, all occurring in hushed silence. Eino spent an entire week at the 3 broomsticks, during which he politely declined Madame Rosmerta's invitation to perform, citing his summer assignments as the reason. This was not an excuse. On the 3rd day of his stay, he received a package from Professor McGonagall, containing the latest issue of the Transfiguration Today and excerpts from the Best Newcomer Award essays of recent years. Faced with such blatant indications, he had no choice but to pause other endeavors and draft an essay to send to Professor McGonagall for review before the term commenced. Chapter 83, Sanctuary and Ice Sculpture. In the 3 broomsticks, within the guest room, a chaotic desk was strewn with discarded parchment. It was termed discarded because many of the unrolled sheets bore only a single sentence, while the remaining blank spaces were filled with various doodles and cartoon illustrations. In stark contrast to the desk's disorder, the room itself was impeccably tidy, as if it were frequently cleaned by domestic magic. Both the floor and the bed were excessively neat. The only surprising aspect was that, apart from the disheveled desk, the room contained virtually no personal belongings. Equally absent were any inhabitants. A narrow path, paved with blue bricks, stretched before one, 3 or 4 feet wide and over 100 feet long, resembling the frigid expanse of the Antarctic Pole. Both the ground beneath and the edges of the path were blanketed in snow, while numerous miniature ice sculptures, each measuring several centimeters in height, stood proudly along its sides. These sculptures took on a myriad of forms: knights, unicorns, dragons, pythons, and even exquisitely crafted willows. At the end of the path, Eino sat upon the soft snow. His head bowed as he busily toiled away. Not far in front of him stood a larger willow, approximately 2 to 3 meters tall and as thick as a bucket, its entire form crystalline and translucent. Although this willow bore no distinction from the previous miniatures at first glance, a closer inspection revealed it possessed an added vitality and vigor. Ignoring the color and focusing solely on the posture, this willow was strikingly similar to the one planted outside Hogwarts Castle, save for its smaller stature. Moments later, a lively ice sculpture of a rabbit materialized, then dashed toward the willow in the distance. With a resounding crash, the rabbit shattered into a flurry of ice shards upon nearing the willow. The willow, undisturbed, gently swayed its branches as if nothing had occurred. Beautiful. Eino gazed at his creation with satisfaction, allowing himself a moment of admiration. Even the frustrations of the past few days, stemming from his inability to produce his transfiguration thesis, briefly dissipated. Speaking of the thesis, after reviewing recently awarded articles, he realized that Professor McGonagall's expectations might be a tad excessive. Setting aside the remarkable expertise of the award-winning authors and their extensive knowledge of transfiguration, he found the fundamental application of transfiguration to be beyond his current reach. After several days of writing, he had scarcely produced a coherent sentence, yet his skills in cartoon illustration had notably advanced. Reluctantly, Eino was compelled to temporarily abandon the elusive goal of the Best Newcomer Award, dedicating substantial time and energy to solidifying his foundational transfiguration skills. Although he had not yet met the standards of the award recipients, his progress was nonetheless gratifying. The willow before him was a testament to his achievements. While he had previously managed to alter the forms of ice arrows, even crafting them into exquisite lilies, inanimate objects remained just that, lifeless. Through this period of accumulation, he had harnessed the ice arrows as a medium, developing a new form of magic in conjunction with transfiguration. Though transfiguration could also animate inanimate objects, those transformed would revert to their original state upon destruction. However, ice proved different. Under the relentless blizzard, even if the animated forms were damaged, they would absorb the surrounding ice and snow, thereby restoring themselves and achieving, to some extent, an essence of immortality. Consider this: the sky is adorned with falling snowflakes, and the dark wizard finds himself amidst a grove of willow trees, their branches ready to strike. Under the relentless assault of countless vines, not even the mightiest ironclad charm could withstand, let alone a formidable dragon, which would surely be subdued here. Of course, this requires a prerequisite: the weather and environment. If the surrounding snow is insufficient, the ice sculptures, unable to withstand the dragon's fiery breath, would quickly succumb. Moments later, Eino gradually rises to his feet, wielding his elder wand. The towering willows, over 2 meters high with their lush branches, instantly transform into a nearly 20-foot-long Amazonian anaconda, its girth comparable to that of a bull. The serpent, with its icy blue body, slithers across the ground. Its cold and hollow gaze, though lacking any overt aggression, renders this monstrous creature exceedingly intimidating. The ability to morph such a large entity does not stem from exceptional transfiguration skills. Rather, it is rooted in the omnipresent snow and ice along the path, coupled with an innate affinity and mastery over them. A simple analogy: a novice wizard may easily turn an apple into a pear, yet transforming a matchstick into a wardrobe is a feat likely achievable only by Professor McGonagall. After all, transfiguring objects of equal volume is the simplest endeavor. Eino observes the anaconda at his feet, noting that as the serpent traverses the snow-laden path, its size steadily increases. Although the change is subtle, it is undeniably significant. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Eino vanishes from sight, leaving the anaconda to glide alone over the snow-covered cobblestones. In Hogsmeade, at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, Pansy enters, clutching a hefty stack of aged parchment. Her purpose for this visit is to fulfill a promise made on the train. After dinner yesterday, she had approached her parents with a request, expecting a lengthy discussion. She was taken aback when her father, after reviewing Eino's final report card and understanding the entirety of his academic journey, readily consented to the sale of the Parkinson family's property in Hogsmeade, even offering a remarkably generous discount. After confirming the details with Malfoy, Pansy hurried to the Three Broomsticks. Under the guidance of Madame Rosmerta, she arrives at the door of a room at the corner of the 3rd floor. Feeling somewhat apprehensive outside the door, Pansy is acutely aware that traditional English norms dictate that a lady's modesty forbids her from entering a gentleman's room alone. Yet, at this moment, she brushes aside her reservations. As her father's admonitions from dinner resound in her mind, once a decision is made, act swiftly. Procrastination will only allow others to undertake the endeavors you wish to pursue. Never underestimate the wisdom of others. What you can discover, they can also uncover, and in this regard, Draco surpasses you. Knock, knock. Pansy raps on the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Eino observed the transformations of the python, he became acutely aware of a knocking sound emanating from outside the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and vanished onto the cobbled path. He found himself increasingly content with this humble refuge. Although the passage of time flowed at a normal pace, unlike stories where an eternity outside translates to but a fleeting moment, the ability to move at will and perceive the surrounding environment compensated for all shortcomings. Indeed, any flaws seemed trivial in the light of these two advantages. After all, absolute safety held paramount importance. He even contemplated that, should resources permit, one could reside here until the end of days. Nevertheless, upon hearing the knock, Eino promptly opened the door. Chapter 84, The Properties of Hogsmeade. As he slowly opened the door, he was greeted by Pansy's face, which bore a hint of nervousness. Upon closer inspection, Eino noticed subtle changes. Pansy seemed to have applied a light touch of makeup today. Her previously gaunt visage, tinged with a hint of sharpness, now appeared softer and more full. Miss Parkinson, what brings you here? He stood at the threshold, refraining from immediately inviting her into the room. Perhaps in France such formalities were negligible, but in England, etiquette and subtlety were indispensable in every circumstance. Good morning, Mr. Swinburne, Pansy replied, offering a slight nod. Though minimal, her gesture conveyed a perfect blend of friendliness and respect. It seemed she had practiced this demeanor many times, her poise unmistakably refined. Do you recall our conversation on the train? I have brought some property contracts for you to consider. You may select a property that appeals to you. Rest assured, these have all been approved by my parents. In her voice, a note of urgency emerged, particularly when she emphasized her parents' consent, as if to stave off any misunderstanding. I sincerely appreciate it, Miss Parkinson. Eino inclined his head slightly. He had initially thought her words on the train were merely a whim, yet here she was. 3 days later, presenting a bundle of property deeds with utmost seriousness. If Pansy hesitated for a brief moment before softly adding, if it's all right. I would prefer you to call me Pansy. Very well. Pansy, you may call me Eino. Though his voice was somewhat subdued, it resonated clearly in her ears. Observing the slightly reserved young woman before him, he realized once again that one must not be misled by the tales that circulate. A vibrant life, a living being, is forever complex and multifaceted, rather than monotonous and rigid. The characters in stories, whether in personality or virtue, are often mere reflections of the storyteller's one-sided interpretations. So, shall we proceed to the lobby below? Eino suggested, glancing back at the room behind him. Pansy replied softly, her voice barely audible, leaving her tone uncertain. The morning's 3 brooms still held an air of coolness. As I descended the staircase alongside Pansy, the lobby was astonishingly sparse. Under the discerning gaze of Madame Rosmerta, Eino selected a table nestled in the corner. There was no escaping the inquisitive, probing, and profoundly meaningful stare of Madame Rosmerta, which could indeed be quite vexatious, resembling the expression of a parent who has just discovered their child's early romance. In a relatively secluded corner, we perfectly evaded the sight of any nosy onlookers. Please, take a seat. To be honest, I find myself rather impatient, Eino remarked half-jokingly. The notion of possessing a property seemed to be inscribed deep within his very soul. Do take a look, Pansy encouraged. There are 6 commercial properties and 12 residential ones, all adhering to your standards, priced around 10,000 galleons. The commercial properties might be slightly more expensive, but the difference is not substantial. Pansy placed the sheepskin scrolls she had been cradling onto the table, not uttering a word about discounts. Observing the stack of properties before him, Eino hesitated to reach out immediately. 10,000 for a commercial property? Surely you jest. I am no greenhorn. While Hogsmeade may not rival Diagon Alley in splendor, it is hardly so cheap. Perhaps the daughters of pureblood families possessed an innate skill for reading subtle cues, for upon noticing that her offerings remained untouched, Pansy promptly elaborated. The commercial properties may be pricier, but my parents have agreed that you can initially pay 10,000 galleons, with the remaining difference to be settled gradually. Please convey my gratitude to them for their generosity. Understanding the rationale, Eino began to examine the sheepskin scrolls. Although he had resolved not to consider the commercial properties, the prices of the 12 residential offerings still left him somewhat flustered. They were simply too inexpensive. The discounts were reminiscent of the near-expiry sales at London supermarkets, where, at month's end, they would offer food nearing its sell-by date at shockingly low prices. Despite having formed a comparison in his mind, Eino continued to quietly peruse all the sheepskin scrolls, while Pansy remained politely seated beside him, offering no distractions. After approximately 15 minutes, he finally spoke. Pansy, you truly need not go to such lengths. Perhaps my funds are insufficient, but I will certainly make up the difference over time. Reflecting on this, Eino decided to voice his honesty. Everyone appreciates a bargain, yet repaying a debt of gratitude is not so easily accomplished. Choose first, and I shall reveal the true price later. Anticipating this scenario, Pansy blurted out without hesitation, "Very well. Then I shall select these three. If possible, I would like to see them." Eino picked out 3 scrolls, all pertaining to standard residential properties, 2 resembling apartments, and 1 a detached house. Each location possessed its own merits and drawbacks, yet the commonality among them lay in their modest size and positions, all situated in the more remote areas of Hogsmeade. Naturally, these disadvantages might deter others, yet he found himself quite content with them. The remoteness of the location is indeed delightful, offering tranquility and undisturbed solitude. As for the size, it seems he has his own plans. The Ministry of Magic's regulations regarding extension charms are a matter of personal discretion. Those who wish to comply may do so. In any case, the Ministry of Magic in Britain will be preoccupied for the next few years, and as long as one maintains a low profile, no one will scrutinize them closely. Departing from the 3 broomsticks, deep within Hogsmeade and away from the commercial streets, Eino, guided by Pansy, traversed several quiet alleyways before finally arriving at the first property site. From a distance, the 2-story building stood quietly at the end of the alley, seemingly isolated from the world. Although some nearby houses had succumbed to age and neglect, this small edifice remained intact and tidy. It is worth mentioning the rather perplexing regulations of the Ministry of Magic. Previously, while at the Hogwarts Library, he had researched and discovered the Ministry's peculiar stipulations concerning wizard residences. Beyond the bustling hubs of Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, in other regions of the British Isles, one merely requires a permit signed by the Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to construct a dwelling freely. However, should a muggle discover such a dwelling, the wizard would bear the corresponding responsibility, with the specifics determined by the Department of Accidental Magic Reversal. In stark contrast, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade operate under their own unique systems, forbidding anyone from building unauthorized structures, a power even the Ministry does not possess. Consequently, despite Hogsmeade's abundance of vacant properties, there remains a persistent shortfall in available residences. This phenomenon may also stem from the pureblood ideology. Many ancient pureblood families would rather let their homes fall into disrepair than allow what they derogatorily refer to as muggleborns to inhabit them. Hence, in Hogsmeade, not only is selling property rare, but even rentals are scarce. This perfectly embodies the spirit of the British Empire, preferring to let meat spoil in the pot rather than share a morsel with anyone. As Eino continued his journey, the house at the end of the alley became increasingly distinct. The 2-story structure, though modest in size, exuded a touch of Victorian elegance and solemnity. The main body of the house was constructed from dark marble, having withstood the ravages of time, emanating a tranquil and ancient charm. The exterior stone walls were entwined with roses and ivy, adding an air of mystery and vitality to the building. "Wonderful, truly," Eino exclaimed, gazing at the house before turning to Pansy behind him. "This is the one. I adore it. There's no need to view the other 2. Now, could you share its actual price?" With a light chuckle, Pansy unfurled a piece of parchment and pointed to a specific section. "Look, a house similar to this one was sold for merely 15,000 galleons. What a mere 15,000. Eino gazed at the parchment before him, somewhat at a loss. Prior to his enrollment, he had fancied himself quite affluent, possessing a pouch brimming with gold coins. However, in the company of these pure-blood families, it appeared he was only marginally wealthier than the Weasley clan. "I can only pay 9,000 galleons for now. I shall strive to gather the remaining sum swiftly. I assure you that by the time I graduate, I will repay the outstanding balance," Eino expressed with a look of regret, for if it were within his power, he would prefer not to incur any debts. Yet, the house before him resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. Its environment and layout harmoniously embodied the essence of a wizard-esque dwelling, mysterious, substantial, and steeped in history. As noon approached, Eino made his solitary return to the 3 broomsticks. After relinquishing a total of 60 12-ounce gold coins, he successfully acquired a property transaction contract, adorned with the Ministry of Magic's seal and signature. Thus, the pouch of gold coins bestowed by old John had dwindled to a mere few. Upon pushing open the door of the 3 broomsticks, he was met with Madame Rosmerta's enigmatic smile. "Have you returned your little girlfriend home? Let me guess, did you visit Madame Putafoot's tea shop?" "Pansy is not my girlfriend. She is my creditor," Eino retorted with irritation, wondering if all students emerging from Hogwarts were this way. Madame Rosmerta was perpetually curious. "A creditor?" Upon hearing this, Madame Rosmerta abandoned her previous jesting demeanor and inquired with a more serious tone, "Have you encountered some trouble?" "It is nothing serious. I merely purchased a house in Hogsmeade earlier," Eino replied, a smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke in a relaxed yet slightly reserved manner. He had not concealed the matter of the house purchase, for it was hardly a secret. After all, Hogsmeade was a small place, akin to a quaint town, where any stir was swiftly known by all. "My Merlin, the first time I met you, you dashed out to buy an owl, and now, not long after, You've gone and bought a house. Next, will you purchase my bar as well? Observing Madame Rosmerda's somewhat exaggerated expression, Eino chuckled in response. Buy a bar? While I would love to, I am indeed heavily in debt now. I was considering taking up storytelling here part-time, of course. I would gladly share 30% of the tips with you as a venue fee. Do tuck away your few nuts, Madame Rosmerda replied, casting a disbelieving glance at the empty hall. You think you can earn money here? Do you believe every day is Christmas? This realization dawned on Eino as well. Ultimately, Hogsmeade was primarily a residential area, not a commercial street. The most significant economic activity likely occurred on weekends when students in their third year and above from Hogwarts frequented the village. As dusk approached, after settling the accommodation fees for the past few days, Eino hoisted his suitcase and returned to the quaint alley from the morning. Gazing upon the time-worn building, he strode directly toward the entrance, unlike his previous distant observation. Ahem, ahem. As he pushed open the door, a pungent cloud of dust assailed his senses, filling the room with a thick layer of grime and neglect. The floor was marred with unsightly stains, and in the corners lurked the remnants of forgotten days. What a disappointment, he thought to himself. Earlier that morning, he had been beguiled by the fade of the charming little building, never suspecting the decay that lay within. Cleanse it away, restore it to its former glory, guard it well. With this determination, he deftly drew his wand and cast 3 swift domestic cleaning spells. After waiting a considerable time at the threshold, he finally ventured inside, wheeling in his suitcase. The magic worked instantly. The once dilapidated furniture now gleamed in a spotless room, and a sense of belonging washed over him. The house comprised 2 stories, each measuring a modest 60 to 70 square meters. The ground floor featured a living room and an adjoining kitchen with a dining area, while the second floor housed an open-plan bedroom, dominated by a walnut double bed, and a spacious desk facing the window. Though the furnishings were starkly minimal, he welcomed the simplicity, appreciating the ample space for future additions. Time at times resembles a professional seeker riding a new broom, seizing hidden opportunities before anyone is the wiser. The 2-month summer break had quietly slipped away, and during this period, Eino primarily occupied his small abode. Most days were spent either practicing magic or venturing into the pine woods behind Hogsmeade to harvest dead trees for crafting furniture, coffee tables, sofas, chairs, bookshelves, and more. With the aid of cutting and adhesive spells, the process was delightfully effortless, akin to the joy of stacking blocks. On the second floor, seated at the desk, Eino awaited the arrival of Hogwarts Owl, which duly delivered the supply list for his second year. As he perused the parchment filled with book titles, he could readily discern that the famed author, Lockhart, had indeed become the professor for defense against the dark arts. He sighed softly, wondering what thoughts occupied the man's mind. In contrast to the enigmatic headmaster, he found himself placing greater trust in Professor McGonagall. Through his understanding of the stories and their correspondence over the past weeks, he had come to realize that her every action stemmed from a desire to protect the young witches and wizards within the castle. Had she been the headmaster, she would never have allowed someone like Lockhart to teach at the school. Consequently, he contemplated whether he should inform Professor McGonagall about the so-called Chamber of Secrets at an opportune moment to prevent widespread panic in the latter half of the term. As for thwarting the diary in advance, he regretted to admit that he lacked the greatness, or the capability, to alter the course of the unfolding narrative. Human beings are inherently complex creatures, and the human heart is perpetually intricate and ever-changing. Crossing a bridge, sharing a meal, encountering new acquaintances, each experience can shift one's perspective. After traversing the realm of Middle-earth, Eino, while no longer naively believing in any narrative, also refrains from foolishly assuming the role of a hero. Much like the duality of light's wave-particle nature unveiled by the double-slit experiment, perhaps when he finds himself immersed in a story, viewing it from a first-person perspective, the narrative has already undergone transformation. Yet, these alterations presently remain within a certain scope, should the notebook be barred from entering Hogwarts. Dumbledore would be oblivious to the existence of Horcruxes. If such a scenario were to unfold, the trajectory of the future story would shift significantly. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to permit the notebook's entrance and then discreetly inform Professor McGonagall. As for the catalyst and pretext, Eino has already devised a plan. In the magical world, what could be more wondrous than divination? He simply needs to procure a crystal ball before the term begins, and then perform a charade when the time comes. Chapter 86, A Sudden Kiss. London, Diagon Alley. Although Diagon Alley is always bustling with activity before the start of each school year, today's clamor seems even more pronounced, as if the entire wizarding community of England has converged, making the street feel on the verge of boiling over. So, you secretly purchased a house in Hogsmeade during the summer? Hermione's eyes widened, her face a canvas of regret, having spent merely a month in France with her parents. She felt she had missed so much. Eino chuckled lightly. Indeed, what other choice did I have? I have lacked a stable residence in London. I couldn't possibly continue to stay at the Three Broomsticks. He turned, discreetly scrutinizing Hermione. After a summer apart, she seemed to have grown noticeably taller, and her distinctive front teeth appeared to have been corrected, giving her a more charming and tidy appearance. The girl before him was no longer the slightly awkward Miss Bunny who stood at the entrance of primary school. Hermione sensed Eino's gaze lingering on her, causing a flutter of shyness within her. Yet, this feeling of being observed also brought her an unexpected delight. By the way, Eino, have you seen the list sent by Hogwarts? Hermione suddenly recalled something, her tone laced with excitement. You won't believe it. Gilderoy Lockhart is going to be our defense against the dark arts professor this year. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had uncovered something monumental. Lockhart, you say? He certainly possesses a knack for storytelling, Eino remarked with a nonchalant tone. He had briefly perused Lockhart's novels at Madame Rosmerde's. To be fair, the man has a talent for captivating readers with both plot and pacing. Don't you like him? Hermione inquired softly, her words tinged with a hint of probing. Having sensed that Eino's feelings towards Lockhart were less than fond. It's not that I dislike him. To some extent, Lockhart could be considered. Eino's thoughts trailed off abruptly, his attention drawn to a scene unfolding not far away. As I gazed ahead, I noticed Lucius and Arthur grappling fiercely outside the Lehen bookstore. From the current circumstances, it seemed that their scuffle had resulted in a stalemate. For both bore clear scratches on their faces, and their robes were marred with footprints, indicating the intensity of their confrontation. This scene prompted a quiet reflection. Indeed, the conflict between Lucius and Arthur inevitably evoked the long-standing rivalry between Malfoy and Harry. Such a fateful opposition appeared to be preordained. Turning with an apologetic expression, Eino addressed Hermione, saying, I'm sorry, Hermione. I must go and say hello. It's fine. I'll wait for you here, Hermione replied with a slight nod. She had also spotted Ron among the crowd, yet reason dictated that approaching him now would serve only to exacerbate tensions. As Eino moved forward, he squeezed through to the epicenter of the altercation. Contrary to the original tale, this time, only Lucius was present, with no sign of Draco. Nevertheless, this was a trifling detail. Observing the two engaged in their struggle, Eino refrained from recklessly intervening, opting instead to silently assess his surroundings. At last, amidst the clutter, he discovered Tom's vintage notebook, likely dropped by Lucius during the fray. His certainty stemmed from the sinister allure that emanated from the notebook. Reminiscent of confronting a giant spider in a dark forest, possessing a faint, yet insidious, charm. With the notebook confirmed, the next task was to mediate the conflict. Unbeknownst to them, the ground where they wrestled had quietly formed a thin layer of frost. Ouch! Help me up! Arthur and Lucius, their footing lost, tumbled to the ground. Fortuitously, upon falling, their eyes met, and their lips accidentally brushed against one another. Merlin, Arthur has strayed. One onlooker gasped. He even audaciously kissed someone in front of his mother. Does this mean we might have another Slytherin brother? Perfect, we could replace Ron. I never liked him anyway. While George and Fred exchanged playful jests, they both widened their eyes in anticipation, fearing they might miss a moment of sheer spectacle. You two, hurry and separate them. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Molly exclaimed, glancing up to see that a crowd had gathered, many of whom clapped and whistled in delight. Meanwhile, Eino stealthily approached, dispelling the magic as he helped Lucius to his feet. Good day, Uncle Lucius, he greeted, merely acknowledging him without mentioning the brawl. For it pertained to a man's dignity. I apologize for the spectacle, Lucius said, forcing a strained smile upon recognizing Eino as his rescuer. I believe it is time for you to depart. Whatever the matter may be, we can discuss it later. Eino deliberately glanced around, and indeed, Lucius had also noticed the surrounding crowd. You are right, Eino, I must take my leave. Lucius rose, his gaze flickering momentarily before settling on the children of the Weasley family. Quickly, tidy up your belongings. They are scattered all over. This is the finest gift your esteemed father can bestow upon you. With that, Lucius swiftly extricated himself from the throng. As he departed, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the entrance of the leaky cauldron once again fell into an orderly formation of two lines. After all, the most exhilarating part had concluded. They had not come merely for the spectacle, but to queue for Lockhart's autograph, which was of paramount importance. Excuse me, could you please move aside? You inadvertently stepped on my belongings. The soft voice reached Eino's ears, prompting him to turn around. Before him stood a young girl with a cherubic face and vibrant red hair. She clutched her clothing tightly with small hands, casting a timid gaze at the ground where several blank parchment sheets lay scattered, resembling autumn leaves strewn about in disarray. I apologize, it was unintentional. Eino squatted down to gather the parchment, and during this process, an image flickered in his mind, the timid girl from the orphanage, easily brought to tears. The semblance of the little girl began to merge with the figure of Ginny before him, albeit for the briefest moment. Eino opened his suitcase, revealing a brand new set of stationery in Muggle mode, the latest collection from a prestigious brand, featuring a self-filling quill, 2 large ink bottles, and 3 softcover notebooks. I am quite fond of that notebook on the ground. Its style is rather vintage. May I trade these for it? since he was already reporting Professor McGonagall. He might as well do it himself. After all, Dumbledore would undoubtedly take note. Get away. Stay away from my sister. A voice laced with fury broke through. Witnessing Ron's furious expression, Eino suppressed his irritation and explained, I accidentally stepped on this young lady's parchment, and I intend to make amends. We do not desire your possessions. Come on, Ginny. Ron snatched up the vintage notebook from the ground, grasped Ginny by the arm, and without further ado, turned to leave, disregarding the scattered parchment entirely.